in an era where all awakened. To my amazement, I ended up with the most obscure job of all, Ghost Enforcer. Mocked by everyone as a worthless good-for-nothing. My arch-nemesis even awakened to the rare Necromancer class, summoning a Dread Knight to publicly humiliate me. But at the brink of despair, I unexpectedly triggered a super awakening. Obtained the SSS rank hidden profession, King of the Underworld. Not only does he possess bloodline supremacy that forces countless ghosts to kneel in submission, Lord of ferocious ghosts, can break all limits to control infinite ghosts. When his arch-rival opened the gates of hell to summon an undead army, my monarch's phantom needed but a single glance. Let the entire scourge kneel in submission. Yet, this is merely the tip of the iceberg of my power. The true might of the 10 Yama Kings has only just awakened. This world on the verge of being devoured by demonic creatures is destined to have its life and death governed by me. Chapter 1, Universal Awakening. In the year 2046, Japan increased its discharge of nuclear wastewater, causing massive mutations and deaths among marine life. In the same year, the oceanic rift opened, and large-scale monsters landed on Blue Star, historically known as God's human eradication plan. Japan was annihilated. In the year 2050, man-made giant mechs were introduced for oceanic combat, utilizing neural synchronization technology. To resist demonic creatures, human bodies underwent mutations, initiating a global awakening of professions. On the desolate Blue Star, at Lucheng River Middle School, the profession awakening ceremony was underway. MacArthur, occupation, 5-star critic. Aoi Sora, occupation, actress. Number 5, Sukoon, occupation, poultry keeper, can summon poultry. This is like an old lady crawling into bed absolutely cracked me up. After reading the contents of the awakening stone, Sukoon cursed inwardly. Although he was somewhat of a mage, others summoned beasts and monsters, so why was he stuck controlling poultry? Summon chickens to fight battles? Fill the monsters' bellies so they won't eat him? Back when that man went viral, Sukoon was dubbed Brother Chicken, now the nickname was permanently sealed. Sukoon looked at Liu seeking comfort, and Liu patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. If there are no more wars in the future, you can go work at KFC or McDonald's. Just relax. Sukoon, ******. People didn't have time to mock Sukoon before their attention was suddenly drawn to the girl on stage, and of course, Liu was no exception. The staff continued. Number 21, Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao is the most famous goddess in Lucheng, rumored to come from a powerful family with outstanding academic achievements. Most importantly, her face and figure are top tier. At 18, her physical development far surpasses her peers, with rumors claiming she boasts 36D jumbo proportions, famously described as delicate branches bearing massive fruit. Liu had a friend who frequently indulged in solo activities while fantasizing about her, pining away in unrequited longing. Su Jiaojiao's appearance caused an uproar in the audience. Kakik, here comes my goddess. Haven't seen you in a while, your curves keep getting better. I'd gladly unfollow all those Japanese teachers for you. The more I look, the more I think it's fake. She's only 18, that's way too developed. If it's real, I'll eat my words. Your ulterior motives are practically hitting me in the face. Damn, even if it's fake, I'd still. Hey, can you guys not be so gross? Unlike you, I'd only feel heartache for my sister. Liu still had some impression of this campus goddess. She consistently ranked at the top of the academic performance charts, though the number 1 spot was always dominated by Liu himself, a fact that even angered some of the goddess's devoted male and female fans, who blamed him for stealing her spotlight. To these people's friendly greetings, Liu would simply raise his hands and say, if you're bad, practice more. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Su Jiaojia pressed her palm down during the awakening ceremony. A golden light exploded on the scene, carrying the overwhelming presence of a collapsing mountain as a majestic phantom projection materialized. The awakening phenomenon left the entire venue in awe. Damn, that's so badass, must be a rare profession. Almost certainly, as expected of the woman I'd set my sights on, absolutely terrifying. Judging by the look, he must be a goblin slayer. What a coincidence, my Minotaur class could form a perfect CP with him. In the stands, Dean Wangshire and the group of mentors had golden light flashing in their eyes, their breathing quickening with excitement. Rare professions were truly one in a million treasures. It's a lock. There's actually a rare profession this year. Jiaojiao, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. At that very moment, the projected silhouette finally became clear. It was a majestic and domineering Valkyrie clad in golden and silver armor, with radiant light pouring down from the heavens. With a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, she gazes down upon all living beings with an air of towering supremacy. Su Jiaojiao, profession, Valkyrie. Damn, I knew the goddess wasn't ordinary, she actually has a rare profession. That's freaking awesome. I suddenly became very curious about what profession academically is. He always thinks he's so cool, I really want to see what this is all about. I'm so looking forward to it. Look, his face has already turned dark with anger. Number 22 and 23, Liu and Xinjiahu. Before Liu could snap out of his daze, the staff member had already called out his number along with his arch-rivals. Liu's shoulder was harshly bumped, and as he staggered, he immediately met Xinjiahu's provocative glare. Oh, Li, the top student, you've taken so many of the school's resources. I'm curious, if you awaken with a useless profession, will the school still protect you? Shinjahu let out a sinister ha-ha-ha laugh before swiftly striding away. Shinjahu was the homeroom teacher's son and had considerable connections within the academy, yet he had always been overshadowed by Liu in every aspect. The school placed great importance on Liu, leaving Shinjahu with no opportunity to manipulate the situation. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, Liu placed one hand on the awakening stone, and his palm gradually grew warm. Thousands of curious and expectant gazes fell upon Liu. Just what profession would this model child praised by the mentor awaken? Su Jiaojiao also snapped out of her excitement, tilting her head to glance at that somewhat slender figure. A black light flickered briefly, almost too fast for Liu to react. It was the first time he had seen the awakening stone respond so poorly. A sense of unease instantly enveloped him. Liu, age 18. Initial level, 1. Occupation, Ghost Enforcer. Passive skill, unlocked. Active skill, none. Silence. Deathly silence fell as the earlier murmurs abruptly ceased, as if someone had pressed a pause button. After a moment, a wave of sharp intakes of breath could be heard, and Liu could clearly sense the change in the way everyone was looking at him. What the Ghost Warden? What kind of thing is that? Never heard of it before. A rare class? It's nothing special. Only those rare and powerful ones qualify as rare professions. Weak and unpopular ones are called niche professions, and this one is so obscure it's practically off the charts, just a passing mention in textbooks, worse than that chicken farmer from earlier. What did the chicken farmer ever do to you? Holy shit, Liu, the top student, actually awakened to such a worthless profession and still took so many resources from the school. If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to show myself, might as well just bash my head in and die. TSK, utterly humiliated. The usually aloof top student Li has completely become a laughingstock. Standing before the awakening stone, Liu's mood plummeted into the depths, his entire body chilled to the bone. The profession of an underworld agent is undocumented, there are only a handful of cases worldwide, making it obscure among obscure professions. There isn't a single instructor in the school who can offer guidance, meaning Liu must figure out everything about the underworld agent profession entirely on his own. This profession is far too niche, no records, no teachers. What can an 18-year-old kid possibly achieve? All those years of nurturing have truly gone to waste. Liu's instructor looked utterly dejected, his hands gripping the iron railing tightly. Don't get too excited, at least it's a combat-oriented profession. You know how weak ghost handlers are, controlling feeble wandering spirits to fight monsters is like sending a baby to challenge a boxing champion. And during the initial stages, the number of ghosts one can control is typically only 1 to 3, with almost zero growth potential. Beside them, Shinjahu couldn't hold back anymore, clutching his stomach as he laughed till tears streamed down his face. He had initially been somewhat wary of Liu, but now it seemed that concern was completely unnecessary. Damn, thought I'd awaken some god-tier profession, but after holding it in for so long, I just dropped a massive turd. Fuck, my stomach hurts from laughing. Shinjahu, focus on the test. The staff member sighed helplessly at Liu before addressing Shinjahu directly. Under the crowd's anticipatory gazes, neat script emerged on the transparent awakening stone as a brilliant halo erupted outward. It was like placing a giant mirror under the scorching sun, emitting an unbearably dazzling light that temporarily rendered everyone unable to open their eyes. The phenomenon triggered by the profession shocked everyone. Profession, Necromancer. Passive skill, Gates of Hell. When in a perilous situation, this can be activated as an active skill, consuming a large amount of mental and physical energy to open the gates of hell and summon an undead army. The strength of the undead is correlated with the summoner's level. The undead's power exceeds the summoner's by 5 levels. This skill can be used once per month. Shinjahu let out a long sigh of relief in his heart, openly showing his pride. Meanwhile, the crowd below erupted in complete chaos. Holy crap, did I hear that right? A necromancer. He actually awakened as a rare profession. Our academy has 2 rare professions in one go. Honestly, I used to ship him and Jiaojiao as a couple, it might actually come true now. I heard a necromancer's abilities are 100 times stronger than a ghost enforcer's. They can summon a mysterious undead army and even conjure up a Dullahan rider. Is that the ghost rider riding the Hellfire steed? Wow, that's way stronger than random wandering ghosts. They say one man can hold off 10,000, no joke. I've gotta latch onto him during the allocation exam 3 days from now. The shocked expressions of the crowd filled Shinjahu with immense satisfaction. His gaze toward Liu grew even more disdainful, and he openly flipped his thumb down in front of everyone. Hey, top student Li, why not tag along with me from now on? Those measly wandering ghosts you summon as a soul reaper are pretty useless anyway. Might as well feed my undead army, huh? His eyes gleamed with smugness as they drifted towards Su Jiaojiao in the audience. You looked down on me before, but now that I've awakened a rare profession too, maybe you'll finally give me a second glance. Your old rival is nothing but a ghost official, and I am 100 times stronger than him. Shinjahu waved his hand, and a massive grey tombstone materialized out of thin air. Amidst a series of crisp cracking sounds, a colossal white skeleton burst forth from the ground. The skeleton was draped in tattered black rags and wielded a formidable long blade. Beneath the towering Wraith Rider was a warhorse enveloped in green ghostly flames. Standing 2 meters tall and paired with the robust phantom steed, the Wraith Rider's appearance immediately caused the surrounding people to retreat in fear. The Ghost Rider looked down from above with an overwhelming, intangible sense of oppression. Some timid girls were so frightened that their legs went weak, they couldn't even walk anymore. Is this the Ghost Rider? Such a terrifying aura. Liu stared at the towering Ghost Rider, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead. Liu's fists clenched tightly, comparisons between people could truly be maddening. The ghostly entity he had summoned probably wasn't even fit to carry this guy's shoes. Dean Wang Shihai beamed with delight, his eyes narrowing into slits as he observed such a talented young man now under his tutelage. However, as the dean, he intended to console Liu, fearing that such a vastly different profession might drive Liu to despair. At that very moment, Liu on the stage suddenly wore a strange expression. What's wrong? Wang Shihai frowned slightly, his footsteps gradually growing heavier. Liu didn't respond to Wang Shihai, his attention completely captivated by the object before him. Floating in midair was a mysterious ancient tome with a black cover that emitted a faint golden glow. On its surface were 4 archaic characters, 10 Yama Kings. Name, Liu. Occupation, Ghost Warden, allows for an additional super awakening of the same attribute on the Ghost Warden Foundation, with a chance to awaken a rare occupation. Golden Finger. Liu's chest heaved violently. 3 years passed, then another 3, do you know how I've lived these 3 years? Without a second thought, he chose Ultra Awakening. Even if his next awakened profession was worse, it couldn't possibly be worse than Ghost Warden. He had just experienced firsthand the gap between rare professions and ordinary ones. If he could awaken as a necromancer like Shinjahu, his future would be bright. Even if the chance of awakening a rare profession was slim, he was determined to try. I choose to awaken once again. What are you mumbling about? Scared out of your wits by my Ghost Rider? Shinjahu's dissatisfied voice rang out. Just as he was about to step forward, a chill suddenly swept over him, spreading rapidly and eerily across his body. Chapter 2, Suppressing the Undead Calamity. What's happening? Soon, someone noticed the anomaly. The originally clear sky was suddenly obscured by unnaturally thick black clouds, plunging the ground into complete darkness. A fierce wind rose on all sides, rattling the windows of nearby skyscrapers with loud cracks as tiny fissures spread across their surfaces. Amidst the darkness, the 10 Yama Kings before Liu erupted with dazzling light, their radiant white beams converging upon his heart. Is this a celestial phenomenon? Liu was also stunned. Just as he marveled at this phenomenon, waves of icy air began surging towards him from every direction. The crowd panicked as they discovered countless dense shadows swaying eerily in the darkness, emitting ghastly wails and screams, as if intent on devouring every living thing in sight. A terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire academy, with some on the verge of fainting at the horrifying sight. What's going on? The weather changed so suddenly. Never mind, I need to go back to the dorm to collect my clothes before it starts thundering. This is terrifying. Could it be a demon invasion? Please no, I haven't awakened yet. What should I do? It's impossible. There are clearly helicopters patrolling overhead, so a demon creature shouldn't be able to break in suddenly. The scene descended into chaos as armed personnel urgently contacted the helicopter squad. What's happening? Captain, we don't know either. Our light visibility is severely affected, the beams can't penetrate at all. Could it be the phenomenon of awakening? This thought flashed through his mind instantly. As the captain of the armed team, he had witnessed many extraordinary phenomena over the years, but none as terrifying as today's. This level of shock far exceeded anything in his experience. While chaos reigned outside, the inscriptions on the 10 Yama Kings had already begun to change, culminating in 3 lines of deepened text. Name, Liu. Occupation, King of Hell, Yama Raja. Seeing the words King of Hell, Liu's pupils contracted sharply. The King of Hell is the ruler of spirits, the superior of the ghost officers, entirely on a different level from the ghost officers. Did I awaken a hidden profession? Among all professions, those that are precious, rare, and powerful are called rare professions, while those that are uncommon yet weak are referred to as niche professions. Hidden professions are undeveloped careers whose full potential remains unknown, making them even rarer than rare professions. Throughout the entire nation, the known hidden professions are few and far between. Gazing downward, Liu looked at the final 3 lines of text, his exclusive passive skills. The passive skill is the inherent ability of this profession, also known as the innate skill, which doesn't require later learning. Bloodline Suppression. The user is immune to negative effects from ghosts and unaffected by magnetic fields. When facing ghosts, it provides a natural 50% beneficial boost to attack, movement speed, defense, etc. The user's attacks ignore ghosts' defensive gear, with a chance to trigger the monarch's phenomenon. Before Liu could finish reading, the space before him suddenly tore apart, and endless black mist began to spread from within. 2 figures emerged from the black vortex one after another, their bodies human-shaped but headless, replaced instead by the heads of an ox and a horse. The sight of human necks grafted with the heads of an ox and a horse was utterly grotesque. What on earth are these things? Neither human nor beast, utterly terrifying. Li Yu was supposed to summon wandering ghosts, wasn't he? How did it turn into necromancers? This is seriously bizarre. I was just a wandering ghost before, but now I've turned into livestock. This is even worse than being a wandering ghost. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Li Yu snapped back to reality and stared at the ox-head and horseface, feeling more and more that something was off. Can someone tell me why these ox-head and horseface are female, and with such scorching hot figures? Ox-head had a broad upper body that tapered down, dressed in revealing clothing, especially with her chest perked up prominently. Horseface, on the other hand, was tall and slender, with legs so long they could shock someone to death, exuding a chilling pallor while emitting a faint, alluring glow. Clearly, she hadn't skimped on body lotion in the underworld. Oxhead and Horseface turned their gazes toward Li Yu, their eyes gleaming with the same ravenous hunger. After all these years, we finally have a master. Who knew they'd be so young? Exactly my type. The broad horse tongue licked around its lips in a disturbingly eerie motion. A fragrant scent filled the air as the perky curves of the other's chest trapped Li Yu's arms. A bullish face attempted a seductive expression, its bent body pressing closer. Li Yu's entire body tensed up as he instinctively took 2 steps back. The oxhead and horseface of the underworld were vastly different from what he had imagined. The female oxhead's chest heaved with anger. What do you mean? I came out first and saw him first. Don't you know the rule of first come, first served? The female horseface immediately retorted, you brainless thing with big breasts, look at these long legs of mine, what chance do you even stand? What competitiveness does your pitiful pair of 2 tails of meat even have? The female versions of the oxhead and horseface locked eyes with sparks flying between them, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet as if everyone had been plunged into an icy cavern. Shinjahu stood awkwardly in place, angrily retorting, all this mystical nonsense and grand spectacle, just for this? You think summoning 2 freaks can intimidate my Wraith Knight? After a brief moment of daze, Shinjahu burst into laughter again, slapping his thigh loudly. Master, watch me cleave them in half with a single strike. The spectral knight Baigu clattered his bones together twice, his tone brimming with boundless contempt. Mocking voices rang out as the Ghost Rider erupted in fury, raising his long blade high before slashing viciously toward the oxhead and horseface. Get lost. The bullhead and horseface were arguing fiercely, but the charging Ghost Rider paid them no mind. An icy blast casually unleashed by them sent the Ghost Rider tumbling to the ground. Looking at the overturned Hell's Rider, the scene fell into deathly silence as no one could believe what was happening before their eyes. I can't stay up late anymore, I'm starting to hallucinate. His prideful Ghost Rider shouldn't be this fragile. Shinjahu vigorously rubbed his eyes, but nothing changed. Enough noise. A dull, aged voice echoed endlessly through the boundless darkness. Look! What is that? Someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Shinjiahu's body turned ice cold as he stared fixedly at what was behind Li Yu. Behind him loomed a majestic phantom of an emperor seated upon a dragon throne, flanked by countless spectral soldiers and 10 bizarre, twisted figures. These ferocious and terrifying ghostly creatures, without exception, bowed their heads in submission, exuding profound fear. The monarch's gaze lingered on the Ghost Rider, profound and piercing as if seeing through everything. Kneel! The eerie voice sounded once more, enveloped in an invisible force. The Ghost Rider's fierce aura was instantly and mercilessly extinguished, yet he stubbornly struggled to his feet. What kind of thing are you to make me kneel? Do you think you're Satan? The monarch's phantom did not respond but merely pressed a palm lightly into the void. The Ghost Rider suddenly felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, his knees began to weaken, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Ghost Rider fell to his knees with a thud. What are you doing? Get up quickly! The Wraith Knight stared at Shinjahu in terror. Master, I don't know why, but my body won't obey me. Could it be, is he Satan? Li Yu snapped out of his daze. His first innate skill, Bloodline Suppression, was taking effect since the vengeful spirit was inherently a transformed ghost entity. It was mercilessly crushed under its power. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm a rare-class summoner, and I've invoked the legendary Wraith Knight. How could it fear a mere Ghost Warden like you? There must be some mistake. Shinjahu refused to accept the fact. How could the evil spirit summoned by his hidden profession possibly be intimidated by a mere ghost official? His hands rapidly formed seals, and the space behind him began to twist eerily. In the void, a massive gate of prison slowly opened, revealing an aura of boundless evil. The emerald ghost flame's heat caused the surrounding temperature to spike abruptly, with white vapor continuously billowing forth as if heralding the arrival of a calamity. An aura of fear and despair enveloped the entire academy. The gate of hell, this profession can actually open the gate of hell. The nearby staff couldn't contain their excitement, completely oblivious to Shinjahu's exhaustion. As expected of a rare profession, that must have just been an accident. Shinjahu laughed wildly. As the gate of hell swung fully open, countless undead emerged, bone dragons, headless knights, and other sinister creatures poured forth. Their eyes flickered with a sinister green glow, revealing a greedy thirst for blood, while emitting piercing shrieks that sent chills down the spine. The bone dragon spread its immense skeletal wings, stirring spectral flames. The army of the undead let out deafening roars as they unleashed waves of deathly aura, charging in an overwhelming tide toward Li Yu with rusted blades, spears, halberds, and axes. The undead creatures showed no trace of mercy in their eyes, only an insatiable hunger for slaughter. At the same time, the cracking sound of the Hell's Gate roared like the howl of the underworld, causing the people on the scene to race in fear, their faces turning pale. Li Yu's eyes suddenly transformed, merging with the monarch's phantom silhouette. His gaze radiated boundless majesty, as if capable of piercing through their very souls. Instantly, as their gazes met, those undead creatures abruptly ground to a halt. Their eyes flickered with fear, as they sensed an overwhelming, formidable pressure. Under the suppression of this power, they knelt uncontrollably to the ground, their eyes filled with nothing but terror. Bastards, kneel. Li Yu strode resolutely toward these undead creatures, each step seeming to trample upon their very hearts. His gaze was as cold as a blade, piercing through the undead horde and shattering their spirits. Charge! Why aren't they moving? Shinjiahua turned his head, only for his smile to freeze in an instant. Behind him, the dense sound of knees hitting the ground erupted. The freshly summoned undead knelt in unison, while an icy chill erupted from the depths of his soul. He wanted to roar in defiance, but found his throat parched, no sound escaped. His breathing grew ragged, his chest as though weighed down by a crushing boulder. What's happening? I can't control my body. Shinjiahu's knees went weak, and he unexpectedly knelt down as well. And those once fear-inducing undead creatures had now become trembling slaves beneath Li Yu's feet. The thousands of spectators below witnessed this scene, as if struck by lightning, their facial expressions instantly frozen in shock. Chapter 3: The remaining two primordial skills. A full 30 seconds passed. Stunned, the crowd shuddered in unison, some covering their mouths, others whispering among themselves. Did I see that correctly? The Wraith Knight and all the undead bowed down in submission. Isn't he supposed to be a bottom-tier class? How could he wield such intimidating power? TSK. Who'd have thought Shinjiahu, who was so arrogant just moments ago, would be scared into kneeling? His class is a rare one. How could he be suppressed by Li Yu? Could it be that Li Yu also wields a rare class, one even mightier than Necromancer? That overwhelming dominance he displayed just now, like a sovereign commanding his subjects, was on an entirely different level. Deeply shaken, the crowd's gaze toward Li Yu shifted from contempt to apprehension and envy. The earlier jeers had vanished without a trace. Li Yu, Shinjiahu, what's going on here? Dean Wang Shihai's voice rang out. He approached with a pair of fully armed guards, his expression shifting as he looked from Li Yu to Shinjiahu. Get up. Stop kneeling. Shinjiahu's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth. I was suppressed. Do you think I didn't want to get up? Li Yu, stop. At Dean Wang's instruction, Li Yu gave a slight nod. The illusory figures behind him sensed the command and vanished instantly. The surrounding black mist dissipated, and the dark clouds in the sky quickly dispersed, as if nothing had ever happened. What just happened? Director Wang looked at Li Yu, astonished. In all his years, he had never witnessed anything like this. His gaze then shifted to the awakening stone, which still bore the characters for ghost officers without any change. Li Yu also observed the stone. After a moment, he replied, I don't know. If it were a rare class, it would show. Could it be? Wang Shihai scrutinized Li Yu, his heart pounding. Could the device be malfunctioning? Are you a rare class too? Wang Shihai waved his hand, and several staff members carried the awakening stone away. What Li Yu hadn't anticipated was that the hidden class was so rare that the awakening stone couldn't detect it. No one could explain today's events, so Wang Shihai maintained order and proceeded with the awakening ceremony. Li Yu and a group of classmates who had awakened combat classes entered the equipment room. During the walk, he opened the 10 Kings of Hell and looked at the remaining two source skills. Lord of Fierce Ghosts overcomes the ghost officer's restrictions on controlling spirits, allowing unlimited ghost manipulation. Requires high physical prowess. Devour Ghosts reduces cooldown by 50%. Consuming ghosts or slaying demons restores cooldown. Actively devoured ghosts to accelerate cooldown. 3 primordial skills. Li Yu was stunned. According to records, each person could only possess 1 origin skill, yet he had awakened 3 at once. This was an utterly monstrous occurrence by any text standards. Truly unprecedented in history. Summoning and attack. It seems the King of Hell class is positioned as a combat mage type, specifically falling under the summoning category. A storm of astonishment surged in Li Yu's eyes. In his memory, even entry-level ghost officers could summon only a handful of spirits. Books recorded that the strongest ghost officers could summon merely a few specters. He had no knowledge of the ultimate limits of a ghost officer's control, as the most powerful one had passed away a decade ago. At that moment, Dean Wang Shihai emerged from around the corner, followed by attendants carrying numerous wooden boxes. The placement assessment is in 3 days. Here is your equipment. Come and collect it. As he finished speaking, Dean Wang Shihai's pocket began to vibrate incessantly. Answering the call, a deep voice came through. Old Wang, how's the awakening progress at Jiangzhong Academy? How many combat-oriented students do you have? On the other end was Li Lin, Dean of the West Campus of Luqing Academy. This call was clearly meant to probe his resources. Exactly 500. 500? I recall Jiangzhong Academy has over 5,000 students. You know the directives from the higher-ups in Lucheng, right? Ha, looks like your academy is headed for merger with the West Campus. This is a comprehensive assessment. Don't get too excited just yet. By the way, isn't there a junior named Li Yu at your academy? What did he awaken? Li Lin had a vivid memory of this Li Yu. He'd awarded him numerous times and made several veiled attempts to poach him, all ending in failure. Beyond the 500 combat specialists, he was far more curious about what profession a prodigy like Li Yu had chosen. Wang Shihai hesitated before answering, Ghost Officer. Ghost Enforcer? The voice on the other end clearly froze. Ha! Such a niche class, and all your effort produced this? That's hilarious. Li Lin's voice carried a hint of scorn as he quickly hung up. In a small city like Lucheng, resources were limited, so it was decided to merge two academies. The target fell upon the relatively underdeveloped Jiangzhong Academy and the West Campus. After hanging up, Wang Shihai delegated the task at hand, instructing staff to distribute rewards to students who had awakened combat professions. Typically, the rewards consisted of 100,000 cash, potions, skill manuals, and soft armor. However, Li Yu was a special case. His class was too niche to find a corresponding manual, so he could only choose one additional item from the other three categories. The soft armor offered average defense and was a basic model, lacking cost-effectiveness. The 100,000 cash and potions fluctuated significantly in value, both being extremely important. Li Yu shifted his gaze to the 10 Kings of Hell, where a series of descriptions appeared. Class, Hidden Class King of Hell. Spells, 6. Attack, 2. Defense, 2. Stamina, 2. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 1. Li Yu paused briefly before selecting the potion. In this decaying world, the potion's enhancement would help him survive better. The situation could change in an instant. He didn't want to end up with money but no life left to spend it. For his first potion, Li Yu chose the stamina potion. The body is the foundation of revolution. Besides, a mage without stamina isn't a good mage. Facing opponents stronger than himself, lacking solid stamina would be like slowly handing over his life. Moreover, increased stamina would help maintain agility, a 2-for-1 benefit. For the second potion, Li Yu chose intelligence. Intelligence is crucial for mages. Every spellcast consumes mental energy, and intelligence is directly tied to mental strength. Since Yanluo Wang dealt spell damage, Li Yu temporarily ignored the melee attack option. Stamina, 3. Intelligence, 11. The moment his stamina increased, Li Yu felt an instant surge of energy. He experienced the same refreshing sensation as if he had slept 12 hours straight the previous night, and his mental clarity improved noticeably. Li Yu accepted the item and prepared to return home to familiarize himself with summoning and the 10 Kings of Hell. Chapter 4, New Ghostly Creatures. Whatever form you desire, I can provide. After collecting his gear, Li Yu returned to his seat. He could distinctly feel the stares of those around him shift. Many were rubbing their eyes, likely unable to believe what they'd witnessed. What the hell? That ghost officer just pinned a rare class to the ground? It's like the heavens have turned upside down. Rare classes have no dignity left. Suddenly I'm eager to see him clash with the goddess. Wonder who'd come out on top. Definitely the goddess. She probably wants to face him too, since he's always been one step ahead. Amidst the buzzing conversations, Shinjahu descended the stage with a face as dark as storm clouds, his gaze fixed on Li Yu, filled with venomous hatred. His rare class, brimming with prestige upon awakening, hadn't even had a chance to flex before being intimidated into kneeling. Losing face in front of so many juniors was utterly humiliating. Glancing at Shinjahu, whose face was as sour as a stone in a latrine, Li Yu mentally reviewed the ancient texts of the 10 Kings of Hell. Current ghost entities, wandering souls, ghost soldiers. Special ghost entities, ox-headed and horse-faced demons, unlock progress, less than 1%. 10 Kings of Hell unlock progress, 0. Li Yu had heard rumors about the 10 Kings of Hell. The Underworld was a vast realm divided into distinct domains, each ruled by an emperor. The 10 Kings were its sovereigns, the masters of the Netherworld. The 10 Kings were King Qingguang, King Chujiang, King Songdi, King Wuguan, King Yanluo, King Bianchang, King Taishan, King Dushir, and King Luanzuan. As for the effects of unlocking them, Li Yu currently has no idea. Continue reading. Underworld Enhancement Power transforms shared or mage-type skills into underworld skills, befitting your noble status. Underworld Shop unlocked at level 10, purchases made with spirit money. At the mention of the Underworld Shop, Li Yu's eyes lit up once more. I must take a look first. The ancient tome in his mind shifted slightly, symbolically displaying several underworld items. Low-grade funeral garments. After donning these garments, you appear more dashing, lifting your spirits and dispelling some mental fatigue, leaving you exhilarated. Price, 50 million spirit coins. Paper cutout bikini model. Ghosts get lonely too. With this bikini model companion, you feel like you could make babies again, restoring some stamina within 10 seconds. Price, 50 million Joss paper coins. Low quality offering. Someone stuck 3 grave incense sticks in it, meaning you can just take a quick sniff. Gains 1% experience. Price, 50 million Joss paper coins. Mengpo's soup. You'll forget one skill. Ha. Price, 100 million Joss paper coins. Li Yu. As for what other functions remained unlocked in this ancient book within his mind, that was all for another day. Before the assignment evaluations, Li Yu and his two best buds decided to have a little get-together. Dongfeng Residential Complex. When Su Koan returned from selling vegetables at the neighborhood market, faint wisps of black smoke rose from the apartment buildings. As he approached the buildings, he couldn't help but frown. Weird. Why is it so cold? Did someone turn on the AC? Su Koan immediately opened the door. What are you two doing? There's condensation forming at the entrance. Before he could finish speaking, his attention was drawn to a handsome young man with curly hair standing before him. Had he entered the wrong apartment? After double-checking the door number, Su Koan scratched his head in confusion. Hey, handsome, who are you? Am I handsome? He was a bit baffled, sizing up the man. He had a good build and well-defined features, definitely handsome. Handsome, yeah, handsome. The young man suddenly chuckled. Then do you want to become as handsome as me? What? Before Su Koan could react, the man's pupils instantly shrank to pinpricks, the whites of his eyes nearly filling his sockets. It happened without warning. Under the other man's stunned gaze, he slowly peeled off his skin, revealing the blurred, bloody flesh beneath, utterly hideous. Staring at the horrifying man with his face torn apart, Su Koan's body went limp and he fell flat on his back. Ghost! It's a ghost! Cut it out! Li Yu's voice came from the side. He was wearily massaging his temples, having just attempted to summon a ghostly entity, which had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. He felt utterly drained. The bloodied man, upon seeing Li Yu's face, obediently halted his actions and actually reattached his face. Master! The man took a step forward, seemingly about to press close. Stop! I'm not into that. Master, I understand. By then, the woman had approached Li Yu, her eyes brimming with desire. She swiftly opened the wooden box at her waist, pulled out a sheet of female portrait paper, and pressed it onto her face. Her body shifted, her simple clothing transforming into a strappy mini dress, paired with a pair of long, slender black legs. Yang Bing Bing! Su Koan nearly popped his eyes out of his head. In the blink of an eye, a handsome young man had transformed into a stunning beauty with long, slender legs, and she looked exactly like the school's most beautiful girl. Do you like this? The woman swiftly pressed herself against Li Yu, her slender tongue darting out to savor the taste of his face. Just as she was about to get handsy, Li Yu shot her a glare, and she instantly wilted. Li Yu, this. Is this the ghost you summoned? Su Koan's voice cracked with terror. That's right. A second-tier ghost, a skin-changing ghost. Li Yu briefly introduced the ghostly entity. The painted skin ghost was a specter capable of stripping others of their faces or altering appearances through painted masks. It also possessed the ability to change clothing and had no fixed gender. It could appear male or female. Whether male or female, and what form it takes, is entirely at the whim of its master. If left uncontrolled by its master, the painted skin ghost defaults to a bloodthirsty pattern. Upon encountering young passers-by, it would ask them if they liked its appearance. If the victim expresses approval, the ghost reveals its true form, rips off the passerby's face, forcibly sews on its own face, and then brutally kills the victim. Su Koan and Zhang Wei spoke in unison. What if I don't like it? Kill you outright. Su Koan. Zhang Wei. So either way, it's death. Li Yu smiled and nodded. Choose the first option to buy yourself a few more seconds. Su Koan suddenly grinned wickedly at Li Yu, his expression saying, I get you. You're one lucky bastard. With this painted skin ghost, you'll have a new girlfriend every day. Today the gentle campus beauty, tomorrow the aloof CEO, the day after that the still alluring mature woman. Zhang Wei chimed in, that's too small-minded. Definitely female celebrities. Dami in the morning, Zhao Liang at noon, Dilraba at night. With that, the two pulled out their phones and quickly searched for videos of several beauties, projecting them into the air. The next moment, a wave of milky fragrance hit him. Before Li Yu could react, a pink-haired girl in a white dress plunged into his arms. Her curvaceous figure pressed against him, her pure white stockings rubbing against his skin. Master, do you like your little kitty? She rubbed her cat ears, her large, watery eyes fixed intently on Li Yu. Stop it. Keep your distance. Man, you're playing with fire. The woman pinched Li Yu's chin, her voice shifting abruptly from gentle to icy cold. In an instant, the young girl transformed into a professional-looking woman with long black hair and a commanding presence. Li Yu. You bad boy. How could you do that to me? I'm still a child. But, if it's my master, then it's okay. The aloof older woman instantly transformed again into a petite, barefoot little lowly, dressed head to toe in Lolita fashion. The shape-shifting ghost before them kept changing costumes: an ancient fairy, a blonde with flowing waves, an empress in crimson robes. Su Koan and Zhang Wei swallowed hard, suddenly feeling their professions lose all appeal. Su Koan snapped back to reality, staring at Li Yu in shock. The awakening stone must be defective. Ghost officers were supposed to be trash occupations. Didn't the books say they summoned wandering spirits? How could one possibly summon a second-tier ghost entity? The more Su Koan observed Li Yu, the more extraordinary she seemed. The physical attacks of wandering spirits were negligible, only capable of inflicting mental damage on demons. Yet this skin-changing ghost could manifest in physical form. The difference was like night and day. According to the rules of leveling up, Liu, you should gain control over ghostly creatures gradually as your level increases. How could you possibly leapfrog to controlling a second-tier entity? Facing Su Kuan's astonishment, Liu shook his head. It's strange to me too. Normally, summon creatures follow a standard. At the beginning, they can only be up to 3 levels ahead of their master. That doesn't make sense. Zhang Wei added, the reason for that standard is that it's the most efficient use of physical and mental energy. If a practitioner forces themselves to control a servant significantly higher in level than themselves, it often damages their body, and the control becomes weak and unstable. Levels 110 form Tier 1, 1020 form Tier 2. You're only level 1, Liu controlling a creature over level 10? That's like a little horse pulling a big cart. The two sucked in a sharp breath. If this second-tier creature was level 20, the gap between them would be a staggering 19 levels. The immense cost of summoning this thing. Hadn't his own brother turned him into a one-hit wonder? Liu roughly grasped the reason behind summoning this second-tier spectre, it likely tied to his hidden profession. Before Su Kuan returned, Liu couldn't resist attempting a summoning himself. As expected, only wandering spirits appeared, no ox-headed and horse-faced demons. He was astonished to discover that summoning these wandering spirits required almost no physical or mental energy, whereas this second-tier skin-changing ghost consumed enormous resources. Seems this infinite summoning has its limits. If I want to command thousands of fierce ghosts or even higher-tier ghost soldiers, I'll need to keep strengthening my physical constitution and such. Liu stroked his chin thoughtfully before continuing, there's so little recorded about the ghost officer profession. No point overthinking it now. The placement exam is in 3 days. Better to focus on getting familiar with my own profession first. By the way, what are your plans? Zhang Wei replied, well, if I don't get into a provincial academy or a local security bureau, I'll just go back to the countryside to farm. Worst case, I'll live off my parents. My old man can support me. No ambition. I'm determined to get into the provincial academy. Su Kuan took a bitter sip of his drink before speaking with renewed fervor. My family has nothing but 4 bare walls. My parents are dead. Success is my only option. What about you? Besides going home to inherit your dad's fish farm, a few houses, a couple cars, and dozens of acres of land, what else do you have? What are you, really? Su Kuan's words nearly shattered Zhang Wei's confidence. Liu smiled as she passed 2 chicken drumsticks to them. You two are getting too deep. Zhang Wei, eat your chicken drumstick. I remember you awakened as a priest, right? Eat more meat to build up your stamina and boost your healing power. Master, I want it. The skin-changing ghost suddenly pressed against Liu's body, her slender frame bone chillingly cold as she gazed at Liu with eyes brimming with adoration. Facing this devilishly curvaceous figure, Liu shook her head. The creature's blood-stained mouth gaped, saliva dripping from within. Skin-changing ghost, I'm not that kind of person. Give it a rest. Liu stroked the ghost's snow-white, slender thigh before conjuring a crimson talisman out of thin air. The talisman's light flared briefly before the skin-changing ghost reluctantly faded away. Watching the long legs vanish, Su Kuan and Zhang Wei swallowed hard before taking another hearty bite of their chicken drumsticks. Hey, where'd you get this chicken? I summoned it myself. Chapter 5, Assessment Allocation. As the 3 chatted and laughed, the 10 Kings of Hell underwent a new transformation. You have completed your first summoning. Related comprehension has improved, and experience has increased. You have mastered a new skill, Hellfire Explosion, Epic Low Tier. Effect, each enemy kill triggers a self-detonation, dealing area damage. Each ghost creature death triggers 1 self-detonation, dealing area damage. Skill level, Level 1, Novice. No additional effects such as burning or bleeding. Current explosion radius, 50 centimeters centered on the deceased entity. The sudden revelation of the 10 Kings of Hell left Liu utterly stunned. In this world, learned skills were categorized into 4 tiers, ascending from lowest to highest, commoner, heroic, epic, and legendary. Each tier further divided into 3 sublevels, low, intermediate, and high. Commoner's tier skills were commonplace, while warrior tier both intermediate and advanced were rare, seldom traded on the market, and commanded high prices. Such skills are typically controlled by major family clans. Possessing a single high-tier warrior skill book often provides the confidence needed to establish oneself in a small city. Epic tier. Currently the highest tier ever recorded in the world, aside from the legendary tier powerhouses commemorated on tombstones. They are exceptionally rare, priceless even if available. The mere existence of an epic tier skill book could spark wars and destroy small nations, showcasing its terrifying power and extreme rarity. Having obtained an epic tier skill, a 1 in a million chance, Liu stared blankly for a long moment before coming to his senses. The next moment, a rush of heat surged through his head as the contents of the skill book etched themselves into his mind. It's actually an epic tier skill, and it fits my class perfectly. Liu's King of Hell class inherently commanded legions of ghostly entities. Wandering spirits were ubiquitous and countless. Yet its weakness was glaringly obvious, a lack of substantial damage output. Hellfire Explosion perfectly addressed this weakness. The massive explosion of ghostly entities delivered formidable area damage. What was truly thrilling was that enemies killed in the blast would detonate themselves, creating chain explosions that instantly made Liu the most formidable presence in group battles. Against low-level demons, he alone could hold off an entire army. The sheer power this skill could unleash upon further refinement was almost unimaginable. Simultaneously, the ancient manual stirred with new activity. 10 Hell's King command activated, cast Hell's explosive blaze to complete one area explosion. Reward, 2 enhancement points. For the next period, Liu focused his attention on completing tasks and strengthening his body. After summoning the skin-changing ghost, he felt an exhaustion deep within his soul, a tremendous drain on both his physical stamina and mental energy. Therefore, Liu allocated the 2 enhancement points he had gained to stamina and intelligence respectively. Stamina, 4. Intelligence, 12. With these 2 enhancements, Liu's physical strength now approached that of an average warrior class, while his intellect far surpassed it. Simultaneously, he conducted several summoning tests on ghostly entities, improving the stability of his summoning. Feeling the gradual changes in his body, he exhaled deeply. When the time comes, if my assigned team lacks a shield bearer or warrior for protection, my summoned creatures should be sufficient to safeguard myself. Lucheng, Jiangzhong Academy. The entire school gathered, a dense crowd murmuring in hushed whispers. Pushing through the crowd of 5,000, Liu spotted an ancient-looking structure, the Secret Realm Hall. 3 beams radiated from the hall's center, forming a peculiar spatial vortex at the entrance. This vortex connected to another dimension, occasionally emitting indescribable sounds. This was this year's assessment, the Demon Realm. It possessed 3 entrances, with random landing points within the realm. The assessment was brutally straightforward: successfully clear the labyrinth, with scores determined by the number of monsters slain and completion time. This nationwide exam would see provincial results uploaded for final national rankings. This ranking held immense significance, determining future job assignments and shaping the students' paths. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the broadcast sounded. Attention, students! The realm is now loading. You have half an hour to form teams of up to 5 members. Those who fail to complete team formation by the deadline will be automatically assigned to solo entry. The announcement fell silent, and the square erupted once more. Liu had intended to seek out Su Kuan and Zhang Wei, only to discover their homeroom teacher had already organized them into a team based on the class's optimal composition. In the days since his awakening, Liu hadn't attended the academy. With no one to guide him in the ghost officer profession, he could only learn basic mage combat techniques. Now, with the homeroom teacher having quietly arranged the teams, Liu found himself the class outcast, the sole student without an assigned group. Class advisor Shin Mei's eyes flashed with displeasure, even a hint of contempt. After pouring so much effort into this student, he had awakened a nearly useless profession. This made her increasingly annoyed with Liu. Teacher, why the sudden rush to form teams? Wasn't it supposed to be free choice? What about my buddy Liu? Su Kuan's gaze darted between Liu and Shin Mei. Mages were already fragile enough. Without a team to protect him, wouldn't he just be walking into certain death? Follow my instructions. What does a kid like you know? I'm doing this for your own good. Finally, Shin Mei turned to Liu. Liu, the groups here are full. Go find your own party. Liu hadn't expected Shin Jiahu to act so swiftly, actually having his mother pressure Liu at such a critical juncture. With the team assignments imminent, she wasn't even bothering to hide her true colors anymore. Su Kuan, Zhang Wei, do your best on the assessment. I'll be fine. Liu waved to her friends and disappeared into the crowd. The surrounding chatter was constant. Goddess Lu, I've got a shield bearer, warrior, and mage here. Come join us, I'll carry you. But deal, if I carry you this time, you can't kick me out when you're having dinner with your boyfriend next time. Need a ranged class or a mage with long range spells. We're one short. One short. Hop on board. Liu stood frozen in place, feeling a bit dazed. He wasn't very social, and surprisingly, no one chose him for their party. This was disadvantageous for him. More hands would definitely make the assessment easier. He tried approaching other teams, only to be unexpectedly shut out by all of them. Who knew how much they'd pocketed under the table from the Shin family? Hey, isn't this Mr. Studious Liu? How come no one's inviting you to join a team? Haven't seen you in a few days, and now you're so trash. Shin Jiahu approached with a look of schadenfreude, his face dripping with undisguised scorn. None of your business. Seeing Liu turn to leave, Shin Jiahu quickly stepped in front of him. Hey, what's with the attitude? We're all classmates here. How about this, you beg me, and I'll help you find a team so you can pass smoothly. You want me to kneel and kowtow? Sorry, I don't have the habit of bowing to just anyone, unlike certain people. You son of a Shin Jiahu turned pale with rage, his chest heaving violently. Just as he was about to speak, he spotted Dean Wang Shihai approaching. Wang Shihai smiled and gave Liu a light pat on the shoulder. Liu, what are you standing around for? Time's running out, hurry up and find a team. Thank you for your concern, Dean. I plan to venture into the secret realm alone. Hearing this, Wang Shihai couldn't help but frown. In all his years as dean, he'd never seen anyone bold enough to venture into the secret realm alone. Facing its intricate labyrinth by oneself, even he hadn't felt fully confident doing it back in his day. Had Liu been driven to recklessness by some recent setback? Liu, I know you're troubled by certain matters. But I believe your intelligence would still be invaluable to a team. Stop overthinking this. I doubt anyone would exclude you. Wang Shihai deliberately raised his voice as he spoke, ensuring the surrounding students could hear. Suddenly, Liu felt eyes from all directions fixed upon him. Dean, don't look at me. Our team is already full. We really can't take anyone else. Let's just let Li look elsewhere. We're lacking someone with explosive power, and Li doesn't quite fit that role, you know? Next time for sure, next time for sure. Dean, our team has 2 girls. His terrifying supernatural display earlier was too frightening. We're too scared to join now. A chorus of refusals echoed around him. The once coveted academic star had now become a pariah everyone avoided like the plague. Liu shook his head slightly, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Such snobbery. Just as he turned to leave, his knee was gently nudged. His gaze met a pair of large, watery eyes. Hello, Li. I'm willing to team up with you. Chapter 6, The Exiled Land. The speaker was a petite girl with twin ponytails, her large eyes sparkling brightly. Her skin was exceptionally fair and delicate, as if it could be squeezed to produce water. Whose kid is this? Looking at the girl who was 2 heads shorter than him, Liu blurted out almost instinctively. You're the kid. I'm 18 this year, Li Jiao retorted, hands on her hips, her whole body puffed up like a pufferfish in displeasure, utterly adorable. Sorry, Liu scratched his head awkwardly. Hi, I'm Li Jiao. I'm a shield user with high defense. I can protect you. How about it? Want to team up? Liu was struggling to contain his amusement. Zhang Wei had awakened as a healer, and now a little lowly had awakened as a tank. Perhaps noticing the disbelief in Liu's eyes, Li Jiao flexed her arms, showcasing her pitifully small muscles. Sis's muscles? Protecting you? No problem at all. Cut the nonsense. The assessment is about to begin. A middle-aged woman hurried over, grabbed Li Jiao by the ear, and dragged her aside. Aunt Lu, please stop pinching me, it hurts. After Li Jiao was led away, Liu shifted his focus. The secret realm passage had fully opened, and the scenes within were now faintly visible. The crowd craned their necks to peer inside, all curious about this year's assessment content. The content of the annual assessment varies each year, and the difficulty level fluctuates, so a bit of luck also plays a role in the exam. If this year's difficulty is too high, next year's assessment will be easier, so students under 18 are also very concerned. On stage, Dean Wang Shihai displayed a high-tech blue belt in his hand. Attention, candidates. The secret realm will open shortly. We are now distributing the teleportation belts. The belts must be worn entirely beneath your armor. If you sense an unresolvable danger, activate the belt immediately. It will transport you back here, but this will be considered the end of your examination. The examiner added, your homeroom teachers have covered the assessment content extensively. You will be randomly placed within 5 large zones in the secret realm. Reaching the final destination concludes the assessment. Your final score will be determined by the number of monsters slain and your completion time. As the leader concluded his speech, personnel responsible for maintaining order began distributing basic equipment. The atmosphere on site grew increasingly excited and fervent. This crucial assessment made everyone's hearts race. Hey buddy, once we're in the secret realm, make sure to heal me a lot. When we get back, I'll introduce you to my sister, fair skin, gorgeous looks, and killer legs. Come on, do I look like the type to be swayed by looks? I'm just naturally helpful. You've got this one covered. Phew, finally getting started. I've been training my leg muscles like crazy these past few days. If any 4-legged monsters show up, I'll just slide tackle them. Amidst the chatter, Liu received his basic equipment. A black robe and a wooden staff appeared, accompanied by relevant information on the 10 Kings of Hell interface. Basic black robe, bronze quality. Type, armor. Effect, defense +2. Universal staff, bronze quality. Type, staff. Effect, intelligence +1, spell attack +2. For fairness, all equipment issued during assessments is the most basic bronze grade gear, representing the lowest tier in the ranking system. The Academy automatically classified Liu's profession as belonging to the magic school within the 5 major combat disciplines, hence issuing him a staff. Alongside this, the Academy also issued a tome containing new skills. Due to the nature of his class, Liu could only obtain the same skill as Shinjahu. Whether it would be useful was another matter entirely. Ghost Flame summons a ball of ghostly fire to throw at a target, dealing damage. Liu breathed a sigh of relief. At least it's usable. Though the King of Hell and Necromancers belonged to different schools, one Eastern, one Western, they shared common ground, allowing certain skills to be interchangeable. As he pondered this, the ancient tome of the 10 Kings of Hell stirred once more. Ghost Flame's skill has low compatibility with your profession. It will be enhanced to better suit the skills of a lord of the underworld. Underworld Fire Downpour summons a rain of fire upon a designated area, affecting a 5-meter radius for 5 seconds. Liu hadn't anticipated the ancient book possessed such enhancement capabilities. It seemed the book deemed Ghostfire unworthy of his stature. Ghostfire and Ghostfire Rain were absolutely not on the same level. As for how much power it would unleash, that could only be discovered by entering the secret realm. Ghostfire targets single units, while Fire Rain can handle masses of enemies. It's a true area of effect god tier skill. Just as Liu's heart swelled with delight, the true nature of the assessment's secret realm was finally revealed: the Exile's domain. The Exile realm? That question hasn't appeared in years. Didn't the instructor say it wouldn't be tested? Damn it, I didn't memorize a single thing. This is screwed up. I shouldn't have let that instructor randomly pick the key points back then. None of what he said was tested. What am I supposed to do now? This Exile's domain isn't just remote, it's incredibly complex too. There are 5 distinct zones inside, each inhabited by different factions. A massive map combined with high difficulty? It's like trapping mountain kids deep in the mountains. As the secret realm for the assessment materialized, wails of despair filled the air. The younger students, however, breathed sighs of relief, silently thanking their lucky stars. The instructors exchanged murmurs among themselves, their expressions darkening. They hadn't anticipated the higher-ups would assign such a convoluted secret realm. The assessment details appeared on the shared data panel. Examination site: Exile's domain. The exiled lands, comprising 5 major regions: Black Serpent's Lair, Venomous Bat Mountain, Cannibal Forest, Beastman Plains, and Thousand Corpses Graveyard. Assessment objectives: eliminate monsters and successfully reach the center of the exile lands. Scoring will be based on completion time and number of monsters slain, with the overall score determining the final result. Should any incidents occur during the assessment? Liu's profession revolved around ghostly entities, making the Thousand Corpses Graveyard the ideal choice for him. It shouldn't be too difficult. Yet he felt little joy, for the Exile's domain was the largest map ever featured in the assessment. He couldn't be certain he'd have the luck to land within the Thousand Corpses Graveyard. If he landed elsewhere, the effectiveness of his innate skill would be significantly diminished. Upon drawing this assessment, the instructors on stage couldn't help but hold their breath for everyone. Dean Wang Shihai cleared his throat, his voice turning stern and icy. You've witnessed the difficulty of this trial. Perils abound. Even with teammates by your side, do not act recklessly. In moments of crisis, remember to activate your teleportation belt. Silence fell over the crowd below the stage. Wang Shihai's voice wasn't loud, yet it felt suffocating. The examinees were already drenched in sweat, and some were even contemplating giving up. The scene within the spatial vortex grew increasingly clear. Ripples swirled rapidly, and the arena displayed the warning that the assessment was about to begin. Just as the group huddled together to discuss strategies and offer each other comfort, Liu stepped forward and entered the spatial vortex. Being alone, he bypassed the need for the belt's mutual connection, allowing him to proceed without hesitation. Entering early might allow him to encounter some low-level monsters to farm points and experience first, avoiding unnecessary internal conflict. Chapter 7, The Trial Begins. Holy crap, someone's already gone in. That guy looks familiar, isn't that Liu? The startled exclamation drew everyone's attention to Liu, and astonishment flashed through their minds. No one expected him to charge in solo like that, without a shred of hesitation. This guy's got guts. He really didn't find a team? He's a badass. Damn it, stop whining. If he can go alone, what the hell are we afraid of? Let's go. Exactly. We're a bunch of cowards compared to him. We'll be laughingstocks if word gets out. Let's just do it. With Liu leading the charge, teams began trickling into the secret realm one after another. He's so impulsive, Su Jiaojiao muttered, rubbing her ears red from being tugged. She puffed out her cheeks, gazing at the spot where Liu had vanished. You've got a crush on him, huh? Want your auntie to get his contact info for you? Auntie chuckled beside her. Su Jiaojiao's face froze, then flushed bright red as her words caught in her throat. Don't be ridiculous. I just think he's unique. He didn't form a team, so I felt a little sorry for him. After the group entered the secret realm, a massive screen appeared nearby. It recorded the secret realm's conditions both for monitoring assessments and handling dangers, and to let younger students experience it early, gaining valuable knowledge. Beyond the 18-year-old 5,000 scholars, over 10,000 other students were watching, meaning 10,000 people were tuning into the livestream. It's the Black Snake Cavern, one of the most dangerous zones in the exile lands. Who landed there? The soil in the footage was pitch black, and the constant rustling sounds emanating from the dark vegetation stretched everyone's nerves taut. All eyes instantly shifted to the scene. Su Jiaojiao's team, ranked second in age? They actually encountered the Black Snake Cave, which is as difficult as the Thousand Corpses Graveyard. Looks like bad luck. Shouldn't be too much trouble. Su Jiaojiao comes from a wealthy family. She practically grew up soaking in enhancement potions. Don't let her petite frame fool you, her stamina and physical prowess surpass any boy here. Still, she can't afford to be careless. Even with a team working together, the Black Snake Cave's success rate hovers around 60%. 60% might seem high at first glance, but the assessment is full of variables. Team coordination, mental resilience, and other factors constantly influence the outcome. One misstep could spell disaster. Across the entire young generation of Willow City, not a single team could claim absolute confidence in traversing the Black Snake Cave. Damn! Look, someone's entered the Thousand Corpses Graveyard, the hardest dungeon. While the crowd was still reeling from Su Jiajiao's team, another sudden, unexpected gasp erupted from the crowd, sending a collective shiver through everyone. When they snapped back to reality, they saw Liu staggering through the pitch-black secret realm, instantly becoming the focus of tens of thousands of eyes watching from the sidelines. Liu's mentor closed his eyes in anguish, his thigh pinched red by Xuefeng's grip. Xuefeng hadn't expected Liu's luck to be so wretched. Out of 5 possible regions, he'd landed in the most difficult Thousand Corpses Graveyard. Had he landed elsewhere and played it safe, he might still have a chance to pass the assessment. His results wouldn't be stellar, but at least he'd have a chance to climb the ranks. Now, though. Senior Liu? This is hilarious. Not only did he land alone, but he picked the toughest graveyard. Talk about having the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. Didn't he suppress Xinjiahu's Undead last time? It can't be that bad, right? Are you kidding? These have levels. Normally, a summoner's creatures aren't much higher than their own level, but the highest level creatures in the Thousand Corpses Graveyard are level 10. Even the basic mobs start at level 3. When they swarm together, they're deadly. That's why everyone's scrambling to team up. If Xinjiahu were at full strength, opening the Hellgate and leveling up gradually might give us a chance to clear it. But Liu probably couldn't suppress them. Didn't you see last time? Liu only summoned 2 ghosts. How could 2 ghosts possibly handle thousands of enemies? To everyone else, Liu charging into the Thousand Corpses tomb alone was a surefire way to get wiped out. He'd probably end up at the bottom of the pile. At that moment, Liu shook his head, finally snapping back to reality. Upon entering the secret realm, he had briefly fallen into a daze, momentarily transported to another world ablaze with green flames, teeming with countless hellish creatures. Despite the hideous and terrifying nature of these creatures, Liu felt no ordinary fear. He even found them strangely familiar. He had encountered all manner of terrifying creatures here, including the ox-headed and horse-faced demons and the skin-changing demon. Master. The painted skin ghosts call snapped Liu back to reality. Dressed in an ancient crimson robe within the underworld, she appeared all the more bewitching. Is this the legendary Underworld? Indeed. I arranged for you to see it, as you are the master of this place, the skin-changing demon replied with a faint smile. Every creature here, every inch of this realm, belongs to you. If I could summon every creature in the netherworld and detonate them, would I destroy the entire blue star? At these words, the ghost's ample bosom trembled slightly. Theoretically, yes. With the current high death toll on Earth and few souls available for reincarnation, if you wish to rule the world with billions of creatures, detonating blue star would be no problem. Liu's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes narrowing to pinpricks in astonishment. Since the demons descended, war has raged unceasingly. Summoning merely 1/5 of the netherworld's creatures could likely grant dominion over this world. Such terrifying power. If Liu were allowed to grow stronger, he would become Xia Nation's greatest external threat. With a flick of his finger, the gates of the underworld would swing wide, unleashing a nightly procession of 10,000 ghosts like a bizarre apocalypse descending upon the world. A single man could become an army, and there would be no countermeasure to be found. Of course, all this was yet to come. Having regained consciousness within the secret realm, Liu resolved to familiarize himself with his surroundings. He found himself somewhere within the Thousand Corpses Graveyard, where the earth was damp black soil, devoid of nearly all vegetation. Amidst the vast expanse of black earth, the eerie cawing of crows echoed intermittently. Through the mist, mounds of earth occasionally emerged, each bearing a crooked tombstone. Ghoul Common. Level 3. Health 150. Attack 9. As the 10 Kings of Hell's warning sounded, Liu indeed spotted a hunchbacked creature ahead, resembling a stooped old woman. However, its limbs were swollen, and its skin bore an eerie black hue. The surface of its skin was covered in clusters of protruding flesh lumps, indistinguishable from those of a toad. According to Liu's knowledge, monsters within the secret realm were categorized as common, elite, boss, and lord. Among these, lords represented the most powerful entities in a given area, suppressing all other tiers. Liu let out a wicked grin. This creature would be the perfect test subject for the true damage of his netherfire downpour. Fixing his gaze on the ghoul, Liu focused his mind. A ball of green flame ignited in his hand, illuminating the surrounding area. Chapter 8, Leveling Up. Unaware of the approaching danger, the ghoul remained utterly focused on digging up the grave. It hoisted a mummified, desiccated corpse, but before it could savor the flesh, a sudden green glow erupted overhead. Confused, it froze. Instantly, a torrent of fire rained down. The ghoul let out a hoarse scream, abandoning the corpse and scrambling frantically to escape the fiery downpour. By now, Liu could see the ghoul's health steadily declining, dropping to just 110 HP. Even though its area damage, the damage output is still impressive. It took away 30 health points in such a short time. If an ice mage appeared nearby to slow the ghoul, Liu was confident he could finish it off with a single fire rain. Several searing holes burned through the ghoul's flesh, and it immediately fixed its bloodshot eyes on Liu. The undead creature charged fiercely, yet Liu remained utterly unflustered. His innate skill, Sovereign's Privilege, provided a 50% cooldown reduction. He noted the next fire rain would be available in 10 seconds. Liu's enhanced skills still consumed the most primitive ghostfire points, and the base cost of such fundamental abilities was extremely low. As a result, Liu felt no physical or mental fatigue whatsoever. This skill is seriously broken, Liu couldn't help but mutter. He took a step back, timing his next fire rain release perfectly. The ghoul opposite him clearly hadn't anticipated Liu's swift action. Another green flash appeared above its head as a dense, scorching rain of fire suddenly pelted down. Having just taken damage, the ghoul's movement speed slowed slightly, and this barrage nearly ended its life. Liu thrust his wooden staff into the creature's body. The ghoul let out a howl before falling silent. Absorbed monster essence, gained 15 EXP. Without hesitation, Liu conjured a fireball and hurled it at another ghoul nearby. Soon, another wail echoed through the air. Relying on his high cooling resistance, he grew increasingly adept at unleashing his skills. Absorbed monster essence, gained 15 EXP. The monsters here appear sparsely and are fairly scattered. I can farm some points to get enhancement points and upgrade my stats. After slaying 3 ghouls in succession, Liu sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to level 2. Liu devised a more efficient strategy, summoning 3 ghost soldiers and a skin-changing demon. To conserve stamina and mental energy, he refrained from summoning the ox-headed and horse-faced demons. Master, what's wrong? We just met, why do you miss me already? The skin-changing ghost wore a seductive bunny girl outfit, her fluffy rabbit ears curled upward, cradling a carrot doll in her arms. Stop being so flirtatious. Give me something positive. Don't you like it? Want a dark-skinned one instead? Liu shot the painted skin ghost a withering glance and pointed at the 3 ghost soldiers. Take these 3 soldiers and eliminate any stray demons in the vicinity. Facing Liu's command, the 4 ghostly beings dared not resist. They charged off in different directions, quickly disappearing into the mist. The next moment, the monster's shrieks filled the air, echoing incessantly around him. Liu scrambled up a nearby tree with a grotesque, claw-like appearance. Resting his hands behind his head, he blissfully absorbed the experience points he'd gained. This cushy gig reaping rewards without lifting a finger was pure bliss. No wonder so many people dream of being the boss. Ghost Soldier slays a gray-laced netherfish. Experience gained, 15. Ghost Soldier killed a blackhand divine eagle. Experience increased by 15. The skin-changing ghost killed a ghoul. Experience increased by 15. The monster's screams echoed for a while before Liu let out a satisfied chuckle. He had finally reached level 2. With no effort required on his part, he was effectively gaining both experience and recovery simultaneously. After leveling up, Liu gained 5 enhancement points. Name, Liu. Class, King of Hell. Spell power, 6. Attack, 2. Defense, 2. Stamina, 4. Intelligence, 12. Agility, 1. Seeing the sudden addition of 5 enhancement points, Liu decided to pursue balanced development. Previously, with limited points, he could only allocate them to the most critical attributes. Now, with more options at last, he allocated 1 point to stamina, 1 to agility, 1 to defense, and 2 to intelligence. Stamina, 5. Intelligence, 14. Agility, 2. Defense, 3. Within the secret realm, bolstered by the magic of his wooden staff, Liu had no immediate plans to increase his spell damage. Instead, he chose to raise his agility by 1 point. Venturing deep into the secret realm alone, agility remained crucial. This wasn't some game world. In the early stages of his character development, Liu preferred to maintain balance. If his spell power was too high while his stamina was too low, a single reckless move could leave him utterly crippled. If a warrior's attack power and stamina were wildly mismatched, he might just punch himself to death. Liu exhaled deeply. As his mentor had taught, as the summoner's power grew, so too would their summoned creatures receive a corresponding boost. As for the exact extent of this enhancement, Liu remained uncertain. Had the wandering spirits been strengthened into fierce ghosts, or perhaps even elite wild ghosts? With this mindset, Liu summoned a group of wandering spirits. A chilling wind swept through, bringing a faint chill to the air. A squadron of wild ghosts, their faces hidden beneath long hair and coarse robes, obediently lined up in formation. Since becoming the King of Hell, he felt no fear toward these spectral beings. Their color has deepened considerably, and their strength has increased. The last time Liu summoned wandering spirits, they had appeared semi-transparent and listless. Their current state was markedly improved. Liu pulled a nearby tombstone and hurled it at the wandering spirits. They instinctively blocked the attack. A distinct claw mark gouged into the stone. Previously, these wandering spirits could only inflict mental harm, forcing targets to pick up stones and smash their own feet, for instance. Now, they had clearly solidified into physical form. 10 Kings of Hell, I wish to know the rules of summoning. As the words fell, an ancient book opened in the void, swiftly generating bold, vigorous characters. Current level, 2 summonable types, wandering ghosts, ghost soldiers. Characters, ox-headed and horse-faced demons, skin-changing ghost. Upon reaching level 5, one may summon fierce ghosts. As levels increase, the King of Hell can summon more diverse species and characters. From the manual, Liu grasped the basic rules. Simply put, the stronger his abilities, the more formidable the beings he could summon. Ghostly entities in the world fall into 2 major categories, those above the underworld, commonly referred to as wandering spirits, and ghosts. The second category resides beneath the underworld, including ghost soldiers. These are organized groups of wandering spirits, equipped with armor and nourished by Yin energy. Though the lowest ranking beings in the underworld, they can inflict tangible damage. The hierarchy of underworld beings is as follows: ghost soldiers, vicious ghosts, ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost emperors. Other ghostly entities include rakshasas, yakshas, and various spirits like Chimei and Wanliang. The variety of ghostly entities was vast and bizarre, and Liu had no intention of dissecting each one in detail at this moment. Putting aside further thought, he continued directing the ghostly creatures to clear the surrounding minor monsters. As his physical strength and intelligence increased, the number of ghostly beings he summoned grew steadily. Soon, he began searching the area around the graveyard. The sounds of hunting and absorbing experience echoed constantly in his ears, ceasing only after a full hour. For the surrounding ghouls had been utterly annihilated. Within hours of entering the secret realm, Liu had already reached level 5. Chapter 9, The Sword-Forging Ghost Couple. Level 5 already? As he pondered how to allocate his skill points, a squad of 30 stray ghosts returned in perfect formation before Liu. The aura emanating from these wandering spirits had undergone a qualitative change compared to before. Wandering Souls. Level 5 Tier 1. Attack 6, Stamina 3, Agility 15, Intelligence 0, Defense 3. No wonder so many people looked at me coldly when I awakened as a ghost officer. These wandering spirits are way too weak. Their stats aren't even on par with a level 3 character. Their only redeeming quality is their high agility. Liu's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Some warrior classes with better innate conditions start with higher stamina and defense than a level 5 lonely ghost. Suddenly, he understood why ghost officers had such short lifespans. A level 5 wandering ghost couldn't even defeat opponents below its own level, a complete piece of junk. Liu suddenly recalled his level was now sufficient to summon a new type of ghostly entity, a wrathful ghost. Liu formed seals with both hands. A blood-red aura gradually materialized in the air, and the shape of a crimson-robed wrathful ghost quickly took form. At that moment, the graveyard behind him stirred. A massive coffin beneath the earth shook violently, then burst through the soil. Boom! The lid of the ancient blood-red coffin shattered into pieces scattered across the ground. 2 corpses, one robust, one emaciated, simultaneously opened their hollow eyes. Strangely, there was no trace of blood in their pupils. Buried within the tomb were a husband and wife. The male corpse possessed a physique stronger than ordinary men, with dark blue-black skin and exceptionally powerful, well-developed arms. Beside him lay the woman, her complexion deathly pale. She wore an ornate purple robe, and though lifeless, she remained a delicate beauty. Sword-Forging Ghost Couple, a unique dual-entity ghost entity. Level 7. Stamina 20. Magic 15. Attack 18, Agility 3, Intelligence 3. Abilities: combines ranged in melee combat. The husband wields a greatsword to slash at close-range enemies, while his wife brandishes an elongated whip capable of inflicting spell damage on foes up to 10 meters away. Glancing at the stats, Liu nearly thought he was seeing things. The monster's attributes were utterly bizarre. Every profession and creature had its strengths, but for the sword-forging ghost couple's magic and attack stats to be nearly identical was clearly unreasonable. Could it be dual elemental mastery? That's quite rare. The ancient text of the 10 Kings of Hell stirred once more. Scarlet-robed Wraith. Level 6. Stamina 9. Intelligence 4. Agility 8, Defense 3, Magic 15, Attack 2. Skill: Shadow Wind Vortex. A sudden gust of dark wind slows nearby targets by 2 points and deals up to 10 points of damage. Perfect timing. Take a squad and capture that monster boss. Bring it to the underworld. Facing the monster boss, Liu showed little reaction. Though it was 4 levels higher than an ordinary ghoul, he didn't take it seriously. He turned to allocate his 15 enhanced points gained from leveling up. He allocated 5 points to stamina, 4 to magic, 2 to agility, 3 to intelligence, and 1 to defense. Cold White Beauty Ghost +1. Liu? Just then, a bound specter suddenly appeared at his feet. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the female half of the sword-smithing couple. Bound by her own whip, her skin was laced with deep, restrained marks of peculiar, almost ascetic beauty that held an unexpected allure. The allure of a young wife? Master, do you like it? The red-clad vengeful spirit tilted her head, staring blankly at Li Yu. The red-clad specter wasn't the brightest. She recalled meeting an ancient ghost surnamed Xiao long ago, who claimed men cherished nothing more than their wives. But only other men's wives. Roar! The swordsmith staggered to his feet, his body charred black from the explosion. The massive iron hammer in his hand gleamed with a sharp, metallic sheen. His posture radiated fury, radiating an overwhelming sense that he was about to reduce Li Yu to mincemeat at any moment. Hey, you can tag along with me. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Li Yu glanced at the ghostly woman on the ground, still radiating charm despite her age, and grabbed her up. He narrowed his eyes, sizing up the beautiful woman. Though petite, she was well endowed, especially her large breasts, which were dazzlingly prominent. If you refuse, I'll take your wife with me. She might enjoy experiencing Chow Chow's pleasures. As he spoke, Li Yu squinted and made lewd gestures, trying his best to appear as sleazy as possible. The ghostly creature opposite him wasn't particularly intelligent and failed to grasp Li Yu's meaning immediately. Sensing Li Yu's approach toward his wife, it instinctively grew furious. Li Yu grabbed the female ghost's face, his fingertips meeting an icy coldness as chilling as touching a rubber doll. Li Yu's feigned threat succeeded in terrifying the swordsmith. With his wife in another's grasp, he could only meekly descend into the underworld. Though he gained no new experience this time, he acquired a ghost creature capable of both physical and magical cultivation. If its stamina, defense, and agility could be enhanced, it would become a formidable pentagonal warrior in the future, making it well worth cultivating. After a brief rest, Li Yu pressed deeper into the Thousand Corpses graveyard. Less than 5 hours had passed since his arrival, yet his level had already risen to 5. If he wasn't rushing to clear the dungeon, breaking through to level 10 within 24 hours was entirely possible. He couldn't help but marvel having subordinates was truly advantageous. He could gain experience effortlessly without lifting a finger. While Li Yu relentlessly reaped experience, the outside world fell deathly silent, everyone frozen in stunned silence. Wasn't it said that a low-level ghost officer could only summon 2 or 3 ghostly minions? Then what was the deal with all those wandering spirits swarming around Li Yu? The crowd watching the live stream froze for a full 10 seconds. Hey, what's going on? Did he just subdue that demonic creature leader? That thing was level 7. Wouldn't anyone else be on high alert? He didn't even break a sweat and just walked off with the boss's wife? Haven't you noticed how ridiculously fast he's leveling up? Look at Shinjavu, that rare class player, he's only level 3, while Li Yu's already level 5. That's not right. Li Yu's actions were observed by Wang Shihai and several instructors. If he remembered correctly, the fastest leveling record in the province within 5 hours belonged to Zhao Yidao from the Great Xia Administration Bureau level 3 in 5 hours. And this record had been shattered in an obscure little town. Li Yu had broken through to level 5 in just 4 hours and accomplished the feat of slaying a boss. Leveling up was as easy as breathing. Truly, the new generation pushes aside the old, leaving them washed up on the shore. Wang Shihai leaned back in his wicker chair, feeling utterly satisfied. If Li Yu maintained this steady pace, the provincial top scholar title would undoubtedly be his. Not only would Jiangzhong Academy be preserved, but they might even absorb the West Campus. Just imagining the flushed, furious face of Li Lin from the West Campus brought Wang Shihai a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 10, Don't You Dare Whine at Me. After each level up, the player received a certain amount of recovery. Sudden level ups during even-tier battles often proved pivotal in turning the tide, a staple tactic of the Forced King strategy. But it was useless to Li Yu now. He hadn't even broken a sweat, so the recovery felt pointless. When the Ghost Infant appeared, he remained at full health. The Ghost Infant was a boss-level monster, discovered by a stray ghost spirit acting as their guide. 2 minutes later, Li Yu arrived beneath a towering, menacing black tree. The tree bore no leaves, its bare branches stark and charred-looking. Thin, elongated strands dangled from its branches. Li Yu stared intently and suddenly realized they weren't strands at all, but eerily stretched umbilical cords. The other ends of these umbilical cords were attached to pale, lifeless infant corpses. The dead babies, devoid of pupils, turned their heads in unison to stare at Li Yu. It was actually a ghost baby tree. Most people would have scared themselves silly at this sight, but Li Yu. You know, this entrance is actually pretty unique. Records of the 10 Kings of Hell, ghost infant spawn of a ghostly woman, a savage demonic creature of extremely low intelligence with a primal carnivorous instinct. Level 7. Stamina 14. Intelligence equivalent to approximately 1. Agility 13. Defense 15. Magic 1. Attack 3. Skill Wailing Demon Sound inflicts mental disruption on surrounding enemies, reducing their speed by 1 point and lowering their defense by 20%. These ghost infants dangling from the trees move with astonishing speed, outpacing even many naturally agile natural-born archers, and their defense has reached a troublesome 15 points. It's like facing 5 tanks with the agility of archers. Li Yu suddenly understood why everyone dreaded the Thousand Corpses graveyard before entering the secret realm, praying fervently to avoid ending up here. The mere appearance of this boss monster was enough to make one hesitate, let alone the lords lurking further ahead. Even a well-rounded team facing 5 thick-skinned ghost infants would have less than a 40% chance of success. If the test takers couldn't focus their fire and eliminate the ghost infants quickly, the infants would wear them down with their high movement speed and defense, proving to be an exceptionally troublesome foe. You can't fight them effectively, and you can't outrun them. It's an exceptionally torturous ordeal. Truly the most challenging area in the exile zone, it certainly has its tricks. While the live stream audience watched Liu with eager anticipation, waiting for him to fail, his own expression remained utterly serene. His eyes were as still as an ancient well, revealing no trace of negativity. Liu possessed a primordial skill called Bloodline Suppression. His physical form was immune to negative effects from ghostly entities and unaffected by magnetic fields. He gained a 50% inherent bonus against ghostly foes, increased attack, movement speed, defense, etc. His attacks ignored the armor of ghostly creatures. The ghost infant, which left others helpless, was nothing more than a whiny brat to him. Whether it could break through the ghost entity's protection was another matter entirely. Crucially, Liu's cooldowns were exceptionally fast, and casting Fire Rain required minimal resource expenditure. Without hesitation, he initiated the assault. A flash of light erupted from his hand, hurling a ball of green flame toward the base of a tree. Within the area, a mystical array of runes blossomed. With a thunderous roar, ghostly flames rained down like a violent storm. As Liu unleashed his skill, agile wandering spirits shot out like arrows, their lower halves so ethereal they nearly dissolved into streaks of light. The ghost infants initially dismissed the fire rain's damage until they realized every single one of them was now directly affected. They never imagined this seemingly ordinary rain could deal such devastating damage. How had they suddenly become so fragile? The ghost infants bit through their umbilical cords, landing on all fours as they scrambled to flee the fiery storm. But the moment they touched the ground, they were surrounded by wandering spirits. Enraged by the ghostly flames, one ghost infant opened its gaping maw and lunged at the nearest wild spirit. Boom! The infant's features contorted in agony as its once intact mouth was instantly blown to pieces. Now, its abdomen grew scorching hot. Another explosion erupted as the ghost infant, under the influence of hell's explosive blaze, was forced to detonate in a half-meter radius blast. Dropped, shattered ghost infant skin. Liu thought to himself, dropped gear? But what the hell is this ghost infant skin? He didn't bother to think about it. Killing these little bastards came first. He grabbed his bronze-grade wooden staff and joined the fray. Fire rained down from above, while exploding ghosts littered the ground. Inside, the ghost infants had long since descended into utter chaos. Liu positioned himself at the outer edge of the fire circle. Whenever a ghost infant crawled out, he would smash it in the head. One blow, one kill. Drop, shattered ghost infant skin. Drop, shattered ghost infant skin. Drop, shattered ghost infant skin. Soon, only one ghost infant remained amidst the fiery downpour. Its skin charred black, the ghost infant crouched on all fours, eyes fixed warily on Liu. Its limbs trembled involuntarily. The level 7 boss trembled in fear before level 5 Liu, its aura completely shattered. The ghost infant suddenly lowered its head. Its densely packed teeth clattered together, emitting an eerie, grating sound that spread like a virus. The screeching wouldn't stop. Liu could already see shockwaves rippling out like waves. Wailing demon sound inflicts mental disruption on surrounding enemies, reducing their speed by 1 point and lowering their defense by 20%. The vibrations grew increasingly high-pitched. Nearby low-level wandering spirits clutched their heads in agony, instinctively retreating from the source of the sound. Even entities like ghostly creatures were affected by the ghost infant's power, a testament to its formidable strength. If 5 ghostly creatures each unleashed wailing demon sound, it could likely affect a party of dozens, or even hundreds. A veritable Thanos-level challenge. But its opponent was Liu, the Lord of the Underworld, the ruler of the entire Netherworld, whose bloodline held an innate suppression over every ghostly entity. After wailing for a moment, the ghost infant's mouth twitched. With a look of smug satisfaction, it lifted its head. The air suddenly grew hot and thick. The expected scene of Liu writhing in agony on the ground never materialized. Instead, he stood there, tilting his head slightly, idly twirling a wooden staff in his hand. Stop whining. The ghost infant's face froze in utter bewilderment. Before it could recover from its shock, darkness suddenly engulfed its eyes. Without any frills, Liu delivered a series of sharp blows. While Liu absorbed the demon's experience, the live stream audience erupted in chaos. Is this even possible? Look at this. A level 5 mage chasing down 5 level 7 bosses? And he's not even scratched? I knew he was a rare class back when he awakened, even more powerful than Shinjahu. The instruments just couldn't register it. What kind of ghostly enforcer plays like this? Wait, isn't that the mind-distorting wailing demon sound from the books? How is he unaffected? This defies logic. I need to go catch up on sleep, my brain can't process this. Add 1. Wish I hadn't studied tonight. Chapter 11, Ghost Infant Skin. Within the Secret Realm. Liu examined the fallen ghost infant skin with curiosity. Despite enduring 2 explosions, one external and one internal, a portion of the ghost infant's skin remained intact, revealing just how resilient it truly was. What is this? What purpose does it serve? Li Yu's voice echoed briefly in the underworld before the secret realm's footage was transmitted back. Nyo Tuma Mian and the skin-changing ghost began examining it closely. Master, this is ghost infant skin. Killing a ghost infant grants a chance to obtain it. This skin is precisely why ghost infants possess such high defense. It can. Before Oxhead could finish, Horseface shoved him aside and eagerly piped up, I know. It can be synthesized into ghost infant skin soft armor to boost defense. Using that thing's skin for soft armor? That's just disgusting. Li Yu's brows knitted together, and he couldn't help but hiss. The ghost infant's appearance was human-like, making it feel like wearing a layer of human skin. The skin of the last ghost infant was still attached to bones. If he had to cut it off, Li Yu feared he'd vomit up everything he'd eaten. Ugh, forget it. I can't handle this. Li Yu brushed dust off his hands, preparing to leave. Master, wait. Won't you reconsider? Oxhead's voice was urgent. No, it's disgusting. This soft armor grants 8 points of defense and can be reinforced with additional materials. Li Yu's retreating steps halted. Really? Absolutely true. With the right materials, breaking through 10 defense points is no problem. Dropped, ghost infant skin. Li Yu's face lit up with excitement as he sliced off the ghost infant's skin, then happily stowed it in his backpack. Whether it was disgusting or not didn't matter, he mainly feared the skin catching a chill outside. In the underworld, Horseface shot Bullhead a displeased glare before pulling out a box of fragrant body lotion. He scooped out a dollop and smoothed it onto her snow-white, perfectly straight thigh, making her jade-like legs glow even brighter. I really don't know why that ghost is in such a hurry. So eager to show off herself. Young people these days all love long legs, love skin that glows white. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Put. Nyo too straightened his posture, his chest puffing out proudly. Nonsense. They clearly prefer big ones. Painted skin, sis, whip me up some papaya. Faced with these 2 senior leaders, the painted skin ghost could only nod obediently. What good is eating so much? I've got delicate, pink feet, got any of those? Stop barking like a dog. Once the master's psychic power rises and the summoning burden lessens, we'll see who's popular. The Minotaur shot back immediately. On the way to the Thousand Corpses Graveyard Lord, Li Yu slayed an elite ghoul. The experience gained wasn't as high as a boss's, but it dropped a magic crystal. Magic crystals were rare drops that could amplify a ghost's power. Without hesitation, Li Yu embedded the crystal into the head of his wooden staff. Ghoul staff, bronze quality. Spell power +3. Attacks have a chance to grant an additional 2 points of spell power. Though its quality was comparable to an ordinary wooden staff, it offered a higher ceiling. Li Yu decisively replaced his most basic wooden staff with it. 5 minutes later, Li Yu's group arrived in force at an old hospital. The moonlight was cold and ghostly white, casting a frosty glow over the ground that added to the eerie chill of the dilapidated old hospital. The hospital wasn't large, resembling the Western-style architecture Li Yu remembered, with large red graffiti crosses splattered across its walls. Sensing the fear emanating from the surrounding creatures, Li Yu surmised this was almost certainly the domain of the Thousand Corpses Graveyard's overlord. Under cover of night, Li Yu lit a ghostly flame in her hand. To avoid alerting the Lord prematurely, she temporarily dismissed the wandering spirits, keeping only 4 red-robed specters by her side. After climbing the mottled, blackened staircase for some time, she finally reached the 5th floor, which hadn't been sealed off. The iron door at the end of the 5th floor corridor stood ajar. Pushing it open produced a grating sound like fingernails scraping tile or perhaps the wail of a ghost. The corridor floor was littered with fallen plaster, and the wails of a ghostly infant echoed continuously. Li Yu once again muffled his footsteps and quickly located the source of the sound, a dilapidated operating room. Peering inside, he saw a massive woman at least 300 pounds perched on a collapsed white bed. Her striped hospital gown was stretched to the breaking point. Most horrifying of all, a gaping hole in her abdomen continuously gave birth to ghost babies. A ghost mother. The strongest entity in the Thousand Corpses Graveyard was actually a ghost mother. Most people would approach a lord-level monster in a secret realm with extreme caution, discussing countermeasures with their teammates. But Li Yu was no ordinary person. After a full 3 seconds of contemplation, he kicked the door wide open. You call yourself the ghost mother? Wraiths, beat her to a pulp. The Lord within visibly trembled, clearly unprepared for such direct aggression and attack the moment one entered. At Li Yu's command, 4 crimson figures shot forward. Pale, emaciated hands extended with a sharp snap, black claws extending from their fingers. The ghost mother froze for a second before scrambling to her feet, her bulky body dragging along the floor. Her greasy, large hands plunged into her abdomen, grabbing several ghost infants and flinging them out. The blood-soaked ghost infants landed on all fours, the thin membranes over their eyes still intact. Dealing with the ghost mother wasn't particularly difficult. A level 10 lord and a second-tier skin-changing ghost were more than sufficient to handle her. However, summoning a skin-changing ghost consumed significant resources, and the creature required rest afterward. Thus, Liu opted to use wraiths and wandering souls to deal with the Ghost Mother. To Liu, who had just awakened the King of Hell class, this trial was nothing more than child's play. Besides, with so many ghost infants, dealing with them would consume considerable time even for a skin-changing ghost. Within the maternity ward, the Ghost Mother suddenly let out a piercing scream. Grave mounds within a 10-mile radius all stirred in response. Demonic creatures burst from their coffins, covered in mud and filth. In an instant, countless monstrous beings began converging on the hospital. Liu observed the infant care unit's equipment shatter violently. Inside, over 30 level 7 ghost infants were being raised. A single mass grave containing over 30 level 7 leaders. This absurdly high number sent chills down the spines of those watching the livestream. The scene was nothing short of apocalyptic for the examinees. Mentor Liu's eyes blazed crimson, his face flushed with fury. Forgetting his composure, he roared at the chief examiner, "Didn't you check for such a massive flaw? Can the candidates possibly handle this many level 7 monsters?" The chief examiner scratched his head awkwardly, his tone tinged with guilt. "This secret realm is ancient and rarely visited. We have no idea why it's been enhanced to this extent." He shot a pleading glance toward Dean Wang, whose face was now as dark as charcoal. Wang Shihai was equally furious with the chief examiner. "This is a colossal oversight. I will report you to higher authorities." Wang Shihai had just glimpsed Liu's potential and thought there might be hope for passing the Thousand Corpses graveyard. Now, faced with so many level 7 monsters, even that last shred of hope vanished. "If I didn't have to uphold the school's reputation, I'd curse you out worse than anyone," Wang Shihai snorted angrily, turning to leave. But as he took his first step, the scene within the secret realm shifted once more. Chapter 12, The Trial Ends. Within the secret realm, Liu unleashed a swarm of wandering spirits that swarmed into the room. He locked the main door tight, while ghostly flames covered the walls in a layer of scorching heat, turning the entire surface green. Not satisfied, Liu repeatedly cast the Underworld Fire Downpour skill. The stacked fire damage elevated both the intensity and temperature of the fiery rain to unprecedented levels. Within mere breaths, the sturdy iron door glowed iron red. As the local overlord, the Ghost Mother commanded nearby demons. With their sheer numbers, they were difficult to handle quickly, especially since she could continuously spawn more. The best strategy now was to strike at the heart of the threat. A method to conserve energy, clear the dungeon swiftly, and eliminate the Ghost Mother was right before him. Liu knew that relying solely on the feeble attacks of stray ghosts and wild spirits to defeat the Ghost Mother would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. However, they all possessed explosive properties. The effects of Hellfire Blast would trigger another explosion upon killing the ghost infants. In a confined space, the cumulative damage from a chain reaction of explosions was formidable. With frequent detonations, the quantitative effect would reach a qualitative breakthrough. After sealing the exit with flames, Liu charged downstairs without looking back. As he descended, the tremors in the stairwell grew more pronounced, dust raining down in thick sheets from above. Before the Ghost Mother, stray spirits were utterly fragile. A single grab could slay them, triggering an explosion. Blowing up this crumbling building would likely take only minutes. As the stairwell shook more violently, Liu realized he had been too conservative. 1 minute would be more than enough. Thud. Thud thud thud. Amidst a series of dull thuds, the Lord's lair shattered. Collapsed hospital debris and lime dust surged outward like a tidal wave, blanketing the entire world in a haze. Slay the Ghost Mother, level up to level 6. Gained 5 enhancement points. Finally dead. Liu wiped the sweat from his brow. As he surveyed his surroundings, the monsters scattered in terror. With their leader slain by Liu, the demonic creatures now viewed him as no different from the plague god. Even with the blessings of the Ghost and King of Hell classes, navigating the Thousand Corpses graveyard had left Liu drenched in sweat. If an ordinary student had encountered the Ghost Mother, they'd be dead meat, Liu mused as he followed the final path toward the central teleportation gate. Slaying a local overlord imbued him with its unique aura, which exerted a suppressing effect on ordinary monsters. The moment the Ghost Mother fell, Liu's fate became inextricably linked to clearing the dungeon. En route to the portal, Liu opened the 10 Courts of Hell ancient book. Liu. Current level, 6. Class, King of Hell hidden class. Stamina, 10. Intelligence, 17. Magic, 10 defense, 4. Agility, 4 attack, 2. Liu possesses above-average stamina and intelligence, allowing him to expend less energy on summoning than most. While his spell attacks lack the extreme potency of an archmage, they are consistently reliable. His primary damage sources currently are summon specters, specter explosions, and the netherfire downpour. Thanks to its short cooldown, he can cast Rain of Fire frequently. Yet this alone is insufficient, prompting Liu to consider purchasing new skill stones. He chose to allocate points to 2 skills. Hellfire Explosion, Epic Low Tier. Effect: each enemy kill triggers a self-detonation, dealing area damage. Each ghost creature death triggers 1 detonation, dealing area damage. Skill level, Tier 1, Novice. No additional effects like burning or bleeding. Current explosion radius, 50 centimeters centered on the deceased entity. After investing 1 point, the explosion radius increased to 1 meter. The damage range increased by half, and Liu was quite satisfied with this effect, as it could now harm more enemies. Shroud of Eternal Flames. Level, Low Tier Commoner. Inflicts a 5-meter radius rain of fire upon a designated area, lasting 5 seconds. This fire rain is an enhanced version of the Academy's basic skill Ghostfire. It consumes very little mana and has a fast cooldown, making it a solid beginner skill. Its downside is its low ceiling. It simply cannot compete with higher tier skills and may eventually fall into disuse. However, at the current stage, Sudden Shower of Netherfire serves a significant purpose, warranting an investment of 2 points. New effect, inflicts an additional 1% bleeding effect. New effect, accelerates the descent speed of the fire rain. Liu allocated his final 2 points to spell and agility. The live broadcast in the academic building continued, and soon Liu's information appeared in the sidebar. Candidate number 22, Liu, has completed the assessment. Time taken, 6 hours 59 minutes. Current ranking, first. Over 10,000 people held their breath, staring intently at the striking number. 6 hours and 59 minutes. The announcement left every spectator in attendance speechless. After a moment of stunned silence, gasps erupted from the crowd. Many couldn't believe their eyes, rubbing their eyes in disbelief and shuddering involuntarily. Wait, it ended like that? 7 hours? For such a high difficulty level, shouldn't it take a day or two? This is insane. Taking down the final boss was like child's play. That was a level 10 boss, yet it made such a grand entrance only to be crushed by a squad of red-robed ghosts and a squad of wandering spirits. Total annihilation. Awesome. All those seniors looked down on Liu, but he proved them wrong. I can already picture their faces when they find out priceless. Ha ha ha. Before the assessment, Shinjiahu even taunted Senior Li. Now he's getting his ass kicked. Senior Li is my absolute idol. Does anyone have Senior Li's contact info? Send it my way. Wonder if he's into guys. Class advisor Shinmei stood awkwardly by, her face turning liver-colored with rage at the students' blatant favoritism and sniping. Her son was in a rare profession, yet why was he so far behind Liu? Why was he constantly overshadowed by him? She couldn't fathom it. Holy crap! Mentor Xiafeng nearly leapt from his seat before covering his mouth in alarm. Less than 7 hours? Did we break the record? Did we break the record? The instructors' faces lit up with smiles, radiating unprecedented excitement. I recall the previous record was 10 hours flat. He beat it by 3 hours. It's settled. Everything's settled. Jiangzhong Academy is about to produce a major figure. Ha ha ha. How will the West Campus compete with us then? Once we absorb them, we'll definitely move up a tier and secure more resources. Several mentors embraced each other in excitement, abandoning all concern for appearances and completely forgetting the countless students watching below. The perpetually sour-faced owner of the Mediterranean-style restaurant now shook his beer belly wildly on stage, dancing a belly dance. His staid black glasses had flown off somewhere in the frenzy. Dean Wang beside him dialed a number. Hello? Hello? Is this Li Lin from the West Campus? What do you want? What? Is that how you talk to your future Dean Daddy? You're expelled. Chapter 13, All Eyes on Him. ZZZZZZ. As the crowd was engrossed in heated discussion, the portal to the secret realm emitted a series of crackling electrical sounds. Within the vortex, a tall, upright figure grew increasingly distinct. Seconds later, Liu materialized on the clearing. The staff in his hand had transformed into the ghoul staff, and traces of hospital dust clung to his clothing. Other than that, Liu looked much the same as usual, unscathed and radiant with vitality. The moment he stepped out, Liu sensed the unusual gazes around him. The next second, his chest was suddenly bumped. Looking down, he found himself holding a bouquet of flowers with a card tucked inside. The fresh-faced junior bowed her head, her cheeks flushed like ripe tomatoes. Senior Liu, this is for you. Please consider dating me. The sudden, passionate confession left Liu's mind blank. The freshman was indeed lovely, but he barely knew her. Before Liu could respond, the girl's cheeks flushed deeper. She stood on tiptoe and planted a light kiss on his cheek, like a dragonfly skimming water, then vanished swiftly into the crowd. Senior Liu, you know I can't resist outstanding people. Senior Liu, maybe you could consider me too? Senior, you're like an idol. Could you give me an autograph? Senior Liu, don't be so rigid about gender. Would a guy work? Liu stood frozen for a moment, glancing around before realizing he was the first student to emerge far beyond his expectations. He tilted his head to glance at the live stream data and suddenly remembered the entire event was being broadcast. Stealing someone's wife, chasing away children, bombing hospitals. A series of scenes flashed through his mind, especially the footage glorifying Cao Cao's legacy, leaving him utterly mortified. Meanwhile, everyone else had caught on. Liu's profession was definitely not some useless ghost cop, but a class even rarer and more powerful than Shinjiahu's. I knew you could do it. With such outstanding results, the Guard Bureau and the Advanced Academy will be fighting over you. This makes me proud. Remember to spread the word for me when you go out. Mentor Xiafeng gave Li Yu a hearty slap on the shoulder, his booming laughter echoing around the room. His chest puffed out proudly as he swept his gaze over the assembled instructors. See that? My students' achievements? I had a hand in that. If you're weak, practice harder. If this were any other day, the instructors who usually didn't get along would have fired off a few snide remarks. But today, they were completely quiet. Li Yu's results were undeniably formidable. Even nationally, they were exceptionally impressive. They admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Dean Wang approached with a beaming smile. Li Yu, you've truly brought honor to our school. Come. Share a few words with everyone, discuss your assessment insights so your juniors can learn from you. Well. Li Yu cleared his throat awkwardly. It was all just luck. Pure luck, nothing more. Such modesty, Wang Shihai remarked, sensing Li Yu wasn't inclined to elaborate. Dean, it'll be a while before the final results are out. I'd like to go home during this time. Wang Shihai's smile instantly froze. After a dozen seconds of silence, he replied, alright, but you must prioritize your safety. Do not leave the city, and avoid the outskirts. No problem. I won't go anywhere outside. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Yu slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped onto suburban soil. Towering city walls encircled the urban area, patrolled constantly by armed forces. At night, searchlights swept the streets, and helicopters occasionally circled overhead. These measures were taken to guard against monster invasions. The outskirts and distant areas beyond the city walls were known haunts of monsters. To protect the populace, people generally avoided venturing outside the city. Yet the outskirts teemed with people, 80% of them professionals. One group engaged in official military combat training, while another comprised mercenary companies hunting monsters to level up and gather materials. This activity had even spawned small settlements and towns outside the city walls. Suburban resources are generally plentiful, though the risks are considerable. Li Yu needed to head to Sunset Town, a settlement in the outskirts. Sunset Town housed some of the more renowned shops in the area, selling items like skill stones. Compared to the city, goods in the outskirts are cheaper, but the sources aren't entirely clean. As Li Yu headed toward Greenwood, the teleportation array at Jiangzhong Academy began to stir. Xinjiahu narrowed his eyes slightly, striking what he considered an incredibly cool pose at the teleportation portal. Hands in his pockets, he blew a breath toward his bangs, a gesture that looked incredibly sleazy to outsiders. Don't fall for me, I'm just a legend. The imagined screams and shrieks of adoring fans never materialized. Noticing the silence around him, Xinjiahu opened his eyes in confusion, finding few gazes lingering on him. Upon seeing his pose, all eyes shifted to him with expressions that clearly said, "Look at this fool." Xinjiahu's performance was actually quite impressive, but it paled in comparison to Li Yu's achievements. After all, Li Yu had completed the challenge 4 hours faster than Xinjiahu. Xinjiahu looked questioningly at his mother, Xin Mei, in the crowd and scratched his head. What's going on? Why is everyone so quiet? That kid Li Yu must have been eliminated early. Where is he? At that moment, Xinjiahu had already imagined 100 ways to mock Li Yu. He'd gone into the 1,000 corpses graveyard alone. He was absolutely doomed. He hasn't been eliminated. Xinjiahu froze. Mom, when did you start joking around? He's a mage with no team protection, how could he possibly clear it? Mom, you must be seeing things. If he clears it, I'll eat on my livestream. The words had barely left his mouth when his peripheral vision caught the giant screen. His face instantly turned the color of liver. Level 6. Xinjiahu felt his soul being slowly ripped from his body. He stood frozen in place. His lips trembled uncontrollably. No, the machine must be malfunctioning. Level 6? Impossible. I'm barely level 3 approaching 4. How could he? Damn it, did he pull some trick? Bribe the examiner? Recalling everyone's calm expressions just moments ago, Xinjiahu felt like a complete fool. The team his mom had assembled for him, combined with his rare elite class, should have crushed the competition. Not only did he fail to take first place, but he was left trailing by 3 hours. His pride evaporated completely. He felt utterly humiliated and pathetic. His mother, Xin Mei, sighed deeply. Even though she usually disliked Li Yu, she couldn't help but admire his abilities at this moment. Su Jiaojiao's team appeared alongside them, and seeing Li Yu's results had similarly caused quite a stir. Unlike Xinjiahu's gnashing teeth, Su Jiaojiao froze for a moment before bursting into excitement. She then turned to Xinjiahu with a mischievous grin. Hee, Xinjiahu, we heard everything you said earlier. When's the live stream? I'll shower you with rockets then. Xinjiahu stood nearby, head bowed, his face as sour as a stone in a cesspool. Chapter 14, New Skills. Outskirts, Sunset Town. Sunset Town sat atop a green, grassy plain, with distant forests and mountains creating a picturesque landscape and fresh air. The town bustled with activity, its population largely comprised of mercenaries seeking adventure and merchants conducting trade. Most faces in town were familiar, so Li Yu's unfamiliar appearance drew quite a few curious glances. He paid it no mind, following directions from passers-by to enter Grandpa Songji's shop. The shop's ground floor sold weapons and armor, a fairly comprehensive selection including plate armor, round shields, wands, and greatswords. The second floor was where skill stones were sold. Grandpa Songji was absent, and his granddaughter Hannah was minding the shop. Hannah wore pink and black headphones, stood just over 5 feet tall, and sported a form-fitting combat suit in shades of blue, black, and white. Her sleek black hair was pulled back into a single ponytail, giving her a sweet, innocent look as she blew pink bubblegum bubbles. "Hello, what skill stones do you need?" "Let me see," Liu smiled and nodded, walking up to Hannah. After inquiring about Liu's class, Hannah pulled out several wooden boxes containing the latest skill stones to arrive at the shop. This is Vine Entangle causes the ground beneath the target to crack open, sprouting thorny vines that deal damage while applying a slow effect. Blood Armor slowly drains 30% of your stamina to gain armor equal to 40% of your current health. 12-hour cooldown. Frostfall creates a skill circle. After 2 seconds, it freezes enemies within, immobilizing them for 2 seconds. Damage equals 100% of the caster's spell damage. Double Boomerang throws 2 boomerangs in a specified direction. They vanish upon return, restoring 1 point of stamina. The return point follows the caster's movement, capable of dealing up to 4 instances of damage. After finishing her introduction, Hannah turned her gaze toward Liu, awaiting his response. Liu frowned slightly. To be honest, he wasn't particularly satisfied with these skill stones. Having come this far, Liu didn't intend to leave empty-handed. He pocketed the blood armor and the twin bolt boomerangs. Both were civilian-grade quality, though superior to the Academy-issued gear, falling into the mid-tier civilian category. The 2 skill stones cost 10,000 currency. The price wasn't cheap, but fortunately, Liu had received a 100,000 currency reward from the Academy upon his awakening. Liu swiped his card without hesitation, not even haggling over the price. This instantly caught Hannah's attention. He looked like a student, yet he could pull out 10,000 currency in one go without batting an eye. Hannah quickly realized something. Her red lips parted as she said, "Earlier, I noticed you seemed unsatisfied with these items. I actually have a rare awakening stone in my possession. I was wondering if you could do me a favor." "Go ahead." "My grandfather's white python went missing. Passers-by spotted it near the foothills of Greenview Mountain. Could you help retrieve it? If you can't find it, please cut off its head to prevent it from harming others." The reward's decent. I'll take it." Liu stowed the 2 awakening stones in his backpack, quickly ate a light meal, and set off for Greenview Mountain. It was just past 6 in the evening. Nightfall came late in Lucheng, so it was still considered dusk. The horizon glowed crimson, while the ground was bathed in golden light, creating a soothing sight. On the dirt road leading to Greenview Mountain, Liu used his mental energy to read the contents of the 2 skill stones. The mental energy expenditure was moderate, and Liu felt no significant fatigue. Mental energy correlates with intelligence. The higher one's intellect, the more developed their brain, and the greater their mental capacity. Having consistently allocated points to intelligence, Liu's mental energy was currently stable and sufficient. Ancient Book of the 10 Kings of Hell, please enhance my skills. The ancient tome with its black cover unfolded in the void, its pages turning rapidly. Detecting low compatibility between skill and King of Hell status. Enhancement in progress. Thorned Blood Armor consumes 30% stamina to gain 40% armor and inflict 10% of the attacker's damage as counter damage. When the armor shatters, grants 2 agility for 5 seconds. Slaughtering Spiral summons 2 ghost-slaying blades for melee or ranged combat. Melee mode lasts 30 seconds. Ranged throws deal 4 waves of damage. Blades remain active for 5 seconds upon recall. Restores 1 stamina point upon disappearance. Liu nodded with satisfaction. The ghost-slaying axes were tools used in the Underworld for executing death sentences or chopping down sinful spirits, symbolizing the harsh punishments of the Netherworld. Their force and weight far surpassed boomerangs in both range and damage. Truly an all-around superiority. The Thorned Blood Armor also proved effective, adding a damage reflection effect to its base properties and granting a final 2 points of acceleration. When facing formidable foes, the armor's dissipation allowed for swift disengagement from combat, potentially even saving one's life in critical moments. 1 hour later, Liu arrived at the foot of Emerald Mountain. According to Hannah's description, the white python was a level 5 creature with characteristics similar to a warrior. Its agility and intelligence were average, making it relatively easy to handle. Qingsui Mountain teemed with monsters, most around level 2. Nothing couldn't be solved with 1 swing of his axe. If it could, then 2 swings would do the trick. Half an hour later, Liu's body was already shrouded in a thick aura of blood energy. The axe's blade glowed crimson, droplets of blood forming a continuous thread as they fell onto the grass. A faint sense of breakthrough stirred within him. If I encounter a few more, I should be able to level up. Just as Liu muttered to himself, a wave of blood aura drifted out from the woods beside him, accompanied by the crisp clang of metal striking metal. His gaze sharpened as a flash of white caught his attention. "Found you." In 3 strides, Liu parted the undergrowth, his eyes immediately locking onto the python. Its body was covered in white scales, and at first glance, it appeared nearly 10 meters long. Its thick waist was as large as a decades-old tree trunk, and when it reared up, the sight was terrifying. Soon, Liu located the source of the hammering. Surprisingly, a small, fully equipped squad was surrounded by the white serpent. The squad had expended considerable energy. Members were drenched in sweat, struggling to fend off the python's relentless attacks. The round shields were dented and cracked from the impact of the snake's scales, on the verge of breaking. Approaching closer, he saw a 4-person party, 1 male and 3 female members. Their roles were a shield bearer, a warrior, a mage, and a support. Though lacking an archer, short on range, and somewhat lacking in flexibility, it was still a formidable combination. They were likely here to gain combat experience and gather materials, but unexpectedly encountered a level 5 python monster. A level 3 team facing a level 5 monster, compounded by the mage fighting while injured, had reduced their overall damage output by a significant margin. Liu shrugged. The squad was truly unlucky, running straight into a fleeing white-scaled python. "Hey, buddy, give us a hand." The shield bearer spotted Liu first. Watching him casually chewing on a blade of grass while observing the chaos, the shield bearer looked anxious. "Sorry, not interested. I can fight, but it's unnecessary." Liu pretended to walk away, his eyes darting toward the backpack behind the support player. "Hold on, buddy. Let's talk this out. We don't want to lose limbs just to survive. Name your terms." Liu's lips twitched in satisfaction as he calmly held up 2 fingers. 2,000, right? We'll pay. We'll pay. 2 vials of enhancement potion. Chapter 15, 1 move to subdue the enemy. 2 vials of enhancement serum. The words froze several members of the squad for a moment. Liu dropped all pretense and demanded an exorbitant price outright. Enhancers were extremely rare outside the facility and highly sought after on the market, selling out the moment they became available. Liu's demand for 2 vials naturally startled the others. After a moment of silence, the team reluctantly nodded in agreement. The shield bearer's tone shifted noticeably, tinged with gritted teeth. "Fine. I'll agree to it. 2 vials it is." His comrade's life was far more important than 2 vials of enhancement serum. "Deal." Energy ripples erupted from Liu's hands, materializing 2 sharp short axes in his grasp. The crimson bloodstains hadn't faded yet, emitting a faint, blood-curdling aura that sent chills down the spine. The next instant, the axes shot from his hands like spinning tops, splitting into 2 as they sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The silver flashes were too swift to follow, leaving only blurred afterimages. Sensing the wind pressure behind it, the great serpent twisted its body swiftly. Dodging the first axe, it could only reactively raise its tail to swat at the second. Scratch! Accompanied by an ear-piercing screech, a vivid crimson bloom erupted midair. The 4 men froze in place as shattered snake scales rained down like a hailstorm, forcing them to scramble for cover. 1 strike. Just 1 strike. They never imagined that the impossibly hard serpent tail could be severed by a single swing of the great axe. The green ground was stained crimson by blood, and the severed tail continued to thrash violently. The great serpent let out agonized hisses as its massive body twisted in bizarre convulsions. Liu tossed his axe and advanced steadily. The aura emanating from him was a potent blend of bloodlust and killing intent. Though his face remained expressionless, the overwhelming pressure he radiated made the serpent gasp for breath. The serpent's eyes blazed crimson as it rose angrily, only to collapse instantly seconds later. Sensing the squad's approach, the serpent fled in disarray, heedless of the blood trickling from its wounds. Liu made no move to pursue. The wounded serpent couldn't travel far, they could simply follow the trail of blood to find it later. With the danger averted, the team members collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The scene from moments ago still sent shivers down their spines. "Phew, finally done. Thought we were going to die here today. What was your thinking, bringing us to this godforsaken place? You practically wanted us dead." The female warrior in the group complained bitterly to the shield bearer. The shield bearer's face darkened. Not only had he failed to protect his sister, but he'd nearly lost his own life in the process. I don't know either. This place is mostly filled with level 2 and level 3 monsters. Why did a level 5 giant snake suddenly appear? Next time, team up with Brother Wang. You're way too unreliable. Liu chuckled inwardly. If you don't have the skills, don't drag girls into this. Going in without assessing your own strength only torments the girls and your teammates. If teammates end up taking the blame afterward, the scene would be absolutely priceless. Here, your potions. The support was a mushroom-haired girl, quite cute. While the others chatted, she jogged over and handed Liu 2 vials of potions from her backpack. Thanks. Liu stowed the potions in his backpack. Hey, thanks for today, bro. Where are you from? I don't think I've seen you around before, the tank changed the subject. I'm not from around here. I rarely come out. Liu didn't want to engage in small talk and turned to leave, only to be called back by the female warrior, her tone softening slightly. Wait a moment. Are you alone? Instantly, countless scenarios flashed through Liu's mind. Desperation strikes, then the hero arrives just in time to save the damsel in distress. What followed was predictable love at first sight, a vow to give oneself in return. Li Yu pressed his lips together. I'm still alone for now, but since I've taken your kindness, pledging myself in return would be. Turning around, Li Yu's words caught in his throat. The female warrior gripped her iron sword, her gaze sharpening. Since you're alone, I won't pretend anymore. Robbery. The most terrifying thing is when the air suddenly goes still. The support girl beside them froze for over 10 seconds before snapping back to reality. Sis Hua, what are you doing? The warrior named Sister Hua stared intently at the corner of Li Yu's backpack, her eyes brimming with unmistakable greed. Did you see that corner peeking out? That's ghost infant skin. That thing is worth a fortune. The support girl shifted her gaze between the two, conflicted. That doesn't seem right. If it weren't for him just now, we'd be done for. He saved us, and now we're turning on him? That's just, well. The warrior chuckled. Ha! In this chaotic world, who cares about such things? Every man for himself. This place is deserted, no one will ever know if we kill him. I say we do it. We can even get the enhancement potion back. The shield bearer stood up and chimed in, while the mage beside her nodded in agreement. Though the ghost infant skin started at high bronze tier, it could be enhanced by embedding treasures to continually boost its attributes and potential. It was essentially a universal foundation for armor. As long as the embedded items were strong enough, it could shield its owner from harm. It was a growth-type treasure. Even without finding suitable enhancements, selling it on the market would yield a hefty profit. Whoosh! The sharp whistling of a heavy object slicing through the air rang in his ears. Li Yu immediately sidestepped, and a round shield plunged deep into the grass beside him, tearing up a patch of turf. The shield bearer crossed his arms over his chest, his expression cold. Little brother, if you hand over the goods without a fight, I promise to leave you a whole corpse. His mood shifted faster than a stage actor's. Moments ago, he'd been calling him brother, now it was little brother. If you want to take my things, you'll need the strength to back it up. As he spoke, thick, dark mist began to rise from Li Yu's body. The dark mist swirled around him like a specter, radiating an eerie aura. Soon, a jet-black suit of armor materialized on his body, emitting a faint black mist. Eerie inscriptions carved upon the armor glowed with strands of molten lava, radiating an aura of overwhelming might and dominance. The sheer menace radiating from it was like a mass murderer crawling out of a pile of corpses. The shield bearer swallowed nervously. Determined to impress the girl, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. The iron fist slammed into Li Yu's body. Li Yu didn't bother dodging, taking the blow head-on. Put! The shield bearer felt a sudden, piercing pain in his body. Though Li Yu hadn't struck him, he found himself uncontrollably spitting blood, as if the punch had landed squarely on his own chest. What was happening? He hadn't even moved. The shield bearer stared in utter disbelief. Before he could process his confusion, an axe blade came crashing down on his head. One strike, instant kill. It all happened effortlessly. Li Yu calmly kicked the shield bearer's body aside, then turned his attention to the other three. Fair-skinned and clean-cut, with an utterly harmless look about him. But as for his character, well, that's hard to judge. Chapter 16, Fighting Back, Li Yu goes full-on unhuman. Without their meat shield, only the female warrior among the remaining 3 women possessed self-defense capabilities. A level 3 party facing off against a level 6 opponent like Li Yu, one who could even summon fierce spirits, left them with little chance of victory. They clearly hadn't anticipated Li Yu's overwhelming strength, despite his youthful appearance. With no choice but to act, the female warrior suddenly pushed the female mage in front of her. Without hesitation, Li Yu unleashed a torrent of flames that instantly engulfed the target. Moments later, the figure collapsed to the ground. Another decisive strike. The warrior and support's faces turned pale as they stared at Li Yu in disbelief. That was clearly just a basic fire spell. How could it unleash such a devastating firestorm? Damn it, you hold him off. The warrior frantically turned, intending to repeat her trick, only to be shoved aside herself. Your turn. Li Yu's voice was icy cold, his hand holding an eerily flickering ghost fire. The female warrior lifted her chin defiantly, trying to project strength, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. Wait. Do you know who I am? I know. Li Yu glanced at the woman's arm patch. Wolfang Mercenary Corps. A mercenary group under the Bia group. Rumor has it they're spread across the country. There aren't many Hua surnames in the Wolfang mercenaries here. You should be Hua Feiwu, the mercenary leader's little cousin. Spot on. Hua Feiwu froze for a moment. Then a smug smile curled her lips, dispelling much of the fear that had gripped her. Now that you know who I am, you'd better let me go. If you lay a finger on me, my cousin won't let you off easy. You won't just be missing an arm or a leg, it'll be far worse than that. Oh. Li Yu responded casually. You dare. The next instant, beneath Hua Feiwu's stunned gaze, a torrential downpour of fire rained down upon her. The woman's agonized cries echoed through the fiery downpour before she quickly passed out. Finally, only the trembling female support remained, leaning against the tree. Her legs shook like sieve flour as she clutched her staff. Don't come any closer. You should leave. Don't associate with these people anymore. They're not good people. The female assistant nodded repeatedly. Perhaps her earlier act of voluntarily giving the enhancement potion had earned her some goodwill. She took off running, as if terrified Liu might change his mind at any moment. Wait. What is it? The woman froze. Robbery. Leave your backpack. After snatching the backpack, Liu began stripping the unconscious person of their gear, sparing their lives. With combat-oriented classes growing increasingly rare, these women still served a purpose in slaying monsters abroad. That was why Liu spared their lives. Besides, Liu would soon depart this place. With his formidable strength and the Academy's protection, he held no fear for the Wolfang mercenary corps. No wonder she's the captain's cousin, she's got some good stuff. Nice. Liu muttered to himself as he stuffed the valuable items from the group into his backpack. Cold Iron Greatsword. Quality, silver. Forged from high-grade cold iron, this blade boasts unmatched sharpness and durability. Its wielder gains a 10% attack boost and unlocks Frost Fury. Frost Fury ignites Cold Iron Rage, reducing stamina consumption by 10% and increasing attack speed by 15%. Duration, 10 seconds. Gathered 5 stacks of banknotes. Satisfied, Liu stowed his spoils and followed the blood trail to track down the white-scaled python. 8:15 p.m. Whistling cheerfully, Liu returned to Sunset Town, a massive snake head dangling from his hand. Truthfully, the white-scaled python had been thoroughly subdued by Liu and dared not fight him again. However, its body was covered in wounds, and its movement was painfully slow. He could slowly lead it back to Sunset Town. It was possible, but unnecessary. Liu severed its head cleanly and made it back to town before Old Man Song's shop closed. He placed the still bleeding snake head before Hannah. A flicker of joy and surprise crossed Hannah's eyes. I didn't expect you to finish so quickly. Now grandfather won't scold me. Hannah set the snake's head aside and pulled down her tight-fitting bodysuit. What a figure concealed beneath that form-fitting garment! Who would have guessed Hannah was the type where small branches bear such fruitful blossoms? As the zipper slid open, alluring snow-white skin emerged. The pronounced cleavage seemed to possess a magical allure, relentlessly drawing men's gazes. This is yours. Hannah removed the necklace hanging from her chest, revealing a small skill stone. Liu took it and could feel its warmth, along with a faint, sweet scent. So sweet and innocent. The skill is called Chain of Iron. It's an intermediate-level civilian skill with no class restrictions. Within a 10-meter radius, it transfers 20% of the damage an enemy takes to another enemy. Liu eyed Hannah suspiciously. Why didn't you use it? Hannah continued, you're quick to catch on. There's actually a drawback: if the casting is interrupted or dodged, the effect will transfer to both yourself and your allies, doubling the cooldown time. No problem. I'll take it. Detecting skill mismatch with your noble status. Enhancing. Soul Chain, cast Soul Chain within a 10-meter radius. Transfer 30% of damage taken by an enemy to another enemy. No negative effects. Successfully binding returns 10% of the cooldown. Liu couldn't help but marvel at the immense power of the 10 Courts of Hell ancient text. A mere common grade skill stone underwent a qualitative transformation under its enhancement. Though retaining its original skill level, its power had been amplified beyond measure. He dared not imagine what terrifying heights an epic skill stone could reach if he obtained one. Among the skill's attributes, Liu was most satisfied with the 10% cooldown refund. Combined with the 50% cooldown reduction from Monarch's Privilege, he now gained a total of 60% cooldown reduction. The more minions he faced, the more frenzied his skill became, constantly killing and constantly refunding cooldown. Hundreds of chains hurled through his mind's eye. A pure explosion feast. Can I add a contact method? Hannah interrupted Liu's reverie, her tone lowering slightly without her noticing. What's up? I see you're skilled and efficient. I'd like to keep your contact info so I can reach out for help when needed. My pleasure. Liu stowed away the skill stone and gave her his phone number. Can I sell things here? The shop gets a lot of foot traffic. Of course. What are you planning to sell? Clang. With a crisp clang, a pristine sword landed on the counter. Its gleam reflecting the overhead lights instantly illuminated the entire second floor room. Hannah's narrowed eyes suddenly widened in shock. A cold iron greatsword. Chapter 17, Auctioning the Greatsword, not a coin spent. A cold iron greatsword. Cold iron isn't cheap, mineral deposits are scarce. You're a professional mage, so how did you acquire one? Hannah's watery eyes blinked rapidly. Oh, a friend of mine. Hannah touched the sword's cold surface, marveling at its craftsmanship. It's truly a rare treasure. There are many people downstairs. You should take it to the auction. It was the perfect time for townspeople to relax and stroll, and with the cool night air, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Grandpa Song's shop was a long-standing fixture here, drawing many customers downstairs. Standing in a prominent spot by the entrance, it was hard not to catch people's attention. Soon, he arrived at the entrance on the first floor, leaning the cold iron greatsword against the doorframe. Its icy glint constantly refracted under the lamplight. Who the hell threw that flashbang? A passerby exclaimed. A silver-grade weapon appeared among the bronze weapons, radiating a dazzling glow that quickly made it the brightest sword on the street. It drew a crowd of onlookers who stopped to stare. Holy crap, that's insane! A silver-grade warrior weapon, and it's in such great condition. That material must be cold iron, right? Cold iron is rare around here. This sword must cost a fortune. You think saving your life is too expensive? Name your price, boss. Worst case, I'll sell a kidney. In ancient times, people sold kidneys for phones. Today, they sell them for swords. Li Yu didn't beat around the bush. Starting bid, 5,000. Highest bidder wins. The guy who just joked about selling his kidney felt a sudden twinge of anxiety. 5,000? He might actually have to sell his kidney. 6,000. I'll give 6,000. Though the starting bid was high, the cold iron greatsword's exceptional quality quickly drew bidders. 8,000. I must have it. Guys, do me a favor. I've got old folks to support and kids to raise. I desperately need something to protect myself. I'll go 9,000. 9,001. 11,000. Li Yu couldn't help but admire these bidders' deep pockets. In just a few minutes, the auction price had skyrocketed to a staggering 20,000. And it kept climbing steadily. It was clear how popular silver-grade weapons were in this small town. Finally, it was sold to an elderly gentleman for exactly 30,000 yuan. Upon seeing the birthday gift for his granddaughter, the old man couldn't stop smiling. Strange, this iron sword feels so familiar. Where have I seen it before? Li Yu shook the old man's hand. Ah, swords all look pretty much the same. It's normal. After receiving the old man's transfer notification, Li Yu packed his things and left the town. He hadn't spent a single penny on this trip, yet he'd acquired 3 skill stones and even made a profit of 20,000 yuan. Free stuff tasted 100 times better than anything he'd bought himself. It felt absolutely fantastic. At this very moment, Li Yu felt as happy as old 8 eating a hamburger, pure bliss. Early morning. Hua Fei will return to the mercenary guild, her body wrapped in layers of white gauze. Staring at her greatsword, Hua Fei Wu fell deep in thought. Learning it had cost another 30,000 yuan made her feel like she'd swallowed a fly. Intelligence +1, stamina +1. Stamina, 11. Intelligence, 18. After using both vials of enhancement serum, Li Yu didn't go home but chose to head to Zhang Wei's place instead. Zhang Wei and Su Koan were Li Yu's childhood friends and classmates for 6 years. They practically grew up together. After the Li family's decline, Li Yu lived alone in Lucheng. His daily life was strained, and snacks or fruit were luxuries he dared not even dream of. Sometimes even meals became a struggle. At his lowest point, he could only afford 1 meal a day, surviving on the support of his 2 ironclad buddies until scholarship funds arrived. Now that Li Yu had seized resources from the Wolfang mercenary group, sharing them with his buddies was only natural. The bag contained 2 vials of enhancement potions, a healing-boosting bracelet, and a stack of cash. Zhang Wei's home lay along the banks of the Lucheng River, directly across from the academy. This location made commuting to school and returning home during breaks incredibly convenient. The upside was being able to commute, enjoying freedom in his daily life. The downside was that he was always the first one targeted during home visits. Zhang Wei's parents were away on business, leaving him home alone. Upon seeing Li Yu arrive, Zhang Wei happily pulled him inside and hauled out a large pile of snacks from the refrigerator, mostly hot, puffed snacks. Don't eat so much junk food. You'll go from being a little chubby to a big fat kid. You're more naggy than my mom. Zhang Wei glared at Li Yu. Why'd you call me and Su Koan over? I brought some good stuff for my iron brothers. Li Yu patted his backpack and glanced around. Where's my boy Su Koan? He's not here yet. Probably still on his way. What good stuff did you bring, kid? Zhang Wei wore a lecherous grin. I get it, study materials, right? Your bag's pretty bulky. Which teacher's stuff is it this time? Any mosaic-covered stuff? Zhang Wei grew more excited with each word, rubbing his hands together like a fly buzzing around. What are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of person? You're so full of it. Come on, let me see. Li Yu had no choice but to open his backpack and list the contents. Zhang Wei froze for a few seconds before slapping Li Yu's shoulder hard. Damn, you got so much good stuff. No wonder Dad's been looking out for you all these years. You've got some nerve. With all this good stuff I brought, you ought to call me Godfather now. Godfather, you're awesome. Next time, bring me a few Blu-ray study materials too. Just as the two were debating which teacher had the best acting skills, Su Koan knocked on the door. Unexpectedly, he wasn't alone. Trailing behind Su Koan were 5 or 6 burly men in black suits, each broad-shouldered and sturdy, still wearing sunglasses late at night. Leading them was a man in a white suit with slightly curly hair and a chiseled face, exuding an air of refined elegance. I presume you two are Li Yu and Zhang Wei? The man in white smiled at them, though the warmth didn't reach his eyes. Li Yu glanced at Su Koan nearby and asked, Who are you? The man in the white suit pulled 2 shiny business cards from his jacket pocket and smiled. I'm Wen Datong, head of security at Bia Group. I'm here to offer both of you positions in our security department. Here are my cards. Be a group. Upon hearing the name Be a Group, Liu and Zhang Wei both frowned simultaneously. Be a Group was the ultimate authority over the Wolfang mercenary corps. On the surface, it was a national enterprise, but behind the scenes, it operated in both the legitimate and underworld spheres. Their methods were notoriously ruthless. Any company that crossed them met a grim fate. Be a Group and Shangxing Group were arguably the two most troublesome criminal syndicates, commanding vast networks of operatives and even acting as protective umbrellas for local power brokers. Getting tangled with them could only spell trouble. Strange. Why would Su Kuan have any connection to them? Chapter 18, The Naive Su Kuan. Thank you for your kindness. I'll take your business card. After the assessment concludes, if we don't get into our desired advanced academy, we'll definitely reach out to you. Liu offered a faint smile. He would never join such an underground organization. Once trapped in that corrupt swamp, there'd be no escape. He'd only be gradually assimilated by the filthy sludge. Had that female support from the Wolfang mercenary group not left, he'd undoubtedly become as treacherous and vicious as Hua Feiwu in no time. But Liu kept his true thoughts hidden. If conflict erupted, he wouldn't be able to protect Zhang Wei and Su Kuan. For now, he had to placate them and plan carefully. News of your school's assessment has been sealed off, but I've heard that your profession, Li, is that of a ghost officer. Ghost officers have limited power, summoning useless wandering spirits. You probably won't do well in the assessment. Why not join our security department now? We'll start training you immediately. I guarantee your basic needs starting at 500,000 a year. When Datong stood with his hands behind his back, his expression radiating confidence. I've looked into it. Be a Group has a strong reputation, with numerous subsidiaries and departments offering top-tier salaries. My performance in this assessment wasn't ideal, so I felt uncertain. I specifically sought them out and thought I'd introduce them to you. Su Kuan spoke these words, standing to the side with a silly grin, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Liu shot him a withering look. He'd been tricked into promoting and recruiting for them. Though called the security department, it was really Be a Group's underground enforcers, the muscle handling dirty, dangerous work. They handled illegal activities, jobs that carried constant life-threatening risks. Thanks for the offer. We'll definitely consider it. You better not be stalling. A male healer with insufficient healing output and an utterly niche ghost chase profession, you'd better understand your situation. We'll meet again when the results are out. The man in the white suit maintained a smug grin from start to finish, only breaking it when he closed the door behind him. The moment he was gone, Liu's face darkened instantly. He stared intently at Su Kuan. Are you serious? Do you even know what you're doing? Su Kuan leaned back on the sofa, twirling his center-parted hair. My performance this time wasn't great. I'm not confident. Then I saw their online ad. The security department is expanding recruitment. To support struggling students, candidates who awaken combat professions can receive subsidies, priority placement, and earn big money. How could I pass up such a great opportunity? Liu was utterly speechless. Though 18, Su Kuan lacked real-world experience. Schemes like this often ran deep. In his world, after the college entrance exams, there were scams like score-altering services and early university enrollment schemes. Those scams demanded money, but what the Be a Group wanted was half of Su Kuan's life. Su Kuan, you're being scammed. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Dream on. It's all a setup. Just wait patiently for your results, Zhang Wei interjected. Having heard rumors about the Be a Group, he tried to dissuade Su Kuan. Bull. The Be a Group is nationally renowned. It's a major corporation, not some fly-by-night operation. Why would they harm me? Besides, they're not even making me pay. They're providing room and board. Zhang Wei, I suggest you look up this company online. It's not as glamorous as you imagine. The internet can't be trusted. It's all paid trolls hired by rival companies to smear them. Once I make money, I can buy my cousin new clothes. If you guys aren't joining, don't try to discredit them. After trying to persuade him for a while, Liu yawned. Seeing Zhang Wei arguing so fiercely, he felt like leaving. He'd been busy all day and was growing increasingly tired. He was already starting to miss his big bed at home. After emptying his backpack, Liu set off for home. After resting at home for 2 days, Liu set out once more for the outskirts. He now possessed over 100,000 yuan in various forms, but this sum was hardly sufficient. Enrolling in a prestigious academy would incur substantial expenses over the years. To dedicate more time to cultivation, he needed to secure funds in advance. The wilderness offered abundant monster resources, making it an ideal destination. Moreover, he was now just a step away from leveling up. Slaying a few minor monsters should easily get him to level 7. With time to spare, why not go grind? Beyond Sunset Town lay a largely unexplored mountain forest. The outer edges of the forest were flat terrain, frequently haunted by monsters. Most were levels 1 to 3, making it a prime spot for leveling up. Since the monsters weren't too high level, the outskirts remained fairly busy, with low-level combatants occasionally showing up. Half an hour later, Liu successfully reached level 7, earning 5 enhancement points. Surveying the entire outskirts, his level was quite impressive. Aside from a few seasoned veterans, he towered head and shoulders above his peers. By 2 p.m., Liu had already earned half the experience required for level 7, though the rate at which he gained monster essence had noticeably slowed. He distributed his points evenly, 2 points in stamina, 1 in intelligence, 1 in spellcasting, 1 in defense, and 1 in agility. He still didn't allocate any points to attack, as being a mage, he had no need for physical damage. Stamina, 13. Intelligence, 19. Spell, 13. Defense, 5. Agility, 6. Attack, 2. Just as Liu prepared to continue hunting monsters, he noticed someone had been following him, lurking suspiciously. Sensing something was amiss, he quickened his pace and slipped into a secluded grove. Sure enough, 2 men appeared at his original location. Their attire was all too familiar. They were members of the Wolf-Fang Mercenary Corps. He couldn't help but admire the Wolf-Fang mercenary's swift response. He'd barely arrived in the town before being targeted. Hua Feiwu truly was a man who never forgot a grudge. Liu didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. He'd been worrying about not having enough money for school. A rustling sound came from the tree. Liu deftly flipped down from the branches, landing steadily behind the 2 men. The sudden movement startled both of them. "Hey, you two. Looking for someone?" Unexpectedly, Liu had revealed himself and alone at that, leaving the pair momentarily stunned. A hint of awkwardness flashed across their faces. "What's going on? How did he spot us when we were so well hidden?" Lu Dahai turned to leave immediately. He'd heard plenty about this guy. He was no pushover. "What the hell are you scared of?" Lu Air pressed down on Lu Dahai's shoulder. "Do you think he'd dare mess with us? We're both level 4. Reinforcements will be here soon. Don't chicken out." Glancing at the armband, Lu Dahai instantly felt bolder. "Damn it. I'm part of the Wolf-Fang Mercenary Corps. We've got the Bia group backing us up, and hundreds of brothers in this town. Walking around this town, everyone bows and calls me brother. No way this punk dares mess with the Wolf-Fang Mercenary Corps. Worst case, we hold him off for a few minutes. We've already notified the regiment they'll be here in minutes." 2 warriors intimidating a mage? With that thought, their backs straightened instantly, their expressions brimming with arrogance. "Right. So what if I've been tailing you? Deal with it however you like." Liu scanned the surroundings. Seeing no one approaching, the corner of his mouth gradually flattened, his expression growing somber. "Just the 2 of you? What's your problem, kid? Think you're better than us? Our brothers nearby will be here soon. You'll get what's coming to you." Hearing this, Liu exhaled deeply, the weight lifting from his chest. "That's good. That's good. I was afraid they wouldn't come." Chapter 19, Treasuring the Artifact, the Advancement Scroll. Satisfied with the response, Liu's aura abruptly shifted. One hand slammed down onto the ground, channeling energy that surged through the earth. In the next instant, the earth cracked open. 2 iron chains burst forth from beneath Lu Dahai and Lu Air's feet. The chains were thick and heavy, their surfaces covered in dense, sharp protrusions and coated with a layer of black energy. "Damn it!" Both men reacted in unison, but upon realizing the damage wasn't severe, they quickly regained their earlier arrogance. They'd encountered countless mages, but never one whose damage was this weak. In front of 2 warriors, it felt like tickling. What they didn't know was that Liu's skill wasn't focused on damage, but functionality. Shrouded fire downpour. Liu let out a low growl, clenching his palm toward the void as a torrential downpour of fire rained down. Younger Lu Laoer reacted with lightning speed, stomping his foot heavily on the ground as his body lurched backward, escaping the fiery downpour in an instant. His tone dripped with contempt. "Humph. As long as I run fast enough, your spells can't hurt me." "Ah." Before Lu Air could finish his words, waves of scorching heat surged through his body. Meanwhile, Lu Dahai was trapped within the fiery downpour, the chains binding him steadily heating up. Due to the shared damage effect, Lu Air, though having escaped the rain's range, still endured equal torment. Both brothers passed out from the pain, their expressions frozen in sheer terror. Liu held back from killing them. With bystanders watching nearby, murder would inevitably lead to a warrant for his arrest. He efficiently searched them for valuables, then shook his head. Just a few peanuts. What a pitiful haul. He picked up Lu Erlion's phone, sent his location to the last contact, and dialed the number. "Got them?" The voice on the other end sounded calm, as if everything had been expected. "Not yet." "Who are you?" came the startled reply. "Your dad. I sent you the location. If you're a real man, come cut me down." Before the rest of the curse could escape, Liu swiftly shut off his phone, leaving the other end in utter disarray. Tossing the phone to the ground, Liu scanned the surroundings. Passers-by backed away warily. They'd all seen the Wolf-Fang Mercenary Corps insignia. This guy had provoked the Wolf-Fang Mercenary Corps, a group with considerable standing in these parts. He was definitely not someone to mess with. So no one dared step forward to say a word against him. Hope a squad leader or something shows up soon so I can make a killing. With that, Liu stomped his foot heavily and swiftly returned to the tree. Such agility was undoubtedly linked to the agility points he had invested. Hidden within the tree, Liu had already formulated a plan in his mind. When reinforcements arrived, he'd launch an unethical sneak attack activating soul chains before unleashing a rain of fire. Finally, he would summon wandering spirits to surround them from all sides, trapping them like turtles in a jar. In the shared damage, they would all explode together. He was confident he could wipe out the entire group within a minute. With a flicker of thought, the space around him warped slightly. Over 30 wandering spirits hid in concealed spots, ready to spring at Liu's command. About 7 or 8 minutes passed. The faint clatter of hooves approached from the distance. Leading the group was a bald man, the very one who had spoken with Liu. Behind him followed over a dozen men, each mounted on a fine horse, charging toward Liu's position with murderous intent. Liu felt dissatisfied. They arrived swiftly enough, but their numbers were pitifully small. For a prominent force in Sunset Town, they could barely muster 100 men, yet only sent a dozen or so. If the monsters next door saw this, they'd think they couldn't even afford to fight. As the group entered his striking range, Liu's lips curled slightly. His hand rose. Just as he prepared to issue the command for a decisive ambush, his hand clenched abruptly. His pupils contracted sharply as his gaze locked onto a familiar figure within the ranks. Su Kuan. Liu hadn't expected Su Kuan to be among them. He was now obediently holding the reins, lacking the qualifications to ride a horse himself, bustling about like a subordinate. So the kid really did join the Bia group. He sure moved fast. Taking advantage of the group's distraction, Liu vanished into the dense forest. If chaos erupted later, Liu couldn't guarantee he wouldn't harm innocents. Moreover, the explosive damage from wandering souls had a significant radius, posing grave danger to a mage without self-defense capabilities. After walking through the dense forest for several minutes, Hannah's call came through on his phone. Hannah's melodious voice came through the speaker. I have a mission here, high difficulty. Interested? Miss Hannah, let's discuss the reward first. That interests me more. The reward is an advancement scroll. Liu's heart skipped a beat, almost unable to believe his ears. As the name suggests, an advancement scroll is an item used to boost skill levels, forcibly raising the initial rank. If a skill is currently at the advanced commoner tier, it would instantly break through to the warrior earth tier. A quantum leap. This was also the only known method in this world to break the constraints of skill level progression. It was crucial to understand that every skill stone had strict level distinctions, with prices varying wildly. After a moment of astonishment, Liu forced himself to steady his emotions. He didn't rashly accept the quest. With such coveted rewards, the task was bound to be anything but simple. What are the mission details? Hannah's tone grew more serious. Enter the depths of Emerald Mountain, locate the Troll Mountains, and bring back a troll infant. Liu reacted with a look of I knew it. Trolls were massive creatures from Western mythology, thick-skinned and incredibly tough to deal with. Some even possessed the twisted ability to regenerate. Hannah likely sought a troll infant to cultivate into a combat machine. With their limited intelligence, trolls raised from infancy could become formidable allies for humans. That's quite the ambition. I'll take this job. Completed within 7 days, that's the buyer's strict deadline. And keep this operation confidential, it'll facilitate the troll infant's transport later. No problem. Back in town, Liu sought out the weapons merchant to fuse the dead infant skin he'd brought from the secret realm. An hour later, Liu obtained a cold white skin armor piece. The sensation of wearing human skin felt exceptionally bizarre. Ghost infant skin armor, plus 8 defense. Current defense, 13. 13 points of defense on a spellcaster was terrifying. Liu's current spellcasting power was 12 points, meaning he couldn't injure himself even if he tried. Among peers of equal level, very few could inflict damage upon him. Combat classes below level 7 posed no real threat to him, mere tickles at best. After purchasing a map, provisions, and a hammock, Liu ventured alone into the verdant mountains. Following the map's directions, he steadily approached the Troll Mountains. Chapter 20, The Troll Mountains. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding wilderness grew increasingly untamed. While winding trails trampled by mercenary groups were visible on the periphery, the vegetation here remained largely untouched. Wild grasses grew unevenly, reaching past his ankles. Occasional strange cries from unknown creatures echoed around him, and the number of birds in the trees grew steadily. This won't do. We need to find higher ground. Liu held the map, but the mountain forest presented complex challenges. Towering trees not only blocked the sky but also confused his sense of direction. Spotting a large tree with a rough bark surface, Liu nimbly climbed up its trunk. From above, the view opened up dramatically, revealing endless green treetops stretching as far as the eye could see. Consulting the map, a distant waterfall caught Liu's attention. According to the map, the troll's lair lay near the waterfall. He had indeed veered off course slightly. As the roar of the water grew louder, Liu finally spotted a cluster of gray structures not far from the falls. The structures flanked both sides of the river, all constructed from stone. They were uncomplicated, seemingly simple assemblages, neither aesthetically pleasing nor particularly secure. Normal. After all, they weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. Surrounding the massive structures were towering walls, as high as ancient city ramparts. They appeared impenetrable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, wide gaps between the stones allowed an adult man to squeeze through sideways. Here, Liu encountered the trolls he'd only read about in textbooks for the first time. Standing about 3 meters tall, they were obese and bloated, their bald heads devoid of hair, covered instead with tumor-like protrusions. Their skin was cement gray, abnormally rough like the floor of an unfinished building. As one of the monstrous creatures invading Blue Star, the trolls here posed little threat to humans. They preferred raw meat, and with the forest's abundant resources, they had no immediate reason to leave Green Mountain. Within their territory stood a small hut, likely serving as the dwelling for the troll infants. After the troll patrol departed, Liu searched near the city gate before slipping through the practically non-existent stone wall and smoothly entering the territory. No sooner had he stepped inside than, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he turned to find 2 eyes as big as watermelons staring straight at him. The sudden appearance of this enormous creature startled Liu. Behind the city gate sat a troll, now grinning stupidly with its sparse teeth. Its eyes lacked the sparkle of a human's, making it look like a severely disturbed patient in a mental hospital, dazed and terrifying. The moment their eyes met, Liu leapt backward, swiftly drawing the ghoul staff from his backpack. Before the troll could react, Liu's ghoul staff came crashing down. Covered in black energy, the blow couldn't inflict lasting damage, but it would stun the troll momentarily. Seizing the moment, Liu thrust the staff forward. An energy-laced chain tore through the earth, binding the troll's massive frame in place. A sudden tightening sensation on his body snapped the troll back to alertness, and he violently shook his massive head. Eyes bulging with rage. The troll's flap jiggled as it strained outward, the soul chains clanking loudly but showing no sign of breaking. Seizing a momentary slack in the chains, the troll swiftly picked up a stone club nearby. The club was about the size of an 1.8-meter tall adult, roughly smoothed by simple grinding, its surface relatively rounded. It was the most common weapon used by ogres. The material was readily available, and its construction was simple, yet it delivered devastating force. A solid hit from it would likely turn an ordinary person into mincemeat. Liu showed little panic. As he unleashed the fire rain spell, he swung both blood-stained axes outward. Spinning at high speed, one to the left and one to the right, they sliced through the air with a tearing sound before striking the troll's neck. Splatter! Splatter! 2 thin streams of blood flowed from the troll's neck. Liu's 2 axe blows were so powerful they sliced 3 inches deep into the flesh. Under the relentless drain of the fire rain, which steadily chipped away at 1% of its health, the defending troll soon breathed its last. Its massive body crashed to the ground like a tumbling hill, the thunderous impact reverberating outward. The sheer weight of the creature was terrifying, causing even the smallest pebbles on the ground to tremble momentarily. The entire tribe awoke instantly. Before the troll's ranks came into view, the intense tremors arrived first. Each step they took made the earth tremble. Though only over 30 trolls, their advance carried the overwhelming momentum of a 1,000-strong army marching across the land. Liu's dark brows furrowed slightly as the air became thick with the scent of earth. Rumble! Lightning split the clouds, piercing the sky like a string of pearls. In an instant, the sky was densely covered with flashes. The once clear sky darkened, shrouded in thick clouds as if night had fallen. The troll's mountainous presence looming overhead did not instill fear in Liu. Instead, it stirred a surge of excitement within him. He stood ramrod straight in the center of the weathered city gate, his hands resting atop the ghoul staff. "Servants, heed my command." A hollow voice echoed through the gloom. The churning river froze without warning, and waves of frigid air spread out from behind him. A series of black holes cracked open in the uneven ground. At that very moment, over 30 trolls marched in from different directions. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they halted involuntarily. The city gates stood wide open. A bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the earth. The stark white flash revealed hundreds of figures in the rain. The ghost soldiers wore sleek black armor, one hand resting on the hilt of a straight sword at their waist. Fierce, crimson glints peered out from beneath their helmets, like flickering flames in the darkness. At the forefront, Liu was cloaked in a blood-stained thorn armor, his gaze cold and menacing, commanding respect without a word. Today, he would slay every troll in his path. Leading the charge were uniformly level 7 tanks, followed by 2 spear throwers. Behind them, massive baskets strapped to their backs were densely packed with stone spears as thick as arms. The frontline tanks posed no threat to Liu. Their slow movement made them easy prey for the relentless rain of fire. Thanks to the innate power of his hidden class and the support of the 10 courts of hell ancient text, Liu held an 80% chance of victory against monsters below tier 2. Even if a level 10 monster appeared, Liu felt no fear whatsoever. Protected by his thorn blood armor and ghost infant skin, Liu charged forward, leaving the meat shields to be dealt with by his ghost soldiers. Thud! 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 Each sharp stone spear thrust left deep pits in the ground. The ogre's strength was terrifyingly immense. However, their movements were slow. Using agile positioning, Liu quickly sidestepped to unleash his soul chains. Dark ripples surged beneath the troll spearman's feet. Wandering spirits landed on all fours, scurrying like spiders from its heels toward its mouth. Overwhelmed by unbearable itching, the spear thrower began frantically scratching at its body. But there were simply too many. They kept pouring into its mouth. The troll spearman roared in rage. He opened his massive maw to swallow them whole, a move that played perfectly into Li Yu's plan. After swallowing dozens of wandering spirits, he finally sensed something was terribly wrong. A chain reaction of explosions erupted within its vast belly, blazing with intense light. In an instant, a thick plume of smoke erupted from its mouth as its entire body shattered into pieces. Due to the soul chains, the other spearman was killed by his own comrade before he could react. Thus, both spearmen perished. Chapter 21, Troll Lord. Shrouded Fire Downpour. Li Yu twirled his staff, unleashing a torrent of green netherfire that poured down like a merciless downpour. After casting the spell, Li Yu set off toward the small structure, leaving the tanks to be worn down by the ghost soldiers. Just as he was about to step through the building's doorway, a sudden whistling sound roared overhead. Feeling the oppressive pressure of the piercing wind, Li Yu sensed danger and quickly stepped back. Clack! A stone blade slashed downward, shattering the hard stone ground into fragments. The sheer force was terrifying, forcibly creating a barrier between the building and Li Yu. The fierce attack made Li Yu frown. He looked up to see an exceptionally massive troll looming down at him through the rain. The troll's eyes were lowered, seeming as immovable as mountains, its oppressive aura far surpassing that of the ghost mother within the secret realm. Finally, the strongest in this domain. Li Yu's gaze burned like fire as he looked up at the colossal creature. What Li Yu hadn't anticipated was that this troll was a deformed creature, a conjoined twin. Its body appeared fused from two separate forms, with two necks, one thick and large, the other thin and small. One head was fat and dull-witted, the other lean and sharp. One hand was as thick as an ox's, the other as thin as a stick, as if they belonged to two separate beings. Li Yu examined both arms, one wielded a stone blade, the other a gray-black staff. Both the stone knife and the staff appeared relatively well crafted, suggesting the conjoined troll possessed considerable intelligence, capable of fashioning its own functional weapons. If allowed to grow further, its invasion of human cities would pose a significant threat. Ancient texts informed Li Yu that this troll had reached level 11, entering the realm of second-tier beings. Its defense had reached a staggering 24 points, while its attack and spell damage were also formidable. Li Yu's current spell power was 12 points. Even with the ghoul staff's 3-point enhancement and a 2-point boost from triggering its effect, his total spell power barely reached 17 points. Its defense was impenetrable to Li Yu. This bastard poured all its stats into defense. Li Yu gritted his teeth slightly, feeling pressure for the first time. Before infiltrating this area, he'd gathered intelligence indicating the highest level here was 9. His skills had all undergone powerful enhancements, making level-jumping battles no problem. He never expected to encounter an 11th level monster. Li Yu had miscalculated. He could summon his second-tier ghost, the skin-pulling ghost, by overexerting himself to deal with the conjoined trolls. But the thick scent of blood here would surely attract other monsters. Even after slaying the conjoined troll, escaping would prove difficult. "Human, get out of my territory!" The abrupt, unnatural voice jolted Li Yu awake. The great blade swung down again, its fierce gale carrying the dampness of the rain straight at him. Li Yu dodged nimbly once more. Though the blade missed, his exposed skin still felt a searing sting, tearing open a fine, bloody scratch. Strangely, instead of fear, Li Yu felt a surge of excitement. He discovered with astonishment, he couldn't harm the conjoined troll, and the troll couldn't harm him either. The powerful gale from the blow had merely grazed his skin. With the 40 armor from the Thorn Blood armor and the 8 defense from the Ghost Infant skin, Li Yu boasted a total of 13 defense points. The troll's attacks, focused on penetration, simply couldn't breach his defenses. Now it was a contest of endurance, a battle of attrition to see who would be worn down first. Even if Li Yu had already expended 30% of his stamina, he had numerous allies. Moreover, the conjoined troll's massive body meant it would burn through stamina far more quickly. He felt no fear whatsoever. Instead of clashing head-on with the conjoined troll, Li Yu conjured 2 sharp axes in his hands and swung them down with force toward the nearby ordinary trolls. The blades ripped through the troll's neck. Its boulder-sized head rolled roundly across the ground, blood spurting relentlessly. The gruesome sight of its fallen comrade enraged the conjoined troll. It roared furiously, its footsteps quickening relentlessly. That's right, that's right. Keep running, keep running. Wear yourself out." Li Yu chuckled darkly, deftly creating distance. He cast soul chains to bind the remaining trolls, continuously draining their life force with rain of fire. Li Yu's cooldowns were fast. After a few minutes of this cycle, over 20 trolls lay fallen. Fire rain blanketed the territory. Though torrential rain poured down, waves of heat still filled the air. The lone conjoined troll shuddered, panic spreading across its face. But rage quickly replaced that fear. With no escape, it might as well fight to the death. Stone blades smashed relentlessly, while countless magic orbs shot forth from the staff. Watching the countless crimson fireballs crash into the ground, Li Yu inevitably took many hits. Yet his smile grew broader. The more furious his opponent became, the faster its stamina drained. As time passed, the conjoined troll's movements gradually slowed. The chopping motion in his hand grew slower and slower. Li Yu knew the moment had come and pressed his advantage. As the weariness on his opponent's face deepened noticeably. Thud! Its massive body crashed into the ground, pounding a large dent into the earth, its fleshy body still twitching violently. Just as Liu picked up the giant magic staff, a black and a white soul slowly drifted out. A dual soul crystal. Upon witnessing the dual soul crystal's emergence, a surge of impatient excitement rippled from the depths of the underworld. It was the sword-forging ghost couple. This dual soul crystal held immense allure for the two ghosts, making them feel an overwhelming hunger. Liyu's thoughts flickered, and through the ancient book of the 10 Kings of Hell, he absorbed the crystal into the netherworld. The volatile twin soul crystal instantly became docile upon entering the underworld, trembling violently under the mere pressure of a skin-changing ghost's presence. From Liyu's perspective, after absorbing the crystals, the sword-forging ghost couple visibly grew in size, their aura surging dramatically. Sword-forging ghost couple. Level 15, Tier 2. Skill learning successful. Dual elemental strike ranged, when attacking from a distance, instantly unleashes either an ice-flying sword or a fire-flying sword. The ice-flying sword inflicts a 30% slow effect, while the fire-flying sword deals 3% true damage, ignoring defense. Berserk Blacksmith Melee. During melee combat, enters a berserk state for 10 seconds, increasing attack speed by 30% and granting a chance to paralyze enemies. Intelligence increase. Liyu. Level 9. Available enhancement points 10. Liyu was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to level up twice in one go, and that the sword-forging ghost couple had gained such a significant boost, awakening 2 new skills. Liu didn't linger here long, immediately seeking out a smaller structure within the domain. Sure enough, it housed the troll infant. But upon seeing the baby's true form, his jaw nearly dropped. Whose baby weighed 200 gene? Gazing at the troll infant, who resembled a miniature mountain of flesh, Liu found himself drenched in sweat. Its frame was like that of a demonic bodybuilder, easily 2 sizes larger than him. If the mission didn't care about casualties, Liu would have chopped its head off without hesitation. Chapter 22. One crisis follows another. His waist and legs ached, his spirit drained, as if his body had been hollowed out. Dragging and hauling the giant baby to the outskirts of Green Mountain nearly cost Liu half his life. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath, waiting for Hannah to come for him. During the lull, he examined his newly acquired staff. The giant staff appeared like a wooden cane with wood grain patterns, though it was actually carved from stone. Entirely black, it measured about a meter in length. When held, the raised grain felt distinctly pleasant to the touch. The tip was sharpened to a considerable edge. Embedded at its tip was a black spell gem, semi-translucent and visually striking. Massive dark magic staff. Quality, gold. Spell power, 11. Effect, focused power, attacking the same enemy stacks 2% damage per hit, up to 10 stacks, for a total 20% damage boost. The giant magic staff was the highest quality weapon Liu had ever encountered. While others still wielded bronze weapons, Liu had already ascended to gold tier gear, likely the sole golden quality weapon in Sunset Town. The effect it granted delighted Liu. 11 spell power nearly doubled his damage output. A 20% damage boost was exceptionally rare, even among gold tier weapons. There was just one odd detail he couldn't quite place. As he contemplated his skill points, the sound of a carriage approached from the distance. It was Hannah, whom he had contacted earlier. Clad in her tight combat suit, she leaped from the carriage and immediately spotted the unconscious troll infant. Leaning beside the troll infant, Liu looked more like the baby himself. "You really weren't joking, you actually brought the troll baby out." Hannah's astonishment was unmistakable. After all, this mission had only been assigned to him that morning, and he'd completed it in just half a day. Such speed was jaw-dropping. "You really went into troll territory alone and snatched the baby troll? There must have been at least 30 trolls in there. How did you manage it?" Liu waved dismissively. "Miss Hannah, you don't need to worry about that. I brought you what you asked for. Now, what about what I need?" Hannah hadn't recovered from her shock yet. She stood frozen for over 10 seconds before finally pulling a small wooden box from her shoulder bag. Inside lay a black gold scroll, quietly emitting a faint glow. "Pleasure doing business. You can haul the goods back yourselves." Liu kicked the lifeless troll infant and walked off. Watching Liu's receding figure, Hannah's gaze grew dreamy. It had been ages since she'd encountered someone so exceptional. As she pondered this, her eyes filled with admiration and warmth. "Oh, right," Liu called over his shoulder without turning back. "I didn't steal this troll child. I killed its entire family fair and square before dragging it out." After bidding farewell to Hannah, Liu returned home and indulged in a relaxing hot bath. Lying in bed, he contemplated his path of enhancement, planning to get a good night's sleep. Today's exertions had been considerable, and he intended to rest quietly for 2 days. His current spell attack stood at 12 points. With the enhancement from the thick, black giant magic staff, it surged to 23 points, far surpassing others of the same class and level. His defense, bolstered by the ghost infant skin, stood at 13 points, more than sufficient. He chose to allocate 2 points to agility, enabling faster tree climbing during escapes. 3 points went into stamina, 3 into intelligence, and 2 into spell power. As for the advancement scroll, Liu didn't choose to use it immediately. The scroll had a restriction, it could only be used on skills of the commoner or brave tiers. Liu planned to save it for when he obtained a higher tier skill, maximizing its effect. Just as Liu was about to sleep, his phone suddenly flooded with a dense wave of pop-up notifications. The notifications appeared so rapidly that Liu couldn't even read their contents before they vanished. He only caught that the sender was Zhang Wei. The last time messages flooded in this rapidly was when his favorite teacher released their farewell work. Weird, what's Zhang Wei up to? Before Liu could open the chat window, Zhang Wei's call popped up immediately. Liu answered immediately. Is she making a comeback? I told you before they'll resurface when they run out of money. What the hell are you talking about? Get to first hospital now. Damn it, Su Koan's been attacked. Zhang Wei's voice was frantic and the sound of a gurney being pushed echoed through the phone. Got it, I'm on my way. The smile froze on Liu's face. Without even changing his shoes, he rushed downstairs in his flip-flops. He had seen Su Koan earlier that day, and he had been perfectly fine then. How could something happen in the blink of an eye? Zhang Wei was usually the steady type. His panic meant Su Koan's situation must be serious. Racing all the way, Liu arrived at the hospital 20 minutes later, breathless and frantic. Follow me upstairs. Zhang Wei waved urgently at Liu from the first floor, his voice strained and his clothes soaked through with sweat. Liu followed closely behind Zhang Wei. Where's Su Koan? Third floor, emergency room. They're performing CPR right now. The emergency room. Liu's breath caught in his throat, a deep sense of unease enveloping him. The lights in the third floor emergency room remained on. Both Liu and Zhang Wei wore equally grim expressions. What the hell happened? Around 9 o'clock tonight, he called me asking for help. When I arrived, he was covered in blood with obvious signs of beating. Someone definitely attacked him. As for who it was, we'll have to wait until he wakes up. Zhang Wei leaned against the stark white wall tiles, gasping for breath. On the other side, Liu's brows knitted tightly. A rough guess formed in his mind. Su Koan had most likely gone to handle some shady business for the Bia group, and his own strength wasn't enough to fend off the attackers. He slammed his fist hard against the wall. Damn it, I should have kept a closer eye on this guy. It wasn't until past 3 in the morning that the lights in the emergency room finally dimmed. Doctor, how is he? Zhang Wei rushed anxiously to the chief physician. He's out of immediate danger, but still under observation. You can visit him in the ward tomorrow morning. Thank goodness, thank heaven, thank Buddha. Zhang Wei kept praying. Liu, who had been watching anxiously, finally let out a sigh of relief and quickly handed the sweaty doctor some tissues to wipe his brow. The doctor, who had been on edge and highly focused during the hours-long emergency surgery, felt like he'd given half his life. Thank you, doctor. You've worked so hard. Today's outcome is all thanks to you. We'll send you a banner of appreciation when the time comes. That night, after transferring Su Koan to a new ward, the brothers made do with a bench in the hallway for the night. It wasn't until noon the next day that Su Koan slowly regained consciousness. Chapter 23, The Black Hand of Bia Group. By noon the next day, Professor Xiafeng from Jiangzhong Academy and personnel from the Security Bureau arrived at the hospital. The injury of a student quickly drew local attention, and an investigation was promptly launched. At that moment, Su Koan slowly opened his eyes on the hospital bed. It took a while for the light to return to them. The first faces he saw were Zhang Wei and Liu, both sporting dark circles under their eyes. After examining him, the doctor beside the bed finally relaxed his frown. The patient's condition is temporarily stable now. Oh, and we detected attribute damage on his body likely inflicted by a combat professional. What do you mean temporarily stabilized? Liu and Zhang Wei exchanged glances before speaking in unison. The doctor sighed. Multiple energies exist within his meridians. Currently, these energies are temporarily stabilized. But if they ever converge, the chaotic energies will overwhelm his meridians. Even if he survives, he'll be crippled. So you're saying Su Koan is essentially walking around with a ticking time bomb inside him? That's essentially correct. But don't be overly concerned. The support specialized mentor from Jiangzhong Academy is rushing back from out of town. We still have a chance, the doctor reassured them. Zhang Wei asked, multiple energies? That means more than one person attacked him. Yes. After briefly taking notes, the doctor prepared to leave. The patient is awake now. You may ask him questions, but avoid causing him undue agitation. Soon, only Liu, Zhang Wei, and Su Koan remained in the hospital room. What the hell happened to you, Su Koan? Who did this? I'll get revenge for you, buddy. Su Koan, lying on the bed, looked grim, his lips pursed. He turned his head away guiltily. Ah, it's nothing. I just wanted to go out and gain some experience, you know? Got mugged outside the city. You know my temper, I can usually handle them. Never thought they'd gang up on me like that. Those bastards actually went for the kill. He finished with a look of righteous indignation. Damn it, who did this? Did you remember their faces? Ouch, it was pitch black with a howling wind. How could I see clearly? Don't worry about it. I'll deal with them. It was the Bia group, right? Liu's sudden voice made Su Koan's eyes widen in shock. No way. I don't know them. It's got nothing to do with them. Su Kuan's voice trailed off as he spoke, clearly not expecting Li Yu to suspect the Bia group. Stop pretending. I saw you walking with the Wolfang mercenary group under Bia group. Spill the truth, who attacked you? You. When did this happen? How did you see it? Did you receive a mission to ambush a mysterious youth in Sunset Town? Su Kuan froze, then stared at Li Yu in shock. Could it be you're the one who offended the Wolfang mercenary group? That's right. Now you should tell the truth. After a dozen seconds of silence, Su Kuan sighed deeply and revealed the truth. A few days prior, the day after meeting Li Yu, Su Kuan decided to make some quick cash. He called Wen Datong at the Bia group. He quickly joined their Wolfang mercenary group. Due to his lack of experience, he could only run errands and do menial tasks for the other members. At first, he assumed joining Wolfang meant routine monster hunts and collecting materials for sale. But gradually, he sensed something was off. This was nothing like the mercenary group he had imagined. Beyond routine missions, they engaged in suppressing competitors through coercion, murder, arson, threats, and kidnappings. Such behavior deeply shocked Su Kuan. He requested to leave, but faced relentless obstruction, forced to complete one final mission. He accepted, never imagining that the final mission would be to wipe out an entire family of holdouts. That day, thick smoke billowed and the ground burned hot. A girl barely over 10 was dragged before him, struggling desperately. The gang leader thrust a sharp blade into Su Kuan's hands. To uproot the weed, you must kill her. Then I'll let you go. Gazing at the trembling, tear-streaked child, he recalled his own tragic cousin. A thought flashed through his mind: run. Run fast. Take the little girl with you. But how could a fragile mage like him possibly stand against these men? Not only did he fail to take the girl away, he nearly got beaten to death himself. He watched helplessly as the girl was seized and suspended midair. The blood from her slit throat splattered across his face. No matter how hoarse his voice became, screaming was useless. The room fell into a deathly silence. Li Yu rose angrily. I heard the Wolfang Mercenary Corps has a special healing potion. I'll get it for you. Li Yu, don't act rashly. Stay out of this. I'll have people investigate. Just focus on taking care of Su Kuan. At that moment, Mentor Xiefeng pushed open the door. He had overheard most of the conversation from the doorway. Su Kuan and Li Yu had grown up together since childhood. Though not blood-related, they were closer than brothers. Those bastards treated people like dirt. He didn't want Li Yu to suffer the same fate as Su Kuan. Li Yu shook his head. Zhang Wei and the nurse can take care of things here. Don't wade into this mess. Go home and stay out of it. Mentor Xiefeng stepped in front of Li Yu. What do you mean, don't get involved? I can't just ignore this. Xiefeng's expression was resigned as he gave Li Yu a solemn pat on the shoulder. The Bia group's influence in Luqing runs deep. You won't gain anything by confronting them. The assessment is over, and your results were outstanding. You need to think about your future. Acting on impulse could lead to consequences like Su Kuan's or even worse. Do you want to ruin yourself? I know my limits. Master, you needn't interfere. Li Yu struggled to control his emotions as crimson bloodshot veins began to spread across his eyes. Li Yu, don't be reckless. You're only at level 6, you can't take on so many of them. You're the top performer among us. We've been through so much together. I'm sure Su Kuan wouldn't want you stirring up trouble either. Zhang Wei said, suppressing his anger. He too wanted to confront the Bia group, but such an organization was far beyond what students like them could handle. Not only were they numerous, but their methods were relentless and ever-changing. For students who had just completed a major life milestone, awaiting the results of their placement assessments to enter higher-level academies was the best choice. Leave professional matters to professionals. Their best course was to grit their teeth and endure. But Li Yu couldn't do it. Now the Bia group was acting with utter impunity, pushing their arrogance to new heights. Were they really going to let them on their heads with impunity? With Bia group's extensive connections, their investigations were hampered by constraints. But Li Yu, unencumbered by such ties, would not let them off lightly even if he couldn't destroy them entirely. Chapter 24, Deputy Commander of the Wolfang Mercenary Corps. Leaving the hospital. Li Yu sent a message to Hannah, asking her to look into the Wolfang Mercenary Group's recent activities. He headed to the location where Zhang Wei had discovered Su Kuan. Since returning from the troll territory, it had rained nonstop for days. After circling the incident site, he finally spotted a chain supermarket in the darkness. The clerk on duty was an intern. Seeing the volume of Li Yu's purchases, she readily pulled up the surveillance footage. The footage showed a light drizzle as a long white van pulled up across the street. A group of people quickly got out, among them Su Kuan. Li Yu hit fast forward. Roughly an hour later, the group returned, wounded and fleeing. Su Kuan was nowhere to be seen. Li Yu focused his gaze. The leader bore a tattoo of a red spider lily on his upper arm, the same design he had seen on Hua Fei's body. This man must be the female warrior's cousin Hua Ba, the deputy commander of the Wolfang Mercenary Group. Liu snapped a photo, committing the man's appearance to memory, broad-shouldered with a thick build, slicked-back hair, and a distinctive knife scar on his left cheek. The rain outside intensified. Liu bought a black raincoat and left the supermarket. Since Wen Datong held a higher position, Liu decided to temporarily ignore him if he couldn't uncover anything through investigation. Dealing with Hua Ba first was the priority. In Su Kuan's recollection, it was this bastard who led the attack. While eating at the food stall, Hannah called. "Brother Liu, I've looked into it. The Wolfang mercenary group has been searching for someone recently. At first, some of their men found him, but they ended up badly injured. As for who they're looking for, I don't know. Lately, the Wolfang mercenaries have returned to Luqing City. Seems like they're planning some kind of gathering. The location appears to be the Jiutian Linglong Villa district." "Got it, thanks. I'll treat you next time." Liu hung up promptly, shoveling rice into his mouth while studying the photos he'd taken. "Hey, isn't that Tan Tianba? Didn't he go to jail?" The owner handed over a plate of grilled skewers, catching a glimpse of the images on Liu's phone. "Who? That guy with the arm tattoo? You youngsters probably don't recognize him. 10 years ago, he was a notorious crime boss out there, specializing in loan sharking." Liu zoomed in on the photo of Hua Ba. "Boss, you're sure you're not mistaken?" "How could I be mistaken? Tan Tianba was all over the local papers back in the day. Someone in our neighborhood borrowed money from him at usurious rates. When they couldn't repay it on time, he chopped off the fingers of all 5 family members." The shopkeeper shuddered at the memory, still feeling the chill. "They say he took those severed fingers, skewered them on metal sticks, roasted them, and ate every last one. Ugh, I never thought they'd let that monster out of prison. So this flower tyrant was just an alias, with such a bloody past." "Got it." Liu grabbed a handful of skewers and promptly settled the bill. "Hold on, young man. You wouldn't happen to have a grudge against him and be looking for payback, would you? Don't act impulsively, he could have plenty of desperate men under him." "Thanks for the warning, but I'm not the impulsive type." Nodding to the owner, Liu hopped into a taxi and drove off into the rain. Since his parents passed away, Liu cared about very little. Su Kuan and Zhang Wei were 2 exceptions. Having grown up together, they'd supported him countless times. Now that Su Kuan's life hung in the balance, he couldn't stand idly by. If he couldn't bring down the Bia group, he'd make them bleed. Jiutian Linglong Villa District. After getting out of the cab, Liu slipped into the shadows like a ghost. The heavy rain and nighttime reduced visibility in the villa complex considerably. This made it easier for Liu to evade surveillance cameras. Without a specific location, Liu had to check each villa one by one. The complex was quite large, and the search would take considerable time. Finally, at 10 o'clock that night, Liu located the vehicle from the surveillance footage in front of a platinum-colored villa. The villa was brightly lit, its floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting silhouettes of figures inside. Even from a distance, the boisterous laughter and bragging of revelers could be heard. To revel so extravagantly after committing countless atrocities through their henchmen showed just how brazen they were. Drink up, tomorrow you won't have the chance." Pulling his black raincoat hood lower, Liu spotted a crooked tree and easily scaled the wall. Security was lax, with only 2 henchmen stationed at the main gate. The Bia Group was a massive conglomerate, and even its branch in Lucheng was considered a semi-dominant enterprise. Such formidable status had lulled them into a false sense of security, believing no one would dare provoke them. This led to extremely lax security. The villa was L-shaped, 4 or 5 stories tall. The top floor was dark, likely unoccupied. Stepping silently across the garden lawn, Liu approached the floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor. Peering through the gaps in the curtains, he scanned the interior. Beneath the warm yellow chandelier on the first floor, over a dozen men and women gathered around a small dance floor. All unfamiliar faces. Liu had never seen any of them before. He wasn't in a hurry to cause trouble. Instead, he found a water pipe and climbed up to the second-floor balcony. Should anyone suddenly open the balcony door, they would find an unseen stranger clad entirely in black standing abruptly on the ledge. Just as Liu was about to open the balcony door, the sound of women's laughter drifted out from the room. Through the crack, 1 woman and 5 men appeared in the room, the atmosphere thick with suggestive tension. The woman led the way, clad in a sexy black leather bodysuit and thigh-high boots, with a plastic succubus tail trailing behind her. His gaze drifted upward, and Liu began to wonder, strange. Why is this woman's head wrapped in so many bandages? As he pondered this, the 5 men following her swiftly and efficiently stripped off their clothes. They were all muscular, each with a distinct appearance. Among them were the internet-famous puppy boy and wolf boy types, plus 2 foreigners, one dark-skinned, one fair-skinned. One particularly refined-looking man presented a tray laden with an assortment of items, whips, belts, candles, collars. Before Liu could take it all in, Hua Feiwu kicked one of the handsome men to the ground, pinned him down, and a series of lashing sounds followed. Soon the whipping sounds transformed into a woman's suggestive moans, accompanied by the creaking of the bed. As the 5 men moved, the woman's voice grew increasingly shrill, utterly lost in ecstasy. "What a wild party, 5 at once," Liu remarked with disgust. "Why is it suddenly so cold? One of the handsome men got up to retrieve his clothes from the side. He casually glanced up, his gaze landing on the windowsill. A pair of indifferent eyes suddenly met his. The sudden realization of eyes spying on him in the dead of night sent a chill down his spine. He rubbed his eyes frantically, but when he opened them again, the gaze had vanished. Must have been my imagination. Chapter 25, scared out of his wits. After pulling on his t-shirt, the man opened the champagne on the table. Working in this line of work took a toll on his body. Barely 5 minutes after drinking, he felt the urge to urinate. The transparent bathroom door was covered in fingerprints. Through the blur, he glimpsed a crimson figure standing stiffly behind the glass. The man jolted awake, summoning his courage to yank open the curtain. Empty. Weird. What's wrong today? I barely drank anything and I'm already drunk. After relieving himself, he splashed cold water on his face to sober up. Meanwhile, Hua Feiwu on the bed was in ecstasy, her body limp and limp. What's going on? There's another guy here? Her head swiveled around, finally settling on the bathroom's location. Her eyes widened visibly, her throat suddenly constricted as if someone had grabbed it, leaving her utterly speechless. Through the blurred glass wall, she could make out the man's silhouette. Above his head, a vivid red streak appeared. It was a person, a woman. The woman was clinging to the bathroom ceiling in an eerie position, her hair hanging down. At the same time, her slender, long hand was slowly moving downward. Hua Feiwu's pupils dilated violently as sheer terror gripped her. Her hands instinctively slapped the back of the man on top of her. He paused for a moment, then quickly understood, intensifying his assault. The physical agony left Hua Feiwu unable to form coherent words, leaving her only to stare helplessly at the glass wall. Boss, you're in a good mood today. We'll make sure you're satisfied, guaranteed. Little flying stick is coming, hee hee. Little flying stick speeding up. The men exchanged glances, chuckled, then redoubled their efforts, pounding her relentlessly. In Hua Feiwu's field of vision, those slender hands reached for the man's head in the bathroom. With a gentle twist, they effortlessly severed it. As effortless as unscrewing a mineral water bottle. The man seemed oblivious, cupping cold water and splashing it toward his non-existent face. Snap! The bathroom door swung open. Standing in the doorway, the man stood eerily straight, his neck now empty. The floor beneath him was a crimson pool, blood still spurting from the gaping wound in his neck. Ghost, ghost! There's a ghost! Hua Feiwu's jaw trembled violently, his eyes bulging to their limits, almost popping out of their sockets. Boss, you're right, there really is a ghost. You're the dead ghost. The men still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation, continuing their flirtatious banter. On the other side, Liu quietly pushed open the balcony door, letting in a wave of damp, cold air as he entered the room. A faint twitch played at the corner of his mouth. So eager to be a dead ghost, huh? Fine, I'll grant your wish right now. Stop. Stop. Don't push any further. Hua Feiwu regained a sliver of clarity, her voice shrill. The headless corpse stiffened for a moment before beginning to shuffle toward Hua Feiwu. Behind him, a red-clad specter crawled along the wall like a sinister spider. Good evening. Having fun? Liu stood smiling near the bed, his soaked black raincoat dripping water onto the floor. The men finally snapped out of their stupor, staring at Liu in utter shock. They didn't even bother to put their clothes back on, frantically searching for anything nearby they could use for defense. Who are you? How did you get in? Where's Nongnom? Someone demanded. Liu smiled faintly and pointed toward the bathroom. Not sure. Go see for yourself. The men turned their heads in the direction Liu indicated. A blood-soaked figure stood by the bedside, the stench of blood thick in the air. The next moment, the headless corpse crashed heavily onto the bed, a crimson bloom spreading across the pristine sheets. Liu left no trace behind. Gloves on, he sealed the door shut and waited silently for the vengeful spirit to claim these souls. At first, he had considered sparing them to eliminate the demonic creatures, thinking they might contribute something to this world. Now he found that notion utterly laughable. Some people were just born scum, worse than the monsters themselves. You bastard. How dare you touch me? Do you know who my cousin is? Hua Feiwu glared at Liu, her teeth clenched in fury. Don't worry, your cousin will be joining you soon. Family should always be together, Liu said with a wicked grin. The specter's veins bulged as his hand tightened around Hua Feiwu's throat, its grip relentlessly constricting. Black hair flared out, coiling around the other four men. With their mouths stuffed by the dark strands, they could only emit agonized muffled cries. As the vengeful spirit gradually drained their life force, Liu walked over to play a record, swaying to the rhythm. Hey, gotta say, you rich folks sure live it up, champagne and records. Pretty sweet life, huh? Within seconds, the agonized moans vanished entirely from the room. The vengeful spirit, now saturated with human energy, wore an expression of pure excitement, its aura growing even more terrifying. She tilted her head slightly, pointing at the 5 corpses on the bed, their faces ashen, eyes bulging with the look of a little wife seeking praise. If it weren't for the blood smeared across her face and the gaping maw split open at the corners, she might have even been kind of cute. The torrential rain outside continued unabated, its thunderous roar conveniently masking some of the sounds. After closing the door, Liu walked calmly down the hallway, a bottle of champagne in hand. Soon, a small room appeared at the end of the corridor. After prying open the door, he discovered it housed the electrical control panel for the entire building. Without hesitation, Liu slammed the champagne bottle in his hand against the instrument. The shattering sound of glass rang in his ears. Creak! As the overhead dome light flickered, the entire villa plunged into darkness. The crackling hum of electricity vanished instantly. Those on the third floor were still reveling when they were suddenly plunged into darkness. The music cut off, leaving only endless, deafening silence. Men and women stood up straight in confusion, hearing only the pounding rain against the floor-to-ceiling windows and the occasional clap of thunder. What the hell? We were having a blast. A woman's voice broke the silence. A muscular man on the sofa rose calmly, his voice deep and resonant. Everyone, bear with us. We've been having a lot of thunderstorms lately. It might have struck the wiring. Shaolin, go downstairs and check. Got it, I'll handle it right away. Across the room, a young man deftly grabbed the fruit knife from the tray and made his way toward the staircase connecting the second and third floors. At the junction, Liu stood silently on the stairs, like a tiger or leopard concealed in the night, stalking its prey. The moment his prey drew near, he would bare his fangs without hesitation and tear the intruder to shreds. Everyone, take a seat on the nearest sofa or bench. Stay put, keep an eye on those around you. Mountain Chicken, take 2 people and go find my cousin. Make sure you bring her back. Waba's tone grew more urgent. Years of navigating the underworld had honed his caution to a razor's edge. Ever since the banquet began, his eyelid had been twitching incessantly. Now, the sudden blackout only amplified his sense of foreboding. Something was about to happen. Chapter 26, Massacre. Bro, short circuits during thunderstorms are normal. No need to freak out, said the guy with the crew cut, lounging lazily on the sofa across from Huaba. You gotta keep your wits about you. If you're not careful out here, you'll be the next one dead. Damn it, don't be so damn cocky, kid. Huaba shot a glare in the general direction, his entire body tense. Deputy Commander, this is Lu City. Who here dares mess with us? In Lu City, we're the ones who pick fights. If anyone dares cause trouble for us, just relax. Let the music play on. You seem pleased. How's the recruitment going? If numbers are low, I'll make your head roll. Hurry up and confiscate their IDs. These students have gotten smarter lately. Hard to pull a fast one on them. The man sounded troubled. If they're hard to fool, beat the out of them. Just like that Cohen guy. Damn it, if I'm not having a good time, no one else will either. Huaba lit a cigarette in the darkness. Hey, have you found the guy who beat up my cousin yet? Nope, boss. We spotted that kid at the mountain foot last time, but when we went back, he vanished. We even lost 2 of our guys in the process. Bunch of useless jerks. Huafeiwu doesn't give a damn either, just chasing men all day. After a few minutes of casual chat, they began to sense something was off. The second floor was just a flight of stairs and a turn away. Why had there been no movement for 5 whole minutes? Huaba's brow furrowed slightly. Shaolin! Shaolin! The voice echoed through the silent villa, but no response came for a long time. Seconds later, the echo faded, and the villa fell silent once more. An uneasy atmosphere settled over the group. Could it be ghosts? Someone murmured the words, and the relief that had just settled in everyone's hearts was instantly replaced by dread. Bull. Overreacting. You're a combat professional, for crying out loud. Scared of this? The crew cut grabbed the ceramic fruit bowl from the table, swallowed nervously, and headed toward the staircase. The darkness in the stairwell was thick and impenetrable, so pitch black you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. A flash of lightning from the stairwell window illuminated the junction, revealing a sudden black silhouette lurking in the corner. Shaolin? Is that you, Shaolin? You little bastard hiding here slacking off? You think I won't skin you alive? The crew cut guy cursed as he stepped forward. The silhouette remained motionless, ignoring him completely. You're playing dumb, huh? Fine, cut it out. This pitch black place is no fun. The crew cut shone his phone into the corner. The thug's terrifying visage appeared without warning, eyes wide, mouth gaping, face contorted in a grotesque grimace of utter terror. This. His fingers trembling, the punk approached, determined to check for a pulse. Before he could touch him, Kobayashi's stiff body tilted sideways and clattered down the stairs. A clap of thunder boomed outside the window, followed by a flash of lightning. A chill suddenly ran down the pompadour's spine. He whipped his head around. In the brief flash of lightning, he saw a figure suddenly standing at the top of the stairs. The figure held 2 menacing short axes, dripping blood onto the floor. No one knew how long it had been standing there in the darkness. Who's there? The aviator's storage ring flashed, and a metal crossbow appeared in his hand. His hands trembled as he aimed the arrow, but 2 spiraling battle axes flew toward him, one from the left, one from the right. What the hell are you yelling about? Huaba gasped as he rounded the corner, only to see the crew cut man being dragged down like a deflated balloon, half his body still visible. His metal bow fell to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces. Liu forcefully ripped the storage ring from the pompadour's finger before vanishing back into the darkness. Bad. Really bad. Huaba exhaled heavily, frozen in place like a wooden statue as an icy chill spread from his core through every limb. Though a warrior by profession, he possessed innate sensitivity. Combined with years of living on the edge of danger, no one could escape his perception. That someone had infiltrated his territory without his detection meant he'd stirred up serious trouble. Huaba staggered, sprinting into the main hall without looking back. Everyone stay put. If your phones have battery or you have lighting skills, shine them around immediately. Huaba shouted as he burst into the main hall, frantically dialing Wendatong's number while beginning to loot the room for valuables. Captain, what's going on? Intruders. And they're powerful bastards. Don't ask questions. Stay on high alert. Huaba roared at his men, stuffing cash haphazardly into his pockets. The men hesitated to question him, but seeing their boss so uncharacteristically flustered, they swallowed their words. Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng. The man's sudden cry startled everyone. His voice was frantic as he scanned the room in panic. His girlfriend, who had been right beside him moments ago, had vanished into thin air. What the hell? Huaba wiped sweat from his brow and glared at the man. My girlfriend's gone. Freeze. Everyone count off. When the count was complete, the atmosphere in the room turned icy cold. In just a few minutes, 2 people vanished from the room without a sound. The lurking danger had already slipped past the staircase corner and entered the 3rd floor lobby. It could very well be lurking in the shadows somewhere, watching everyone, waiting for the right moment to strike and drag someone into the endless abyss. All shield guardians, protect the nearest mages, archers, and support casters. Stay close to the walls. Huaba shouted urgently. The villa was enormous. The 1st floor alone spanned hundreds of square meters. Even with fireballs and cell phones illuminating the space, vast areas remained shrouded in darkness. For the first time, they realized that a house being too big wasn't always a good thing. Captain, I just remembered I haven't picked up my clothes from home yet. Gotta run. Oh right. My sow gave birth today. I gotta go home for postpartum care. Captain, my 60-year-old mother is pregnant. I need to go take care of her. The terrifying atmosphere sent the team members scattering in retreat. Not a single one of them wanted to linger in this godforsaken place for another moment. Are you out of your minds? Everyone in Lu City knows us. They're definitely prepared and won't be alone. If you go out now, you're dead. There are at least dozens of people lying in wait inside and outside this house. Do you want to die? Huaba's roar froze everyone in place once more. No one dared speak. The deafening silence was an unbearable torment on the nerves. No one knew if they'd be the next to vanish. Huaba searched the villa, finally stopping before a decorative lamp. He twisted it forcefully. A square section of floor slowly rose, revealing a mechanism beneath that slid out a rectangular box. Huaba rushed over in 2 strides, quickly unlocking the box with his fingerprint and a passcode. The moment it opened, a deep blue glow seeped out. Inside lay a decorative necklace. Chapter 27, The Sword of the Goddess Volki. His henchmen nearby were drawn to the light, craning their necks to see. A small blue sword hung from the necklace's black cord, emanating an unusual aura. Upon seeing the necklace, Huaba felt his heart settle considerably. He slipped the necklace around his neck. A cold, eerie light shone in his hand as a sapphire blue long sword materialized in his grasp. Slender, sharp, and nimble, elegant yet commanding, it carried a chillier edge than the gentleman's sword. The sword of the goddess folk, capable of influencing lifespan and destiny. Possessing this sword grants the protective power of the goddess. As long as the sword remains unbroken, its wielder shall not perish. This is the heirloom passed down through generations of Manhwa family. Through 1,000 years of wind and frost, it remains as sharp as new, cutting through iron like mud, severing hair with a breath. Our ancestors used this blade to cleave mountains effortlessly, leaving not a single scratch behind. Huaba's expression brightened with delight. Wielding the sword, he suddenly felt confident. With this blade, our Hua family shall never decline. It will dispel evil spirits and turn danger into safety. Indeed. Of course. This is my family heirloom. Let me try it? No, you mustn't. Huaba's expression darkened abruptly. This voice was utterly unfamiliar. It didn't belong to anyone he knew. He looked down in shock, only to find a hand already gripping the end of the knife handle. The sudden force made his own hand go empty. At the same time, the necklace around his neck had vanished without a trace. Liu emerged from the darkness, his fingers tracing the blade's edge. A strip of light refracted from the steel, glinting off his raincoat hood and revealing the sharp eyes concealed beneath. Huaba's blood ran cold as he froze in place, utterly stunned. Watching Huaba's dazed expression, Liu chuckled softly. It wasn't in vain watching you clowns fiddle around for so long. TSK, indeed, something valuable. You should count yourself lucky to possess such a treasure. It'll let you scrape by for a few more minutes. Liu's unrestrained laughter echoed through the spacious chamber. No one knew when he had appeared or approached. His movements were utterly silent. Still shaken by the earlier intimidation, Hua instinctively took a few steps back, his tone suddenly polite. Brother, who might you be? Could there have been some misunderstanding between us earlier? Yeah, you must have mistaken us for someone else. Let's talk this out peacefully. As they spoke, the Wolfang mercenaries had already quietly drawn their weapons. Their eyes darted around the room. They refused to believe he had come alone. There were definitely others hidden within. 1 man against 20 plus? Impossible. Li Yu relished their panic. Imagine how it felt to be on the receiving end of their bullying. It couldn't be pleasant. Su Koan still lay in the hospital ward, his life hanging by a thread at any moment. He was merely the tip of the iceberg among the victims. Countless others had suffered under their oppression, reduced to poverty, their families shattered while these bastards partied like nothing had happened, throwing lavish banquets in their hundreds of square-meter luxury villas. Caressing tall, seductive models, sipping champagne costing tens of thousands per bottle, not a shred of guilt. Such people deserve no pity. They are unworthy of being called human. Misunderstanding? Those who commit evil deeds will meet their own demise. I'm not wasting breath on you. You're unworthy of my words. Li Yu raised the goddess sword in his hand, his aura surging violently. The goddess sword of Vogue felt like a 1,000-year-old ice block dropped into the desert, frantically releasing its frigid aura. This was no benevolent goddess. It was a merciless ice demon, a murderous demon. The Chiu family from the eastern shops? The evicted residents from the West Bank? The construction crew from the suburbs? The Jiang family, young and old, who took out loans? Who are you here for? Hua rattled off their recent crimes at breakneck speed. Though only Li Yu approached, Hua felt the crushing weight of 1,000 armies bearing down on him. With each confession, Li Yu's expression darkened further. Scum like you? Hell wouldn't even bother to take you. With a flicker of his intent, a pool of thick, viscous darkness appeared on the slippery tiles, and ghostly spirits began to stir. All stairwells were now blocked by ghostly entities. Approach those areas, and an unsettling terror awaited them. It's you! Finally, someone recognized Li Yu's voice, the shield bearer who had protected Hua Feiwu. Pointing an accusing finger, he shouted furiously, Captain! He's the young man who injured Sister Feiwu last time. Li Yu glanced in his direction and nodded coldly. Yep, you guessed right. Reward coming. The next instant, the crimson-robed specter appeared silently. Seizing the moment when Li Yu was completely unprepared, it snapped his neck with a twist. As the shield bearer collapsed, chaos erupted. The air filled with the frantic screams and wails of men and women. Hordes of ghostly creatures emerged from the darkness, unleashing a rampage. Within minutes, the lavishly decorated 3-story building lay in utter ruin. After the level increase, even ordinary wandering spirits possessed considerable offensive power. The mix of ordinary ghosts and the higher-tier red-robed specters, combined with the pitch-black environment, gave Li Yu the upper hand. Angering a hidden class was never a wise choice. A wicked grin twisted the corners of the vengeful spirit's mouths. Her fingers suddenly sharpened into cold, steel needles. She slowly plunged her fingers into the men's necks. Their bodies convulsed violently, yet they could not utter a sound. Their eyes bulged wide with terror and agony, yet they could not escape death's grasp. A satisfied gleam flashed in the ghostly creature's eyes as it watched the men in its grasp gradually lose their life force amidst extreme agony. Thud! A ghostly figure withdrew its hand, leaving behind a vivid trail of blood. The mercenary corps member's corpse collapsed onto the bed, his face still frozen in the terror of his final moments. Amidst the wails of grief, a higher-ranked flower tyrant broke through the encirclement and sprinted downstairs without daring to look back. A desperate last stand, thinking running downstairs will save you? Li Yu sneered, stepping over bodies as he charged down the stairs. Sword in hand, he reached the ground floor. The door was locked tight. The L-shaped villa had 2 exits, and it was clear these men had been badly beaten. They'd actually run toward the locked side. Following the scent of blood, Li Yu retraced his steps to the 2nd floor. The corridor stretched endlessly, devoid of light, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Suddenly, he recalled a movie called The Shining. The female lead, pursued by Jack, frantically hid in a room, praying anxiously and nervously for the horror to leave. Such scenarios invariably ended in utter terror. Li Yu pried open a nearby fire cabinet, pulled out the fire axe inside, and began to relish this part. The blade scraped against the wall, producing an unsettling sound. Scrape announcing Li Yu's approach. Little mouse, you better hide well, don't let me catch you. Li Yu approached the first room, hacking through the wooden door with the axe. His calm face appeared in the doorway. Here is Li Yu. The door was forced open, revealing an empty room. Li Yu clutched the fire axe, smashing his way through each room without hesitation. Bang! 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 The sound of chopping and smashing echoed louder and louder, like the tolling of a funeral bell. Soon, only one room remained in the corridor. Chapter 28, Cat Catches Mouse. Looks like I've found the mouse. Li Yu stood before the door, twirling the fire axe in his hand. Let me guess where you're hiding. Under the bed? In the closet? Behind the curtains? Or behind the door? Pressing his ear against the door, he could faintly hear the strained, suppressed breathing on the other side. Separated by a single door, their states of mind couldn't be more different. Behind the door, the flower tyrant gripped a fruit knife, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Smash! The wooden door split open, revealing a gap. Liu grew increasingly excited, his chopping motions accelerating with each strike, accompanied by terrified screams from within. In moments, a gap as wide as a thigh gap was smashed open in the door. Breathe deeply. Feeling tense and dizzy is normal. Liu violently kicked the door off its hinges. He locked eyes with Huaba, who was scrambling to his feet. Huaba clutched the fruit knife tightly, his body trembling as he backed away. Having just witnessed Liu's terrifying strength, Huaba completely abandoned any thought of resistance. Years of debauchery had transformed him from the once formidable Tan Tianba. His physique had grown flabby, and his combat skills had faded. He stood no chance against Liu now. Brother, let's talk this out. Let's talk this out. I've got money, I've got connections, we can work something out. His tone was groveling, devoid of any trace of the mercenary leader's former intimidation. When you oppressed the people and beat my friends, did you think we could talk things over? Why should I negotiate with you now? Huaba sank into deep confusion. Liu looked young, barely 20, yet possessed such terrifying strength. He couldn't fathom it. Having roamed Lu City for years, he'd seen his share of prodigies. But none had grown as rapidly as Liu. A premonition gripped him: this youth would overturn the entire city of Lucheng. You injured my friend. Hand over the special golden wound medicine either voluntarily or I'll take it by force. You're that young man's classmate? Huaba sucked in a sharp breath. We just beat him up a bit and you've killed so many of us? Fine. I can give you the item, only I know its location, but you must promise to spare my life once I hand it over. Fine. I agree. Huaba hadn't expected Liu to agree so readily. His expression froze for a moment. Really? Liu nodded. Better hurry, lest I change my mind. Huaba fumbled with the room's cabinet, then entered a code to open the safe inside. This was just brought back recently. Mid-sentence, Huaba inadvertently met Liu's gaze. Liu was now wearing a terrifyingly cold smile, looking down at Huaba from above. Have you lost your mind from fright, or has the booze fried your brain? Huaba's pupils instantly shrunk to pinpricks as his entire body froze in terror. You bastard, you tricked me. Scum like you aren't worthy of negotiating with me. Without hesitation, Liu swung his axe at Huaba, swiftly ending his life amidst the terror etched on his face. Liu picked up the phone from the body, dialed the most recent contact, and began gathering his belongings as he descended the stairs. After ringing for over 10 seconds, the call was answered. The voice on the other end was familiar to Liu. It was Wendatong, the man who had come to his door that day. Hello? What's going on over there? Did you call because the situation's resolved? Liu remained silent for over 10 seconds, and so did the other party. The surrounding silence hung heavy. The tone on the other end shifted abruptly, probing cautiously. Who are you? It doesn't matter. I'm here to notify you to come collect the body. You dared to trespass into the Nine Heavens Linglong Villa district. You lot are truly audacious. Do you know whose territory Lu City is? This is an act of declaring war on the Bia group. Through Wendatong's furious tone, Liu could vividly imagine the furious, teeth-gritting expression on the other end. You're a real loudmouth, aren't you? Liu hung up the phone decisively, then snapped a few photos of the villa's devastation and sent them to Wendatong. Damn it! Which faction dares to provoke us so openly? Investigate the movements of Lu City's major families immediately. We've given these old fools too much leeway. After years of ignoring them, they've grown so arrogant. Inside a black stretch limousine, Wendatong angrily smashed his phone to pieces. Even the shattered pieces of the phone couldn't quell his rage. He instinctively blamed today's bloodshed on other factions. He knew his men well. They weren't some random group anyone could provoke. The Wolfang mercenary group was notorious for its ruthlessness. It was absolutely impossible for them to be wiped out so easily. Wendatong would never have imagined that the one to take them down would be a seemingly harmless student who single-handedly wiped out everyone in the villa. The luxury car accelerated, cutting through the heavy rain curtain and entering the villa district. Wendatong, flanked by two burly bodyguards, crashed through the villa's front gate. Inside, all lights were extinguished, plunging the place into pitch darkness. An upstairs window stood open, its curtains fluttering wildly like dancing specters. The only sounds were thunder and rain pelting the greenery, sending chills down their spines. They had no idea what awaited them inside. Wendatong forcibly kicked one bodyguard inside, leaving him no choice but to enter. Drenched in sweat, he scanned the darkness warily. Mr. Wen, it's clear. Safe. The group cautiously entered the room. A thick, pungent smell of blood filled the air, and the floor was a mess. The people were gone. Following the blood trail deeper inside, Wendatong detected something unusual, a distinct scent mingling with the overwhelming stench of blood. Brother, I'll open the valve. That smell. It's gas. Wendatong's face drained of color in an instant. Don't open it. Creak. As Wendatong's voice fell, the overhead lights flickered, instantly flooding the villa with light. Simultaneously, tongues of flame erupted, unleashing a searing wave of heat that slammed into them. Everyone's pupils dilated in shock. The entire villa's first floor was engulfed in fiery red, and with a deafening explosion, the flames spiraled out of control. First hospital of Luchang. The television broadcasted breaking news: a luxurious villa engulfed in flames, billowing smoke pouring out relentlessly. Charred bodies were covered in white sheets by medical personnel and carried out, the scene utterly horrific. According to an exclusive report by Cheetah News, a major fire broke out in the Jotian Linglong Villa district around 10 p.m. last night. The flames spread rapidly indoors, triggering a series of explosions. Preliminary investigations suggest the blaze was caused by a gas leak explosion. It is understood that a party was underway at the villa yesterday. Strangely, numerous fragments of human tissue were found at the scene, suggesting possible self-detonation. The scene shifted to a reporter broadcasting live in a raincoat, reporting urgently. We've just confirmed with the property developer that this villa was owned by an employee of the Bia Group. Multiple members of the Bia Group's security department were seriously injured, including manager Wen Datong. Awesome, absolutely awesome. Karma's A. Su Koan, lying on his bed, felt immensely satisfied upon seeing the TV footage, his spirits lifting considerably. Chapter 29, Conclusion. How are you feeling? Did you take the special treatment medicine I bought for you last night? You should have used it this morning. After a night's rest, Liu came to visit Su Koan in the hospital room. Su Koan was watching television. Thanks to the medication and his improved mood, his complexion had brightened somewhat. Yet a deep, soul-worn exhaustion still lingered on his face. Seeing Liu's face, Su Koan flashed a rare smile. You still remember me. That's nice of you. But you don't need to keep coming by. The exam results are coming out soon. You should take advantage of the free time to have some fun. Liu sat beside him, peeling fruit. Without you bastard to liven things up, it's no fun. Get moving, hurry up. Ha, got it. Su Koan's expression darkened slightly as he forced a smile. This body of mine, who knows how long it'll take to recover. I won't be joining you guys at the higher level academy. Liu's mouth hung open slightly, no sound escaping. When you get to the advanced academy, remember to snap lots of pics of the beauties, especially those with long legs and stockings. White ones are best, huh? Oh, and when you get a girlfriend, let me vet her first. I know how to read faces. Sigh. What are you glaring at? Jealous I get to take it easy? You guys will be running yourselves ragged between classes, dorm, and study hall. Cough cough. The air fell silent. Alright, get some rest. You'll be fine. I'll go check the bill. After catching some cool air in the hallway, Liu headed toward the doctor's office. After Liu left, the ward felt empty. Su Koan's smile faded, replaced by a look of sorrow and bitterness. He sat motionless on the hospital bed, like a statue. Soon, 2 streams of tears flowed from his eyes, and gradually, his voice became choked with emotion. That bastard, he won't forget about me once he's out in the real world, will he? Su Koan was acutely aware of his situation. Even though his life was no longer in danger, he would be confined to bed for years. Attending the academy was out of the question. He pretended not to care, but watching his best friend walk away, the gnawing emptiness in his heart grew. Who wouldn't want their friend to keep walking alongside them? The next day, the plane landed. Yanluo wore a heavy frown. He couldn't fathom why his mercenary group had suffered such devastating losses just because he'd stepped out for a while. His deputy commander was dead, over 30 brothers were either killed or wounded, and the villa worth tens of millions lay in utter ruin, charred beyond recognition. Xiao Su, who the hell did you provoke to make them so bold? Jiangliu's brows knitted tightly, his mind a tangled mess. Bodyguard Xiao Su kept his head bowed. We retrieved the surveillance footage from the courtyard, which captured some of the interior. The attackers were numerous and possessed the ability to vanish, allowing them to conceal themselves in the darkness. Their combat prowess was formidable, capable of detonating explosive effects and wiping out the entire villa in a single night. The average level of their squad was likely above level 10, maybe even level 15 or higher. Jiangliu's nerves tightened further. A team above level 15? That's far beyond Wolfang mercenary group's capabilities. Who could possess such strength and audacity? Could it be the authorities? The authorities. Bodyguard Xiao Su's skin crawled. Then we're finished. It might not be the authorities. It could very well be some hidden big shot, or even an operation orchestrated from another province. Captain, what should we do? Jianluo sank into the sofa. He hadn't felt this kind of pressure in a long time. To be dealt such a heavy blow without knowing anything about the enemy, with even greater risks looming ahead. This feeling of being trapped on a deserted island, with crocodiles lurking in the river, was suffocating. He made a call to his superiors. Minutes later, he instructed his bodyguard, Xiao Su. Order the mercenary group to lie low immediately. Halt all bloody operations. The entire Bia group in Luchang is on high alert. Suspend all work. We absolutely cannot be the first to stick our necks out. I don't want to see any more brothers die. Understood? Yes, sir. I'll relay the order immediately. The mercenaries are to remain stationed at Sunset Town and not move from their posts. Upon landing in Lucheng, Jianglu received this shocking news. He decided to lie low for a while, keeping a low profile at least for the time being. Residential complex, Li Yu's room. Recovering at home, Li Yu learned of the power of the goddess folk sword. The wielder of this sword gains the goddess's protection, granting a unique immunity effect. The sword's damage output was neither exceptional nor magical in nature, a trait that clashed sharply with Li Yu's class. The axes Li Yu summoned all carried magical effects, making the goddess sword seem somewhat redundant. Fortunately, the protection effect was exceptionally potent, causing Li Yu to abandon the idea of selling the sword. Goddess's protection bestows a blessing. When the wearer of the necklace suffers a fatal blow, they enter invincibility, immune to all damage for 1 second and gaining a 20% movement speed boost. After using the protection, multiple cracks appear on the sapphire blue sword hanging from the necklace. It cannot be summoned for combat until the cracks heal automatically. The repair period lasts a full month. Li Yu found this repair time perfectly reasonable, as the goddess sword's effect was nothing short of extraordinary. It was essentially like carrying a golden ticket to immunity from death. A long cooldown was only fair. For the next stretch, Li Yu and Zhang Wei took some time to enjoy themselves, dining with classmates from their class. After all, they would soon be scattered to different corners of the world. Some would cross oceans, others would head straight to the battlefield. At noon the following day, the students were summoned to the academy. Today is the day the assessment results are released. Candidates, please remain in your current positions for a moment while we complete the facility connection and debugging. The supervisor's voice echoed across Jiangzhong Academy's plaza, reverberating in everyone's ears. Amidst the tense anticipation, even the chatterboxes in the class fell silent, their hearts beating faster and faster. This day, which would determine the course of their destinies, held extraordinary significance for everyone. The distribution of results followed a system similar to the National College Entrance Exam, where points, rankings, and performance all factored into the outcome. The higher the ranking, the more options one had. The difference lay in the fact that each province had only one elite academy consolidating its regional resources. This meant candidates nationwide competed for a mere handful of spots across dozens of elite institutions. With survival at stake, competition reached its peak. Everyone craved that crucial trump card to survive encounters with deadly monsters. Of course, there are also distinctions among the higher academies. Each region possesses varying levels of military strength, scientific research capabilities, and state support, resulting in differences in the academy's overall capabilities. However, Li Yu remained unconcerned. Though he couldn't afford to spend much time grinding monsters, his clearing speed was exceptionally fast. He couldn't recall exactly how many demons he'd purged from the Thousand Corpses graveyard, but based on data from the past few years, Li Yu had a rough estimate. He was definitely ranked within the top 500, giving him an abundance of options. Now, Li Yu had to consider where to go next. Chapter 30, Results Announced. Time ticked by, and finally, the moment for the rankings to be revealed arrived. Names flashed continuously across the massive screen. This wasn't a reality show. There were no deliberate suspense-building tactics or interruptions. It was straightforward and clear, displaying the results directly. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the data stabilized. Li Yu's name was not hard to find. His name stood out prominently at the very top. The most dazzling position at the forefront. Ranking first, Li Yu. Overall evaluation, SSS-class. Whoa! The venue seemed frozen in time, filled with a collective gasp of astonishment. The next second, the entire venue erupted in gasps and murmurs, waves of astonishment crashing like a relentless tide. Holy! Dean Wang Shihai and Professor Xiefeng shouted almost simultaneously, their excitement momentarily erasing their professional roles. The moment the rankings appeared, the two old men leapt up from their chairs. It's settled! It's settled! Jiangzhong Academy has produced the top scholar. First in the province! First in the province! Xiefeng slapped his own face hard, as if to prove he wasn't dreaming. For a small city with scarce educational resources and little support from higher-ups to produce the provincial top scholar was a monumental achievement that brought immense honor to their institution. Congratulations, Mentor Xiefeng. Who would have thought you'd nurture a top scholar? We'll have to learn more from you in the future. A top scholar from Lucheng? That hasn't happened in a century. Mentor Xiefeng, what classes do you teach? We'll come observe them. Haha, those old farts at the West Campus still wanted to swallow up our academy? Ha! Now the tables have turned, just wait till they see this. A chorus of admiration and awe rippled through the faculty seats. Xiefeng and Dean Wang couldn't suppress the smiles tugging at their lips. Hey, keep it low-key, low-key. Honestly, this was all within my expectations. Calm down a bit, can't we maintain some dignity befitting instructors? Damn, you're amazing. Who knew you were this fierce? As your buddy, I'm so proud. Zhang Wei threw his arms around Li Yu's neck, bouncing up and down with excitement that seemed to outshine even Li Yu's own. Congratulations, Li Yu, Su Jiaojiao said with a warm smile. Li Yu nodded at the petite Su Jiaojiao. Thanks. Congrats to you too, your results are impressive. Let's team up again next time. Sure. Li Yu took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself. He had estimated his ranking to be within the top 500, but the result gave him a huge surprise. He was the top scholar of Jiangzhong Academy. Moments later, his gaze drifted downward to the name of the runner-up. It was Su Jiaojiao. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. As a shield user, she certainly couldn't compete with warriors in points acquisition. Yet she had managed to secure second place. Su Jiaojiao's strength was clearly not to be underestimated. He'd been so focused on his studies that he'd overlooked such a formidable opponent. His mischievous curiosity led him to search for Xin Jiahu's ranking. After several tied scores, Xin Jiahu came in 7th. At that moment, Li Yu's gaze locked with Xin Jiahu's. Xin Jiahu's face darkened. Seeing Li Yu's defiant expression, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. After finally awakening to a rare class, he found himself hopelessly outpaced by Li Yu. Li Yu was thoroughly satisfied with Xin Jiahu's performance. He gave him a thumbs up, then pointed downwards with a mischievous grin. As if to say, hey, you little show-off, if you suck, practice more. Amidst the collective gasps, Wang Shihai's excited and powerful voice boomed over the PA system. Let's congratulate Li Yu on becoming the provincial champion. Give him a round of applause. As soon as Wang Shihai's words faded, the venue erupted in thunderous applause once more. Securing the top scholar title with such a commanding lead, Li Yu's name would surely be forever etched in the Academy's annals. He would be revered as a model by future generations, his achievements passed down through the ages. Wang Shihai even felt the urge to rename the Academy, forging a golden brand as the Top Scholar Academy. After the results were announced, Li Yu returned to his old neighborhood. The moment he unmuted his phone, calls flooded in relentlessly. A quick glance revealed over 100 missed calls and thousands of unread messages. He never imagined such intense attention so soon after the results were announced. It wouldn't be long before reporters wore out the threshold of his home. Lu City's Centennial Top Scholar, such a headline would guarantee explosive traffic. Recent headlines had been dominated by, student forgets exam admission ticket, kind stranger drives him home for test. Exam about to start, student walks into wrong venue, hat uncle rushes to deliver it, narrowly avoiding disaster. XXX takes the college entrance exam for the 99th time. The first student to exit the exam hall. Reporters and marketing accounts are so desperate for fresh content, they'll stick to you like a stubborn plaster, impossible to shake off. Li Yu quickly packed some clothes, deciding to stay at Zhang Wei's place for a few days to lie low. No sooner had he reached the bottom of the residential complex than he saw a large group of reporters rushing in by car. The road at the entrance was already narrow, now completely gridlocked with a cacophony of voices. Damn, that was fast. Do they even let neighbors sleep at this hour? Li Yu muttered before quickly pulling his hat brim low and ducking into the dark emergency stairwell. The sound of footsteps lasted a full 10 minutes before finally subsiding, giving Li Yu his chance to head to Zhang Wei's place. The next morning, Zhang Wei shook Li Yu awake. Excitedly, he pointed at the TV. Look! It's an interview with our school. Jiangzhong College was now packed with people, a sea of heads stretching as far as the eye could see. Several examinees were being interviewed by reporters. May I ask, what kind of person is Li Yu in your eyes? I know. Senior Li Yu is our top student here, and he's incredibly kind and respectful to elders and children. I often see him helping old ladies cross the street. He even carried me when I was little. What? He's only a year older than me? You don't understand, Senior Li Yu has superhuman strength. He can do anything. Senior Li Yu, you're so talented and handsome, who are you trying to charm? Girls, push me forward. I want to have his babies, lots and lots of them. Guys, always protect yourselves when you're out there. Senior Li Yu, could you please notice me? I'm the campus beauty, I'm different from them. I only have eyes for my big brother. Girls, you're going wild. But Senior Li Yu is worth it. Senior Li Yu, stay safe out there. When you're home alone, remember to leave a pair of high heels by the door. The interview scene spiraled out of control. Li Yu never imagined waking up to find so many dream girls. Looks like he won't be able to show his face in public anytime soon. Zhang Wei stood beside him, his face ashen, looking like he wanted to devour Li Yu raw. Aya, Li Yu, you bastard. Those were my goddesses. They were lining up to bear your children. Those collagen-filled faces, those tall figures, that fair skin. Aya, Li Yu, I hate you. What caught Li Yu's attention was another person whose popularity was skyrocketing. Unlike his own localized fame, hers was nationwide. Compared to Li Yu, a top scholar hailing from a small town, Su Jiaojiao's beauty caused an absolute uproar online. Despite her delicate-sounding name and petite appearance, she had awakened the shield user class. This striking contrast, coupled with her stunning looks, earned her a massive online following. As the sole female among the top 20 on the rankings, she was especially adored by female fans, with news and trending topics about her flooding the internet. Li Yu couldn't help but sigh, looks really do matter. Chapter 31, a new specter emerges. While Zhang Wei was still angrily rolling on the ground nearby, Li Yu's phone popped up with a private school message. The message was simple. Due to Li Yu's exceptionally outstanding performance in this assessment, both the Provincial Education Bureau and the Municipal Education Bureau would be issuing rewards to him. Additionally, various companies and individuals would offer him rewards, which would be collected and stored at the school. Admissions offices from top universities nationwide would send representatives to the academy to recruit him, as his performance was the most outstanding in years. Soon after, several images popped up on his phone. This is the villa in the city center. The subsequent 1 million currency reward will be deposited into your account. Li Yu never imagined that by becoming the top scholar, he would suddenly transform into a millionaire, receiving a luxurious villa spanning hundreds of square meters, complete with a garden and swimming pool. Of course, that was all for later. For now, Li Yu had one urgent task: breaking through to level 10. Once he reached level 10, the 10 Kings of Hell ancient text would unlock new effects. Over the next 3 days, Li Yu swept through the outskirts of Green Mountain, his entire being shrouded in a bloodthirsty aura. Perseverance paid off, and he finally broke through to level 10. The instant he reached level 10, four bizarre figures appeared in the underworld realm within his mind. Within the towering halls of the netherworld, chilling winds howled. Li Yu, clad in a black dragon robe, sat firmly upon the netherworld's dragon throne. Directly before his eyes, four black whirlpools materialized, each shrouded in dark mist. "Show yourself, servant." Li Yu's calm voice echoed, growing louder and louder. Four whirlpools stirred one after another. From the first vortex emerged a dragon-like creature, though lacking horns and with skin the color of yellow earth. As it emerged, a mountainous miasma filled the grand hall. Nearly 10 meters in length, it lurked within the toxic mist, truly resembling a divine dragon. Yet its face radiated pure malevolence at first glance, brimming with treacherous cunning. From the second vortex, tendrils of vine emerged first, followed by an overwhelming floral fragrance and irresistibly seductive scent. For some reason, Li Yu felt an unbearable heat wash over him after inhaling the fragrance, as if he'd been drugged with an aphrodisiac. Moments later, the vine's owner revealed herself a nearly naked woman. Her chest was partially covered in deep blue bark, accentuating her pert, alluring curves. She was incredibly seductive, especially under the influence of that unique floral scent, drawing men's gazes irresistibly toward her chest. Her face was small and bewitching, framed by a pair of fox-like eyes brimming with tenderness. Her lower body, however, was composed of intertwined vines equally bizarre. The third vortex opened. Emerging from within was a creature entirely black and red, resembling a frogman. Its body was covered in fish scales, it had long ears, red eyes, and folded wings tucked under its armpits. Its entire body was dripping wet, leaving puddles wherever it walked. The final apparition surpassed Li Yu's imagination. He had expected it to be as bizarre as the previous specters, but to his surprise, it appeared far more ordinary. It was a creature the size of a 3-year-old child, yet it possessed jet black hair, red eyes, and a form strikingly human-like. Summoning complete. These four are spirits of mountains and waters, slain in ancient times by Taoist Yin Shisha before descending into the 18 layers of hell. Li Yu opened the underworld scriptures to study these four specters. Soon, astonishment flashed in his eyes. They're actually Chi Mei and Wang Li. The hornless dragon, named Qi, was a terrifyingly ferocious beast lurking in deep forests. It could bewitch farmers who ventured into the woods, trapping them in a labyrinthine confusion akin to the ghostly wall. It could also release miasma, inflicting dual physical and psychological damage. The alluring tree spirit, known as the Mei. Skilled at bewitching hearts, it possessed an outwardly charming appearance yet harbored an utterly treacherous nature, wielding the power of enchantment. It lures men to devour them, having materialized from ancient texts buried deep within the primeval forests for millennia. No wonder she's so seductively alluring, she's meant to devour humans, Li Yu murmured, turning his gaze to the third ghostly creature resembling a frogman. Wang, a water demon that lurks at night, is said to be the son of Zhuanshu, one of the 5 ancient emperors, who transformed into a water spirit after death. It stirs up storms in the water, feasts on children, and is nearly impossible to slay. Wings beneath its armpits grant aerial vision, allowing it to unleash demonic fire attacks from the sky, truly master of both sea and air. The final child appeared harmless to both humans and animals, yet its abilities were the most bloodthirsty. The Liang, another aquatic monster, specializes in spreading plagues that cause mass deaths among both creatures and humans. It also possesses the ability to bewitch its victims. Each of the Qi Mei Wang Liang possessed unique and formidable abilities, leaving Li Yu profoundly shaken. Especially the final Liang, its ability to unleash plagues was terrifying, posing a grave threat to both humans and monsters. Combined with the Qi's miasma, it could kill silently and invisibly. No wonder these creatures are always mentioned together, they form a cohesive system that shouldn't be underestimated. The 10 Kings of Hell ancient book reminds you, the Underworld shop is now open. It opens once every 7 days. Would you like to proceed? What is this? Before Li Yu could process the information about the spirits, a new surprise was thrust upon him. Li Yu chose to proceed. After a swift, momentary pull, he arrived at an ancient-style structure within the Underworld. Ghost money is the currency used for purchases in the Underworld shop. Items can be obtained by having others burn paper money for you. Current spirit money, 0. The veins in Li Yu's temples throbbed. This is ing obvious. How could I possibly have Joss paper when I'm not even dead yet? Who in their right mind would burn Joss paper for themselves? That's just bad luck. Bad luck. Who curses themselves to death? Never seen such a bizarre cheat code. The shop offers a wide variety of items for upgrading, purchasing ghostly equipment, and more. Li Yu's expression froze for a moment before he slapped his thigh. Ha! Feudal nonsense. What era is this, worrying about good luck? Let's see what treasures are here first. Low-quality funeral garments. After donning the funeral attire, you appear more dashing, your mood lifts significantly, dispelling some mental fatigue and leaving you exhilarated. Price, 15 million ghost currency. Paper cutout bikini model. Ghosts get lonely too. With this bikini-clad model for company, you feel ready to make babies again, restoring some stamina within 10 seconds. Price, 50 million Joss paper coins. Low-grade offerings. Someone stuck 3 grave incense sticks in your offerings, implying you can just sniff them casually. Gains 1% experience. Price, 50 million Joss paper coins. Mengpo soup. You'll forget one skill. Ha. Price, 100 million Joss paper coins. Li Yu. Items appearing in the shop grant certain benefits to purchasers except for the last one. If he had enough Joss paper, Li Yu could even level up without leaving his home. However, there was a restriction on acquiring spirit money. It could only be obtained by having others burn paper money for him, not by burning it for himself. This proved rather troublesome. He was about to browse further when Director Wang's call came through. Chapter 32, the highly sought-after Li Yu. What's up, Dean? Dean Wang's excited voice came through, tinged with laughter. Li Yu. In an hour, admissions officers from universities across the country will arrive. You guys need to hurry back. Students with outstanding grades like Li Yu were proactively admitted early, ahead of ordinary applicants. Special personnel escorted them along the way, and they enjoy first-class air travel. With today's advanced technology, planes traveled at incredible speeds. Spatial corridors had been established between regions, allowing admissions officers from other universities to reach Lucheng exceptionally quickly. Got it, I'm heading over now. Alright, make sure to have a thorough discussion with the Advanced Academy's advisors and choose a good program. Hailing a cab by the roadside, he swiftly crossed the Lujiang River and entered Jiangzhong Academy without incident. In Jiangzhong Academy's Grand Conference Hall, dozens of mentors had gathered, along with their partners and other staff, totaling over 100 people. The vast conference hall, designed to accommodate thousands, felt unusually spacious with only 100 people present. After passing through 3 or 4 students, Li Yu spotted numerous nameplates belonging to figures he recognized from textbooks, all prominent names. Who would have thought the ghost officer profession possessed such power? Suppressing so many ghostly entities is truly astonishing. It's been ages since we witnessed such a miraculous occurrence. Indeed, it is a tremendous surprise. He must possess immense untapped potential. We must seize this opportunity now and thoroughly re-evaluate the ghost officer profession in the future. Perhaps we have all misunderstood its true nature all along. But ghost officers are too niche. The Academy's archives are sparse, and qualified mentors are few and far between. Even though he's the top graduate, there are limitations everywhere. The senior Academy mentors conversed among themselves, their demeanor outwardly calm yet inwardly brimming with determination to recruit him. Led by Xiefeng, the mentor's gazes settled upon him. Li Yu's features were sharply defined. His posture had grown even more upright after months of combat training, and the muscles beneath his white t-shirt were faintly visible, creating a very favorable impression. After dozens of people took a look at Li Yu, they couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Good looks always garner favor, completely overturning the traditional image of a studious nerd with a goatee. Wow, he's quite the looker. No wonder I saw news reports about all those girls going crazy for him. He's way better in person than online. Hey, Mr. Li, could you sign an autograph and take a photo with me? You're my daughter's idol. Hey, do you have a girlfriend? I could introduce my daughter to you. She's highly educated and stunningly beautiful. You two would definitely hit it off. Several female mentors sized up Li Yu for a moment before warmly greeting him. Mentor Xiefeng smiled warmly as he joined the others in greeting Li Yu, who returned polite smiles. Just as they were sizing each other up, the mentors in the room suddenly froze. A second later, they all stood up in unison, their eyes fixed respectfully on the conference room door. What's going on? Who did you see? Li Yu turned his head in confusion, and instantly, the hairs on his body stood on end. The figure pushing open the conference room door stood exceptionally tall and imposing. A faint smile graced his face, yet an overwhelming aura of terror radiated from his entire being, momentarily making it difficult for Li Yu to breathe. The ghostly entity within him sensed overwhelming pressure for the first time, instinctively going on high alert. Pairs of blood-red eyes flickered into existence within the darkness, already primed for battle. Not bad. You've got guts. After sensing no hostility, Li Yu dismissed the ghostly entities lurking in the darkness. The tension gradually eased. Lord Thunder, greetings. Li Yu's tone was respectful as he bowed slightly. As Thunder approached, Liu saw his appearance, short white hair, looking around 40, with a stern and resolute demeanor. Thunder nodded at Liu. You know me? You're a renowned commander. Your image is everywhere on TV, in textbooks. I still vividly remember the scene where you piloted a mecha into the ocean to slay that monstrous creature dozens of zhang tall. That was years ago, haha. Heroes don't boast about past glories. Thunder's hearty laughter rang out. The youngster's response lifted his spirits. Before arriving, he'd reviewed Liu's footage and was thoroughly satisfied with his performance. Little did he expect the boy to be so smooth-talking, too capable of responding swiftly under his pressure. That was rare among the younger generation. General Lei, what brings you here? Mentor Xiafeng hurriedly handed Lei Ting a glass of water. Only then did Liu notice that all the instructors and staff present had risen respectfully, their eyes fixed on Lei Ting. Facing Lei Ting, ranked among the nation's top 10 martial artists and hailed as the most gifted talent, everyone held genuine admiration. I'm heading north to suppress the sea monsters in the North Sea. Since I'm passing through here, I heard Lu City produced a provincial top scholar, so I came to take a look. Might as well recruit some talent for my alma mater while I'm at it. Now then, you lot, stop standing around. Get back to your duties. Those who wish to recruit, go ahead and recruit. The crowd stared in stunned silence. Who could have imagined the renowned national general would personally make an appearance? The spectacle was simply too grand. General Thunder casually pulled up a chair and sat down, glancing at the composed Liu. Young man, interested in Dragon Blood University? Though its rankings have slipped in recent years, it remains firmly among the nation's top 5. You needn't worry about faculty resources or combat training facilities. A moment of silence hung in the air before a younger instructor spoke up. Liu, if you choose our Baijiang Academy, we'll provide 1 million in living expenses, cover all meals and lodging, and gift you 10 vials of enhancement serum upon enrollment. Once the bidding began, more and more mentors joined General Lei in competing for the student. At Wuyue University, you'll receive a standard silver armor set upon enrollment, along with 1 million in living expenses and access to even more resources. Liu, you've surely heard of our Qitian Academy, the institution with the most instructors. Rest assured, you'll never lack for expert guidance. Beyond what Wuyue offers, we'll also gift you 2 universal mage-grade Brave Tier skill stones. Watching the offers from various academies grow increasingly generous, Lei Ting could no longer sit still. The easy smile vanished from his face. Damn, this kid is way too popular. You're taking this too far. Why didn't I get such treatment when I enrolled? Now they're throwing around over 1 million in funding? I only got 100,000 back then. This greenhorn is getting 10 times what I did. The mentors chuckled at Lei Ting. Times have changed. With monsters becoming more active, the nation prioritizes this field, more funding follows. Seeing their unwavering stance, Lei Ting gritted his teeth. 3 million. If you join my Dragon Seed Academy, I'll personally sponsor you with 3 million. And after graduation, if you need it, my unit will personally train you. Chapter 33, A Generous Reward. 3 million. 3 million. None of the instructors present had anticipated General Lei would offer Liu 3 million. If the Dragon Seed Academy added another million in funding and various resources, Liu would receive a total of 5 million in funding. Such funding would be mind-blowing for any academy. Consider that even senior academy mentors working for years might not earn such compensation. Liu's performance in the secret realm must have truly astonished General Lei. With General Lei's offer on the table, the crowd fell silent, save for the Dragon Seed Academy instructors, whose faces lit up with excitement. Our Dragon Seed Academy offers you 1 million in living expenses, a cultivation resource package containing 1 piece of equipment and 1 skill stone, plus 2 vials of enhancement potions. On its own, the Dragon Blood Academy's offer seemed rather ordinary. But combined with General Thunder's 3 million, it became incredibly attractive. Moreover, the Dragon Seed Academy ranked among the nation's top 5, standing almost on par with the top 4 academies, differing by only a hair's breadth. Xiaomu from Sea City Academy gritted his teeth and spoke up. My dad runs a factory. We can cough up 3 million too. Plus, our academy's gender ratio is 6 women to 4 men. Those present sucked in a sharp breath. Several students who had already signed up for other academies instantly felt a pang of regret. Resources are valuable, but beautiful women are even more tempting. After pondering the mentor's enthusiastic invitations for a moment, Liu apologetically addressed them all. Gentlemen, I've made my decision. My choice is the Dragon Blood Academy. Good lad, I knew you would. Thunder slapped Liu on the shoulder, his hearty laughter echoing through the conference room. The Dragon Blood Academy boasted a long history and abundant resources. Moreover, Liu would continue to receive Thunder's guidance afterward, a privilege others dared not even dream of. Choosing the Dragon Blood Academy was an excellent decision. After making his decision, Liu exchanged a few words with General Thunder before departing. After receiving the admission documents and leaving the contact number for the Academy's mentor, he headed back to Zhang Wei's home. Upon arriving home, Liu first allocated his 5 extra enhancement points. Glancing at the numerical values recorded in the ancient text, he allocated the points this time to stamina and intelligence, 2 points to intelligence and 3 points to stamina. To repeatedly summon spirits and demons, he needed to prioritize boosting intelligence and stamina, as both were closely tied to his mental power. Name, Li Yu. Stamina, 19. Intelligence, 21. Magic, 23, including an additional 11 points from the thick, black magic staff. Defense, 13, with Ghost Infant skin adding 8 points. Agility, 8. Attack, 2. Ignoring the attack stat, Li Yu's stats were steadily balancing out, resembling a pentagonal warrior, low resource consumption, high magical damage, and high defense. With the boost from 2 pieces of equipment, Li Yu's strength grew increasingly formidable. Next, Li Yu visited the first hospital to check on Su Kuan and informed him of his impending enrollment at the Dragon Seed Academy. Su Kuan expressed deep envy, though his physical recovery would take considerable time. While his life had been saved, the energy mingled within his meridians still needed purging, followed by gradual repair. Su Kuan was now in a semi-vegetative state, requiring constant attendant care. After visiting Su Kuan, Mentor Xiafeng had someone deliver a large box to Zhang Wei's home. Upon its arrival, Xiafeng conveniently brought it along for Li Yu. Inside were various rewards for the top scholar from different sources: the academy, educational institutions, businesses, and private citizens. Having finally produced a top scholar, these companies naturally offered generous gifts to both encourage Li Yu and promote their own brands. Holy cow, Li Yu, you've got quite the haul here. Zhang Wei exclaimed with envy, sweating buckets as he helped carry the items into his home. It's been a century since Lu Cheng produced a top scholar. Of course they'd make a big deal out of me. Pretty impressive, huh, brother you? I don't care. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes at Li Yu, pulled 2 pairs of scissors from under the coffee table, handed one to Li Yu, and they began unboxing. Inside the large boxes were smaller ones, each tied with an envelope, undoubtedly letters of introduction or similar documents. Li Yu opened several boxes, pulling out a property deed and several bank cards. The Education Bureau's generosity was impressive. They actually delivered a downtown apartment to him, along with 1 million yuan in cash. Adding the corporate bank cards, he had over another million. Combined with the 3 million from General Thunder and the million from the Dragon Seed Academy, his net worth now exceeded 5 million. For an 18-year-old student to possess such wealth was utterly terrifying. Holy, I really like this. Can you give it to me? Zhang Wei's suddenly high-pitched voice startled Li Yu. If it were something like enhancement potions, props, or equipment, he wouldn't be overly stingy after all. Zhang Wei had looked out for him quite a bit over the years. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Wei fondling a golden card, about the size of a bank card, with obvious delight. What is it? Holy crap, this is the real deal. Zhang Wei held the card close to Li Yu's face, its golden sheen dazzling him for a moment. Moments later, Li Yu made out the words engraved on it: Emperor Foot Spa, Super VIP, Imperial SSS-class Gold Card. Li Yu was stunned. Lifetime 30% discount on services, priority selection rights, no reservation needed for luxury private rooms, valid nationwide, and even offers in-home services. Zhang Wei looked utterly entranced, as if he were already inside the foot spa. Wait, this sounds kinda sketchy. Is this legit? Li Yu asked. You're the kind of person with 4 brains everything looks like to you. Fine, take it then. Take care of yourself, don't stay up late washing feet. Godfather. After opening all the boxes, big and small, Li Yu took stock of their contents. Recovery capsules, psychotropic potions, enhancement serums, a private helicopter, high-end suits, storage rings, a rich women's contact list. Since some donations came from corporations and social elites, the items were all rather peculiar. After the school inspected everything and deemed it harmless, they handed it all over to Li Yu. Want this storage ring? Li Yu nudged Zhang Wei's butt. You're passing up such a treasure? Starting bids for storage rings start at tens of thousands. They're hot commodities on the market. You're getting too big for your britches, aren't you? I already have one. Li Yu flicked the ring on his finger, the very one he'd snatched from a corpse during their last raid on the Nine Heavens Linglong Villa. Oh, that's too embarrassing. I can't accept it, I can't. Zhang Wei shook his head repeatedly, then slipped the ring onto his finger in a flash. As for the vial of enhancement potion, Li Yu gave it to Zhang Wei too. Having consumed too many potions himself, he'd developed resistance and wouldn't need it anytime soon. As for the rich women's contact list, Li Yu simply stuffed it into his pocket. Zhang Wei gave Li Yu a lecherous look, squinting his eyes. Bro, I get you. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. Studying is boring as hell, I just use it to kill time. Chapter 34, Su Kuan's cousin. Before moving and heading to the Dragon Seed Academy, Li Yu had one more thing to do: look after Su Kuan's cousin, Song Yueshi. Song Yueshi was the second child in her family and took her mother's surname. Her family favored sons over daughters, subjecting her to constant beatings and verbal abuse. Her father, a drug addict, had racked up massive debts and planned to sell Song Yueshi to settle them. Terrified, Song Yueshi fled to her cousin Su Kuan's home. Now that Su Kuan was hospitalized, Li Yu had to take care of her for a few days. With his spacious villa, accommodating someone was no problem. Su Kun's home was in an old residential complex. Due to its age, black stains were clearly visible on the walls. Guided by memory, Liu entered a stairwell. The elevator was out of order, leaving no other option. Just as he reached the second floor, loud banging on a door reached his ears. Probably just replacing the door during renovations, Liu muttered, massaging his temples, not intending to get involved. Crash! The door must have been kicked open. Moments later came sounds of dragging and cursing. Liu's footsteps abruptly halted. He now stood before Su Kun's door, room 701. His door had been smashed open. Several burly men in black vests, covered in extensive tattoos, were violently yanking a young girl inside, their mouths spewing a torrent of crude language. Her face flushed crimson as she clung desperately to the doorframe. Holy! Liu strode forward and bellowed at the men, stop! The sudden, booming voice startled the thugs. They turned to see a young punk standing before them, their faces instantly clouding with displeasure. Who the hell are you? Some kid off the street? Get lost. Don't get in our way, or we'll take you down too. Yeah, get lost. You think we won't take you down too? These burly men were notorious debt collectors in the area, known for their brutal and unreasonable methods. It was common for them to break arms if they didn't get paid after 1 or 2 visits. If these men set their sights on you, you'd be in for a world of trouble if you didn't cough up the cash. Song Yueshi stood trembling like a frightened rabbit, looking utterly pitiful. What's going on? Liu stepped forward to ask. Her old man's a junkie who owes our boss money. Now he's packing up and running away, saying this girl can pay off the debt. Don't get me wrong, she's got some looks. Turn her into a prostitute or a hostess, and she'll make a killing. Those fat bosses love innocent schoolgirls like her. What? You want to play with her? Not now, kid. You'll have to wait your turn. She's young, might even be a virgin. The bosses need to break her in first. But you can reserve her now. We'll deliver her right to your doorstep when the time comes. Listening to their conversation, Liu confirmed that this girl was indeed Su Kun's cousin, Song Yueshi. Liu shot a cold glance at the bald man tugging at Song Yueshi's clothes, then swiftly stepped forward and knocked his hand away. Let her go. Get the hell out of here now. The group froze. You little punk, what did you say? Have you always been this brave? Damn it. Kid, have you been watching too many TV shows where heroes rescue damsels in distress? Get lost. The burly men glared viciously at Liu, cracking their necks with loud pops. I'll say it again, get the hell out of here. Liu met the men's gazes without flinching. These debt collectors, no matter how tough they were, had at most slashed people and served time in prison. But the Wolfang mercenaries Liu had faced earlier in the Villa district? Most of them had blood on their hands. Every single one was a ruthless killer, far more dangerous than this bunch. Facing them, Liu felt no fear. These puny thugs were nothing. Seeing the utter calm in Liu's eyes, they all froze for a moment. He'd brought 3 or 4 burly brothers, yet he showed not a shred of fear. In fact, Liu radiated an almost childlike defiance, almost as if he wanted to charge right in and fight. His gaze and aura were completely unlike those of a kid his age. For some reason, the bald-headed leader, Kai, swallowed nervously. You little punk, don't think your old man's scared of you. You just wait. The words stuck in his throat as his jaw dropped wider and wider. His legs began shaking like a sieve, while his henchmen behind him looked utterly petrified, their faces draining of color in an instant. Their bodies went limp and they collapsed onto the ground. Behind Liu, several hideous specters materialized, their lifeless eyes fixed on the group. Some had their bodies cleaved in half, others wore shattered skulls, and one extended a crimson tongue that reached down to its lower abdomen. The space was filled with all manner of ghostly apparitions, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Goosebumps instantly covered the men's skin. Get out of here now, or I'll devour every last one of you. Liu frowned at them. The group fled as if encountering death itself. Their sudden start and unsteady legs sent them tumbling down the stairs, stumbling and falling flat on their faces several times. Ignoring the pain, they ran down without looking back. Mom! I want to go home. The loud cry echoed through the stairwell. Liu shoved the flip-flops that had escaped through the door aside and turned his gaze to Song Yueshi inside the room. Song Yueshi cowered in a corner of the room, her legs drawn up tightly around her knees, her face etched with terror. The little girl was clearly terrified by the scene she had just witnessed, trembling even more violently than before. Liu now studied Song Yueshi. Song Yueshi was a dance enthusiast. She must have been practicing dance at home earlier, still wearing her dance outfit. Her upper body was clad in a pale pink leotard, while her lower body wore white dance pants that resembled high-purity white tights. These pristine white tights had become dusty during the struggle, with a patch of grime now visible around her ankles. Seeing Song Yueshi with her head bowed, looking utterly dejected, Liu sighed softly. If he had arrived just a moment later, this young girl's innocence would have been ruined. You must be Song Yueshi. Your cousin asked me to pick you up. Come on, let's grab lunch first. Song Yueshi stared at Liu warily, not moving an inch. Is your cousin named Su Kun? I'm his classmate, Liu. Hearing Liu's name, Song Yueshi silently exhaled in relief. When she saw the group photo on Liu's phone, her guard finally dropped. Hello. Hello. Are you really 18? You look so young. Actually, I'm 16. My family changed my age so I could go to school with my brother and take care of him. I see. So you took the job placement exam this year too? How did you do? What profession? For some reason, upon learning she was younger than him and the sister of his brother, he found himself asking these questions instinctively. Like an elder. My scores were decent, around the 100th percentile. My profession is an all-round martial artist, which is like a versatile warrior. All-round means mastering multiple combat techniques such as the 8-step throw, shoulder throw, judo, taekwondo, and so on. Impressive. With a score like that, you should have no trouble getting into any academy you want. Liu spoke while flipping the circuit breaker, tidying up the room, then taking Song Yueshi out for lunch. He then let her catch up with Su Kuan while he handled arrangements for moving into the villa. Unbeknownst to him, from an angle he couldn't see, a faint smile curved at the corner of Song Yueshi's lips. Chapter 35, Song Yueshi. After dropping Song Yueshi off at the hospital, Liu gave her an address for a villa complex. While Su Kuan was still undecided about Song Yueshi's living arrangements, Liu planned to look after the young lady for a few days. His original home was too old and cramped for more than one person, so he needed to expedite the villa move. The villa had been fully renovated in advance, ready for immediate move-in with just the keys. Liu only needed to bring a few essentials to the new place. After calling a moving company, Liu hailed a taxi to the villa district. The estate was called Fengxiang Villa, one of the top 3 most prestigious villa communities in Lucheng, exuding immense luxury. After navigating through the complex for a while, he finally entered a large compound. It was a 3-story villa with predominantly platinum-colored finishes. Honestly, such a large villa seemed like a waste for Liu to live in alone. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the doorbell rang. Song Yueshi stood there with reddened eyes, clearly having cried. When she saw the immaculate villa, she instantly became timid and withdrawn. Her worn-out clothes made her feel completely out of place inside the mansion. It's fine. You can stay here with me for now. Treat it like your own home. Machem, thank you. No problem. You're Su Kuan's sister, which makes you my sister too. No need to be formal. Liu led Song Yueshi to the sofa, sat her down, and poured her a glass of water. Song Yueshi looked around the villa with curiosity, unable to believe she could ever live in such a place. Su Kuan told me about your situation. Your dad went into hiding because of debts. What about your mom? My mom doesn't want me either. They only care about my brother. Do you have any other relatives? Song Yueshi lowered her head and fell silent. Both her mother and father were originally from Lucheng, so she did have relatives there. But with the demonic creatures now descending upon the land, economic development had been severely hampered. Who would want to take on another mouth to feed? Her maternal uncle was willing to take her in, but only if she married a distant nephew of his. That nephew was mentally disabled, often drooling while eating. If Song Yueshi had gone to him, she would have become nothing more than a servant. If not for her cousin Su Kuan taking her in, she would have ended up on the streets long ago. It's no big deal. I'll be entering the advanced academy soon. Once I graduate, life will be much easier. Just tell me what you need, and I'll handle it. Hope flickered in Song Yueshi's eyes as she looked at Liu gratefully. Thank you. Can I call you Brother Liu from now on? Of course. Whatever feels right to you. Liu nodded casually, then turned to unpack his personal belongings. The villa's first floor housed the living room, study, and entertainment area, with no designated guest room. Liu decided to live upstairs. The second floor featured an oversized balcony, a small sitting area, and 2 bedrooms perfectly sufficient for his needs. Liu decided to give her the largest bedroom, which connected to a spacious balcony perfect for practicing dance routines. Song Yueshi shook her head vigorously like a rattle. No need. Brother Liu, I'm already so grateful you're taking me in. How could I possibly take such a large room in your home? No need to be so formal. Relax. Well, thank you, Song Yueshi nodded gratefully. After arranging the room simply, Liu knocked on Song Yueshi's door. The voice inside clearly paused in surprise. Brother Liu, just come in. The door isn't locked. Liu hesitated before opening the door. His first sight was a pair of white dance socks and a pink dance outfit laid out on the bed. Soon, the sound of running water from the bathroom reached his ears. The little minx was taking a shower. She let me in so easily. Her guard against Liu was far too low. A layer of mist covered the glass door, making the graceful figure inside appear and disappear. Years of dance training had given Song Yueshi an exceptionally well-proportioned figure. Though young, she possessed a pair of strikingly long legs. Ahem, what would you like for dinner tonight? I'm heading out to buy groceries and restock the fridge. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Once the sounds from the room faded, Song Yueshi pushed open the bathroom door. From the window, Song Yueshi saw Liu had already walked far away. A triumphant smile curved her lips. Without bothering to put on more clothes, she walked barefoot to Liu's door. She picked up the clothes from Li Yu's bed and took a deep sniff, her face radiating pure enjoyment. So this is what the top scholar smells like. Son Yueshi slipped Li Yu's coat over her shoulders, wrapping it tightly around her slender frame as if to forever preserve his scent upon her. If the Son Yueshi seen by others was a pitiful little white rabbit, then the one before him now resembled a sly fox. Su Koan's call came through, causing Son Yueshi's brows to furrow in displeasure. Reluctantly, she left Li Yu's room. So, cousin, did you get into Li Yu's place? Yeah, I just chatted with him. Bro, do guys really like those helpless, pitiful girls? I'm so tired of pretending. That's how you spark a guy's protective instincts. Your cousin has great taste. By the way, he's applying to Dragon Seed Academy. Fine. I'll apply to Dragon Blood Academy tomorrow. Su Koan on the other end coughed weakly twice. Once you leave this time, don't come back. Sever all ties with your family. Those bloodsuckers have no humanity left. They even tried to sell you into that kind of business. Sigh, they don't deserve to be your parents. MHM. You and Brother Li, you should drop some hints. I want to go to Dragon Blood Academy with him. The next day, after Son Yueshi completed her enrollment, Su Koan immediately called Li Yu to inform him of certain matters. Li Yu quickly understood. His buddy wanted him to look after Son Yueshi. After all, she was a girl traveling far from home for the first time, heading to a place where everything was unfamiliar. Having someone to care for her would make things much better. Naturally, Su Koan had placed this responsibility squarely on Li Yu's shoulders. That bastard, trying to pin it on me, Li Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head before heading downstairs. Son Yueshi was stretching by the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, seated on her yoga mat in that same pure white dance outfit. White, form-fitting dance pants outlined her long, slender legs, while her delicate waist was so narrow it seemed almost too delicate to grasp. Dancers really are something else. Li Yu admired silently. Yueshi, registration for the academy closed today. Did you sign up for the Dragon Blood Academy? Yeah, that's right. Me too. We can go together then and look out for each other. Brother Li Yu, you're enrolling in the Dragon Blood Academy too? What a coincidence. Son Yueshi spun around swiftly, her calm expression vanishing completely, replaced by pure excitement. It was as if she had just learned the news herself. That's wonderful. Now I can study alongside Brother Li Yu. But won't that be too much trouble for you? It's fine. It's just along the way. Li Yu shook his head, a hint of bitterness in his heart. What a pitiful girl. Because of her family circumstances, she treads so carefully everywhere, afraid of causing trouble for others. Ah, what a waste for such an innocent child. Chapter 36, Dragon Seed Academy. Time passed quickly. After packing their belongings, Li Yu and Son Yueshi bid farewell to Zhang Wei and Su Koan, setting off for the Dragon Seed Academy. Two travel options were available: spatial gates connecting cities or airplanes. Since Li Yu had achieved top honors, the Education Bureau granted him priority access to the spatial gates for this journey. After several teleports, Li Yu and Son Yueshi arrived in Dragon City. The city earned its name, Dragon City, from the majestic, winding mountain range that embraced it. On cloudy days, the city would be hidden within the mist, while the mountain's ridges emerged, resembling a green dragon breathing amidst the clouds. Li Yu took Son Yueshi's luggage and gradually approached the legendary Dragon Blood Academy. The academy's architecture was grand and imposing, devoid of flashy materials, exuding a simple yet majestic elegance. Due to its vast grounds, the academy resembled an intricate miniature city from afar. The moment Li Yu stepped onto the stone-paved avenue leading to the academy, he keenly sensed the scrutinizing gazes along the avenue. It felt as though they were sinners entering this place. Weird, I feel like someone's stealing glances at us, Son Yueshi murmured in confusion. It's not just a feeling. We're definitely being watched. Did you see that pancake vendor? He messed up 2 pancakes in a row. They're probably local security personnel. It made sense, really. As one of the nation's most renowned academies, it was only natural for provincial authorities to station armed personnel here. Zhang Wei had recently joined the security bureau. If things went smoothly, in a few years, he too might be making pancakes at the gate. Swapping the vendor's face with Zhang Wei's somehow felt hilariously absurd. If that kid really ends up guarding here, it wouldn't be so bad. At least it's safer than being out on missions. At this thought, Li Yu's smile slowly faded. If only that Zhang Wei fellow were here too. After verifying their identities at the spacious entrance, Li Yu and Son Yueshi's eyes immediately fell upon the aerial elevator. As the name suggests, an aerial elevator operates mid-air. The Academy's space elevator, constructed from transparent material, hovers above the campus, facilitating tours and transportation. With technological advancement, space elevators had appeared on Blue Star. Astronauts could use them to bypass rockets and enter space directly. However, this space elevator was later infiltrated by an extremist organization and blown apart midway. Now, Li Yu decided to tour the academy first. After all, things seen on paper could never compare to reality. The moment he stepped into the elevator, his arms suddenly tightened. The scent of soapberry mingled with her natural fragrance drifted into his nostrils. As the elevator ascended, Son Yueshi's visible nervousness grew palpable. The floor is transparent. I'm afraid of heights. With that, she pressed herself against him, half her body squeezing against Li Yu. Caught in such close proximity to a beautiful girl, Li Yu froze for a moment, sensing the awkward tension in the air. Li Yu, you don't mind, do you? I'm genuinely scared. It's fine. Li Yu sensed something off, though he dismissed it as overthinking. Son Yueshi wasn't that kind of person. Seeing Li Yu didn't refuse, a slow smile curved up at the corners of Son Yueshi's mouth. She'd succeeded again. Through the elevator AI robot's introduction, Li Yu and Son Yueshi gained a general understanding of the building's layout. Dragonblood Academy comprised multiple colleges, with the 5 major combat colleges being Shieldmasters College, Warriors College, Mages College, Archers College, and Supporters College. Each of the 5 great academies was further divided into multiple departments, creating a complex and intricate system. Additionally, there was the Alchemy Hall, composed of Western alchemists and Eastern pharmacists who crafted various potions. The highly sought-after enhancement potions flooding the market were their creations. Next came the Special Vocational Academy, the Supreme Academy, the Eagle Eye Squad Organization, and so on. Within the academies, classes are divided into 4 tiers: Commoner, Hero, Epic, and Legendary, with Legendary being the highest rank and Commoner the lowest. This aligns with the tiered classification of skills. The academies hold a major examination to evaluate each class. Top-ranked students are selected to enter the Supreme Academy. Supreme Academy students gain access to superior resources and are free from occupational restrictions. The Dragonblood Academy houses numerous students, many of whom develop complacency, indulge in pleasure, and lack ambition. To concentrate resources on cultivating talent, the Academy channels its strongest and most abundant resources into the Supreme Academy. Since students admitted there undergo rigorous selection, resources can be utilized more efficiently. Li Yu had long grown accustomed to this. The Supreme Academy functioned much like an elite class, akin to the inner courtyards of ancient sects. Surviving the pressure to gain better resources was a fair trade-off. After an hour of touring, Li Yu and Son Yueshi returned safely to their starting point. Damn it, you little brat. Why didn't you mention you had a counterattack effect? Grab her. The moment they landed, Li Yu spotted several Eagle Eye Squad members wielding clubs chasing a young girl not far from the academy grounds. Scattered students nearby scattered out of the way at the sight, none intervening. The Eagle Eye Squad served as the Academy's enforcement and security force, composed of instructors and students tasked with upholding the law, protecting citizens, and eliminating intruders. Like hawks circling high above, they observed every movement of those below, hence the name Eagle Eye Squad. Li Yu had no intention of watching the spectacle and turned to leave, but a girl's voice from within the group halted his steps. Damn you! How dare you wound our team's werewolf? Get him! He must be taken back to apologize to the werewolf. He must be taken back. Don't think your pretty face will save you. The girl in the lead was on the verge of tears, her hair tousled by the wind. I was just practicing. I didn't expect it to come over. Besides, who knew your werewolf was a husky? It doesn't look too bright. You jerk. Our werewolf just has clear, innocent eyes, that's all. The girl was quickly surrounded by a group of men, each with faces as dark as storm clouds, radiating an intimidating aura. Seeing the group closing in, the girl showed no fear. Her beautiful willow brows furrowed, and a translucent circular shield instantly materialized around her. Countless sharp spikes protruded densely across the shield's surface, a glance too quick risked getting pricked. Her level was comparable to those around her, roughly around level 5, quite exceptional among her peers. Despite being outnumbered, she managed to hold her ground for quite some time. Even under the relentless barrage of attacks from the group, she stubbornly maintained her shield. This girl, she must be pain-averse, pouring all her stats into defense. Won't she be worn down like this? Li Yu shook his head and decided to intervene. Chapter 37, The Supreme Academy, the Pinnacle of the Pyramid. Clang! Another crisp metallic clang echoed as a faint crack finally appeared on the surface of the girl's shield. Even her formidable defenses couldn't withstand the relentless barrage. Just as her strength faltered, a figure flickered suddenly. A flash of black from a staff swept toward the group, striking solidly against their thighs. Screams erupted instantly. Before they could react, several rigid chains erupted from beneath the Eagle Eye Squad's feet, binding them tightly. Seeing her opponents restrained, the girl relaxed, leaning on her knees and breathing heavily. She flicked sweat from her forehead and smiled at the figure ahead. Thanks, classmate. Su Jiaojiao, I've seen plenty of your trending topics online. Never imagined I'd end up in the same academy as such a big name. Li Yu slowly turned his head, and in his pupils, the astonishment on Su Jiaojiao's face grew larger and larger. Su Jiaojiao, one of the fellow candidates at Jiangzhong Academy, the shield user who had invited Li Yu to team up. After the initial assessment assignments concluded, Li Yu had only seen her once at the admissions office. He never imagined they would meet again here. In this distant land, seeing a familiar face felt surprisingly comforting. Hey, Mr. Studious, you made it. Su Jiaojiao clearly knew Li Yu would be here. After a moment of stunned silence, her face lit up again with that sunny smile. Why did you come so early? Hey, my parents nagged me nonstop at home. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I came early. Want me to show you around campus? No need. I already saw it from the aerial elevator. Li Yu shook his head and turned aside. Song Yueshi, wearing denim shorts and a simple white short-sleeve top, appeared before Su Jiaojiao. Who's this? Su Jiaojiao gave Song Yueshi a once-over and frowned almost imperceptibly. Su Kuan's cousin. She also enrolled in this academy, so we came together. This is Su Jiaojiao, she's in the same academy as me. You should know her, she's incredibly popular. Hello. Su Jiaojiao tilted her head up to look at Song Yueshi, a smile on her face, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. Though Song Yueshi was younger than Su Jiaojiao, years of dance training had made her significantly taller. One had a mature, elegant figure, while the other had a petite, youthful build. Hello, sister. You're so beautiful, the internet's acknowledged goddess. You must have gotten tons of love letters since arriving here, right? Song Yueshi clasped Su Jiaojiao's hand in return. On the surface, it was admiration, but in reality, it was a subtle hint that this woman had many men vying for her attention. It's all just nonsense spread online. Su Jiaojiao's face paled slightly. The young girl's words were entirely accurate. Since arriving at this academy just a few days ago, suitors had come one after another, and she had received dozens of love letters of all kinds. Her striking looks, formidable skills, and unexpected persona made her an easy target for the adoration of teenage boys. Even during her time at Jiangzhong Academy, she had no shortage of admirers. After her viral online fame, Su Jiaojiao had likely become one of the goddesses on the academy forums. Su, I heard the Supreme Academy assessment is in 3 days, Li Yu inquired. That's right. The Supreme Academy gathers the best resources from the entire school to cultivate a group of elite students. Only the top students from every province and city participate. If you're not ready, you can try again next year. No need. The sooner I get in, the sooner I gain a year's worth of resources. I'll register with my mentor in 7 days. To stay in touch, Su Jiaojiao asked Li Yu for his contact information, which he readily provided. Over the next 3 days, Li Yu began familiarizing himself with the academy's environment. With Su Jiaojiao leading the way, he found his dormitory. It must be said that the Dragon Seed Academy provided exceptionally lavish accommodations. Both the girls' and boys' dormitories were built atop 2 separate mountains, each housing individual 2-story cottages spanning about 60 square meters. The style was rustic wood, reminiscent of the small wooden houses found in the water towns of Jiangnan, compact yet exquisitely crafted. On Monday, Li Yu entered the academic building, where he would meet his homeroom teacher in half an hour. After the assessment, students would be assigned to new classes. Entering the Supreme Academy was the ultimate goal, while others would be placed in commoner, hero, epic, or legendary classes based on their rankings. It could be said that homeroom teachers only guided freshmen for a short period, helping them adjust to school life. After class assignments, students would receive new homeroom teachers and mentors. Li Yu arrived not too early, yet 8 classmates were already present in the spacious classroom. Being strangers in a new place, they remained quiet, as if the classroom had been silenced. Are these people all this extravagant? A single watch costs hundreds of thousands. Observing the lavishly dressed students with their meticulously styled hair, Li Yu couldn't help but marvel. Those admitted to the Dragon Seed Academy undoubtedly came from families that had poured immense resources into their education, families that were either wealthy or noble. Of course, prodigies like Li Yu were an exception. The wealth of the families in this classroom far surpassed his own. What Li Yu hadn't expected was that Su Jiaojiao was in his class. Su Jiaojiao arrived late, and the classroom, which could hold over 50 people, was nearly full. As she pushed open the door, the classroom fell silent. A sea of eyes turned toward her, each pair filled with astonishment. Holy crap, it's her, that internet sensation. Wow, she looks way better in person than online. Guess the school forum was right, she really did come to Dragon Seed Academy. Look at those creepy stares. She looks average to me. If you're so sure, sit next to me and let me get a good look. You're a sly one, kid. I bet she'll sit with me, I've got an empty seat, and I'm Green City's resident heartthrob. Just watch my stunning looks charm her. Green City's face blew on his side-swept bangs, looking supremely confident, ready to unleash his bubble voice at any moment. Su Jiaojiao's gaze quickly landed on Li Yu, seated in the back corner by the door. She didn't even glance at the so-called Green City's face of the city, walking straight past him as if he weren't there. Is this seat taken? No, go ahead. Li Yu nodded politely. The two engaged in a half-hearted conversation. Why do you like sitting in the back? The trash can is right nearby. Did you arrive late? No, I'm just used to it. Back in the day, sitting here meant I could eat faster, grab the court quicker after class, and get out of school sooner. If this weren't the 5th floor, I'd be sitting by the window. Once everyone had arrived, a middle-aged man wearing silver-rimmed glasses entered the classroom calmly and unhurriedly. He patted his face to stay alert, then scanned the room with a detached expression. Class starts at 7:30 p.m. The class next door was already fully assembled by 7 o'clock. Now look at you, several of you barely made it on time, still making noise. In terms of discipline, you're the worst class I've ever taught. Chapter 38, Calent. The classroom fell silent. Calves, let me introduce myself. I'm Calent. I'll be teaching you for the time being. You can call me Cal the boss. I'm also the designated homeroom teacher for the legendary class. If you're fortunate enough to enter the legendary class, I'll be guiding you through the next few years. But if you end up in my class, don't get too excited just yet. Karen's voice was quiet, yet it carried an oppressive weight, plunging the entire classroom into a thick, heavy atmosphere. Teacher, what do you mean by that? After a moment of silence, a boisterous boy spoke up. Curiosity spread through the crowd. After enduring countless hardships to gain admission to Dragon Seed Academy, why were they greeted with such a sour expression? Dragon Seed Academy, as the name implies, nurtures the seeds of this nation. You are the ones we hold in high esteem. If any of you enter the legendary or epic classes yet fail to strive for excellence and fall short in class assessments, I'm sorry, pack your things and get out. You'll be demoted from legendary to epic or even down to the commoner class. Oh, and I should warn you, I'll be putting you through rigorous training during this period. If you can't keep up before the Supreme Academy assessment and fail to meet my standards, well, I'll have you leave my class immediately. If another class accepts you, you may remain here. If not. The students swallowed collectively, a sense of foreboding settling over them. Someone asked, what if no one does? Head home. Bye-bye. Karen smiled faintly. I won't tolerate wasting resources on the unworthy. If you're scared off, you can leave now. Truly a strict, established academy, Liu thought to himself. He felt no resentment toward such rigor. He had come here to grow stronger, to survive in this perilous world, not to lounge in dorms enjoying comforts. In a world where the strong reign supreme, failing to be strict with oneself meant treating one's own life with contempt. Remember, the moment you stepped foot here, you entered a survival competition. The slightest lapse could leave you trampled underfoot. Of course, if you think joining the commoner class is fine, consider this never said. Those without ambition or vision can leave my presence immediately. My class has no need for such useless trash. Karen's demeanor was harsh, bordering on arrogant, offering not a shred of kindness to this group of greenhorns. Many among them were pampered heirs from prominent families, accustomed to being treated like precious treasures. Faced with Karen's icy glare, discontent quickly simmered. Teacher, what kind of attitude is that? I've never seen anyone as rude as you in all my years of schooling. Karen gave the speaker a dismissive glance before walking to the door and flinging it open. I don't care what kind of precious treasures you are at home, or how high your status may be. Once you step foot in the Dragon Seed Academy, you'd better buckle down and endure the hardships. If you don't like it, leave now. I won't stop you. Seeing Karen's unyielding stance, the speaker instantly turned pale, his face stiffening. Several girls were so frightened they couldn't speak for a long while. The already oppressive atmosphere grew even heavier. Don't think your past achievements make you special. There are plenty here far more talented than you. If you refuse to study diligently, pack your bags and get out now. His words reverberated through the room, chilling every present soul. Unfazed by the stunned expressions, Callan proceeded to assign tomorrow's task. Assemble on the field at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is the first official class. I expect no one to be late. Got it? After one last sweeping glance at the stunned expressions, Callan swept out. It took a full 2 minutes before murmurs resumed in the classroom. Feeling out of place in this unfamiliar environment, the students began introducing themselves, seeking companionship. During this, many male gazes lingered on Su Jiaojiao, who stood apart. Her striking appearance, star-like beauty, drew everyone's attention solely through her face. Liu felt no desire for socializing. With an early start tomorrow, he'd rather use this time to shower and get a good night's sleep. Liu quickly exited the classroom. Su Jiaojiao paused for a moment before following him out. This move left several guys who had been about to approach her awkwardly frozen in place. Damn, that guy moved fast. I didn't even get a good look at her face before he hooked up with her. I don't think so. Didn't you see he didn't even glance at Su Jiaojiao when he left? We still have a chance, heh. Bro, I thought you liked guys? He's handsome. Leave him to you. Consider it a favor to the brothers. We'll buy you dinner later. Ugh, you guys are so annoying. I'm a straight guy, okay? Stop slandering me like that. You're all so mean. The next morning. The sky was just beginning to lighten, white mist swirling through the mountains. The tower rose sharply from the fog, as if standing amidst a sea of clouds. Though he didn't know what today's training would entail, he knew it would be sweaty. That Callant guy clearly wasn't someone to mess with. Liu changed into loose pants and a quick dry short-sleeved shirt, braving the chill as he stepped onto the field. The academy's field was enormous, as large as 3 football fields, and immaculately clean. By 5 o'clock, several classes had already begun their exercises. Karen's speech yesterday must have been intimidating enough that everyone in the class showed up by 5 this morning. They formed orderly lines, neatly divided by gender, arranged into small squares. Just before 6, Calent appeared, leisurely holding a fresh meat bun in one hand and soy milk in the other, a black box tucked under his arm. The guy must have just woken up, his hair still standing up like a spiky mop. He plopped down on a nearby chair and began munching on his bun with utter disregard for those around him, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. Good memory, showing up early today. Did you eat breakfast? Noticing Calent's relaxed tone, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Someone smiled faintly and replied, "No, I got up late." Calent fixed his gaze on the person, making them feel uneasy. "Oomph, not my problem. If you pass out from hunger later, go lie down over there." "What? Were you hoping I'd give you time to grab breakfast? Screw that. Eat or don't eat. If you don't have time, get up at 4 next time. Or 3. Under everyone's gaze, Calent finished his steamed bun at a leisurely pace, clapped his hands, and surveyed the surroundings. The playground was already bustling with several classes beginning their drills. Well, look at these old fogies getting up so early. Attention, everyone. Follow me out of the school grounds. Teacher, what are we training for? A female student near Karen asked. Karen pointed toward a lush, towering mountain in the distance and declared, "The field's too crowded. We're heading out to climb Dragon Seed Mountain. Run 2 laps around the mountain path. The top 10 finishers get an hour off tonight. The bottom 10 stay for an extra hour of training. Everyone else follows the regular schedule." Chapter 39, Equality for All. Dragon Seed Mountain. At these words, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, their eyes widening in shock. Dragon Seed Mountain stretched vast and wide, its winding paths spiraling up to peaks that half disappeared into the clouds. Bystanders estimated the round trip would easily exceed 30 to 40 kilometers. Combined with the mountain's winding paths and steep inclines, the physical toll would far surpass training on the playground. The same distance on Dragon Seed Mountain demanded at least 20 to 30% more energy. And they had to complete 2 laps, each lap exceeding a staggering 70 kilometers. The sheer intensity of this physical challenge sent shockwaves through the group. Even for warriors and shield bearers, this was a tough nut to crack. Got a problem with that? Be on the field half an hour early tomorrow. That way, you'll have space. Calent still wore that sour expression. Report, a faint voice from the female students broke the silence, as if summoning immense courage. Teacher, does this apply to us girls too? Could we run half the distance? Standing beside the formation, Karen swept a stern glance over the 2 rows of girls, his voice rising slightly. Nonsense. You're always shouting online about rights and equality, yet now you're backing down? Everyone present will run 2 laps, equality for all. When you face monsters on the battlefield, do you think they'll spare you just because you're girls? Your perceived weakness will only fuel their excitement. The girls' morale visibly deflated, their faces turning pale. Another girl slowly raised her hand. Teacher, I'm on my period. I don't feel well. Teacher, me too. My stomach hurts so much. Teacher, can we rest over there for a bit? The buzzcut guy beside Liu snorted in annoyance, nudging his shoulder. Look at this. It's always the same. These girls must be sworn sisters. Not seeking to die on the same day, but hoping to get their periods on the same day, right? Liu shrugged, offering no comment. He'd seen this kind of thing countless times before. Karen's gaze lingered on the girl who'd spoken. Her lips were rosy and healthy, clearly perfectly normal. Yet she insisted on feigning weakness despite her flushed complexion. Most likely faking illness. Wow, out of 30 days in a month, it just had to be this day for their periods, right? And 5 of them at once? How about scheduling a 5-player queue when you need to rest? I contacted the medical staff before leaving. They said they'd be here in 10 minutes. If the checkup shows you're all fine, each of you owes me 100 push-ups. Got it? Facing the girl whose face was as sour as a stone in a latrine, Liu merely shook his head slightly, offering no rebuttal. To some extent, Calent was looking out for everyone. When monsters attacked, they wouldn't care whether you were male or female, only whether your flesh tasted good. Soon they reached the foot of the mountain. The black box tucked under Karen's arm finally revealed its contents, a miniature drone, no bigger than a thumb, shaped like a dragonfly. Don't underestimate this little thing. Its tiny cabin packed a 10,000 mAh battery, featuring stable optical image stabilization and a dual-chip camera system developed in-house. It also featured 500W super fast charging, reaching full capacity in just over 10 minutes, paired with a large area VC liquid cooling system, enabling days of high-intensity endurance. This thing will accompany you up the mountain. I'll be recording everything, every move you make is under my watch, Calent said, gesturing first at the drone and then at his own eyes. With a command, the group began ascending the mountain one after another. Liu followed behind a dark-skinned young man with well-developed Achilles tendons, climbing at a steady pace. Lee Scholar, can you handle this? I thought you were a mage. This kind of high intensity. Petite Su Jiaojiao waved her delicate fists as she caught up. My stamina's decent. Maybe my base stats weren't as good as yours at the start, but with some training, I should be able to keep up. Hee hee, if you can't keep up, Mr. Scholarly, I'll carry you. We're classmates, we should help each other out. But you have to treat me to a meal afterward. Su Jiaojiao leaned closer, grinning at Li Yu as her eyes crinkled into slits. Thanks, but I should be fine. Just call me Li Yu from now on. Okay, then can you call me Jiao Jiao from now on? Li Yu's expression froze for a moment. Was calling her Jiao Jiao too intimate? Don't get the wrong idea. All my friends call me that, I'm used to it. No problem, Jiao Jiao. Su Jiaojiao. Led by the pace setter, the group gradually made their way up to the mid-slopes of Dragon Seed Mountain. At the mountain's base, Callant, propped up with his feet crossed, observed the determined students above through a projection while occasionally flipping through documents. Seeing Li Yu's performance, he was quite satisfied. Of the 10 leading the pack, all but Li Yu are warriors and shield bearers. For a mage to keep pace with them is quite impressive. Moreover, reaching the mid-slope while maintaining steady breathing and showing no signs of fatigue. He double-checked the information in his files, a look of admiration flickering in his eyes. Very good, very good. Looks like he trains diligently. A promising prospect. He even manages to flirt while running, reminiscent of my younger days. Birds kept taking flight from the mountainside, tilting their heads to watch the sweat-drenched figures below. It was rare to see anyone climbing this early in the morning. As time passed, the group finally reached the summit. Some were clearly struggling physically, kneeling on the mountaintop, panting heavily. As the saying goes, climbing up is easy, but going down is hard. The descent was steeper than the ascent, demanding more mental focus on each step. Mental exhaustion quickly set in, causing more and more people to falter during the descent. What had started as a cohesive group now scattered into fragments. What was frightening was that only one group remained. Whoa, you're something else, buddy. Warrior class? Or shield bearer class? That's a silly question. What other class could have this kind of stamina? True. My brain must be fried. 2 male classmates running beside him panted as they struck up a conversation with Li Yu. Both were warriors, possessing physical stamina that ranked among the top in their previous schools. Seeing Li Yu's steady breathing now, they couldn't help but feel curious. Me? Mage. Li Yu's response was calm, but it sent shockwaves through the others. Su Jiaojiao smirked triumphantly beside him. Surprised? I didn't expect his stamina to be this good either. Impressive. Talk about a lucky break. Rarely do mages keep up with our stamina. That's rare. The two gave Li Yu a thumbs up, genuine admiration in their eyes. During the ensuing conversation, they learned both men were no ordinary individuals, top scholars from their regions who could hold their own anywhere in the nation. One was named Su San, the other Ai Kuan. Chapter 40, If You're My Brother, Burn Me Some Paper Money. As time ticked by, the gap between the front and rear of the group widened considerably. Descending the second lap, Li Yu maintained a steady pace thanks to his skill points invested in stamina enhancement. His stat allocation favored balance over extremes, yet his multifaceted abilities allowed him to dominate the crowd. Except for physical attack, of course. With the class's average level now at 5, his stamina surpassed even the tanks thanks to level advantage. Among the entire crowd, he stood out like a demonic presence. If the first lap tested stamina, the second lap demanded endurance. Covering 30 to 40 kilometers per lap rigorously tested both physical strength and mental fortitude. Lacking either made descending the mountain nearly impossible. Gradually, Li Yu's figure began to pull away from the group, the gap widening steadily. The only one left who could match his stamina was the dark-skinned young man. Su Jiaojiao, who had initially offered to carry Li Yu down the mountain, was now more than 10 meters behind. Her forehead glistened with sweat, strands of hair clinging wildly to her skin, and a flush spread across her cheeks. Li Yu, are you serious? You're actually speeding up now? Su Jiaojiao placed her hands on her hips, her chest heaving heavily. Li Yu slowed his pace and turned back, offering her a bitter smile. You said you'd carry me down the mountain, but now you're the one struggling. Looks like I'll be the one needing a ride. Su Jiaojiao's eyes lit up instantly, her fatigue fading away. She nodded her little head vigorously. Really? I need it. No way. Hang in there, we're almost at the end. Teased by Li Yu, Su Jiaojiao's face flushed even hotter. She steeled herself and pushed onward. By the final 10 kilometers, the gap between the runners had widened considerably. Li Yu led the pack, with a few scattered runners not far behind. The slowest group of girls remained halfway up the mountain, trailing the front runners by at least 20 kilometers. The gap was incredibly exaggerated. Li Yu was the first to return to the starting point. He leaned against a tree, soaked through and through. His clothes were coated with a layer of white salt crystals from the massive loss of sweat. Hey, buddy, I'm Zhou Ping. The speaker was the dark-skinned young man with well-developed Achilles tendons. Li Yu smiled and nodded at him. Li Yu. Mind if I give you my contact info? Zhou Ping quickly added, I grew up in a military zone with rigorous training. Never thought I'd lose to you today. I admire those stronger than me. Let's connect sometime. Sure. No wonder Li Yu sensed a certain military bearing about him. He'd clearly spent considerable time around the armed forces. Zhou Ping sported a crew cut, dressed in olive green top and pants. His plain features gave off an honest, steadfast impression. He seemed like someone without a devious bone in his body. One by one, the scattered students returned to the starting point. Ignoring Callan's glare, they flopped onto the ground, arms and legs splayed wide in a sprawled-out shape. They gasped for fresh air, their skin flushed and burning as if they'd been roasting over an open flame. Damn, I think I'm done for. Damn, M3, I think I'm gonna need a resurrection coin. Add one, add one. Callan on the hammock cracked his neck with a loud creak, then stood up and stretched lazily, letting out a satisfied sigh. Starting the climb at 6:30 and finishing by 10:30, not bad for awakened humans. Karen chuckled inwardly, but outwardly, he acted as if they owed him $1 million or two. He shot a displeased glance at the corpses on the ground. You guys don't exercise at all. Your physical condition is terrible. I've pulled 2 all-nighters in a row and I'm not this exhausted. With your current fitness levels, you'll be a laughingstock at the Supreme Academy assessment in a few days. When you get humiliated like clowns, don't say you know me. As Karen turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something and called back, the bottom 10 get extra training. Since Li Yu's results placed him in the top 10, he could head back to rest immediately. Time ticked by, and the aching in his muscles gradually spread. Such intense exertion truly had a lingering effect. After thoroughly enjoying his shower, Li Yu ate his fill and collapsed onto his bed, utterly unwilling to move. After a moment's thought, he dialed Zhang Wei's number. On the other end, Zhang Wei sounded like he'd just finished training, his face smeared with camouflage paint. He was holding a plate and eating heartily. What's up? Miss your godfather again? Zhang Wei chuckled mischievously. You're crazy. This time, I need your help with something. Whoa. You got a girlfriend or something? Not long ago you were asking for money, and now you're asking for favors. Let me tell you, I don't have any money to give you, and I won't give you my life either. No, I need you to help me set up a spirit tablet and burn paper money. After today's training, Li Yu could already feel his stamina rapidly depleting. Even recovery would take a day or two, and he didn't want to spend the next 6 days feeling sluggish. The items in the Underworld Mall could help him recover stamina, allowing him to gain more benefits from training. For whom? For me. Put. Zhang Wei on the other end suddenly coughed twice, spraying rice grains onto his buddy's face across the table, causing a moment of chaos. It took about 3 minutes before Zhang Wei's face reappeared on the screen, a distinct bruise now visible on his forehead. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Who in their right mind burns paper money for themselves? Are you out of your mind? Mind your own business. This is important to me. If you're my brother, burn some paper money for me. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wei finally nodded. He decided to placate Li Yu for now and find an opportunity to check his brain later. Fine. I'll set up a spirit tablet for you tonight and burn some. After writing down his birth date in time for Zhang Wei, Li Yu waited quietly for nightfall. Li Yu wasn't a complicated name. If he didn't give Zhang Wei his birth date in time, burning the money for someone else would be a waste. Besides, as the king of hell and ruler of the underworld, he naturally feared no one's attempts to calculate his birth chart. Who dares to meddle with the king of hell's affairs? At 9 o'clock that evening, Li Yu sensed the amount of joss paper recorded in the ancient book of the 10 kings of hell growing ever larger. It was rising by tens of millions at a time. But before Li Yu could revel in his joy for long, the count stalled at 500 million. This kid is being way too stingy. Burning so little joss paper when it's so cheap. Li Yu immediately called Zhang Wei. On the screen, Zhang Wei wore a mask, standing in a desolate wilderness. Before him lay a wooden plaque engraved with Li Yu's name and birth chart. Zhang Wei had even diligently edited Li Yu's photo into black and white and pasted it onto the plaque. Stop nagging, I'm burning it now. See all these stacks? Zhang Wei tossed bundle after bundle of paper money into the flames. Want me to burn you a few busty girls? Or some white girls? Strange. Where exactly did things go wrong? Li Yu looked at the ancient book in confusion. A row of bold characters appeared on the ancient text, all wealth entering the underworld must pass through the Heaven and Earth Bank. Per bank regulations, the daily personal transfer limit is 500 million, with a purchase restriction of 20 transactions per day. Chapter 41, Yellow Springs Water, Inferior Offerings. What's this? Does Heaven and Earth Bank fear money laundering? Li Yu's face darkened as he sighed heavily. After a moment of silence, inspiration struck. He bought a bag of joss paper, grabbed an axe, and headed into the woods. By 10 o'clock that night, many of the trainees were already fast asleep from exhaustion, but Li Yu began chopping down trees. By dawn, he had carved a sackful of wooden spirit tablets. He carried them to the main path leading to the boys' dormitory. With a thought, the tranquil forest suddenly stirred with a chilling wind. The temperature in the mountains at dawn was already low, and under Li Yu's influence, mist began to rise from the leaves, eventually condensing into a thin layer of frost. One by one, hideous specters materialized from the darkness, hunched over like puppets on strings. Li Yu guided the ghostly entities to the door of a sleeping person on the mountain. Instantly, the semi-transparent spirits passed through the wooden door into the house, entering people's dreams without hesitation. The greatest influence these spirits had on humans was on their mental state. After a day of exhaustion, compounded by the state of sleep, a person's spirit was at its weakest point of the day. At this moment, entering their bodies posed little difficulty. The Dragonblood Academy's security was extremely strict, so these people's vigilance was not particularly high. Soon, creaking door sounds echoed one after another as people shuffled up the mountain like walking corpses. Their bodies swayed unsteadily, heads bowed, moving with awkward stiffness. Under the ghost's control, they steadily approached Li Yu's location. Then, with unsteady hands, they picked up joss paper and wooden memorial tablets, heading to various spots in the mountains to burn offerings. Feels good. Li Yu tidied up and returned to his room. Ghost money increased by 10 million. Joss paper increased by 30 million. Joss paper increased by 50 million. Joss paper count, 15 billion. Strange. Why is the chill so intense here? Karen stood at the mountain's base, gazing up at the slopes with a grim expression. Karen was highly alert. A faint, eerie glow flickered from his storage ring, and a jet-black straight blade materialized in his hand. His gaze swept doubtfully over the surrounding houses. Many stood with doors open. When he knocked and entered, he found them all empty. Something's wrong. Callant immediately contacted the Eagle Eye organization, then began climbing the mountain at a rapid pace. The surface of the jet-black straight blade rippled like waves. The next moment, a viscous black liquid tore itself away from the blade's surface. A black humanoid monster stood beside him, its body bulging with muscle, its eyes surrounded by an eerie white. It had no lips even when its mouth was closed, rows of sharp teeth remained exposed. Venom, proceed with caution. Wheels split up. Alright, finally time to feast, the creature named Venom rasped, its excitement impossible to hide. When he and Venom reached the mountain, one ahead and one behind, their expressions turned grim. The scene before him was horrifying. A group of students scattered around burning joss paper, kneeling awkwardly on both knees, repeating their movements like robots. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Karen called out twice, but none of the students responded. He tried to shake one of them, only to have the person he touched collapse face first onto the ground. At that moment, rapid footsteps echoed from halfway up the mountain as the fully armed Hawkeye squad charged up the slope. The scene before them left them equally stunned. A group of people, instead of sleeping in the dead of night, were all kneeling in the pitch-black forest, performing some kind of ritual. Their eyes were rolled back, completely ignoring any external sounds. As if possessed. A tall figure stood beside Karen. Sumo's fiery red hair glowed vividly in the firelight. He frowned slightly. Master Karen, what is happening here? Though experienced, Karen had never witnessed such a scene before. I'm not sure. They seem possessed by something. As the two spoke, a large group of students suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if drained of life. The crowd's expressions turned pale with shock. They rushed forward, but thankfully, there was no harm done. They were breathing, and their pulses were steady. Captain, could they be sleepwalking? One team member scratched his head and suggested. Impossible. 20 or 30 people sleepwalking together? Absolutely impossible. Now, scout the perimeter for any suspicious individuals. Fox, head down the mountain to find medical personnel. Turtle, take a few brothers to seal off the news. Keep the awakening students calm. Don't let anyone up the mountain. Don't cause panic. Sumo made his decision swiftly, and everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Kalen couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at the young man. Sumo truly lived up to his reputation as the youngest captain of the Eagle Eye squad. His decision-making reflexes were lightning fast. No wonder he'd become the prodigy of the Dragon Seed Academy. At that moment, Sumo picked up a wooden tag from the ground. Li Yu? Who is this? Li Yu? Karen froze for a moment before picking up another wooden plaque. An ominous feeling instantly gripped his heart. This is bad. Today could very well be some kind of evil ritual. Someone is trying to curse Li Yu to death. This thought sent a chill through him, and he sprinted down the mountain toward Li Yu's quarters. Without waiting for a response, he slammed open the wooden door. The room was pitch black, radiating a chill. Damn it! How dare they lay a hand on my student? If I catch them, I'll skin them alive. Li Yu, you better be okay. Callant's frantic voice echoed through the room. Is that you, Mentor Callant? What's wrong? Li Yu stumbled out of the darkness, flipping on a nearby light switch. Li Yu, clad in pajamas with disheveled hair, looked every bit the picture of someone just roused from sleep. He rubbed his eyes and yawned. You're okay? Huh? Why would I be in trouble? Li Yu feigned confusion. Karen hurriedly scanned his body. His complexion was rosy, and he showed no signs of injury. Seems we arrived just in time. The bad guys didn't get a chance to harm Li Yu. Alright then. Did you feel unwell today? Did you hear any strange noises? Li Yu shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. My butt hurts from not running in so long. Nothing else bothers me. I came back and went straight to sleep. Didn't hear anything. What happened? Nothing serious. Go back to sleep. Don't wander around. Okay, teacher. He nodded slightly, muttering as he climbed into bed, "Weird. Why did the teacher call me? And he even broke down my door in the middle of the night." After Karen left, Liu opened his eyes on the bed, his gaze cold and distant. "Ruining my plans." As the sound faded, Liu activated the Underworld shop. Underworld shop activated. Total nether coins, 15 billion. A cup of Yellow Springs water, consuming 1 cup instantly restores 2% of your stamina. Limited to 10 uses per day. Price, 50 million ghost coins. Golden ingot powder, apply this powder to your body to reduce the opponent's damage output by 3%. You'll shine like the bronze statues of Shaolin Temple under the sun, strutting down the street as the coolest kid on the block. Price, 50 million Joss paper coins. Substandard offering, someone stuck 3 grave incense sticks in it, meaning it's just for a quick hit. Grants 1% experience. Price, 50 million Joss paper. Liu hesitated briefly. Having stirred up trouble, he needed to conserve his Joss paper wisely. He selected 10 inferior offerings and 10 cups of Yellow Springs water. These items were stored in his storage ring, ready for use at any moment. Remaining ghost money, 14 billion. Current expenditure has reached the limit. Chapter 42, Reward arrives. Upon receiving the reward, Liu wasted no time retrieving the inferior offerings. Each bowl of incense bore 3 long sticks and 1 short one. They say one should avoid 3 long and 1 short, yet all the grave offerings were arranged this way. Paying no heed to any Eloman, Liu lit all 10 bowls of incense and lay on the bed, quietly absorbing the grave incense. 10% experience points, that's no small amount. By the time he rose the next morning, the incense had burned down completely. As expected, word of last night's events had already spread. More and more people were learning about the Joss paper incident. A rumor began circulating: Liu had offended someone who had cursed him with magic, and his days were numbered. Liu felt both amused and exasperated. As soon as he arrived at the training grounds, he sensed the change in everyone's gaze. Several even shook their heads repeatedly and sighed. Their eyes regarded him as if he were a man facing death. During a training break, Callant approached Liu alone. With a serious expression, he patted Liu's shoulder. "You must have heard about last night. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We've already started investigating this. The person behind it seems to be performing some kind of ritual. Whether it's a curse or some form of manipulation, we're still looking into it." Investigating. A flicker of emotion crossed Liu's eyes. "What's the status of the investigation?" "No leads yet. It's all too bizarre." "That's good." Liu silently exhaled in relief. "What? That's good?" "Oh, I just meant it's good that you've started investigating." Karen took a deep breath, then pounded his chest emphatically. "Rest assured, Liu. As long as I'm still your homeroom teacher, I won't let anything harm you. Focus all your energy on the upcoming Supreme Academy assessment. Tonight, I'll have the Eagle Eye volunteers protect you." Let's skip that part. After a hearty lunch, Liu went to the relevant department to collect his rewards. 4 million in living expenses, a cultivation gift pack containing 1 piece of equipment, 1 skill stone, and 2 vials of enhancement potion. The equipment was random: a blue waist guard with the effect Invigorate. The inspiration effect kept everyone within 5 meters alert and boosted their combat initiative. The skill stone was a mid-tier civilian grade item named Rending Blast. It increased damage by 20% against weakened opponents, ignoring armor. After enhancement, this skill was renamed Hell's Grasp. It locks onto an enemy, summons a purple spectral hand to inflict control effects, reduces the target's defense by 1 point, and grants a buff. If the target's health is below 50%, it deals 30% increased damage, ignoring armor. When the level difference is 5 levels and the target's health is below 20%, it instantly kills. The emergence of this skill made Liu's heart skip a beat. He had been lacking a burst damage skill, and this one perfectly filled that gap. 10 Kings of Hell, I want to allocate points. Spell point allocation 2. Current spell power, 25 including staff. From now on, Liu's sole focus was passing the Supreme Academy's assessment. Time always flies when you're fully immersed in something. Before he knew it, the day of the assessment had arrived. The Supreme Academy was undoubtedly the most prominent division within the Dragon Blood Academy. Though its membership was small, its strength surpassed all other academies. Those who gained admission were the cream of the crop among the elite. People were intensely curious about the contestants' performances, as it served as a crucial occasion for seniors to get acquainted with the freshmen. Those who had kept a low profile would also make their appearances, drawing crowds of fans and admirers. Thus, the Supreme Academy's assessment period often overshadowed even the school festival. For this purpose, the Dragon Blood Academy has specially equipped a spacious venue, the Warrior Academy's Grand Arena. The arena's design closely resembled ancient Roman Colosseum's grand, majestic, and bustling. The arena was already packed to the rafters, deafening cheers crashing over like a raging storm. Zhou Ping, who had entered the grounds earlier, never imagined the scene would be this chaotic. The roar of voices nearly shook the heavens, and all he could see was a sea of heads stretching as far as the eye could see. Holy cow, there are so many people. Zhou Ping gaped, his mouth agape for a long moment. It's always crowded, but never this crazy. A senior in the front row turned to Zhou Ping and said, "What's the reason for this? Hey, haven't you heard of Su Jiaojiao? She's that stunning beauty with incredible talent. She was already a huge sensation online before. Now that she's enrolled at Dragon Seed Academy, at least half the guys here are just here to see her. Otherwise, why would so many people show up at the first day's selection trials? I'll tell you, plenty of graduated seniors came back just to catch a glimpse of her." Fearing Zhou Ping wouldn't believe him, the senior pulled out his phone and showed him the school forum. "Check this out. Nearly every post about her has over 10,000 likes. Look at these comments. How can a goddess this petite have such an amazing figure? Those must be fake fruits on that slender branch. If they were real, I'd eat them. Nice try, buddy. Jiao Jiao is mine. She's a Gemini, I'm a Leo, we're a perfect match. Wah, I'm stuck outside and can't get back in. Ouch. Promise me you'll film lots of live videos for me, okay? It'll ease my longing. It's not that celebrities are out of reach, it's that Jiao Jiao is more beautiful. I'm raising my banner for Jiao Jiao. Wow, her popularity is absolutely insane." The senior shrugged. "Her persona is just so likable, and she's gorgeous. It's like finding a natural beauty among a bunch of high-tech faces. Hey, handsome, you look pretty tough. Didn't you sign up?" "Me? I'm participating, but in the afternoon session. I came this morning to soak up some experience. My classmate Liu is competing in the morning round, but it's still a while off, so he didn't come this early. Probably still getting into the zone. Holy crap, gotta go. Su Jiajiao's up." Zhou Ping followed the countless gazes downward. Without a word, the two in the square immediately clashed as soon as the referee finished their introductions. Even from a distance, Zhou Ping could see sparks flying from the stage. Su Jiaojiao wore a Valkyrie-style outfit, silver and gold integrated armor, a combat-ready short skirt, a divine bird ornament atop her head, and metal wings spread out beside her ears, adding a sharp edge to her appearance. Metal gloves, knee guards, arm guards, combat boots, every piece of gear was complete. A round shield in one hand, an iron sword in the other. When she donned this ensemble, a heroic aura radiated from her. There was no trace of feminine delicacy, she truly resembled a Valkyrie. Opposite her stood a male warrior wielding a wolf's tooth club. Clothed. Chapter 43, Brutally Simple Rules. The selection rules for the Supreme Academy were brutally simple, the strongest would gain entry. To increase the difficulty of the trials, seniors within the 12th level could also participate in the assessments, severely testing both the mindset and strength of the participants. On the square, two figures collided without hesitation. The energy ripples radiating outward caused the crowd to gasp in unison. Both combatants possessed formidable strength, yet most eyes in the arena were drawn to Su Jiaojiao. The real attraction lay elsewhere. Every sway of her slender frame, every agile dodge, left the crowd wide-eyed. Their gasps were so intense they wished they had binoculars to better appreciate the spectacle. The man wielding the wolf tooth club suddenly leapt high into the air, his body jerking violently. Strangely, two shadowy clones materialized behind him. In an instant, the three figures formed an encircling stance. The triple pressure made it clear these attackers meant business. Facing the onslaught, Su Jiaojiao showed not a trace of panic. Her expression remained utterly serene, as if everything unfolded precisely as she intended. A faint smile curved her lips. The instant the three figures touched her pale golden shield, it flared brilliantly. She deliberately detonated the shield. The resulting shockwave was immense, its fierce force striking the opponents without mercy. Caught off guard, the opponent flew backward like a sack of potatoes. As he attempted to rise, a chill flashed across his neck. A cold iron blade was already pressed against him. Gazing up at the petite figure towering over him, the man shook his head and gave a bitter smile. "Impressive. I concede defeat. You've been gracious, classmate." Su Jiaojiao sheathed her sword with a graceful flick, her beautiful smile now fixed on the stage with eager anticipation. The seat beside Zhou Ping remained empty. She let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Despite such a spectacular display, the person she was waiting for still hadn't appeared. The smile that had just curved her lips slowly faded away. "This round goes to freshman Su Jiaojiao." The referee's booming voice echoed, followed by a thunderous roar from the crowd. Yet Su Jiaojiao, the victor, wore little joy on her face. After a casual bow in all directions, she strode back to her seat. "Jiaojiao, you did it. You took her down so fast." A girl in white rose from the audience, waving excitedly and jumping up and down with delight. As the crowd noticed the girl in white, their attention was instantly drawn to the surging waves of admiration. Despite her young age, her figure towered over the crowd, drawing envious glances from some of the girls. "Xiaobai," Su Jiaojiao greeted her, then walked over to her side with ease. Xiaobai was a new friend she'd made in class. Because her name contained the character for white and her skin was snow white, people had always called her Xiaobai. "Jiaojiao, look at you, your feelings are written all over your face. You're so upset that Liu didn't see how well you did, aren't you?" Su Jiaojiao's ears flushed crimson instantly, her fists clenching tightly. Is it that obvious? It couldn't be more obvious, any normal person would spot it at a glance. As the two exchanged banter, the competition below the stage proceeded steadily round after round. Ever since Su Jiaojia took her seat, she'd noticed many men's gazes drifting her way, whether intentionally or not. When she first arrived, several young men had enthusiastically offered her bottled water to quench her thirst, but she had coldly refused them all. Those asking for her contact information were even more persistent. Honestly, if it weren't for Li Yu's upcoming match, she would have left long ago. Next match, sophomore Brave class representative Wei Peng versus freshman Li Yu. As the referee's voice echoed, the bustling square suddenly fell silent. After a moment of stillness, the noise erupted even louder. Previously eliminated seniors were added to the assessment to increase difficulty, but no one expected them to appear so soon. Stone Giant Wei Peng? It's actually him. Who would have thought? That Li Yu guy is in for a rough time. Huh, Li Yu? He's supposedly in the same class as Su Jiaojia. Some forum posts claim Su Jiaojia turned down so many suitors because she has her eye on Li Yu. Before the square-jawed student could finish his sentence, the gaze of a large group of males shifted over. Really? This Li Yu? Never heard of him. Heard he was top scholar in some city, so he's somewhat famous. Not sure about the rest. Top scholar? Everyone chuckled. We've got plenty of top scholars around here. You're one, right? You are, aren't you? The ones asked nodded in unison, clearly unimpressed with Li Yu. Pfft, like you're any better, a man in Hawkeye attire spoke up slowly. Su Jiaojia actually asked for his contact info herself. Look at you guys, hundreds of you and not a single success. Ha! No big deal. After this match, Su Jiaojia will know who to choose. In the first round, he's up against Wei Peng, the stone giant. Li Yu will get beaten to a pulp. Lu Qingshan said coldly. His fists clenched tightly, creaking with tension. Lu Qingshan was arguably the first among this group to take notice of Su Jiaojia. Even before she enrolled in the academy, he had organized several fan groups of over 500 members for her, serving as their group leader. What infuriated him beyond measure was that when he informed Su Jiaojia of this, she didn't even give him a proper glance. For a long time, resentment and anger had festered in his heart, and he gnashed his teeth in rage at Li Yu. Just then, a magnetic male voice rang out. Freshman, Li Yu. Under everyone's gaze, Li Yu calmly stepped out of the shadows at the entrance, revealing his true appearance to the curious stares. His stride was steady and confident. Such a large gathering did not faze him in the slightest. His gaze swept casually over the audience on the elevated platform. Finally, his gaze settled on Wei Peng on the stage. His composure was as natural as if he were returning home. The reason for this ease was simple: the stone giant before him posed no threat whatsoever. Such a scene held no pressure for him whatsoever. Li Yu! Hey, you gotta do your best, okay? Su Jiaojia jumped to her feet, her face flushed with excitement, a rare sight. Seeing Su Jiaojia's reaction, a thick wave of jealousy washed over the vast arena. Ha! That's Li Yu? Besides being taller, better looking, having better posture, and a more refined aura, he's nowhere near my level. Poof! Lu Qingshan's tone dripped with scorn. What good is good looks? Wait till he's beaten to a pulp, covered in bruises and cuts. See if he still looks handsome then. Within the Dragon Blood Academy, strength was the ultimate law. Especially in the Supreme Academy, where no one values you for your looks. What matters is whose fists pack the most punch. At the Dragon Seed Academy, girls preferred boyfriends who were strong and could protect them. Not some pretty face with nothing but a flowery facade. Chapter 44, Stone Giant. Look at you, all starry-eyed. Her best friend Xiaobai chuckled, tugging at Su Jiaojia's skirt hem. But she quickly caught herself. Li Yu's opponent was last year's champion, Wei Peng. In an academy as resource-rich as this, an extra year of training often created a vast chasm in combat skills, experience, and raw power. Facing Wei Peng, renowned for his fierce fist techniques, Li Yu had definitely drawn a tough opponent. Jiaojiao, do you know why Wei Peng is called the Stone Giant? Xiao Bai's expression turned serious. No idea. Wei Peng's profession is Fistmaster, part of the warrior class. During a Stone Giant's secret mirror trial, he absorbed a treasure called Stone Essence. Since then, he gained the ability to petrify and grow, transforming into a giant form. In this state, his defense undergoes a qualitative leap while also gaining pain reduction. Attacks that would be excruciating to others feel like mere raindrops to him. He now possesses the traits of both a warrior and a shield bearer. After hearing Xiao Bai's explanation, Su Jiaojiao's heart sank. On the vast plaza. You? Li Yu? Wei Peng eyed Li Yu up and down, his fists as big as sandbags clashing together with a dull, powerful thud. During his warm-up, his neck cracked audibly, as if venting his frustration. Pleased to meet you, Li Yu replied politely. You don't look like anything special. I have no idea what kind of magic potion you fed Su Jiaojia. Even if my buddies and I teamed up, we couldn't take you down. Now, right in front of her, right in front of the whole school, I'm gonna beat you until you're on your knees begging for mercy. Go ahead. Li Yu spread his hands casually. If barking were enough, dogs would rule the world. Ha, talk big. I wonder if your little frame can even take one punch from me. Today, I'll kick things off for my fellow men. With a low growl, Wei Peng's dark brows shot upward. The stone slabs beneath trembled slightly as a whirlpool of sand and gravel spun at breakneck speed between his palms. In the blink of an eye, his hands solidified into stone fists, each easily twice the size of his original fists. Sigh, why must I suddenly become your love rival? Li Yu sighed softly, shaking his head helplessly. One hand caressed his massive black magic staff while the other snapped its fingers. A chill rose from the earth's surface as a gate to the underworld opened beside him. Nonsense! Wei Peng roared with laughter, his legs slightly bent as the faint crackle of compressing muscles echoed. He stomped his feet heavily, kicking up dust as his powerful frame charged forward like a wild horse breaking free, propelled by a surge of gale force energy. Facing his opponent's fierce attack, Li Yu stood rigid, utterly motionless, as if frozen in terror. He can't be scared stiff, can he? Lu Qingshan slapped his knee with relish. Facing such a speed charge, a normal person's first reaction would be either to defend or evade. Standing completely still? Could it be that fear had made his legs turn to jelly? At this thought, Lu Qingshan and his companions felt a surge of schadenfreude. Everyone anticipated the sight of Li Yu crumbling before Su Jiaozhou. The sheer satisfaction of watching him crash to the ground would be unmatched. Yes, that's it. Smash his face flat. Lu Qingshan roared as he stood up. The hell gate beside him swung wide open, and a slender, ghostly creature stirred within. Li Yu's mouth twitched, yet he showed not a trace of fear before the surging waves of qi, letting his robes flutter wildly. Arrogant! Wei Peng's face flushed crimson as he glared fiercely at Li Yu, who remained utterly unflappable. Never before had anyone dared to disregard him so blatantly. His footwork instantly accelerated. Simultaneously, pebbles from the ground swirled madly toward him. Soon, spectators recognized the technique Wei Peng's signature move, Sandstorm. Possessing a brave tier skill, Wei Peng was undeniably a formidable threat. No one on the stage dared to underestimate him lightly. TSK, that's brutal. Watching Wei Peng charge forward like a storm, some girls on the stage couldn't help but squint their eyes. Amid countless varied gazes, Wei Peng unleashed a heavy punch. With only 1 or 2 body lengths separating them, this devastating punch that shattered Li Yu's nasal bone was the least of his injuries. The fierce fist wind halted abruptly just inches from Li Yu's face. The immense force radiated outward in all directions, yet failed to harm Li Yu in the slightest, as if a barrier existed around his face. Breaths froze in the air. Everyone held their breath, staring at Li Yu in utter astonishment. From the darkness of the underworld gate, a gaunt, monstrous hand reached out, gripping the stone fist tightly. Creak, creak. The faint crackling of stone echoed through the silent plaza as Wei Peng's gathered power dissolved effortlessly. Frozen. Countless spectators on the platform, their expressions frozen like Wei Peng's, stared with jaws agape, unable to close them. Their varied gazes converged in unison, all turning to sheer astonishment. Within the gates of hell, darkness rippled like water. A creature resembling a yellow dragon revealed its true form, dragon-like in appearance, yet its face was twisted with malevolence and sinister gloom. Sorry, you're out. Li Yu and the yellow dragon slowly raised their gaze. Instantly, Wei Peng across from them shuddered violently. Goosebumps erupted across his skin like a chain reaction. A deep-seated terror rapidly spread through his entire body. Wei Peng's face contorted with fear, his pupils trembling violently as they locked onto Li Yu. The next second, his body grew light as he was hurled away like trash by a brutal force. Thud. After tumbling awkwardly across the ground several times, Wei Peng ignored the pain and sprang up with a powerful carp-like leap. When he looked up, the surrounding scene had been utterly transformed. Yellow miasma blanketed everything within his sight, engulfing him in a thick yellow haze that drastically reduced visibility. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a series of barely perceptible afterimages whistled toward him, their sharp cutting sounds echoing through the miasma. His clothing tore apart at a visible pace, revealing crimson gashes in an instant. No! Petrification. Wei Peng's face contorted in agony as his skin rapidly hardened, coating his body like a layer of solid concrete. He unleashed his ultimate skill. The stone giant form has finally manifested. Lu Qingshan and his group leapt to their feet, gripping the iron railings with excitement. Chisel him to pieces. Under countless gazes, Wei Peng's body rapidly expanded. His height, originally around 1.7 meters, surged to nearly 3 meters in the blink of an eye. Wei Peng was no mere pretender to fame within the academy. He immediately prepared his counterattack. The fighting spirit that had been dampened by Li Yu's earlier strike surged back, a deafening roar erupting from his throat. Chapter 45, Effortless. Hey, Li. Think I can't handle you unless you show some real skill? His stone fist slammed down hard onto the ground, instantly shattering the rigid surface. Under the force of the impact, fragments of rock of varying sizes flew into the air. The qi drifted through the yellow miasma, its black outline occasionally visible. At such moments, Wei Peng would unleash his fists, sending the flying stones hurtling like a storm of shards into the miasma. Stone rain descends. Wei Peng gritted his teeth, breathing heavily like an ox. His hands moved faster and faster, blurring into afterimages as countless stones shot out in all directions. The stones collided with the arena walls, producing a series of dull thuds and causing significant tremors. The crowd, too engrossed to think, fixated on the two men and the dragon in the square, their mouths forming a steady stream of astonished gasps. No one had expected Liu, a mere freshman, to force his senior into unleashing his ultimate move. The sheer ferocity of the assault was breathtaking. Not bad. A layer of blood-red armor covered Liu's body. He felt no urge to dodge such an attack. Wei Peng's strength was decent but only decent. Brushing dust from his armor, Liu clenched his palm. At his signal, Qi's attacks rained down relentlessly. If Wei Peng's assault was heavy rain, then Qi's surging energy was a torrential downpour. Within mere seconds, the opponent's petrified skin cracked, showering stone dust. Liu hesitated no longer. His right hand reached out into the void, and a terrifying aura erupted at the center of the square. Hell's grasp. Squeak. The sound of muscles being forced to compress echoed as a massive purple hand revealed itself amidst the yellow miasma, snatching the stone giant by the neck like a dog. The purple demonic palm clenched tightly in an instant, then without hesitation, slammed it down onto the hard stone surface. With a thunderous crash, Wei Peng was utterly helpless, half his body embedded in the ground. Silence. A silence so profound a pin dropping could be heard. Amidst the stunned crowd, the center of the arena lay utterly still. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A breeze swept in, slowly dispersing the yellow miasma. Impatient spectators rose to their feet, craning their necks to peer inside. A deep pit had opened in the ground, exposing the earth beneath the stone slabs. Wei Peng lay motionless at the bottom, unconscious, blood trickling steadily from the corner of his mouth. Around the pit, cracks spread like earthquake fissures, radiating outward in a dense web of hair like fissures. The crowd stared in shock at the unconscious Wei Peng, then turned their gaze to Liu nearby. Liu bore not a single scratch, his clothes merely dusted with dirt. He stood relaxed and carefree, presenting a stark contrast to the scene before him. One battered and bruised, the other unscathed. Standing in the same space, they created a stark, jarring contrast. As a mage facing a level 7 fist master, he remained utterly composed. From dozens of meters away, he maintained steady control over the entire battle, denying the stone giant any chance to close in. His summoned creatures alone were enough to keep Wei Peng firmly pinned down. Most astonishingly, Liu faced Wei Peng, a fighter with a year more combat experience, known as the Stone Giant. This signaled that his strength had advanced to a higher tier, placing him among the elite of the entire academy. His strength has improved so rapidly. Su Jiajiao's red lips parted slightly. She clearly remembered Liu's rank as level 6 when he emerged from the allocation assessment's secret realm. Now, in barely a month and a half, his strength had surged to such terrifying heights. By comparison, Su Jiajiao's own cherished level 6 felt utterly inadequate. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. I'm utterly outclassed, Su Jiajiao sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead with a wry smile. Her admiration was genuine and heartfelt. You call this a freshman? Lu Qingshan looked around in utter bewilderment. Everyone nearby wore expressions of utter horror, as if they'd seen a ghost. Moments ago, they'd been sneeringly discussing how badly Liu would get beaten, only to have their faces slapped hard by reality. The underdog Liu had crushed the top student, Wei Peng, with overwhelming force. Now I finally understand why Su Jiajiao took a liking to him. He's incredible. In another year or two, he'll be unstoppable. Qingshan, I'm done picking fights with you. My skinny arms and legs, I'm scared he'll break them. These new students are too fierce. I won't dare pick fights anymore. After witnessing Liu and Wei Peng's battle, Lu Qingshan and his friends lost most of their swagger. Referee, can we announce the result now? Liu's calm voice rang out. The referee, who had been staring blankly in the corner, finally snapped out of it. He quickly composed his expression, though his voice trembled slightly, betraying his nerves. Yes. I declare Liu the winner of this match. Come, medical staff, please carry this student off first. He wiped sweat from his brow as he spoke. The scene played over and over in his mind. Had he faced Liu himself, he wouldn't have been entirely confident he could withstand such an assault. The referee couldn't help but inwardly marvel, freshmen are fierce, terrifyingly so. Liu, over here. As the crowd stood stunned, Su Jiajiao waved excitedly at him. Liu's pace gradually slowed. After a moment's hesitation, he walked toward Su Jiajiao. You did really well. Thanks. Liu nodded in response, looking at Su Jiajiao, whose eyes were sparkling with admiration. As he climbed the steps, a wave of heat washed over him from behind. Countless burning gazes converged on his figure. His gaze swept indifferently around the room before suddenly tightening. Su Jiajiao's delicate hands seized his arm, pulling him intimately toward a nearby seat. Xiao Bai sensibly shifted aside to make room. Shrewd eyes lingered on the pair, wearing expressions of eager onlookers. As the two sat side by side, the atmosphere around them plummeted to freezing point the moment Liu sat down, enveloped in a thick layer of low pressure. Occasional gritted teeth could be heard nearby. After finally securing a seat near the goddess, not only did they have no chance to interact, but they also had to watch her sit with another man. What infuriated them most was that Li Yu and his friends were powerless to do anything about it. Before Li Yu could speak, a sudden warmth enveloped him from the other side, a fresh, sweet scent rushing into his nostrils. Brother Li Yu. Song Yueshi shook her ponytail, her palm-sized face breaking into a smile as her voice sent tingles down his spine. Yueshi, what brings you here? Of course I came to chat. Or, am I not welcome? Li Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Well, have a seat then. The moment Li Yu sat down, he found himself sandwiched between two goddess-level beauties. With limited seating for so many people, Li Yu now resembled a sandwich filling, close enough to see every strand of hair framing their faces. Chapter 46, Unexpected Windfall. Damn it, how does he get to have two beauties on either side? Let go of those two beauties and let me have my turn. Fine, I admit it. I'm done. I can't watch this anymore. I'm outta here. I refuse to believe it. The assessment isn't over yet, and no one can handle him? There are still seniors coming up. Let's see how long he can keep gloating. Whispers swirled around him, making Li Yu the undeniable center of attention. Li Yu cleared his throat awkwardly. Is there something you need? Does that mean we can't come find Brother Li Yu if we don't have business? Song Yueshi lowered her head, her pouting expression evoking pity. Here we go again with this nonsense. Su Jiaojiu rolled her eyes inwardly at Song Yueshi. She felt like sitting here too long would make her reek of tea stains. It's nothing, really. Just asking around. Li Yu ruffled Song Yueshi's hair like an older brother. Actually, I wanted to ask you something. Is it true someone carved your name on a wooden plaque to curse you? Su Jiaojiu's voice was filled with concern. Carving wooden tablets was real. Burning paper money was real. But the curse? Li Yu nodded flatly. It did happen, but it hasn't affected me at all. I'm perfectly fine. Not only did it not affect him, it actually brought him benefits. Hearing this, both of them breathed a collective sigh of relief. Their gazes met, and sparks flew instantly. Women understand women, and a woman's intuition is always sharp. Both sensed the other's intentions. That intent was to vie for the man caught between them. Brother Li Yu, don't let your guard down. You must be extra careful from now on, Song Yueshi said. Su Jiaojiu wasn't about to be outdone. Clearing her throat, she chimed in, Li Yu, if anything comes up, don't keep it bottled up inside. Reach out to me. I'll find a way to help you. Li Yu could only nod in agreement. Two beauties vying for attention and competing to show affection left the guys on the scene seething with jealousy. Not only did their faces turn green, but the air thickened with a palpable sourness. Compared to his own cursed situation, Li Yu was more curious about the support class trials. The four major classes warrior, shield bearer, archer, and mage could be directly ranked through combat trials. The rule was simple and brutal, whoever had the strongest fists advanced. But supports, defined by their functional or healing roles, were clearly at a disadvantage in one-on-one combat. A level 20 support couldn't even hold their own against a level 15 warrior. Wasn't stepping onto the stage just throwing the match? Li Yu quickly voiced his confusion aloud. Seeing Song Yueshi hesitating to speak, Su Jiaojiu felt a surge of satisfaction. Actually, the Supreme Academy's assessment consists of 2 rounds. The first round is a single elimination tournament among the 4 main classes, excluding support roles, the very trials we just participated in. Contestants are eliminated round by round, with a select few advancing to the Supreme Academy. The second round is the Secret Realm exam, specifically designed to test students in the support categories. They enter the Secret Realm in teams, and rankings are determined based on various metrics. The top-ranked individuals ultimately gain admission to the academy. So there are 2 rounds, Li Yu mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. If I've already competed, can I still enter the Secret Realm? Yes, there are no restrictions on entering the Secret Realm. Anyone who registers can enter. Resources inside are first come, first served. If numbers become too high, they may limit spots. Interested? Li Yu nodded without hesitation. The resources in the Secret Realm should be decent. I'm considering it. Su Jiaojiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, can I go with you? Song Yueshi chimed in immediately, I'll go too. We'll see about that later, Li Yu smiled, then started walking toward the exit. Just as he was about to step out, his foot faltered. As if sensing something, he turned back. His gaze quickly met several others, each carrying different emotions. The most hostile gaze came from the one directly in the center. On the viewing platform, Lu Qingshan stood with his arms crossed over his chest, looking down at Li Yu with a cold, condescending gaze. Unwelcome visitors, huh? Who knew Su Jiaojiu had such charm? After glancing past Lu Qingshan, Li Yu stepped out of the arena. Not bad, kid. Just moments after stepping away from the arena, Li Yu caught sight of someone leaning against a nearby wall, none other than his homeroom teacher, Carent. Hello. Callan walked alongside Li Yu, a satisfied look on his face, then gave Li Yu a hearty pat on the shoulder. I watched your match just now. Very impressive. This ghost officer is quite different from what I imagined. Seems like a variant of the ghost officer. Perhaps. Thank you for your praise, sir. When I reviewed your records, your level was 6. Your current strength is around level 8, isn't it? Carrant narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Currently level 10. Callan's pupils fixed intently on Liu, gradually widening. After a long moment, he exhaled sharply and sighed. The talent pool these days is getting fiercer and fiercer. Back when I was your age, I was only at level 5. Oh dear, I feel like I'm getting left behind by the times. Liu returned the smile. While most students enjoyed a leisurely life after their placement assessments, he had ventured alone into Sunset Town, dealing with the cutthroat Wolf-Fang mercenary corps. He fought ferocious monsters tooth and nail, storming into troll territories. Each terrifying encounter forged his character and propelled his strength to new heights. This compass is yours. In Callan's hand lay a blue compass engraved with mysterious runes. The blue energy within its fan-shaped face still swirled, emanating an uncanny aura. This is a protective artifact my father gave me when I was young. I never named it. After moving to the academy, I just left it unused. I think it suits a mage better, so I'm giving it to you, kid. I've heard it can manifest a domain and sense certain things, though I've never tried it myself. You're a mage, you can test it out when the time comes. Why give it to me? Liu asked, puzzled. I still haven't figured out the curse incident from last time. If it truly can sense things around you and help keep you safe, I don't need it with my current power. It's just gathering dust here. Might as well give it to you. Liu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He'd let a wandering spirit possess a student and burn paper money for himself, only to end up with an unexpected bonus. Come to think of it, a living person asking others to burn paper money for them was an utterly absurd act in any era. Callan probably wouldn't dream that Liu was staging this whole thing himself. Not only was he busily concerned, but he'd even gifted him a treasure. That's terribly embarrassing, teacher. With that, Liu swiftly took the item and stuffed it into his pocket. Karen tapped Liu's shoulder with a finger. You say no with your mouth, but your body tells a different story. He was about to say more when his body suddenly stiffened. His gaze locked forward, and in an instant, all his attention shifted away from Liu. Chapter 47, Honorary Elder of the Supreme Academy. What's going on? Karen's sudden change in expression caught Liu's attention. Following Karen's gaze, he saw a stunningly mature and graceful woman standing at the gathering point. Though she wore the ordinary purple robes of a mentor, they clung to her with an undeniable allure. With every step, her snow-white, slender legs were revealed. Her hourglass figure featured a waist so slender it seemed exaggerated, while her curves were startlingly firm and perky. Merely standing there, she held others' gazes like a spellbinding force. Her voluptuous form seemed almost too much for the purple robes to contain, as if they might burst at any moment. Her pale violet hair perfectly complemented her attire, lending her an air of icy elegance. Though her demeanor was icy, her exquisite beauty carried an innate allure. As her eyes flickered, they revealed hints of seductive charm, like a bewitching fox. Men passing by her often found their hearts racing uncontrollably. Even Liu found himself unable to tear his gaze away. Could this be the legendary innate allure? Liu pondered briefly. When he lifted his gaze again, his eyes met hers directly. Lu Yuqin's gaze brushed past Liu's indifferently, her expression unreadable. Yet that single glance sent a chill down his spine, a palpable sense of danger pressing down on him. It felt like an ant facing an elephant, momentarily taking his breath away. Beside him, Callan straightened his back, hastily adjusting his robes, unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He jogged along, afraid of missing any chance to speak with Lu Yuqin. As he walked away, Liu could see a flush spreading across Callan's ears. The two conversed nearby. Liu wisely refrained from intruding, transforming himself into a curious onlooker. Who would have thought the ruthless homeroom teacher had this side to her? But when Callan approached, Lu Yuqin's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and the pointed toe of her sexy high heels turned away. But I don't think I like him. I might even dislike him. Liu shook his head helplessly, slipping his hand back into his pocket. The moment it touched the compass, a sudden burning sensation shot through his hand. This unexpected sensation startled Liu. When he withdrew his hand, an inexplicable pattern bearing an engraved inscription had appeared on his wrist. When he reached into his pocket, the compass inside had vanished. In that instant, he suddenly understood the inscriptions on his arm. Why had the compass's markings transferred to his hand? He looked down, and the characters instantly etched themselves into his mind. Mental domain. Consume a thread of mental energy to manifest a limited-range mental domain. Within this domain, gain the power of perception, ignoring all obstructions within its reach, leaving danger nowhere to hide. Liu froze. So the compass contained a radar like Domain 1, far more intuitive than any radar. No wonder Callan's father left this to him. It possesses such extraordinary reconnaissance capabilities. Though it caused no harm, Liu couldn't help but marvel at its practicality. As the field activated, Liu suddenly snapped to attention. Instinctively glancing upward, his gaze locked onto the mature woman standing nearby. A wave of heat swiftly engulfed his entire body, his heart racing. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful, delivering a powerful shock to both his mind and body. Damn, that figure is unreal. Before Liu could finish his sentence, blood began streaming uncontrollably from his nose. Your student seems to have an issue, Lu Yuqin remarked, glancing at Liu as he frantically wiped his nose, a look of confusion on her face. Ha! Callan turned to see Liu, his face flushed crimson, nervously wiping his nose. Liu, what's wrong? Nothing. Just a bit overheated. I'll go back and take a nap. With that, Liu quickened his pace toward the boys' dormitory. After fiddling around in the bathroom for a while, the heat in Liu's body finally subsided. Deep into the night, the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, while occasional gusts rustled the leaves. A ghostly figure darted across the mountainside, landing lightly on a rooftop. Knees slightly bent, his entire body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaping upward toward the mountain with astonishing speed. Lying still, Liu suddenly opened his eyes. Thanks to the presence of his domain, he reacted instantly. Smash! The wooden window slammed against the wall with a sharp crack. A nimble black shadow burst from the room, skipping lightly over the rocks on the mountain like a dragonfly skimming water, finally landing steadily on level ground. Liu's robes fluttered in the night wind as he lifted his gaze toward the figure directly ahead. The figure across from him twitched at the corners of his mouth, arms crossed over his chest, his sharp eyes locking instantly with Liu's. Their gazes locked, a palpable aura of murderous intent filling the air. Not bad reflexes, Lu Qingshan snorted dismissively, his aura gradually intensifying. Level 12? I haven't tried that yet. Liu's eyes sharpened further. With a flick of his wrist, the thick, black, evil magic staff materialized in his hand. The gem at its tip emitted a faint, cold glow under the moonlight. Seems the daytime battle gave you quite the confidence, you frog in a well who knows nothing of the world. As the words fell, a surge of azure energy rippled across his skin. Beast-like ears sprouted from his temples, his jet-black hair rapidly lengthening before turning pure white in an instant. A potent forest aura spread rapidly around him. Elven archer? Liu stared at Lu Qingshan's drastically transformed face, slightly surprised to encounter such a rare class here. Elven archers ranked among the pinnacle of the archer class. Due to the rarity of such classes, few specialized countermeasures existed. Since the opponent existed within the spiritual realm, Liu quickly accessed their information. Level 12. Class Elf Archer Rare. Stamina 8. Intelligence 20. Magic 4. Defense 5. Agility 19. Attack 22. His agility is surprisingly high, twice as high as mine. After gauging Lu Qingshan's strength, Liu perked up. With both combatants operating within similar attack ranges, Liu would easily be suppressed by the highly agile Lu Qingshan. Crucially, the opponent possessed formidable offensive power, swift and devastating, with only defense and spellcasting as his weaknesses. Truth be told, Lu Qingshan posed a far greater threat than Wei Peng, known as the Stone Giant. After displaying his power, Lu Qingshan lifted his head proudly, but the scene he anticipated did not unfold. No panic, no surprise, no confusion. Liu remained as calm as ever. This. Compared to being a mage, Liu felt more like a summoner. No matter how powerful you are, could you possibly surpass the demons and monsters lurking in the underworld? Chapter 48, Lu Yuqin. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of ghost gates opening echoed through the silent space, four gates surging with turbulent waves. The space beside Liu's hands warped slightly as black energy gathered at his palms. Within the thick, dark mist, the outline of a pair of great axes flickered in and out of view. A twitch crossed Lu Qingshan's lips as his pent-up fury erupted. His fingers tightened fiercely around the spirit bow in his grasp. As energy surged wildly, 3 emerald green arrows shot from the bowstring. With a howling wind, the 3 arrows merged into one, a blinding light streaking across the night sky like a meteor. The light intensified. Liu's expression hardened slightly. The power in his hands abruptly solidified as 2 great axes shot out in a spiraling cross, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle as they swung fiercely toward his opponent. 2 utterly distinct energies collided with a thunderous crash. Amidst flying leaves, Liu snatched up the staff lying on the ground. Before he could make his next move, a purple barrier abruptly sliced through the earth without warning, forcefully deflecting both attacks. Not a single crack marred the purple barrier, as if the 2 attacks posed no threat whatsoever. Liu looked up in shock, a sudden sense of danger enveloping him. Across from him, Lu Qingshan felt a chill run down his spine. He could vaguely sense a cold, oppressive pressure behind him, a pressure tinged with fury. Who dares ruin my fun? Hey hey hey! Before Lu Qingshan could finish his arrogant rant, a pained wail erupted. His ear was being yanked upward by a hand as white as jade. A crimson flush instantly spread across Lu Qingshan's ear. Old man? You call yourself old man and still act so cocky? You've got some nerve. Oh my, auntie, please spare me. Qingshan won't dare again, ow ow ow. Lu Qingshan clasped his hands together, begging for mercy like a schoolboy caught red-handed by his teacher. Behind him, a mesmerizing purple figure appeared silently. The cold moonlight fell upon that captivating yet aloof face. It was none other than the purple-robed mentor seen earlier that day, the very same Lu Yuqin whom Callant had been desperately pursuing. Who would have thought that the unruly Lu Qingshan had such a stunningly beautiful aunt? The moment Li Yu saw Lu Yuqin, his pupils suddenly contracted, and the metallic taste in his nose surged back. Seconds later, blood began streaming uncontrollably from his nose. Oh no, this field is still open. I saw it again and it's pink. Li Yu flushed crimson and quickly averted his gaze. Across from him, Lu Qingshan wore a look of utter innocence, his words stumbling slightly. Wait, I never even touched you. You're being unreasonable. Apologize to me. Auntie, I didn't. Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth fiercely. Apologize. After a long, tense standoff, Lu Qingshan finally bowed his head under the weight of Lu Yuqin's authority and influence. Reluctantly, he murmured, I'm sorry. The venom in his eyes was like that of a village shrew. My dear, I sincerely apologize for this incident. I am Lu Yuqin, honorary elder of the Supreme Academy. Should you need anything further, please come find me. I will arrange for someone to come up and treat you now. Her nephew had made a mistake, and as his elder, she naturally felt embarrassed. Her tone was much softer than usual. Yet something puzzled her. Her nephew hadn't injured the boy. Why was he bleeding from the nose? Li Yu shook his head vigorously like a rattle. It's fine. I can handle it myself. Seeing Li Yu had stopped the bleeding, Lu Yuqin turned her gaze to the cowering Lu Qingshan. Seeing you sneak out late at night, I followed you out. Never imagined you'd run off to bully someone. With Li Yu bleeding from the nose across from him, Lu Qingshan was now stuck in a situation where he couldn't speak up, forced to endure it quietly. If anyone else had scolded him like this, he would have fought back fiercely. But this was his aunt. After his parents passed away, his aunt had raised him from elementary school all the way to his current advanced academy. She was undoubtedly the person he respected and felt closest to, like a second mother to him. Faced with her reproach, he dared not retort, clinging to his old habit of obedient compliance. Lu Yuqin's oppressive presence was simply too overwhelming. Li Yu, are you okay? Just as Li Yu managed to stop the nosebleed, a concerned female voice sounded urgently from behind him. Moments later, Su Jiajiao's gentle, jade-like face appeared before him, her forehead glistening with a thin sheen of sweat. I'm fine. You're fine? How could that be? You're bleeding from your nose, and you can't even stop it. Li Yu. Who are you people, bullying someone outnumbered like this? Su Jiajiao's angry shout rang out. Her beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows were now furrowed, her expression unfriendly as she glared at Lu Qingshan and Lu Yuqin. Though he'd known Su Jiajiao for some time, this was the first time Li Yu had ever seen her so enraged, so furious that her delicate frame trembled slightly. She stood firmly in front of Li Yu, radiating an intimidating aura. Junior Jiajiao, it's Senior Lu Qingshan here. I was the one who welcomed you back then, even invited you to dinner. With Lu Yufan standing beside him, Lu Qingshan forced himself to swallow the rest of his words. His gaze swept coldly over Li Yu with a smile that held no sincerity, thick with hostility. He continued, you wouldn't have forgotten, would you? We've crossed paths many times. No recollection. Even if you are a senior, if you lay a finger on Li Yu again, I won't hold back out of respect. Even if I can't defeat you, I won't let you off easy. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan's expression cracked like a frozen pond. His heart and eyes were filled only with her, yet she dismissed him with no recollection. He possessed superior looks, physique, and strength, a prominent figure in the academy whose admirers stretched from the warrior academy all the way to the school gates. Yet in the eyes of Su Jiajiao, the very woman he pursued, his proud status and identity were utterly disregarded as if he were just another face in the crowd. A phrase suddenly struck him, kissing up to the wrong person. His expression darkened visibly. Li Yu, you got lucky today. Next time, without a woman to protect you, you'd better watch your step. Li Yu's retreating steps halted abruptly. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. I'll return that line right back to you. As the words fell, a surge of energy erupted from his body. In the darkness, the shrill, wailing cries of ghostly creatures echoed ceaselessly. Immediately, waves of icy coldness surged in from all directions like a raging flood. With a sharp snap, goosebumps erupted across Lu Qingshan's arm. Soon, Li Yu's figure vanished into the night. Lu Yuqin turned to look at Lu Qingshan, his face pale and ashen. Lu Qingshan was usually so steady and composed, she never expected him to be like this today. It was enough to shatter her rigid impression of this nephew. That young lady certainly has quite the charm. Lu Qingshan offered no reply, only the veins on his hands throbbing visibly. After a long moment, he let out a deep sigh. He cast one last glance toward the direction Li Yu had departed, then stomped his foot and strode off in the opposite direction, muttering under his breath, it's just a case of first impressions. Someday I'll show you who truly deserves you. The woman I set my sights on will be mine sooner or later. Chapter 49, Song Yueshi's True Strength. The next day, by 10 o'clock in the morning, the arena was already packed with people. People held breakfast in their hands, filling their stomachs while gazing expectantly at the center of the arena. Yesterday's matches had been spectacular. After a night of buzz building, today's excitement surpassed yesterday's by several degrees. Today, prominent figures like members of the Eagle Eye organization, Su Jiaojiao, and Du Shi were also in attendance. Of course, Li Yu, who defeated Wei Peng in just 3 moves yesterday, was also the focus of everyone's attention. Whether the crowd was eager to see Li Yu demonstrate more of his prowess or eager to witness him lose face in front of Su Jiaojia, that remains to be seen. Most likely the latter, one would guess. With hands casually clasped behind his head, Li Yu strolled leisurely toward the arena alongside Zhou Ping and others. A day made all the difference. Walking the same path, Li Yu had gone completely unnoticed yesterday. Today, however, he was the center of attention, countless eyes scanning him as whispers rippled through the crowd. Adoring glances from young women occasionally flitted his way, along with the inevitable flirtatious winks and blown kisses. "Damn impressive, bro," Zhou Ping said, his face full of envy as he nudged Li Yu's shoulder. "You've got first dibs on choosing a mate. Remember to hook me up with a couple of girls when the time comes. You look so righteous, yet you're so unscrupulous. Hey, come on. At our age, we should be dating. I don't get the same attention as you, so I'll need your help setting me up. After the competition, you probably won't have time to go back to the dorm. TSK, take care of yourself." Li Yu shook his head with a wry smile, surprised Zhou Ping wasn't as rigid as he'd imagined. A few minutes later, as Li Yu stepped through the arena entrance, every pair of eyes in the venue turned toward him simultaneously, creating a sensation of being the center of attention. Of course, half those gazes were hostile, none more so than Lu Qingshan's. His glare was even more venomous than yesterday's, fixed intently on Li Yu. Li Yu shrugged indifferently, making his way to the spectator seats. As soon as he sat down, he noticed the mentors section on one side was filled to capacity. After a round of eliminations, the competition's intensity had risen significantly. Combined with it being Saturday, all the mentors had gathered. Among the few venerable elders, the most eye-catching figures were Carrant and Lu Yuqin. Lu Yuqin sat with her hands resting on her ample lap, eyes closed in apparent relaxation. Yet the rise and fall of her chest betrayed her displeasure. Beside her, Callan pushed up his silver-rimmed glasses and muttered to himself at length, occasionally chuckling at his own words. "Lu Qingshan?" Zhou Ping's voice snapped Li Yu out of his thoughts. "He seems to have hostility toward you." "Whoa, you recognize him?" Li Yu exclaimed slightly as he walked toward the stands. "Of course. He's one of the top masters in the academy. I've practically lived on the academy forums." Li Yu, unusually intrigued, asked, "So how many top-tier masters are there here?" "The ones who truly count as masters are always the same few. Lu Qingshan definitely qualifies. His aunt is an honorary elder at the Supreme Academy. With her guidance, it'd be strange if he wasn't strong. Plus, his talent is exceptional, he's already at level 12. Do sure that guy's a mage powerhouse among the freshmen. He topped the provincial exams in the capital city. I hear he's similar to you, capable of both casting spells and summoning creatures to fight. Rumor has it both he and Lu Qingshan are rare classes." Li Yu nodded thoughtfully. No wonder it was one of the top 5 academies in the nation. Those who made it here were no ordinary talents. To have 2 rare professions appear in a single match. This also indirectly highlights the formidable strength and advantages of rare professions. With such a class, one can still fight above their level even if their stats fall short of others. That might be one reason why these two have gained such fame within the academy. Zhou Ping continued, "Suemo, that guy is the captain of the Eagle Eye Guard. He's 18 years old, but he has 8 years of combat experience." Li Yu froze. The Eagle Eye Guard is composed of mentors and students. Suemo was an orphan brought back by the mentor during a mission. A demonic energy was sealed within him, so he took the mentor's surname, Su, and was named Suemo. Suemo joined the Eagle Eye Guard at age 10. Though he's been at the Dragon Seed Academy for 8 years, he's only 18 now, same year as us. Truly terrifying talent with boundless potential. There's another girl I can't recall, but you're on the list too. After you defeated Wei Peng so quickly last time, you made it onto the rankings as well. Li Yu smiled faintly as he and Zhou Ping took their seats. Soon, the square erupted in a roaring uproar, wave after wave of cheers echoing endlessly. Amidst the crowd's ecstatic shouts, the new round of the Supreme Academy selection tournament commenced. Amidst the commotion, the beautiful referee, her face radiant with a smile, strode gracefully to the center of the arena. After briefly reciting the rules, the selection commenced. 500 contestants vying for 55 spots. The upcoming matches promised to be highly anticipated. What Li Yu hadn't anticipated was that the first contestant to step forward was Song Yueshi. First match, Song Yueshi vs Haifeng. Hearing her name called, Song Yueshi stepped down from the platform with sharp precision. Her outfit today differed from her usual style, appearing far more daring. Her snow-white, shapely legs were accentuated by thigh-high socks and a pair of sleek shorts. On top, she wore a training uniform combining bright orange with deep black, radiating the power honed through her martial arts training. Her legs stood apart from the other girls, not the sickly pale, flabby stick-like legs. Instead, they possessed smooth, defined muscle lines, a healthy, natural white that radiated vitality. Her opponent appeared to share a similar profession to Song Yueshi, belonging to the warrior class. She wore animal hides draped over her body, presenting a primitive appearance. The short-haired man's eyes visibly lit up upon seeing his opponent was a pretty girl. "Hey there, little sister. You're quite the looker. Got a boyfriend?" Facing Du Zitting's lecherous gaze, Song Ziyue couldn't help but frown, refusing to dignify his words with a response. "Whoa, you're pretty aloof, huh? If I win, give me a chance to treat you to dinner." "Enough chatter." Song Yueshi's eyebrows shot up as her body flickered violently. Before Du Ziten could react, Song Yueshi had already flashed behind him, her snow-white thigh tracing a dazzling arc through the air. His neck instantly went numb. The 6-foot frame flew backward like a discarded sack, leaving a long scrape across the ground. Du Ziten spat out dust-filled saliva, glaring furiously at Song Yueshi. "Ha! A violent girl, huh? This is interesting." Raging, he charged towards Song Yueshi. Two figures soon collided and crisscrossed across the arena. Chapter 50, Top 10 Powerhouse, Du Shi. On the square, the two figures exchanged blows relentlessly. Compared to Du Ziten, Song Yueshi was clearly more agile, displaying remarkable flexibility. With a swift kick, she executed a split mid-air, landing a decisive blow to Du Zitting's shoulder without hesitation. Though petite, Song Yueshi possessed explosive power in her legs. Those close enough could see Du Ziten's spine buckle under the force. Gritting his teeth in pain, Du Zitting instantly lunged forward, his large hands reaching for Song Yueshi's ankles. His stance suggested he intended to execute a shoulder throw. However, Song Yueshi clearly anticipated his move. With a swift twist of her willow-like waist, she delivered a solid sidekick that swept cleanly across Du Ziten's neck. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the 6-foot-tall giant was sent flying backward. Du Ziten's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer strength of this petite girl. Before he could even hit the ground, a blur shot toward him. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. Suddenly, Du Ziten felt weightless, a searing pain erupting along his spine. In the blink of an eye, Song Yueshi had teleported to his side. With a fierce charge, she sent Du Zitting flying into the air. "Is she going for the 8-segment throw?" A startled cry rang out from the crowd. Li Yu turned his head to see a martial artist speaking. At that moment, Song Yueshi bent her slender legs on the plaza, gathering power as she charged into the air. Her agile form flickered rapidly. With each flash, Song Yueshi delivered a swift kick, her speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the 8 throws were completed. Du Ziten's body contorted with each dull thud, his face contorted in agony. Song Yueshi showed no mercy, striking with lightning speed that left her opponent no time to react. Thud. Another dull thud echoed as Du Ziten crashed onto the stone floor in a sprawled position, his muscles twitching spasmodically. The scene fell silent. No one had expected Song Yueshi's explosive power to be so formidable. Even Li Yu was stunned. That girl's attacks are truly sharp. Song Yueshi coldly surveyed the weakened Du Ziten lying on the ground. Her red lips parted as she murmured in a hushed voice, "If you want to be with me, it depends on whether you have the strength." Du Ziten's eyes widened before closing weakly, all confidence to continue the fight utterly gone. After the referee announced the result, Song Yueshi shed her earlier coldness, turning to Li Yu with a sweet smile. Li Yu generously gave her a thumbs up. For a moment, he struggled to reconcile the woman before him with the Song Yueshi he'd seen at Su Kuan's house. Though the face was the same, the stark contrast in demeanor was bewildering. Lost in these thoughts, the graceful figure in the center of the arena had already vanished. When Li Yu turned his head, Song Yueshi had already taken a seat beside him, her eyes wide open. She was slightly perspiring, her skin carrying the faint scent of sweat. Droplets glistened on her cheeks and the nape of her neck, while a flushed pink hue spread across her skin, giving her an surprisingly alluring in a different way. "I never imagined you were this strong, Sister Yueshi." Song Yueshi quickly caught on. "You're wondering why I didn't resist when those debt collectors came demanding payment?" Li Yu nodded. I figured I might as well let them beat me to death. No one cared about me anyway, no one loved me. My parents didn't care, my relatives didn't care. That day, I was ready to end it all. The reason I didn't fight back was because I'd lost all will to live. I couldn't be bothered to resist, so I just... Song Yueshi lowered her head, her voice growing quieter and more aggrieved with each word, like a wrong little child. Li Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Do you care about me?" Li Yu's pupils dilated in shock, drawing the attention of everyone around them. He hadn't expected Song Yueshi to ask that. The air hung heavy for a few seconds before he gave an awkward chuckle. "Of course. You're my buddy's little sister, that makes you my little sister too. Of course I care about you." Song Yueshi gazed at Li Yu, a smile playing on her lips, though it seemed somewhat forced. She seemed displeased, as if she hadn't heard the answer she wanted. Round after round of the competition passed. Li Yu's eyes occasionally flashed with brilliance. True to their reputation as students of the Dragon Blood Academy, they demonstrated exceptional skill and composure in battle. They looked young, yet when they fought, they moved like seasoned veterans. Given time to develop, they would undoubtedly become the pillars of the nation in the future. Next up, Du Shi and Li Yu. The referee's voice boomed across the arena, noticeably louder than usual. He clearly knew about Liu, his tone even carrying a hint of anticipation. As the referee's words fell, the stands erupted in a chain reaction, all eyes turning toward Liu's position. It seemed Liu had captured the entire arena's attention the moment he appeared, otherwise, they wouldn't have zeroed in on his location so quickly. 10 pairs of eyes, 7 hostile, 3 just watching the show. Man, you sure know how to make people hate you, Zhou Ping remarked from nearby, adopting the air of a bystander enjoying the spectacle. Whatever. Wait, this Du Shi, why does that name sound familiar? Smack. Zhou Ping slapped his thigh hard. Du Shi? He's one of the Academy's top 10 experts, that rare class guy. Damn it, we're screwed. How did you end up matched against him with so many people here? Though Zhou Ping was an outsider, his expression was far more grim than Liu's. Hey, how can you stay so calm? Get a grip. This Du Shi isn't on the same level as Wei Peng. Not only is he higher level, but he's also a super rare class. There are hardly any combat templates for him. He's way tougher than Wei Peng. You get it? Liu narrowed his eyes. Every problem has a solution. I don't necessarily have to lose. After all, who hasn't encountered a rare class before? And I'm a hidden class myself. The combat templates in the database for dealing with hidden classes are blank. In a way, hidden classes are even harder to pin down than rare ones. Liu steeled himself, then rose slowly under countless gazes. His steps were steady, neither hurried nor slow, as he descended the stands. He showed no sign of nervousness under the crowd's scrutiny. Shortly after he reached the center of the arena, a white silhouette emerged from the entrance opposite him. The opponent, clad in white robes, stood in stark contrast to Liu's black attire. Sunlight streaming from the arena's roof illuminated his face. Du Shi possessed delicate features and wore an expression of cool detachment. He met Liu's gaze and nodded politely. His expression was calm and gentle, lacking the sharp intensity of other opponents. He seemed utterly disinterested in everything. Oh. Stone, take him down. Smash that sharp edge. Get fired up, get fired up. As Du Shi entered the arena, the roar of cheers from the stands pierced the sky, making Liu's eardrums ache. Such overwhelming support clearly showed the crowd's immense confidence in this Du Shi fellow. They believed he could thoroughly crush Liu's pride and make him look utterly foolish in front of the goddess Su Jiaojiao. Chapter 51, Hidden Class vs Rare Class. When Liu and Du Shi appeared, the stands erupted in lively chatter. Liu, you won't be so lucky this time. Facing a tough nut like Du Shi, you'd better pray you don't get crippled. Lu Qingshan couldn't suppress the smirk on his lips, his eyes cold and unapologetic. Jiaojiao, you'll soon see what kind of useless loser the man you like really is. Last time he beat me only because I hadn't warmed up properly, letting him slip through the cracks. But this time, facing Du Shi? He's absolutely finished. Wei Peng's excitement caused him to accidentally tug at his facial wound, wincing as he sucked in a sharp breath. Whoa, we're about to see him get beaten to a pulp. Cut the chatter, the match is starting. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, the match commenced. The two combatants approached steadily. After the referee confirmed both were ready, he blew his whistle sharply. The whistle's blast instantly silenced most of the chatter in the stands. All eyes turned expectantly to the center of the arena. One fighter was the formidable powerhouse, Du Shi, the other was Liu, the man who made other men grind their teeth in frustration. What kind of sparks would these two ignite? However, instead of immediately clashing, the two exchanged a polite nod. Du Shi regarded Liu impassively, his tone calm. So you are Liu, the man who defeated Wei Peng yesterday and has everyone calling for your blood? Hated by all? Truthfully, Liu hadn't realized he was so popular. That's right. You're not going to be like them, making wild assumptions and trying to beat me to a pulp, are you? Liu sighed helplessly. I'm not interested in her. I'm interested in you. Ha! Liu instantly grew wary, his eyes fixed on Du Shi. His heart skipped a beat as he instinctively stepped back, shielding the space behind him. You have some pretty twisted tastes. Du Shi froze in place for a moment before slowly processing the remark. He shook his head with a smile. No, you misunderstood. I watched your duel yesterday. I'm interested in your profession. I have no intention of dueling you. So it's not fencing after all. Liu silently exhaled in relief. My profession is Ghost Officer. What? Ghost Enforcer? Du Shi was clearly dumbfounded, rubbing his ears in disbelief. In his mind, ghost officers weren't supposed to be weaklings who controlled ghostly creatures to prank people by haunting their beds. How could someone like that have summoned a yellow dragon yesterday and, in just a few rounds, beaten Wei Peng, the so-called stone giant, to a pulp? If he'd faced Wei Peng himself, he doubted he could have ended the fight so swiftly. Where exactly had things gone wrong? You two are still chatting? Why don't you go fetch a table and bring it in? I'll give each of you a handful of sunflower seeds and peanuts. Get started already, there are people waiting behind you. The referee's voice snapped Du Shi back to reality. Brother Du Shi, what are you two whispering about? Cut the chatter and take him down. Teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Exactly. Watch out, he might sneak an attack while pretending to chat with you. Li Yu tilted his neck toward Du Shi and gestured for him to come forward. The aura emanating from his body began to intensify. Upon noticing Li Yu's transformation, Du Shi froze. The friendly smile on his face slowly faded, and his expression grew serious as he looked at Li Yu. You're actually a level 10? Du Shi's tone held disbelief, astonished by the opponent's unexpectedly formidable strength. I heard you're a rare class with formidable power. I'm curious to see your full strength. Hearing this, Du Shi's expression hardened. He no longer concealed his power, and the aura emanating from him was nearly on par with Li Yu's equally oppressive. Strands of black energy slithered across his skin like agile snakes, carrying a faint, chilling aura. As both auras were revealed, the earlier relaxed atmosphere vanished completely, plunging the scene into a brief silence like the calm before a storm. Black breath. Du Shi roared first, his hands swiftlying a black staff as tall as a man. At its tip hung a grotesque ram's head, entirely weathered away to reveal only a white skull and a pair of horns. Its sharp tip plunged into the earth, and a straight black line rapidly sliced through the ground at an astonishing speed. Before those on the platform could comprehend what was happening, the black lines erupted violently, unleashing a dense wall of black flames that burst forth from the earth. Li Yu's heart skipped a beat as the surrounding temperature surged violently, as if they were trapped inside a furnace. The spectators on the stands were captivated by this dazzling display. Eager to see what was happening within the black walls of fire, they rose to their feet, craning their necks left and right. Two high-speed, spinning battle axes shot out in parallel spirals, radiating murderous intent. They sliced through Li Yu's towering black walls on either side with overwhelming force, as effortlessly as cutting through flowing water. Ignoring the external clamor and the roaring flames at his side, Li Yu thrust the tip of his massive magic staff into the stone slab. With a twist of his palm, he unleashed a powerful force, shattering over a dozen stone slabs that flew toward Du Shi. Du Shi's form abruptly recoiled, rapidly spinning his ram-headed staff to precisely deflect the flying stone fragments. Even without direct contact, Du Shi's face burned fiercely as the fierce wind sliced his skin, leaving countless tiny red scratches. This demonstrated just how immense Li Yu's power was, though Li Yu himself wasn't unscathed either. The scorching heat of the firewall had singed a hole in the corner of his robe, and his hair now carried an odd, peculiar scent. Li Yu and Du Shi clashed their dual fireballs, the blue and red flames colliding in a torrent of attacks as dense as rain. Their attacks were relentless, yet each strike was met with equally fierce defense, creating a wall of fire as impenetrable as any shield. This guy's reflexes are lightning fast. His firepower is every bit as strong as mine. How has he managed to hold out this long? Du Shi gritted his teeth fiercely, gathering an enormous fireball. Soon, crimson flames streaked across the sky. Before the massive fireball could land, a deep purple hand reached out from the void. The giant hand snatched at the fireball with pinpoint accuracy, then clenched it tightly. Boom! The fireball shattered mid-air, showering the ground with sparks that even stained parts of the stands crimson. The sparks struck the ground, creating small explosions, resembling the sparks from forging iron. Through Du Shi's repeated probing, his expression grew increasingly unsettled, his brow furrowing deeper with each attempt. Finally, a rare look of deep concern appeared on his face. Gone was the ease he had shown before stepping onto the stage. Li Yu had now astonished him beyond measure, demanding his utmost focus. Seeing Du Shi's expression, Lu Qingshan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Chapter 52, True Strength. Black Fury. Seeing that his attacks failed to inflict any substantial damage on Li Yu, Du Shi's eyes darkened. He stomped his feet hard against the ground, propelling himself into a brief moment of suspension. The ram-headed staff in his hand broke free from his grasp and floated in midair. In the blink of an eye, it began to tremble violently. Several illusory staffs split apart, rapidly solidifying in the air. The resulting energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to warp slightly. When Li Yu looked up, hundreds of ram-headed staffs now filled the air, each radiating an intense aura of danger. Sensing the threat, Li Yu cautiously took 2 steps back. A figure silently emerged from his shadow. Go! At Du Shi's command, hundreds of slender ram-headed wands plunged from the sky, their surfaces shrouded in tendrils of black energy. Upon impact, the black energy erupted outward like a barrage of arrows, trapping the entire battlefield within its devastating sweep. Evading such a massive assault proved nearly impossible. By conventional wisdom, facing Du Shi's black fury required either counterattacking to neutralize it or summoning defenses to endure it head-on. To everyone present, Li Yu weathering it head-on seemed utterly impossible. For a mage to absorb such damage was never a wise choice. Even if Li Yu were a warrior or a shield-bearer, absorbing this blow would be excruciating. Du Shi clearly intended to inflict severe wounds on Li Yu. On the battlefield, the temperature surged suddenly. One by one, ram-headed wands plunged into the ground. After the burst of damage, thick dust clouds billowed upward. Before long, the entire arena was shrouded in gray. Amidst the deafening explosions, no one saw Li Yu launch a counterattack. A sudden clamor erupted across the arena. Lu Qingshan leaned back lazily in his seat, a smug expression of "I knew it" on his face. When faced with a true master, Li Yu, you're running out of tricks. It's time for you to taste the flavor of blood. On the field, Dusher scanned the dusty expanse with his gaze before landing steadily. He silently exhaled in relief. The sheer scale and density of the attack must have overwhelmed a mage like Liu. Well done. For a ghost officer to exchange blows with me like that shows considerable skill. But the gap between our professions is simply too great to bridge. Brushing the dust from his hands, Dusher regained his previous composure. He glanced toward the referee and nodded in acknowledgement. The referee knew Dusher's strength, and the terrifying power unleashed by that Black Fury move must have left Liu blinded by the explosion. As the referee rose to blow the whistle, his gaze along with everyone else's froze in place. Amidst the thick gray dust cloud, Liu was nowhere to be seen. As the haze gradually dispersed, the crowd stared in astonishment at the empty ring, where only Dusher remained. What the hell? Lu Qingshan and the other boys leapt to their feet, eyes wide as they scanned the fading dust, yet still found no trace of Liu. How is this possible? Dusher, still in the arena, was equally bewildered. He turned toward the exit, where the guards at the door all shook their heads. Where on earth had he gone? Look! Something in the sky, a sudden cry rang out from the stands. As everyone looked up in unison, Liu's figure slowly descended into the air above the arena. Clinging to his back was a creature covered in crimson black scales, its body resembling a fish. Most bizarrely, a pair of dark green wings sprouted from its armpits, its clawed feet gripping Liu as it soared through the air. Sensing the killing intent above, Dusher immediately looked up only to have a torrent of fiery demonic flames pour down upon him. Instantly, half of Dusher's body burned fiercely. His expression changed drastically as he rolled aside, disregarding his dignity. He swiftly tore off half his clothing, revealing charred skin beneath. His entire body looked as if he'd rolled through a coal yard, his white garments caked with grime. Watching his opponent retreat over 10 meters, covered in grime, Liu landed calmly amidst the stunned silence of the spectators. To summon such a creature capable of flying to evade skills, then unleashing devastating surprise damage. Feeling the searing pain, Dusher stared in disbelief. He exhaled a deep breath of stale air before slowly raising his head. Liu shrugged with a smile, still brimming with energy. Looks like I'll have to get serious now. I have to admit you're a formidable opponent. I underestimated you earlier. Dusher narrowed his eyes, fixing them intently on Liu not far away. You've probably heard by now I'm actually a rare class. Summoning is my trump card. A smug grin spread across Dusher's lips as he unveiled his pride. Enjoy a move so devastating even his temperament couldn't suppress a surge of pride. Liu showed little reaction to Dusher's words. Through their recent exchanges, Liu had already guessed the rarity of his opponent's class with near certainty. Dusher wasn't the first to flaunt his summoning skills in front of Liu. He vaguely recalled the last person who'd spoken so boldly, ending up on his knees, begging for mercy. If you step down now, I'll hold back. Unless you're at least 5 levels above me, no one poses a threat. With a sweeping gesture, Dusher conjured a massive grey tombstone that plunged straight into the ground. Amidst crisp cracking sounds, a colossal white skeleton burst forth from the earth. The skeleton was draped in black rags and wielded a formidable long sword. Beneath the towering spectral knight stood a warhorse enveloped in green ghostly flames. Standing 2 meters tall with a sturdy, ghostly build, the spectral knight's entrance sent a wave of fear through the crowd on the stage, causing them to gasp in horror. The demon knight surveyed everything from above, radiating an invisible, oppressive aura. Some timid young women trembled so violently they curled into balls on the stands, while others, overcome by discomfort, fled the venue altogether. Dusher's voice drifted faintly into his ears. Liu gave an indifferent nod, hands thrust into his pockets, standing ramrod straight. After a light exhale, the space behind Liu twisted strangely. In the blink of an eye, 4 wide portals to the Underworld opened. Eerie flames flickered across the doorframes, ceaselessly scorching wandering souls. Amidst the swirling black mist, faces with savage, gaping eyes stared out. What a coincidence, my trump card is also summoning. As his light words fell, the netherworld portals behind him began to violently ripple. Demons and spirits, heed my command. Manifest yourselves. To the stunned gazes of the crowd, 4 monstrous forms clawed their way through the gates, a snarling, claw-wielding yellow dragon Shime. Vines swiftly spread across the arena, forming a seductive-looking spirit. A water-soaked, frog-like wand with enormous wings. A seemingly harmless child-like spirit capable of unleashing widespread plagues. Shi's cold gaze swept the surroundings before it raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves reverberated through the arena like crashing waves. Chapter 53, The Underworld King confronts the Necromancer. Roar! The roar pierced the heavens. The Wraith Rider stumbled backward uncontrollably, danger radiating from the creature. Even the undead steed trembled involuntarily. Liu locked eyes with Dusher across the distance. Dusher's face now wore a look of utter astonishment. Just as Liu had suspected, Dusher across from him was indeed one of the rare classes, a Necromancer. The stands erupted in commotion. Did you all hear that? Liu mentioned Shime Wangliang creatures from Eastern legends. How could he summon such beings? What class is he? Not sure. Judging by their auras, they seem to belong to the same broad class. But Li Yu is clearly an Eastern class, while Du Shi is Western. From that clash just now, Li Yu actually seemed to overpower Du Shi. Are you serious? You must be mistaken. Du Shi is a rare class. How could Li Yu possibly outshine him? Did you misjudge? Could he be a rare class too? On the other side of the stands, Song Yueshi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she turned to Su Jiaojiao with a look of confusion. Su Jiaojiao's face mirrored that confusion. She knew Li Yu could summon spirits, but this was the first time she'd heard of him conjuring legendary demons and monsters. Despite the short time that had passed, she couldn't fathom how Li Yu had achieved this. He was now several times more terrifying than he had been at Jiangzhong Academy. Seeing that Su Jiaojiao's bewilderment seemed genuine, Song Yueshi fell deep in thought. Li Yu's complexity far exceeded what her cousin had described. Lu Qingshan's brow furrowed deeper. Strangely, despite his extensive knowledge, he couldn't discern Li Yu's true profession. What other hidden cards does this guy have up his sleeve? His companions patted his shoulder reassuringly. Qingshan, don't worry. His class is probably some variant or niche profession. Brother Du Shi has a legit rare class, why would we fear him? Exactly. You know how powerful necromancers are. After he opened the Hellgate, even delaying Su Mo from the Eagle Eye squad was no problem. Facing this Li Yu guy now? He's got this in the bag. Looks like he's just bluffing. Exactly. Stop overthinking it, Qingshan. If you hadn't skipped a year and entered the Supreme Academy ahead of him, you'd be crushing him right now. Relax, if he somehow gets in, you'll have plenty of chances to settle things. If he doesn't make it, you won't even need to lift a finger. Little sister Su Jiaojiao will see him all bruised and battered and lose interest in him. In the end, won't she still end up in your arms? Hearing these sarcastic remarks about Li Yu, the unease in Bai Shan's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of satisfaction. From her seat among the mentors, Lu Yuqin's narrow, alluring eyes slowly opened. Her interest was finally piqued, though a hint of surprise flickered across her gaze. A mage leaning towards summoning types interesting. Judging by his current performance, he shows no fear of rare classes at all. Seeing an opening for conversation, Callan grinned and leaned in. Well, interested? Lu Yuqin nodded. Last time, her momentary hesitation had allowed a talent like Du Shi to be snatched away by another mentor, crushing the rare impulse she'd felt to take on a disciple. Now, with Li Yu appearing a candidate seemingly comparable in type, she wasn't about to let this chance slip away. Her sensual red lips parted. While his profession isn't as prestigious as Du Shi's, having an alternative like him is still quite good. But appearances alone won't cut it. If his actual strength isn't up to par, he'd stand little chance against Du Shi. Karen's lips tightened. Lu Yufan's bluntness was uncomfortably direct. On the arena. After a moment of distraction, Du Shi slowly smiled. Who would have thought we'd share such a connection? Not only do we have similar attributes, but we're both summoning type mages. Li Yu shrugged. Looks like I've met my match this time. Seems you're a tough nut to crack. Enough talk, show me what you're really made of. Du Shi gripped his ram-headed staff tightly, energy surging across his body as a towering battle intent erupted. As his words fell, Du Shi swiftly formed a hand seal. An array shot forth, solidly imprinting itself onto the back armor of the Wraith Knight. The formation blazed with dazzling light before rapidly unfurling a translucent shield that enveloped the spectral knight. With the shield's protection, the Ghost Knight instantly raised its head, as if invincible with the barrier's reinforcement. Li Yu reached out to rub Chi's sharp horns, murmuring something under his breath before pointing forward. The yellow dragon instantly shot forward. Glaring at the charging Chi, the demon knight clenched his teeth, raised his long sword, and swung it down fiercely as he galloped forward. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, accompanied by the eerie wails of souls perishing beneath it. The Chi showed no fear, lashing out with its sharp claws toward the demon knight. When the two rigid objects collided, a sharp metallic clang echoed, sending sparks flying everywhere. The demon knight was startled. He hadn't expected the enemy to easily scratch his blade despite his shield. A dark shadow flickered and split apart, revealing a row of skeleton archers emerging from the ground. Du Shi swiftly snatched a white bone bow from one skeleton's hand and fired several arrows in rapid succession toward Li Yu. Li Yu made no attempt to dodge. Mei swiftly moved to his side, even managing to send her master a flying kiss in the midst of the crisis. Immediately after, thick, green vines as thick as a grown man's thigh burst from the ground, forming a sturdy wall of climbing vines that shot skyward before Li Yu. The spirit creature also sprang into action, flapping its wings and soaring skyward at incredible speed. Thanks to the vine wall's cover, the once emergence was utterly stealthy. By the time Du Shi belatedly reacted, over a dozen demonic fireballs were already hurtling toward him. Though Du Shi deftly dodged the attack, the skeleton archers he had just summoned were all reduced to piles of scattered bones. Witnessing this, Du Shi froze momentarily before a surge of rage welled up within him. This was an extremely rare and specialized class. Something had definitely gone wrong. Du Shi refused to accept it. How could the evil spirits summoned by his hidden profession be intimidated by a mere ghost officer? Time to get serious. Open the gates of hell. His hands swiftly formed seals before pressing them to the ground. A crimson-black magic circle spread across the entire arena, and the space behind him began to warp eerily. Without warning, tombstones erupted from the ground. Simultaneously, a colossal gate of hell slowly creaked open, emanating an endless aura of malevolence. Spectators on the stand stared wide-eyed, fixated on the colossal gate, their curiosity piqued by this legendary gateway to hell. Green ghostly flames flickered across the gate's surface as the surrounding temperature surged violently. Wails and frenzied roars echoed incessantly from within, as if terrifying creatures capable of destroying entire cities lurked behind. At that moment, an atmosphere of fear and despair enveloped the entire academy. Chapter 54, Suppression. The Gates of Hell, huh? The last summoner of these gates was scared into submission by me. Liu murmured to himself as he gazed up at the Hell's Gate. As the gate swung wide open, countless undead emerged, bone dragons, headless horsemen, and a multitude of Western mythological creatures crawled forth. Their eyes flickered with an eerie green glow, betraying a bloodthirsty greed, while piercing screeches filled the air, sending shivers down the spine. A vampire clad in black revealed sharp fangs, its black wings flapping, carrying the scent of blood. Rumble! The undead creatures roared deafeningly, their armies charging toward Liu with rusted swords, spears, halberds, and axes. Their lifeless eyes held no mercy, only a thirst for slaughter. In an instant, the ground trembled as if an earthquake struck. Thousands of troops surged like overturned mountains, shaking the hearts of those present and turning their faces pale. Very impressive, Liu thought to himself. Judging by the aura of these summons, Dusher's Hell's Gate far surpasses Shinjavu's at least 3 or 4 tiers stronger. Yet such a display held little pressure for him. These creatures, deemed extraordinarily dangerous by outsiders, were merely inferior beings in Liu's eyes. As Dusher's eyes gleamed with triumph, a faint smile touched Liu's lips. Instantly, confusion spread across Dusher's face. The murmurs among the spectators on the stands grew even louder. You have to admit, Liu has some skills. To force Big Shot Du to unleash the gates of hell, we're in for a treat. Hopefully you can hold out a bit longer. I'm curious just how many creatures lurk within the gates of hell. I doubt it. That's the ultimate skill of a rare class. Liu probably won't last much longer. Lu Yuqin took a delicate sip of tea, her movements elegant. It seems the match is nearing its end. Quite impressive. This Liu shows promise. As the crowd watched with certainty that Liu was headed for a crushing defeat, he slowly extended a hand. His fingers pressed lightly against the void, unleashing a surging wave of energy followed by a piercing ringing in the ears. Bloodline Suppression, immune to negative effects from ghostly entities and unaffected by magnetic fields. Against ghostly entities, gains a 50% inherent bonus to attack, movement speed, defense, etc. Attacks ignore ghostly armor and have a chance to trigger the Sovereign's aura. Liu activated full suppression, his aura violently expanding outward, while Dusher and his summons experienced a drastic decline in their own energy. Power decreased by 10%. Power decreased by 20%. Power decreased by 30%. Dusher felt as though a giant hand had seized his throat, the suffocating pressure growing unbearable. His voice trembled. What is happening? My summons are being weakened at a visible rate. Liu, what have you done? Why is this happening? The crowd on the stage had no idea what was happening, only sensing Dusher's profound terror. Referee, activate the protective shield. Liu nodded toward the referee. The official hesitated, swallowing hard at the chaotic scene unfolding in the arena, before finally issuing the command. As the switch was pressed, a pale blue, intricate machine shield separated the arena from the spectators. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Liu moved again. White miasma rapidly spread across the arena. Soon, the undead army lost their direction, standing frozen in place, turning their heads to look at their master, Dusher. Dusher frowned at the miasma, within which eerie figures flickered in and out of view. Occasionally, green vines emerged from the mist, snatching up liches one by one and dragging them into the fog, followed by the crisp sound of chewing. Simultaneously, demonic flames rained down from the sky. Only then did Dusher realize this was not merely a world of miasma, but a slaughterhouse for the undead. A squadron of skeleton guards swiftly closed in around Duoyu, encircling him as they retreated step by step. It's your turn to act. Liu patted the little spirit creature's head. It nodded and slowly walked to Liu's side. Its tiny body crouched low to the ground, its mouth opening and closing. A grotesque spectacle unfolded before Liu's eyes. Liang's skin began to writhe with a sickening squirm, and mouths began to bite through the skin, emerging one after another. Dense clusters of mouths covered its skin, opening and closing incessantly as a steady stream of pestilential gas poured forth. Within mere breaths, the peculiar stench of pestilence permeated the entire space. The environment transformed from the earlier white miasma into a sea of green plague gas. Under the stunned gazes of Dusher and the audience, hordes of undead creatures began to perish. The sound of countless bones crashing to the ground echoed as piles of skeletal remains formed amidst the toxic fumes, accompanied by incessant wails. What is this? My undead army can't resist it. Dusher's voice boomed, his curiosity tinged with disbelief. Plague. Plague. Dusher stiffened, frantically covering his mouth and nose. Plague. How could plague possibly affect my undead army? Because my summons are lifeless, just like you. Lifeless things naturally counter lifeless things. What Liu didn't say was that it not only countered the undead but amplified the effect by 50%. Just then, Duoyu was stunned to see no more creatures emerging from the Hellgate. He hurried forward to investigate. The creatures behind the gate were frozen in terror, none daring to step forward, as if they had seen Satan himself. Duoyu stubbornly tried to control them, but to no avail. The plague outside was simply too bizarre. His face twisted with bitterness as he turned to see Liu standing calmly atop a mountain of skeletal remains from the undead army. Liu spoke indifferently, "This plague affects humans too. If my spirits don't intervene within half an hour, you'll die." His gaze locked on Liu. Though Dushur seethed with resentment, he had no choice but to accept the reality at this moment. A heavy silence descended upon the scene. Dushur was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness, like a drowning man cast into a vast, deserted ocean. Time ticked away, second by second, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Half a minute later. He exhaled a long breath, his clenched fists finally relaxing. "I concede." After this battle, Dushur felt genuine admiration for Liu. Though he couldn't pinpoint the reason for the innate sense of suppression, there were undoubtedly fewer than 3 students in the academy who could crush him so mercilessly. Liu was a true powerhouse of the mage lineage. As Liu's netherworld portal closed, the scene within the arena was finally revealed. The corpses of various undead creatures blanketed the arena, piled half a meter high, forming towering mountains of dead bodies. Liu stood atop a corpse mound, calmly observing Dushur, who was buried in bones and looked utterly disheveled. Dushur was raising his hands in surrender. The stands fell silent. Stunned expressions froze on spectators' faces, their minds slow to process the scene. Chapter 55, Sumo. What happened to Dushur? He actually lost. This. Lu Qingshan's face turned pale, his eyelids twitching violently. The relief he had just felt now vanished, his heart once again pounding in his throat. The turn of events was rapidly exceeding his imagination. Rare professions weren't invincible, but defeating one with such overwhelming dominance was exceedingly rare. Therefore, when Liu effortlessly dealt with Dushur, the spectators on the field exchanged stunned glances, unable to believe their eyes. "Liu, I admit defeat. Please remove the plague toxin from me." Dushur spread his hands helplessly in the arena, shaking his head repeatedly. Liu nodded, waved his hand, and the spirit creature crawled onto Dushur's body, swiftly absorbing the plague toxin from him. Liu wins this round. As the referee's voice echoed, the spectators in the stands roared with cheers, erupting in an unprecedented uproar. Regardless of Liu's outcome, this match had been fought without reservation. The grand spectacle had thoroughly delighted the crowd, and such brilliance deserved their cheers. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers and a shower of confetti, Liu looked up toward the stands. He noticed the gaze directed at him had visibly shifted. His newly demonstrated prowess commanded respect, prompting many to give him a thumbs up. Some young, budding maidens would shyly lower their heads when their eyes met Liu's by chance. After this battle, no one at Dragon Seed Academy would dare underestimate him. A man who could effortlessly defeat a somewhat renowned opponent was clearly no pushover, certainly not someone to be taken lightly. To defeat a top-tier freshman or sophomore ranked among the Academy's top 10, this young man has a bright future ahead, the referee declared generously, giving Liu a thumbs up as he exited the arena. "Thanks," Liu smiled and nodded at him before striding up the spectator steps towards Su Jiaojiu and Zhou Ping. Countless scrutinizing eyes followed him along the way, and many stopped to chat or shake his hand. "Hey, handsome Liu, wanna get to know your senior here? Not that your little sister isn't great, but your senior knows how to take care of you better. I'll be right behind you in line, okay? Make sure to consider me first for your next girlfriend. Moa. Big brother, I see you've got a unique build. Interested in joining our fencing club? Fencing? Is it what I'm thinking?" When Liu returned to his seat, the boys around him clearly softened their gaze. The Liu of today naturally carried an air of confidence that left no room for doubt. He turned his head towards Su Jiaojiu and smiled. "Jiaojiu, maybe you should explain. Looks like everyone's misunderstood our relationship." Su Jiaojiu's face flushed instantly, turning as red as a ripe tomato. She lowered her head shyly. You already know? Even if I hadn't seen the forum, I'd know. Doesn't sitting by the bonfire make you feel hot?" Liu suddenly leaned close to Su Jiaojiu's ear, his warm breath tickling her skin. The sensation made her body tremble. "What do you like about me? You're outstanding. Isn't that enough? I noticed you back in my first year at Jiangzhong Academy. Li the scholar, good-looking and brilliant. That's pretty appealing, right?" Su Jiaojiu exhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Liu. "That's it? Want to give it a try?" Liu paused, teasing, "So you're craving my body?" "No." Su Jiaojiu shook her head vigorously like a rattle, then swallowed quietly. "I don't have that intention yet. We'll see how it feels. If it feels right, it'll happen naturally." As the two exchanged scattered remarks, a sudden explosion erupted on the field. After Liu and Dushur's spectacular duel, there had been gasps from the crowd, though much quieter. The sudden commotion now instantly caught Li Yu's attention. A look of pride flashed across the referee's face at the edge of the arena. Next up, Sumo vs Hua Hong. The roar from the stands nearly shook the roof off, surpassing even the excitement of Li Yu's match against Wei Peng. Sumo, is that the Sumo who grew up in the Eagle Eye squad? Li Yu turned to his classmate Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping nodded, then sucked in a sharp breath. Though only 18, Sumo's combat skills are unmatched in the academy thanks to his upbringing in the Eagle Eye squad. He's now their youngest captain, and in a few years, when his adoptive father retires, he'll take full control of the squad. Zhou Ping paused before adding, rumor has it his strength ranks among the top 3 in the academy, maybe even the top 2. Li Yu couldn't help but stare at the red-haired man in the plaza. Could he be after Su Jiajiao too? Sigh, he's a combat maniac. There's no shortage of rumors about him these days. On stage, Sumo seemed to sense something. He suddenly turned his head toward Li Yu on the platform, their eyes locking. He is incredibly strong. Both men declared almost simultaneously. It took 3 or 4 minutes before the timid figure named Hua Hong finally climbed onto the stage. To everyone's astonishment, his face was deathly pale with fear. Even as he struggled to control himself, his body trembled uncontrollably. Before a single move had been made, Hua Hong's fighting spirit had already crumbled. Li Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sumo is growing stronger by the day. Just standing there. Lu Qingshan's expression suddenly tightened. In his freshman and sophomore years, the number of people he feared could be counted on one hand, and Sumo undoubtedly exerted the most pressure on him. Previous minor conflicts had forged a rivalry between them. Despite multiple confrontations where Lu Qingshan gave his all, he could never defeat Sumo, often suffering significant injuries himself. Though their cultivation levels were nearly equal, Sumo's upbringing within the Eagle Eye Academy gave him an edge. Lu Qingshan often came away humiliated, his confidence severely shaken. Beyond maintaining order within the academy and its surroundings, Eagle Eye dispatched teams to collaborate with local security bureaus in suppressing and eliminating monsters and criminals. Rumors claimed Sumo had at least 30 human lives and 50 monster bloods on his hands. His notoriety extended far beyond Dragon Blood Academy, resonating throughout the surrounding regions. On the field, the referee observed Hua Hong take his position, briefly inquired about the situation, then blew his whistle to signal the start of the match. The moment the whistle sounded, beads of cold sweat formed visibly on Hua Hong's forehead. Before they had even clashed, the opponent's aura already towered over his own like heaven and earth. Watching Hua Hong's tense expression, Sumo shook his head helplessly. His storage ring glowed. 2 sharp curved blades materialized in his hands. If one looked closely, dried bloodstains could be seen on the blades. Chapter 56, Overwhelming Victory. Sumo stared impassively at Hua Hong in the distance before speaking, let's get this over with quickly. Eagle Eye still has matters requiring my attention. Hearing this, Hua Hong nervously swallowed hard, his voice cracking slightly. Alright, fine. Who's afraid of who? Gritting his teeth, Hua Hong steeled himself and charged forward. He gripped his great sword tightly, stomping it heavily into the ground before surging ahead at a brisk pace. The weight of his blade made each step echo with a dull thud, giving him an unexpectedly formidable presence at first glance. Facing Hua Hong's furious charge, Sumo's expression remained unruffled. He spun his curved blades in both hands and thrust them forward without hesitation. The massive blade came crashing down, only to be effortlessly parried by Sumo, sending showers of sparks flying. 2 fierce forces collided. Hua Hong, who had struck first, gritted his teeth. Even using every ounce of strength he possessed, he couldn't break through Sumo's defense. No technique whatsoever. Sumo shook his head in displeasure, his twin blades locked tight against the great sword, trapping his opponent. Before Hua Hong could react, Sumo delivered a vicious kick to his opponent's midsection. In a single exchange, Hua Hong was sent flying over 10 meters, landing in a heap. His body slid across the ground for a long moment before he scrambled to his feet with a carp leap. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged through his chest and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As he looked warily at Sumo across from him, a chill crept over him from above. Before he could react, he saw countless shadows swarming the ground and snapped his head up. Sharp curved blades hung directly above his head, gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Hua Hong hadn't even noticed when the enemy had cast the spell the killing weapons were already poised above his head. Witnessing this, even Li Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. Sumo's techniques were ruthless, his moves brutal. It had to be said that his strength made Li Yu look at him with newfound respect. The brief, decisive exchange left the audience on the platform stunned for a moment. After a collective gasp, thunderous applause erupted. Yet, everyone's faces bore expressions of lingering disappointment. Sumo rarely fought, and they had anticipated a feast for the eyes, only to witness a mere handful of exchanges. No wonder they call him Sumo, he's a true demon. Good thing I haven't crossed paths with him these past few days, Zhou Ping remarked, taking several deep breaths before turning to Li Yu with a smile. Do you think you could beat Sumo? Li Yu's eyebrows shot up slightly, his expression turning serious. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the sheer number of outstanding students here, whose overall strength far surpassed that of Zhengzhong Academy. He's incredibly strong. Only by clashing with him would we know who's superior, but defeating him would definitely drain a lot of energy. What a pity. But there's still a chance during the upcoming support secret realm assessment if we cross paths. Oh, the trials are about to conclude. The 55 spots will be finalized soon. Today and tomorrow are for selecting mentors. Have you found any you like? Not yet. Li Yu's profession was rather unique, meaning only fellow mage mentors could provide basic guidance. Higher level aspects would still require him to figure things out on his own. With the 10 Hells King's ancient tome to aid him, he didn't place much importance on mentor selection. This match goes to Sumo. The referee's announcement was met with another wave of cheers from the crowd. Just as Sumo was about to step away, his footing halted abruptly. He turned his gaze toward Li Yu in the spectator stands. His movement was instantly noticed, and in an instant, 1,000 gazes converged on Li Yu's face. I know you. You're Li Yu. The crowd fell silent, clearly surprised that Sumo, who was usually oblivious to the commotion, would recognize Li Yu. Li Yu stared back at Sumo, his expression unchanging, saying nothing. I watched your match against Du Shi yesterday. You're a worthy opponent, Sumo declared in a booming voice, his words carrying to every ear in the hall. His words sparked a flurry of discussion. Is he issuing a challenge? Looks like it. Ha! Poor Li Yu just catching his breath, and now he's got an opponent even stronger than Du Shi on his tail. More fun to watch. Ha, let the fight begin. Li Yu on the stage narrowed his eyes. Are you challenging me? What else? Scared? Li Yu's face showed none of the dread the crowd expected. Calmly, he spread his hands before the watching eyes. Fine. I accept your challenge. With that, Li Yu rose slowly amidst the sea of emotions, his steps driving straight toward Sumo. Why wait for another day? Let's do it now. His haunting voice echoed like thunderclaps in the minds of all present. No one had anticipated Li Yu would strike while Sumo was at his peak. Though it was broad daylight, a chill permeated the arena. Tough. But I still have unfinished business with Eagle Eye. Remember my words, we'll meet again. Sumo retracted his curved blade into his ring, gave Li Yu a satisfied smile, then departed the arena. Pfft, all that excitement for nothing. Lu Qingshan slumped back into his seat. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Just then, Callan dialed Li Yu's phone. When Li Yu glanced toward the mentor seats, Carrant had already vanished. Hello? Hello? Li Yu, are you there? I'm here. You can choose your mentor today. Do you have anyone in mind? If not, would you consider Elder Lu? He's the one you met last time. Li Yu's face darkened. Are you trying to sell me out to curry favor with him, homeroom teacher? A moment of silence followed on the other end. Oh, come on. I'm not getting any younger. I finally found someone I like. I have to make a move, right? Just help me out here. Elder Lu was very impressed with your performance today. If I introduce you, you'll definitely win her favor. Then you can keep me in the loop about her moves, right? Just do me this favor. Besides, he's an archmage. While not a rare class, they're still pretty scarce. He'll definitely be able to tutor you. Li Yu's head was filling with more and more black lines. So it wasn't for me at all, it was a tracking device arranged for the sake of picking up girls. Teacher, this isn't right. She's been so cold toward you, clearly she doesn't, cough cough, isn't that fond of you. Look, her frown never relaxes when you're near. This is harassment. Hey kid, what's your tone? You took my favor last time, consider this payback. Help me out. Li Yu hesitated, then finally nodded. Fine. If it'll win her favor, this tool guy doesn't mind. Chapter 57, Choosing a Mentor. Boom. As the final contestant was escorted off the field, the Supreme Academy's selection assessment officially concluded. The 4 elders representing the Academy's 4 teams rose from their seats, their gazes sweeping slowly over the 55 contestants below. These were the victors of the past 2 days' trials. Rankings held no weight. Any contestant could join one of the 4 mentor teams at Supreme Academy, provided both parties agreed. As the selection moment arrived, Lu Yuqin of the Sun Moon team felt her heart stir. When she looked at Li Yu, the coldness on her face faded, replaced by a warm and gentle smile. Excellent, Li Yu. I observed your entire performance, truly impressive. I see parallels between your profession and Du Shi's. Coincidentally, Du Shi's mentor hails from our Heaven and Earth team. I believe our team would be the perfect fit for you. The Heaven and Earth team elder stroked his white beard and laughed heartily, speaking first with undisguised fervor in his eyes. He had already been impressed by Li Yu during his battle against Wei Peng. Now that Li Yu had decisively defeated Du Shi, his delight grew even stronger, his expression radiating absolute confidence. That's not quite right. Our Mountain River team has 5 mage-specialized mentors who excel at tackling all manner of complex challenges. I believe Li Yu would be a better fit for our Mountain River team. The Mountain River team elder shot a glance at his neighbor and promptly added. Actually, I think Li Yu would also be a great fit for our Lake Sea team. Amidst the cacophony of competing teams vying for him, Lu Yuqin of the Sun Moon team widened her violet eyes slightly. She elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze holding the stillness of spring water as she watched Liu from afar. Liu, would you consider joining us? Lu Yuqin's voice, sweet enough to send shivers down one's spine, drifted over. Liu couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. While the elders vied for Liu, those who weren't prominent figures hung their heads in sighs. Despite their own commendable achievements, they now felt like mere backdrops. Liu felt helpless too, but there was little he could do. Being too outstanding always drew such attention, it was hard to stay low-key. After a moment, Liu cleared his throat twice, his gaze locking with the alluring Lu Yuqin. I choose Sister Lu's Sun Moon team. The moment those words left his mouth, the other elders all felt a jolt in their hearts. They all turned to look at Liu and Lu Yuqin with peculiar expressions. Without highlighting any advantages, Lu Yuqin had secured this rising star with just one sentence? Had she used her charms? He even sweetly called her sister. Looks like we're out of luck, the other elders murmured, shaking their heads as they began contacting other students. The elder of the Heaven and Earth team cast a lingering glance at Liu, sighing deeply within. His expression was one of profound regret. Judging by Liu's current performance, he would undoubtedly secure a top position in the academy within 2 years. Not recruiting him into the Heaven and Earth team now was truly a pity. With that thought, the Heaven and Earth team elder tore off a cufflink and presented it to Liu. This suit is custom made. If you ever change your mind, bring this cufflink to find me. You'll always be welcome. Liu accepted the cufflink with gratitude, feeling touched. Soon after, the assignment of the 55 students was complete. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Yuqin of the Sun Moon team approached Liu with a smile. With each step she took, her long, luminously white legs were revealed, radiating an irresistible allure. The feminine aura radiating from her, refined by the passage of time, was like a cask of aged wine slowly intoxicating, drawing one unknowingly into its embrace. This mature charm was entirely different from that of Su Jiaojiu and Song Yueshi. She's got that natural allure utterly mesmerizing. Liu prided himself on his self-control, yet now, facing Lu Yufan, his heart pounded wildly, his composure slipping. You've got a sweet mouth, don't you? Lu Yufan approached, her slender fingers pinching Liu's chin as she examined him from all angles before nodding approvingly. Hello, Sister Lu. Add my contact info. We'll meet later. Lu Yufan swayed her phone, her sensual red lips parting and closing. Liu nodded, watching as Lu Yufan swayed her slender, serpentine waist until she vanished from sight. On stage, two pairs of eyes locked in an oddly intense gaze. Kalinti gaped, tilting his head in confusion as he stared at Liu. A strange tingling sensation prickled at the back of his scalp. An inexplicable sense of crisis gripped him. Had he just handed over a young, handsome hottie to his own crush? The other person, his face darkening, was Lu Qingshan. He could no longer sit still, grabbing the outer railing and glaring furiously at Liu. What the hell are you doing? Stay away from my aunt, or I swear I'll tear you apart. Liu deliberately gave a playful smile, determined to provoke Lu Qingshan. Slowly stroking his chin, he waved his phone at him while running his tongue over his lips. You. Ignoring Lu Qingshan's utterly horrified expression, Liu calmly walked away from the scene. The Supreme Academy selection process lasted a day and a half. Having been chosen early, Liu naturally had the remaining day to rest. Every student admitted to the Supreme Academy received a gift. That gift was access to the Tower of Heaven within the Academy. The Tower of Heaven served as the Dragon Blood Academy's repository for skill stones. Every skill stone distributed to the various academies passed through the hands of the Tower Guardians. Those admitted to the Supreme Academy were granted one rare opportunity to freely select a stone, a privilege few could hope for. Of course, access was limited to the lower 5 floors. 30% of the skill stones there remained unactivated and undiscovered. With incredible luck, one might even unearth an epic tier skill stone. Even those less fortunate could select a hero tier skill stone. This opportunity is incredibly tempting, not just for individual students, but for entire factions. Some groups even cultivate resources specifically to send their subordinates to Dragon Blood Academy in exchange for warrior tier skill stones. Investing $500,000 or even $1 million was commonplace. The next day, guided by Lu Yufan, Liu arrived at a lakeside spot that appeared utterly ordinary. Liu glanced at Lu Yufan beside him, utterly confused. Sister Lu, weren't we going to the Tower of Heaven? Where is it? Far away yet right before your eyes. Follow me. Lu Yufan extended her snow-white fingers in a beckoning gesture and led the way toward a pavilion in the lake center. Then, she traced a mysterious gesture in the air. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to ripple and undulate. Before Liu could comprehend what was happening, he found himself transported to an unknown realm. The space was filled with numerous book-like structures, each shelf laden with skill stones. To safeguard our precious assets, we've placed the Tower of Heaven within a space opened by mages. Prepare to select your skill stone. You may choose only one, so choose wisely. With that, Lu Yuqin sat down nearby, crossed her legs, and calmly sipped her tea. Chapter 58, The Tower of Heaven. So you're the disciple little Lu took in? As Liu took his first step, a weathered voice reached his ears. He scanned his surroundings, yet couldn't pinpoint the source of the sound. Simultaneously, an oppressive sensation gripped his heart. Before he could react, an elderly figure materialized silently behind him. Within moments, goosebumps erupted on Liyu's skin. The pressure was overwhelming. Who's there? Young man, relax. I am Yun Haitian, the Grand Elder of the Warrior Academy. Liyu turned to see a smiling, blue-haired old man. Whether it was an illusion or not, Liyu sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. Grand Elder? Liyu looked puzzled. This man before him, who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, bore no resemblance to the image Liyu held of an ancient sage, white-haired and ethereal. Yun Haitian sported trendy blue hair, a flashy floral shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops. A thick gold chain hung around his neck, yellow sunglasses perched on his hair, and he held a cup of bubble tea in his hand. Indeed, he is the Grand Elder himself. Lu Yuqin gave Yun Haitian a polite nod. In terms of seniority and age, Yun Haitian ranked significantly above her. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Elder Yun, Liu hurriedly greeted him, his tone extremely courteous. Young man, haven't we met somewhere before? Yun Haitian scratched his head, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Aren't you called Crucian Carp? Liu. Ah, I see. You're the one that little brat Lei Ting introduced. I've seen your photo. Hearing this, Lu Yuqin froze for a moment before her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked between Liu and Yun Haitian. Over the years, only one person named Lei Ting had ever graduated from the Dragon Seed Academy, none other than the Empire's mighty tiger, one of the Protector Generals, Lei Ting. Thunder was also the Academy's golden, the top-ranked alumnus on their honor roll. Her slender frame trembled slightly as Lu Yuqin's gaze toward Liu took on a different meaning. You know General Thunder? Her gaze was intense. Liu scratched his head awkwardly. I met him during recruitment. He invited me here. I guess you could say he recruited me. Personally invited by the Imperial Tiger? Lu Yuqin sucked in a sharp breath. The young man before her was far from ordinary. Anyone Thunder had taken notice of possessed extraordinary potential. She never imagined she could snag such a gem among so many candidates. Come on, old man. Let me show you around. Yun Haitian flashed Liu a meaningful smile. Liu instantly got the hint and quickly followed him upstairs. Soon, a row of bold, vigorous characters came into view before them. 5th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Their eyes fell upon numerous stone walls, each pierced with circular holes. Within every hole sat an ancient-looking skill stone. As his gaze shifted away, Liu's body tensed abruptly. Before he knew it, an elderly woman clad in white robes had materialized before him. This individual's strength is at least 60 levels, came the voice of the ox-headed and horse-faced demons in his mind. Liu was stunned. He never expected a Tower Guardian from the Dragon Seed Academy to possess such terrifying power. Noticing the woman's wary gaze, Liu took a step back, a smile playing on his lips. This is the Tower Guardian. Enough talk, let's go inside. Yun Haitian slurped his milk tea and started pushing his way in. The old woman hurriedly blocked Yun Haitian's path. There are many undeveloped skill stones inside. This youngster mustn't enter recklessly. Strange. They always open 5 floors. Why only 4 today? What's going on, young lady? Dean Yun, a batch of initial skill stones arrived recently. There's no space to store them all. Then who is he? Yun Haitian's gaze sharpened. With a flick of his tongue, a pearl shot out at bullet-like speed, striking a stone wall. The skill stone wall was dozens of times harder than ordinary rock, yet now a soft pearl had pierced it clean through, leaving a hole. Lu Qingshan emerged from behind the wall, trembling and holding his hands high in surrender. Qingshan completed the Education Bureau's assessment and earned a reward. That's why I. Fine. You're giving little Lu face but not me, huh? Let me tell you, the little one behind me was recommended by Thunder. He's now little Lu's disciple. Is that face enough for you? For the first time, Liu saw astonishment flicker across the tower keeper's face. She swallowed hard, her throat tightening as she met Yun Haitian's stern gaze. Clearly, he meant business. After a few seconds of silence, she could only step aside reluctantly, gesturing for him to pass. Elder Yun, you've served as dean before? Liu asked curiously. Put. I've been dean of both the Warrior Academy and the Shield Academy. That Thunder fellow is my disciple. Liu felt genuine admiration welling up inside her. She gave him a thumbs up. So, who's tougher, that old man from earlier or you? Her? Just some low-level noob in her 60s. I could handle her anytime. I, Yun Haitian, am the real deal. Seems like Grand Elder Yun spends a lot of time surfing the web. Alright, this old man will be going now. I'll head downstairs to chat with that girl and make a proper selection. Yun Haitian waved at Liu and walked straight downstairs. Liu and Lu Qingshan were left alone in the room. They exchanged a glance before quickly averting their eyes. They began searching the Tower of Ascension for suitable skill stones. With only an hour allotted for selection, neither wasted time on idle chatter. Soon, Liu's pace slowed. The place was simply too vast, its edges were impossible to see, covering at least 500 square meters. At this pace, they wouldn't cover the entire area in an hour. If they examined everything carefully, they wouldn't even see half of it. Old Master Yun had given Liu a warning earlier. There must be valuable items on this 5th floor, and he absolutely did not want to miss them. The thought made Liu's brow furrow involuntarily, then a sudden impulse seized him. Swirls of black mist swirled around his palm, revealing the forms of wandering spirits within. Under his command, a certain number of these dark entities began darting swiftly along the floor. With the wild ghost's help, I should be able to find some treasures. Before Liu could relax, the smile on his face froze abruptly. He was astonished to discover a protective energy shield covering the stone walls, rendering the wandering spirits utterly unable to approach the skill stones within. Liu dared not make another rash move, fearing he might trigger some security system and get kicked out. What a country bumpkin. Never seen a skill stone's protective barrier before, huh? Ha ha. Lu Qingshan watched Liu from afar, his mocking laughter grating on the ears. Liu didn't want to waste time with him. He flipped him off before continuing deeper inside. At that moment, a bold idea took root in his mind. Epic skill stones were exceedingly rare and wouldn't appear here casually. Students who got lucky would likely find treasures at the lower to mid-tier of the Brave class. To find a surprise, he had to head for the batch of skill stones that hadn't been fully explored. With this thought, Liu approached a cluster of unmarked skill stones. Chapter 59, The Envious Lu Qingshan. Compared to the fully developed skill stones, these raw stones looked like ordinary rocks from a distance. As Liu approached the stones, his domain suddenly expanded. To his astonishment, his spiritual domain could perceive the hidden secrets within the skill stones. Under the influence of his mental domain, Liu hurried to one stone, his eyes lighting up. Epic tier. Liu couldn't help but gasp. Epic skills were exceedingly rare, truly a stroke of luck to encounter one. If such a stone appeared in the outside world, its value could even rival that of an entire city. Such a priceless treasure should logically be claimed by Liu, but the skill stone simply didn't suit him. Epic skill, Golden Serpent Aura, support type. Had it been a mage type or universal type skill, Liu would have snatched it up without hesitation. Unfortunately, this support type treasure couldn't be enhanced by the 10 Kings of Hell. It was practically worthless compared to even a brave tier skill stone. Sighing reluctantly, Liu stowed the skill stone in the deepest, most concealed compartment. After 20 minutes of searching, stopping and starting, Liu still hadn't found what he wanted. Either the items were too low level or the type was incompatible. Just as fatigue began to set in, a skill stone radiating golden light suddenly appeared within the range of his spiritual perception. This is the one. Liu's eyes lit up instantly, and he hurriedly dashed forward. Just as his hand was about to touch the skill stone, a sharp whistling sound erupted unexpectedly from the side. Out of the corner of his eye, a faint blue light, carrying a murderous intent, shot toward his position. His heart clenched. Liu halted instantly, his body jerking backward. An energy arrow whizzed past his hair, exploding with a crack as it grazed a stone wall before dissipating, leaving behind sparks. He turned just in time to meet Lu Qingshan's hostile gaze. You look pretty excited. Must have found something good, Lu Qingshan chuckled, playing with a skill stone in his hand before tucking it into his pocket. Didn't you find a skill stone? What's your game? What do you mean? Lu Qingshan chuckled. It's true, I got a suitable skill stone. Though our professions don't overlap and yours is useless to me, I won't let you off easy. Liu remained largely unmoved, having already guessed the other's intentions. Such a despicable scumbag clearly intended to waste all the time, preventing Liu from getting the skill stone he wanted, just to spite him and make him miss out on a golden opportunity. It was well known that intermediate and advanced warrior skill stones were relatively rare, seldom circulating on the market, and commanding high prices. Such stones were typically controlled by major family factions. Possessing a single high-grade brave skill book often provided the foundation needed to establish oneself in a small city. Losing the hero-level skill stone in his hands would be a massive setback for Liu. It would mean entering the Supreme Academy at a disadvantage, perhaps even as a second-rate student. Is your aunt aware of how despicable you are? Want to gossip? You're no relation to my aunt, why would she believe you? You're not taking a single skill stone today. Even if I can't use them, I'll steal yours. How about it? Want to kill me? Ha 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 ha. Lu Qingshan grinned wickedly, blades sprouting from both ends of his spirit bow. This Lu Qingshan was actually skilled in close combat too. Facing Lu Qingshan's roar, Liu swiftly scooped up the skill stones and waved them in his face. Got the guts? Come try me. Arrogant. As the words fell, Lu Qingshan's aura abruptly shifted, strands of energy seeping from his skin. His expression hardened as two translucent phantoms split from his body. Clutching his bow blade tightly, he jerked forward, charging straight at Liu. Liu stood utterly still, though his mind was already plotting his counter. With Lu Qingshan's hostility now so palpable, he knew the old man wouldn't relent unless shown his true mettle. Better to seize the moment than wait for a better day. Liu's eyes narrowed sharply. Since the other was so eager to start trouble, he would be more than happy to oblige. Staring at the unmoving Liu, Lu Qingshan could only describe him with one phrase, utterly arrogant. Do you take me for Wei Peng? It's time to knock some sense into you. Lu Qingshan's fury intensified, unleashing increasingly violent energy. The two phantom figures solidified noticeably, their speed surging. Moments later, several flashes of blade light erupted, closing to within 3 heads' length. Just as Lu Qingshan thought victory was his, a heavy thud echoed abruptly through the air. A massive, square hammer swung down with crushing force toward Liu. Amidst the crisp clang of metal, the 3 phantoms instantly disintegrated under the overwhelming power. Lu Qingshan's hands went numb, forcing him to retreat. At that very instant, a towering shadow descended. Following the shadow upward, 2 figures loomed before him. The man possessed bronze-toned skin, his hands and muscles unusually developed. In one hand, he held a square blacksmith's hammer, in the other, he cradled a beautiful, long-legged woman with skin as smooth as silk. In her hand, she clutched a bundle of hemp whip, its length unknown. Gazing upon the faces of the sword-forging ghost couple and sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from them, a flash of genuine terror finally crossed Lu Qingshan's face. Time to stretch your limbs, you two. Last time you took your share of the spoils, now show me what you're worth. Liu's gaze swept over the smooth thigh before settling on the blacksmith's face. The blacksmith's throat rolled as he nodded to his master. A level 15 ghost creature would definitely give Lu Qingshan a run for his money. Thinking of this, Liu turned his head to examine the skill stone he had obtained. Lu Qingshan's glare at Liu was suddenly blocked. A shadow rapidly loomed over his head as a hammer crashed down, making the ground tremble. Lu Qingshan had to dodge swiftly, knowing the numbness in his hands hadn't yet faded. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Liu couldn't be bothered to watch their struggle, his attention entirely focused on the skill stone in his hand. A dazzling golden light shimmered within the gray stone wall, ancient characters rising and falling within its glow. Advanced bravery. Liu's pupils suddenly contracted as excitement made his heart pound violently. Apart from the epic tier skill stone obtained from the 10 Kings of Hell, this was the highest tier skill stone he had encountered to date. He still held the advancement scroll Hannah had given him, which perfectly met the maximum usage requirement. This meant the stone in his hand was an epic tier low-grade skill stone. An epic skill stone that would spark bloody chaos if leaked onto the market had somehow fallen into Liu's hands. Advanced Hero, Shadow Clone. Summon a Shadow Clone possessing 50% of the caster's strength to fight for 5 minutes. Chapter 60, Reaping What One Sows. Just as Liu was examining the skill stone, a heavy thud echoed through the air. Clunk, clunk. Liu followed the sound and saw that during his fight with the sword-forging ghost couple, the skill stone had fallen out of his pocket. It rolled toward the side. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan, distracted from the fight, reached out to retrieve the stone. But the moment he stepped back to reach for it, a whip surging with immense energy lashed out violently. Before the whip even struck, the accompanying force alone made Lu Qingshan's skin burn fiercely. Under the pressure, he had no choice but to pull his hand back. Crack! The whip struck the ground, leaving a shallow trail. Instead of retracting, the whip coiled with remarkable sentience, binding the skill stone in place. Let go! Realizing the situation was dire, Lu Qingshan lunged forward, only for the skill stone to be swept away by the whip, leaving him grasping at thin air once more. Turning his head, Liu now held Lu Qingshan's skill stone in his hand. A smirk curved his lips as he eyed Lu Qingshan sideways. Whoa, not bad. An advanced brave, and one of the top tier at that. Let go of it. Lu Qingshan's face flushed crimson with rage, his nostrils flaring. If you don't give it back, don't blame me for being rude. Rude? I'd love to see how rude you can be. The blacksmith's massive frame blocked his path. Liu's smile held a hint of amusement as he casually tossed the skill stone into a pile of undeveloped ones. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. The next second, the door burst open with a loud slam. Yun Haitian and the Tower Guardian stared at the pair with peculiar expressions. The sword-forging ghost before Liu had vanished. You're just in time. Liu stole my skill stone. Lu Qingshan accused Liu furiously. Yun Haitian's gaze shifted between the two. After a few seconds, he spoke, I don't know what happened between you two, but the hour is up. You both need to leave immediately. No lingering. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan sucked in a sharp breath and hurriedly turned to glance at the clock hanging nearby. He had been so engrossed in his battle with the sword-forging ghost that he'd completely lost track of time. Unbeknownst to him, the hour had already passed. Dragon Seed Academy strictly enforced its rules. Once the time was up, there would be no second chances. We can't stay? But I haven't chosen my skill stone yet. Panic made Lu Qingshan's words stumble and falter, his eyes darting angrily toward Liu from time to time. You haven't chosen after an entire hour? Who else is to blame? Leave immediately, this violates the rules. As Yun Haitian's words fell, Lu Qingshan's eyes widened. He looked imploringly at the tower guard, who instantly wilted beside Yun Haitian, head bowed, saying nothing. Now that the time had passed, she couldn't possibly give Lu Qingshan another chance. What was lost was lost. The chance Lu Qingshan had fought so hard to gain entry into the Tower of Ascension was now utterly gone. At this thought, he clenched his teeth so hard they nearly bled, his eyes glaring at Liu as if they would spill blood. Liu chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Cleverness had backfired on him. Lu Qingshan had intended to sabotage Li Yu and prevent him from obtaining his desired skill stone, never expecting to reap the bitter consequences himself. No! You can't do this to me. I haven't finished choosing. Lu Qingshan roared, eyes bulging with fury. He lunged forward, reaching out to scramble for the skill stone. Before he could take more than a few steps, an invisible barrier abruptly sealed him off. No matter how fiercely he attacked, it proved utterly ineffective. Stop! Are you defying the ironclad rules of the Tower of Heaven? Yun Haitian roared. Lu Qingshan could only stand frozen in place. Under Lu Qingshan's furious glare, Li Yu smugly waved the skill stone at him before smiling and leaving the 5th floor. Downstairs, Li Yu nodded to Lu Yuqin. Sister Lu. So, what grade is it? Advanced Warrior. Lu Yuqin nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Advanced Warrior is a very good quality. After a brief exchange, Li Yu returned to the dormitory. He planned to use an upgrade scroll to enhance the skill stone, then reinforce it with the 10 Hells King's ancient book. As for other matters, he packed his belongings, preparing to enter the Supreme Academy. Sitting on the soft bed, Li Yu retrieved the advancement scroll from his storage ring and pressed it against the Advanced Warrior skill stone in his hand. Soon, the dim scroll began to glow brightly. Strings of mysterious characters drifted out from the scroll, slowly enveloping the skill stone. The scroll vanished entirely, replaced by lines of text etched into the surface of the skill stone. Then, under Li Yu's curious gaze, the aura emanating from the skill stone abruptly transformed. After about 3 minutes, the aura emanating from the stone was completely different. The Advanced Warrior skill had successfully upgraded to Epic Low. The ancient book of the 10 Kings of Hell, suspended mid-air, displayed rows of newly engraved text. Advanced Heroic, Shadow Clone. Upgrade successful, Epic Low tier, 1 chi splits into 3 purities. Effect, splits into 2 clones possessing identical strength to the original body. Shares all effects and skill outcomes with the original. Class restriction, none. Enhancing. Epic Low tier, Ghostly Shadows. Effect, obtain 10 ghost clone talismans. Each clone gains effects identical to the main body, with control over 9 clones retained by the main body. Li Yu's heart leapt with joy. He swiftly drew several ghost talismans, flicked them through the air, and a man identical to himself materialized before him. Li Yu won? Gazing at the talismans in his hand, Li Yu conceived a solid plan. He used 2 more ghost talismans, summoning 2 additional Li Yes. Late that night, 3 figures appeared outside the Dragon Seed Academy, boarding separate aircraft to depart Longcheng. The following afternoon, the 3 Li Yes entered their hometown of Willow City. After gathering a large quantity of materials from various locations in Lucheng, they entered the verdant Qingxue mountain. 1 entered the Troll tribe. 1 guarded the tribe's outer perimeter, while another watched over the border between the forest and the human town. The main body rested within the Troll tribe, spending the rest of the time gathering materials to set up defensive traps. 3 layers of defense. No one should be able to harm me. Li Yu left 1 clone to study at the Dragonblood Academy. Even if that clone perished there, it wouldn't matter much. As long as the main body remained alive. The main body was now lurking deep within the ancient forests, a location the others would likely never discover no matter how hard they searched. Meanwhile, Li Yu at the Dragonblood Academy slowly awoke. After gathering his belongings, he set off for the Supreme Academy. He traversed the sprawling academy, vast as a small city, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Finally, he arrived at the base of a towering mountain. This towering peak stood at the very heart of the Dragon Seed Academy, piercing the clouds with its immense height. Swirling mists enveloped its summit, creating a truly magnificent sight. When the Dragon Seed Academy was first established, it was precisely because of this mountain rich in auspicious feng shui and imbued with the vital energy of heaven and earth that this location was chosen. Chapter 61, The Secret Realm's Invitation. Shortly after settling at the sacred mountain, Li Yu's phone rang. He pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number, its location showing as Dragon City. After a moment of puzzlement, he answered. A woman's unfamiliar voice came through. Hello, are you Li Yu? My name is Bai Yuner. Would you be interested in meeting to discuss preparations for the upcoming Secret Realm assessment? The woman's voice clearly didn't belong to someone his age. Li Yu grew wary and promptly declined. Entering the Secret Realm only required registration. He had no desire to team up with some support player. A frail support tagging along would only mean more things to worry about, making things inconvenient. Sorry, I'm not interested. Let's talk it out. Name your terms. You're a necromancer, right? My family has necromancer-related items I can give you. Li Yu hesitated for a moment. With time on his hands, the thought of shopping crossed his mind. We can talk, but it has to be at the academy, specifically in the crowded commercial district. Otherwise, we'll meet in person. The voice on the other end perked up, nodding eagerly. No problem. I'll wait for you in room 23 of the KTV lounge on the 2nd floor of the home commercial street. After confirming the location was safe, Li Yu quickly descended the mountain and entered the commercial street. He knocked on room 23. Soon, movement came from inside, the crisp click-clack of high heels growing louder as they approached. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman wearing half-rimmed glasses. She had a delicate oval face, likely in her late 30s, exuding the aura of an elite white-collar professional. If one word could describe her, it would be still radiating charm. "You must be Li Yu. Come on in," Yun'er said with a smile. Li Yu glanced inside before stepping through the doorway. The room was empty, only the purple ambient lights flickering continuously. After closing the door, Yun'er beamed as she handed him a glass of wine. Li Yu swirled it but showed no intention of drinking. "Let's get straight to the point. Li Yu, I'm Yun'er, a white-collar worker in the commercial building outside. I need your help getting my daughter through the secret realm assessment starting soon. She desperately needs to enter the Supreme Academy." Li Yu studied Yun'er from head to toe. She wore a professional office lady outfit, black stockings hugging a pair of beautifully curved legs, topped off with black high heels featuring red soles. She must have rushed over, as a faint scent of sweat lingered on her. Her feet, encased in stockings and high heels, made Li Yu shudder at the thought of how pungent they might smell. Noticing Li Yu's gaze, Yun'er curled her toes inward, her expression shifting slightly. This young man looked refined and scholarly, yet the moment they met, he'd stared straight at her legs with such directness, clearly a little pervert. She cleared her throat awkwardly. I watched your match with my daughter, Li. I'm very impressed by your skills. I came specifically to ask you to escort her. I can offer you 300,000 currency, and so on." Previously, Aunt Bai had considered hiring someone of higher rank, but after witnessing Li Yu's combat performance, she immediately changed her mind and quickly contacted him. "What exactly is this undead artifact you mentioned?" Li Yu inquired. "A giant lich's arm. It seems to contain some kind of substance inside." Li Yu shrugged and rose to his feet. "Sorry, lady, but your offer isn't quite compelling enough for me." Though Li Yu made a show of preparing to leave, his pace remained deliberately slow. He was waiting for Yun'er to offer more generous terms. Just as his hand closed around the doorknob, the woman behind him rose to her feet. Seeming to have made a significant decision, she called out, "Wait. Couldn't hold back, huh?" Li Yu's lips curved upward as he turned around. What followed made his body freeze in shock. Yun'er had removed her outer garment and was now unbuttoning her sheer white blouse. With each button undone, her ample bosom became increasingly visible, the black undershirt beneath already discernible. They were pale, firm, and irresistibly tempting to touch. Yun'er pressed her lips tightly together, her red mouth almost bleeding from the pressure. "That little pervert had been staring at my legs the moment we met. He must be craving my body." For her daughter's bright future, Yun clenched her teeth and resolved to make the sacrifice. Monsters were growing increasingly rampant and arrogant. She and her daughter desperately needed a promising path forward, and entering the Supreme Academy was a crucial choice. To gain admission, the secret realm assessment was an unavoidable hurdle. For her daughter, she was willing to sacrifice anything. "What are you doing? You've been staring at my legs since you walked in. You like them, don't you?" She reluctantly slipped off her shoes, revealing her feet encased in black stockings. They were indeed drenched in sweat, leaving damp marks on the floor with every step. A wave of her scent washed over him, rushing into his nostrils. Soft hands wrapped around him, and before Li Yu could react, he was pushed onto the wide sofa. Looking up, he met the young woman's dazed gaze. Seeing her pouting expression as she straddled him, Li Yu smiled and asked, "Are you serious?" Yun'er narrowed her eyes, her resolve firm. "Yes. If you agree, for my daughter's sake, I'll do anything. This is all I can offer." "How noble. Want to try something more intense later? Let's see how you handle it." Yun'er froze. "What do you mean?" Li Yu pointed at Yun'er's pocket. "You have a daughter, so you must be married. Why don't you call your husband and let him listen in? Dare you?" Yun'er's hands froze mid-motion, her face turning pale inch by inch. Her entire body seemed frozen, holding a single pose without moving. 2 full minutes passed before the aching in her legs finally snapped her back to reality. With a long, heavy sigh, her voice choked as she replied, "All right." Just as she reached for her phone, her slender wrist was suddenly seized by Li Yu. "No need, ma'am. I just wanted to see your attitude. I can help your daughter. Give me her contact information." Li Yu tilted his head and smiled. He hadn't expected Yun'er to go this far. All right." Yun'er stared blankly for a moment before nodding repeatedly. But she quickly realized something. "You mustn't do anything to my daughter. Whatever you need, come find me." Li Yu's earlier words had made Yun'er much more wary. Young people these days sure know how to play games. Li Yu then added, "One thing I need to make clear up front, whatever is obtained inside, I'll take what's rightfully mine. My responsibility is solely to protect her. I won't give her anything extra. And I require half the deposit up front. Any objections?" "I have no objections. You must ensure my daughter's safety." Li Yu chuckled. "Oh, and I can't guarantee anything about her grades." Chapter 62, Spending Money. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Yun'er felt a wave of relief wash over her. This time, she'll be entering the secret realm with several companions. Companions? Yes, 2 others from her grade will join this mission. With you, that makes 4 in total. I'll bring 2 people, but they're not support type. They won't affect your daughter. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Yuner spoke with a hint of concern. Liu, there are rumors that this secret realm is located in the mysterious sea. Liu had no idea where the mysterious sea was. Is it dangerous? No, it's not dangerous. Bai Yuner gave an awkward laugh, scratching her head. It's just a standard secret realm. Got it. Here's my account number. Remember to transfer the money. I'm free anytime during this period. Have your daughter contact me. Once the KTV doors closed behind them, Bai Yuner exhaled softly, the ease fading from her face. The mysterious sea was no ordinary secret realm. Its complexity was unfathomable. If she'd told the truth, Liu might have backed out. After leaving, Liu returned home briefly to shower before heading to the equipment building of the Dragon Seed Academy. Due to certain circumstances, Liu couldn't access the Supreme Academy's equipment building for the time being, so he had to go to the public equipment building instead. The equipment hall was magnificent and spacious, spanning 10 floors. The lower levels were dedicated to crafting gear, while the upper floors were accessible to students. The floors were organized by major occupational categories. As he ascended the floors, his eyes were met with a dazzling array of equipment, giving off an overwhelming industrial vibe. After swiping his student card to enter the 7th floor Mage Equipment Hall, Liu stepped inside. The Mage Equipment Hall was spacious and bright, with warm-tone lights suspended from the ceiling and a large screen mounted on the wall. It displayed an introduction to the mage profession, basic combat techniques, and strategies for facing different enemies. Liu paused to watch. The content mirrored the game's mechanics. Fragile mages possessed high burst damage but suffered from glaring weaknesses. Broadly speaking, they fell into 3 categories: burst mages, sustained damage mages, and summoning mages. Burst mages emphasize distance control, relying on ambushes or sudden strikes for high burst damage. Sustained damage mages lack the burst potential of their counterparts but excelled in endurance, leveraging their attack range to wear down opponents from afar. Summoning mages focus on coordinating with their summoned creatures. Compared to the other 2 archetypes, this type relies less on teammates and more heavily on their summons for damage output. Junior Liu, this is the Mage Department's equipment vault. If you see something you like, simply place your card on the emotion zone above the equipment frame. The item's details will immediately project. All gear is catalogued in the database. Payment is required before removal, and items come with a 7-day trial period. Returns or exchanges are accepted for undamaged gear. The central touchscreen displays this floor's equipment catalog. Oh, and a reminder, this area has full surveillance coverage with no blind spots. Mind your appearance. If you need anything, just speak into any of the monitors. The voice belonged to a staff member, who then departed to patrol the floor. Liu glanced around and indeed noticed numerous precision cameras distributed throughout, virtually eliminating theft. Liu approached the central touchscreen. Its blue display presented detailed equipment specifications. For easy retrieval, students could locate the storage area of any equipment via the touchscreen. If they preferred not to move, drones would deliver it directly to them, even offering door-to-door delivery. Satisfied, Liu nodded and turned his attention to the touchscreen. The screen categorized the equipment into 5 main types: gauntlets, greaves, boots, armor, and helmets. Of course, other gear existed too, such as gauntlets, necklaces, breastplates, and so on. When he swiped his student card, Liu quickly saw the recommended gear, though most were generic items, and some even suggested equipment for undead mages. Hidden classes. While their power far surpasses ordinary classes and even outshines rare ones, the real problem is the scarcity of usable resources. If it weren't for the 10 Hells Kings ancient texts, this would be a real headache. Liu shook his head helplessly and shifted his focus to the equipment. He casually clicked on an item, only to be greeted by comments from senior students complete with voice recordings. Seriously, who the hell designed this helmet with 2 horns? Do you think I'm a cow? You can have low stats, but this aesthetic is unacceptable. Am I supposed to strut around with these horns to impress girls? Guys, get this flaming staff. The effects are insane, it's got major swag, and it's easy to use. Only downside is the quality control. Last time I used it, it blew up halfway through. Gotta go, need to change my bandages. Super handy little treasure. Easy to stash, and it strikes from the shadows. As a senior player, I've ambushed countless pros with this. Only downside? Pricey and consumable. 500 per piece? How is that expensive? It's been that price for years. Don't spout nonsense with your eyes wide open. Artisans have it tough. Sometimes look at yourself. Has your pay gone up all these years? Have you worked hard enough? Susan, you're absolutely stunning. I love you. Liu's mouth twitched. The comments here are truly all over the place, even love confessions. Still, many comments proved useful. Following their recommendations, Liu found a pair of boots named Windchaser. The boots are a very ordinary style, made of lightweight fabric. They offer no defensive benefits, but provide a 2-point movement speed boost, sacrificing defense for agility. Typical boots feature metal reinforcement, making them heavier but also more durable. 5,000 for bronze quality is acceptable. For something better, I'll have to visit the Supreme Academy later. Li Yu swiped his card without hesitation. Even without any additional effects, the price was still quite appealing. He then browsed other gear. Since he was already here, he might as well pick up more items. He had the means now, as long as he avoided extravagance. Heart Guard, bronze quality. Provides partial protection for the heart area, absorbing some damage. Price, 3,000. Eagle Claw Iron Gauntlet, bronze quality. Increases physical attack by 2 points. Melee weapon. Can be used to counter close-range enemies when necessary. Price, 5,500. Iron Knee Guards, bronze quality. Protects knees, grants 1 point of defense. Price, 3,500. Secret Technique Bracelet, black, silver quality. Increases 0 attribute points, grants Earth Escape Secret Technique. Effect, randomly triggers Earth Escape within 100 meters. Caution. Rocks may fall on your head. Price, 38,000. Chapter 63, Overly Conservative. Without much hesitation, Li Yu swiped his card to purchase the Secret Technique Bracelet, Iron Knee Guards, and Wind-Chasing Boots. The total expenditure of over 46,000 yuan was mere pocket change compared to his assets exceeding 5 million yuan, so he didn't feel the pinch. Of the 3 items, Li Yu favored the Secret Technique Bracelet most. Though it offered no attribute bonuses, its Earth Escape effect proved exceptionally valuable. People cherish their lives above all else. Survival is the foundation of everything. Thus, survival skills were undoubtedly among the most sought-after abilities on the market. Compared to gear of similar quality, survival-focused equipment commanded premiums of several thousand, even tens of thousands. Even so, hordes of people still scrambled to buy them. Now, with his ghost symbol clone, ghost infant skin, and thorn blood armor, Li Yu was exceptionally resilient. Ordinary opponents could scarcely inflict any real damage on him. Add to that the goddess sword he wields, granting innate immunity to fatal wounds, and now the earthen mound allowing free movement within a 100-meter radius. Li Yu resembles a dungeon boss. Thick health, high damage output, and a slew of survival tactics. It's nearly impossible to kill him. This king of hell is just too solid. Li Yu couldn't help but marvel. After leaving the equipment vault and returning home to don his gear, his attributes shifted. Agility, 10 Wind Chaser Boots plus 2. Defense, 14 Ghost Infant Skin plus 8, Knee Guards plus 1. Early the next morning, Li Yu received a call from an unknown number. The caller identified herself as Bai Li, the daughter of Bai Yuner. The two arranged to meet on the rooftop. A chill lingered on the dawn terrace as the 2 women and 1 man leaned against the railing, leisurely surveying the world shrouded in white mist. Wang Dachui turned to Bai Li and asked, "Who did your mom call to help you?" "Pretty impressive, huh?" Bai Li snorted coldly, her voice detached. "He's a Li, apparently. Seriously, my mom's always been so controlling, micromanaging everything since I was a kid. We could totally handle this ourselves, but she had to bring in some outsider. Does she think I'm a 3-year-old? Bai Li had long resented her overbearing mother's meddling ways and had no intention of welcoming the impending helper warmly. Wang Dachui glanced at his younger sister, Wang Xiaohua. After a moment of deliberation, they spoke in unison. Could it be that Senior Li Jun? He takes on plenty of jobs like this. Bai Li waved her hand impatiently. Who cares about Li Jun? I couldn't care less. What if the helper auntie brings wants to be the boss and start bossing us around? Exactly. I can't stand those nagging know-it-alls telling me what to do. Bai Li declared firmly, who doesn't? No matter what, no one gets to boss us around. We decide for ourselves. I'll show my mom I've got what it takes. The other two nodded in unison, adopting a united front against outsiders. Coincidentally, the moment their words fell, the rooftop door rattled open. All 3 turned simultaneously, their expressions darkening. The next second, they froze in place as if caught in a chain reaction. The moment Li Yu stepped onto the rooftop, his gaze immediately fell upon the 3 frozen figures. The silence was deafening. The 3 stared at each other for a long moment. Scratching his head in confusion, he finally spoke up. You guys, are you okay? Who's Bai Li? I am. Bai Li hesitated for a moment before instinctively raising her hand. The 2 figures beside her shot forward like lightning, one in front and one behind. By the time she regained her senses, Wang Dachui and Wang Xiaohua had already grabbed Li Yu's arms from either side, their eyes sparkling with admiration, their faces beaming with adoration. Li Yu! It's actually you joining our team? This is amazing. You're my idol. You were so cool fighting Wei Pang and Du Shi in the arena last time. Classmate. Could you sign an autograph? Could you share your contact info? Please? Sign for me first. Big brothers should let little sisters go first. Sign mine first. Li Yu. Meanwhile, Bai Li stood nearby, her face frozen in disbelief, her expression as cold as ice. What happened to sticking together against outsiders? What about proving ourselves? Turns out they were just toying with me. Hey! Can you two show some backbone already? The siblings' faces remained brimming with excitement. Bai Li, we didn't want to either. But he's Li Yu, the one who defeated Du Shi. He's the Academy's new rising star. Li Yu could only sigh and sign autographs for them one by one. I suppose you two are the teammates Miss Bai mentioned? I'm Li Yu, your partner for this round. Pleased to meet you. I'll find you tomorrow to head straight to the secret realm assessment. The siblings nodded vigorously, without a moment's hesitation. Li Yu continued, I'd like to take the lead in this battle. No way. Bai Li's already sour mood soured further. Why should you? We're all freshmen, it's not like you have tons of combat experience. I hate people telling me what to do. I'm leading this secret realm assessment. I accepted your mother's favor, so naturally I'll take responsibility for you. Me being the leader is the best choice right now. Put. Just because you're here for my mom, you think you're so great? I won't put up with your nonsense. If you can't handle it, get lost. Li Yu shrugged. He couldn't figure out why this little girl was so resistant. Could it be she knew about his business with Bai Yuner? Fine, let's vote then, Li Yu replied. At the mention of a vote, Bai Li's chin lifted instantly, her spine straightening with newfound confidence. A vote? Ridiculous. She was on excellent terms with the Wang siblings, did she really need to worry about finding allies? This was practically begging for ridicule. Fine, she'd oblige him. No problem. Vote it is. Hearing this, the Wang siblings raised their hands without hesitation, their voices loud and clear, we choose Li Yu. Bai Li. Bai Li, everyone can see how strong he is. Whoever's strongest should lead the team, no problem with that. I take back what I said earlier. At a critical moment like this, it's not the time to be stubborn. Once we clear the secret realm, there'll be plenty of opportunities later. Why not let Li Yu be the captain for now? Second that. Bai Li was so furious her teeth chattered, her face alternating between pale and crimson. The Wang siblings' change of heart was far too abrupt. Ignoring Bai Li's sour expression, Li Yu turned his gaze to the other Wang siblings. I have two companions, a shield bearer and a warrior. What classes do you two play? Li Yu, I'm Wang Dachui. My class is ranger, essentially an assassin type. I can summon arrows and throwing knives for ranged or melee attacks. Currently level 7. My name is Wang Xiaohua. I'm a lightning archmage and explosive type mage. Currently level 6. Wang Xiaohua hesitated before adding, Bai Li is an aura support, a functional support class. She's currently level 7. Chapter 64, Support Dungeon Assessment. 2 days later, a massive crowd gathered at the foot of Supreme Academy's mountain, their clamorous roar piercing the heavens. Grand Elder Yun Haitian, still decked out in his flamboyant attire, finished explaining the rules in detail. A vortex slowly swirled in the sky, and a golden beam of light washed over the ground, revealing a spacious and imposing teleportation gate. Alright, everything that needed to be said has been said. Now, prepare for the assessment. Yun Haitian pushed up his sunglasses and smiled at the portal. Li Yu gazed upward at the translucent portal, shrouded in swirling clouds, majestic and awe-inspiring. Why is this portal so enormous? Wang Xiaohua from the group asked aloud. People had seen portals before, but this scale was unprecedented. Its immense span covered half the size of the Battle Academy. With over 1,000 participants in this competition, the sheer energy required to teleport them all at once was beyond imagination. Li Yu, Su Jiaojiao, and the others stepped into the teleportation array. The wind whistled in their ears, and the scenery before them quickly blurred. The teleportation array carried them for a full 30 seconds. This assessment site must be quite distant. Soon, a numb electronic voice echoed through the array. Attention all teams, the assessment location is a secret realm known as the Mysterious Earthsea. Within this realm resides a creature called the Magma Beast. Upon defeating the Magma Beast, there is a chance it will drop a lava heart. The higher the level of the Magma Beast, the greater the drop chance. Within the allotted time, teams will be ranked based on the number of lava hearts obtained. Lava hearts can be taken out of the secret realm. The drop rate for lava hearts is quite low. If luck is against you, you might not get even one lava heart after slaying 100 magma beasts. Based on previous year's data, a single dungeon run typically yields only 2 to 4 lava hearts. These hearts are used to craft special equipment. They are extremely rare on the market and command high prices, often being snapped up by major corporations at premium rates as soon as they appear. Note, the Mysterious Sea lies beneath the global public territory. Each participant will be issued a teleportation belt. Do not damage it, consequences are your responsibility. Global public territory? Such places exist in the world? Song Yueshi asked doubtfully. Li Yu explained, there are no truly open territories in the world. What we call open territories now are lands abandoned after nations were destroyed by monsters. These territories often lie at the edges of oceans, since monsters first emerged from the seas. The Mysterious Sea has magma monsters, so it must be near a magma-rich zone. That nation was probably on a volcanic seismic belt. Could it be? Li Yu nodded firmly. Exactly. It's what you're thinking, the Kingdom of Little Days. So that means we might encounter teams from other nations in this secret realm? That'll make the competition even fiercer. They're probably after the lava heart too. Won't our rivalry be brutal? Wang Xiaohua exclaimed. It's not just fierce, we'll be competing against our own countrymen, other nations, and facing hordes of monsters. Honestly, this is my first time in a secret realm like this, Liu replied. Though Liu and the others spoke in low voices, many overheard them, plunging the surrounding area into silence. It wasn't just about the competition, it was about pride. Losing face in front of their own academy might be tolerable, but embarrassing themselves before foreigners would carry far greater weight. When traveling abroad, one represented more than just themselves, they carried the weight of national pride. Thus, everyone present displayed formidable resolve. This battle was destined to be anything but simple, potentially even sparking friction with foreign factions. There was even the risk of death. This realization quickly dawned on everyone, and the thought of killing filled them with unease. Amidst the palpable tension, Liu remained composed. After all, his men had taken lives and not just a few. As time ticked by, people descended from the sky to find a vast expanse of black ruins billowing with dark smoke. The coastal edge of this shattered little nation glowed with black nuclear contaminants. Countless marine creatures floated lifeless on the surface, releasing a pungent, foul stench. If one were to describe this former nation with a single word, it would undoubtedly be utterly ruined. Upon landing amidst the ruins, the ground-based teleportation array activated, seamlessly connecting with a smooth precision. It began transporting group after group deep into the Earth's depths. The array trembled violently several times. Suddenly, Liu felt something soft press against him. Son Yueshi, her face tense with fear, clutched his shoulders as her fragrant, delicate body pressed close. Liu, I'm scared. Why hasn't this teleportation array finished yet? Liu awkwardly ruffled Son Yueshi's hair. It's okay. We're all together. I'm scared too, brother Liu, Su Jiaojiao chimed in from the other side, mimicking Son Yueshi's coquettish tone. Her innocent-looking face somehow made one want to pinch her cheeks. Watching the two girls spar with lightning-fast banter, Liu changed the subject. Bai Li, I'm quite curious about your support type. Would you mind demonstrating it? At this, Bai Li's lips curved upward, a flash of smug satisfaction crossing her face. Formations, activate. As her words fell, several miniature, multicolored arrays quickly materialized in her hands. They stacked and floated in her grasp, emitting a gentle aura. Before Liu could react, a green beam struck from above. The array rapidly expanded, swept across his body, and finally settled beneath his feet. One of the 9 ring arrays, the mental recovery aura. As the aura descended, Liu felt instantly refreshed and invigorated, all traces of mental fatigue vanishing as if he hadn't engaged in any manual labor for a decade. Liu savored this transformation, his mood lightening. He surmised that the other auras Bai Li wielded must be related to speed, defense, attack, and so forth, making her a remarkably versatile support class. Having such a support by their side would be like adding wings to a tiger, a tremendous asset. An already formidable team now saw its strength elevated by 1 or 2 tiers, truly terrifying. I wonder if these auras can be applied to ghostly creatures. Liu's primary combat method relied on summoned creatures, so ghostly entities naturally came to mind. As this thought crossed his mind, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the teleportation array. As everyone rubbed the goosebumps on their arms, a man dressed in a suit and tie, a rose tucked between his lips, materialized before Liu. His hand hovered in midair as he flashed a flirtatious glance at the girls beside Liu. Moi, lovely ladies, good afternoon. Liu shot the shape-shifting ghost a withering look before turning to Bai Li. Miss Bai, wipe your drool. See if you can give him a halo. Chapter 65, The Mysterious Sea. This is also one of your ghostly creatures? Bai Li's eyes widened in disbelief. He's a shape-shifting ghost creature, can appear male or female. Can take either form? Bai Li grew increasingly excited. Couldn't she have it all? Moments later, Bai Li cast a green aura. Soon, her face fell with surprise. My aura, it won't work on him. The moment the aura touched him, it vanished into thin air. Liu sighed softly, not particularly troubled. Even without the aura's reinforcement, the ghostly creature Liu summoned possessed immense destructive power. As they conversed, the scene before them gradually sharpened, revealing the subterranean realm. The mysterious sea lay deep underground, a chill permeating the surroundings. Much like the world above, it had vegetation and streams, though the sky was replaced by brown rock layers. The air was thick with the pungent scent of dust, so intense that breathing alone felt stifling. It was deeply unpleasant. This godforsaken place feels like a dusty construction site, stuffy and suffocating, Bai Li and her companions complained, covering their noses with displeasure etched on their faces. The group consisted of pampered young nobles and ladies who had never experienced such harsh conditions, and they immediately began wailing in protest. They donned oxygen masks and advanced slowly toward the subterranean world. The vegetation beneath their feet grew increasingly sparse, eventually giving way to barren ground. The cold air was replaced by heat. Not far ahead, the landscape shifted dramatically. A massive black volcano loomed before them. The Sea of Earth? Liu gazed into the distance. Multiple streams of molten lava flowed down the massive volcano, cascading over small peaks into hollows below. Around the periphery, they formed an incredibly vast sea of magma. White mist billowed upward ceaselessly, and waves of heat were clearly visible. The intense heat stung their eyes, causing tears to well up uncontrollably. Across the magma sea lay several stone bridges. For safety, the group split into smaller parties. Watch your step, everyone. Stay together. This place is vast, and we don't know what creatures lurk in the shadows. Be extremely cautious. Li Yu's tone was stern as he strode forward toward the center of the magma island. The land was dotted with numerous protrusions, each cradling a lava lake. Those who ventured closer could glimpse dark shapes swimming within the molten pools. What creatures could survive in such extreme heat remained unknown to the group. Li Yu had no intention of disturbing these creatures. They dwelled within the molten lava, and engaging them would only risk being doused by scalding lava. Being splashed in such heat would cause disfigurement and skin peeling at best. At worst, it could be life-threatening. After witnessing that terrifying scene, the team instinctively quickened their pace. No one wished to linger. Just as they sped up, a nearby magma pool suddenly rippled. Splash! Molten lava spurted upward. Everyone whipped their heads around to see a smooth-skinned monkey with a human face splashing out of the pit. It charged straight for the nearest Wang Xiaohua. Li Yu reacted instantly, his hands glowing with dense black energy as two sharp axes whirled out in spirals. Unexpectedly, the scrawny monkey was incredibly swift. After only grazing its skin, it dodged Li Yu's attack. Its scorched skin pressed against the ground. The water monkey swiftly shifted its focus to Li Yu. His actions had thoroughly enraged the creature. The bizarre creature bared its teeth at Li Yu, its scrawny body heaving with rage as it lunged forward to bite. Seeing a creature lose its mind over a mere scratch, Li Yu concluded its intelligence was rather low. As the water monkey entered Li Yu's mental domain, a stream of information popped up. Magma monkey head common. Level 4. Before the information fully displayed, Li Yu reached out and grasped at the void. A massive, purple-black energy hand snatched the leaping monkey head with pinpoint accuracy. Such a low-tier demonic creature was barely an appetizer for Li Yu. For such a minor threat, Li Yu didn't bother reviewing the full data. Snap! The distinct sound of cracking bones echoed as Li Yu tightened his grip. The magma monkey's face instantly contorted in agony. Its mouth gaped wide, emitting a hoarse, rasping sound clearly sensing the drain of life. The next instant, a crimson blossom erupted in the air. The crimson liquid splashed onto the scorching earth, instantly turning to steam and spreading the scent of blood throughout the surroundings. All that remained on the ground now were a few broken bones and scraps of skin, along with the lingering scent of flesh. Having absorbed the essence of the demonic creature, Li Yu led his team forward. The deeper they ventured, the more monsters they encountered along the way. What began as waves every few minutes soon became waves every minute. The monsters ranged from level 4 magma monkeys to level 9 fire-breathing fish, their levels steadily increasing. They even encountered several level 12 magma monkey bosses. Defeating them grew increasingly difficult. The 6-member party attacked together, using their numbers to overwhelm the magma monkey bosses without suffering any casualties. Boom! Under Archmage Wang Xiaohua's relentless barrage, a 2-meter-long magma monkey boss lay motionless on the ground, its body riddled with gaping wounds. Wiping sweat from her brow, Wang Xiaohua gazed at the distant volcano, slightly out of breath. Did the lava heart appear? The group exchanged blank stares before shaking their heads in unison. Indeed, the lava heart proved elusive. We need to pick up the pace now. I doubt these outer monsters carry rare lava hearts, Li Yu remarked. I think we should keep our current pace. Who knows what lurks behind these rocky outcrops? We can't afford any mishaps, Wang Dachui voiced his concern. Bai Li crossed her arms over her chest and snorted coldly, what's there to fear? We've got the captain to cover us. Seeing Bai Li's sarcastic expression, Li Yu quickly made arrangements. They were unaware that Li Yu possessed a mental domain capable of perceiving everything around him. Due to certain embarrassing reasons involving nosebleeds, he chose not to reveal this to them. Follow my lead. Pick up the pace. Wang Xiaohua is our mage, she has the highest burst potential. Bai Li, channel your aura solely onto her now and keep her output steady. The rest of you just keep an eye on your surroundings. My necklace has a mental stimulation effect, so everyone else should conserve some energy. Wang Xiaohua nodded. Got it. Li Yu's strategy proved effective. Fueled by Wang Xiaohua's relentless assault, the party's pace steadily quickened. After roughly an hour, the group approached the base of the great volcano. As everyone continuously absorbed experience energy, Wang Xiaohua, the fiercest firepower, and Bai Li, the indispensable support, both leveled up 3 times. Li Yu and the others also gained levels, climbing 2 tiers in just 1 hour. I have to say, teaming up really pays off. Just tagging along earned us 2 levels this trip was totally worth it, Su Jiaojiao exclaimed excitedly. Li Yu smiled and nodded. Seizing the moment, he decided to allocate his skill points first. Chapter 66, Team Fights? My specialty. Li Yu, class, Underworld King Hidden class. Stamina, 19. Intelligence, 21. Magic, 25. The thick, black magic staff provides 11 magic power. Defense, 14. Ghost Infant Skin provides 8 defense, knee guards provide 1 defense. Agility, 10. Wind Chase Boots add 2. Attack power, 2. Without much hesitation, Liu allocated 2 points to intelligence and spell power, and 1 point to stamina. After happily enhancing his stats, Liu's party headed toward the base of the great volcano. Though they quickened their pace, other groups still outpaced them. This colossal volcano was immense, its surface dotted with grayish-black volcanic rock structures, the dwelling places of monsters. Hidden within the rivers of magma lay numerous sentinels. Looking down at the base of the mountain, a dense cluster of crimson lava pools stretched out before them. From the red depths, hideous heads emerged one after another. Hidden within the pools, they watched the intruders with extreme vigilance. Anyone attempting to ascend the mountain would inevitably confront these lava monkey heads. The crisp clang of metal echoed as Du Shi's squad cleared wave after wave of monsters. Lu Qingshan, clad in a vest, was drenched in sweat under the stifling heat. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Du Shi, there are too many monsters here. Open the Hell's Gate now. Du Shi shook his head helplessly. I can't. Casting the Hell's Gate consumes 90% of my stamina, 7 points per use. If I cast it now, I'd be left with only 1 point. Plus, the cooldown is incredibly long. I can't open it now, I won't be able to cast it again for another 2 weeks. Du Shi instantly regretted his decision. Last time, facing Liu, he'd had no choice but to unleash the Hell's Gate, and ironically, it still hadn't defeated Liu. Had he saved this ultimate move, their current advance wouldn't be so difficult. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Lu Qingshan's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. With such overwhelming numbers, advancing up the mountain at their current pace would take at least several hours, consuming vast amounts of stamina. Even upon reaching the summit, confronting the high-level monsters would prove arduous. At this realization, the expressions of everyone present darkened. Support members of your teams, buff me. I'll lead the way. A faint voice suddenly spoke from behind the groups. Liu's figure appeared silently. Wow, you're really getting cocky. With all these monsters here, plus the lava pools to dodge, you think your plague gas will actually work? That's hilarious, sneered a guy named Xiao Kai from one of the teams. The outside world only knew of Liu's summoned creatures as demons and monsters. Facing so many monsters, he'd likely be drained dry. When they spotted the girl trailing behind Liu, members from several teams exchanged knowing glances. He was putting on airs, all to impress the girl. Su Jiaojiao retorted angrily, Xiao Kai, what nonsense are you spouting? Did you rinse your mouth this morning? Song Yueshi glared at Xiao Kai from the side. Xiao Kai's face turned purple and then pale under the glare of the girls. Just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly pulled aside. Du Shi stepped forward slowly and asked Liu, what's your plan? Du Shi was genuinely curious. He'd always been fascinated by Liu's ghost officer profession, suspecting the young man had many hidden cards up his sleeve, though what exactly those cards were remained a mystery. If Liu possessed a large-scale summoning skill similar to his own, it might just be possible to lure away the swarm of monsters. With this thought, Du Shi nodded politely. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Du Shi harbored no ill will toward Liu. After being thoroughly outclassed last time, his attitude had improved considerably. Hold on, Liu whispered to Su Jiaojiao and the others. When I draw these monsters away, you lead the team straight up. After speaking, Liu took a deep breath. His thoughts swirled, and suddenly, a large group of ghost soldiers, lower-grade soldiers, appeared ahead. Ghost soldiers were organized groups of wandering spirits. Lower-grade soldiers were slightly weaker than fierce ghosts, while mid-grade and upper-grade soldiers existed as well. Mid-grade ghost soldiers were level 5, and upper-grade soldiers were level 7. The lower-grade soldiers were level 3. Noticing the low-level ghost soldiers, the group looked surprised. Neither in rank nor numbers could these ghost soldiers match the monsters. Are you sure this isn't some kind of joke? Lu Qingshan couldn't hold back any longer, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Liu ignored him, directing 2 ghost soldiers into a nearby lava lake. Creatures beneath the lava sensed the external hostility. Several lava monkey heads leapt up, swiftly dragging the ghost soldiers beneath the surface. Without surprise, the ghost soldiers were instantly torn apart, stripped of armor and weapons. Ha, just trying to impress. Before Lu Qingshan could finish his sentence, a muffled boom erupted from the magma. A magma flower violently bloomed, crashing onto the ground amidst billowing heat. Everyone was startled and hurriedly backed away. When they looked up again, 7 or 8 mangled corpses of monsters quickly floated to the surface of the small lake. Self-destruct? Both sides can self-destruct. Du Shi's eyes widened in shock. No wonder explosions had echoed intermittently through the miasma during their last encounter. He'd assumed it was some of Liu's skills, turns out it was self-destruction. These low-level monsters with mediocre defenses can be cleared out by the self-destruction of a level 3 summon creature, Liu remarked before beginning to manipulate the monsters one after another. Over 20 ghost soldiers spread out. The operation was simple: have the ghost soldiers patrol around the small lava lake, making noise to lure out any creatures inside. Once they showed themselves, the ghost soldiers would jump in. Amidst the tearing and biting, explosions soon echoed. Exposure meant instant death. Boom! Lava flowers bloomed one after another. Except for a few support members following Liu, everyone else had retreated to a safe distance. Simultaneously, the wails of the monsters rose in waves. Large chunks of flesh floated upward, soon emitting waves of roasted meat aroma before burning clean. Members of several teams instinctively covered their noses. The stench of blood in the air was overwhelming. Move out. Liu signaled to Bai Li's team. Nodding, the group sped away. Encountering few monsters along the way, their progress was smooth. Amidst the crackling clashes, they fought their way to the upper foot. What should have taken an hour now took only half that time, cutting the journey in half. Stay close to me, Liu called back to the support members. In the blink of an eye, another row of ghostly creatures formed a protective barrier around the group. Bai Li looked at Liu but said nothing, merely nodding obediently. Liu's display of power had been enough to make her take notice. This captain had earned her a measure of respect. With a flick of her thoughts, 2 special effect halos descended from the sky, enveloping the group. First ring, mental recovery. Second ring, speed boost. Chapter 67, Uninvited Guests. When the group reached the mountain's base, the support members caught their breath, and Liu recalled all the ghost soldiers. Damn impressive! Wang Dachui exclaimed excitedly, his eyes brimming with admiration as he looked at Liu. Beside him, the young woman Wang Xiaohua gazed at Liu with sparkling eyes. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Admiring glances rippled through the crowd. Lu Qingshan sulkily shut his mouth, feeling resentful. The first to voice his displeasure was Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai and Lu Qingshan were close friends, and he shared Lu Qingshan's dislike for Liu, effectively speaking for him. Oh my, truly terrifying, is it? Su Jiaojiao immediately shot back, what are you going to say now? If you don't speak up, no one will mistake you for a mute. If you think you're so great, go ahead and try. Xiao Kai stuck out his tongue at Su Jiaojiao, his tone as cocky as ever. It's all thanks to his summoned creatures. Without them, he'd be nothing. Liu slowly lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Kai's stare. His relentless taunt stemmed half from personal spite and half from Lu Qingshan's directives. Now that Lu Qingshan's team was overwhelmingly powerful, he was certain Liu wouldn't dare do anything to him, so he grew even more brazen. Xiao, you think I'm afraid to slap you? Liu's voice was icy. Care to test it? Neither man yielded, their gazes colliding in a crackling exchange of sparks. Before either could make a move, the ground began to tremble faintly, black volcanic ash dancing in the air. Everyone turned in confusion, their eyes widening in shock. From the massive volcano, gorilla-like creatures emerged from the rocky structures, charging down toward the mountain's base. These creatures ran like gorillas, their bodies entirely composed of rock. Streaks of crimson magma flowed across their surfaces, making them look extremely formidable. These must be magma beasts, also known as stone-skin gorillas, someone in the group exclaimed. Damn it! Run! A panicked shout erupted from a group that had started moving first as they sprinted down the mountainside with all their might. Their faces were ashen, and they abandoned much of their equipment along the way, too desperate to retrieve it. Running fast wasn't enough to win, you had to avoid stumbling. This group had just been celebrating their head start, but now they all had to start over, having lost a lot of gear in the process. The lava heart must have dropped from them, but we need to retreat first. Stone-skin gorillas are a whole different level from monkey heads. Dusher hurriedly warned his companions, already preparing his escape gear. As the group retreated, Liu sensed something amiss. These stone-hide gorillas were fiercely territorial, rarely straying from their domain. Why were they descending en masse from halfway up the mountain? And their agitated state clearly indicated they'd been provoked. His gaze swept across the horde. 30 seconds later, it locked onto several figures clad in distinctive attire. Camouflage uniforms. But these individuals were clearly not from Xia Nation, all were either black or white. Their uniforms differed significantly from those of the security bureau or the military, suggesting they were soldiers from another country, or perhaps bounty hunters or mercenaries. Any military buffs here? Can you identify who they are? Liu asked immediately. Wang Dachui was the one to respond. Wait, they look like they're from Eagle Nation. Bounty hunters? Mercenaries? Looks like mercenaries, but not necessarily. The Eagle Nation has had instances where military personnel posed as mercenaries to handle unsavory tasks without risking national disgrace. You know a lot. Running alongside, Wang Dachui slapped his thigh with a loud smack, his expression suddenly enlightened. I know. There's oil here. Hearing this, Liu couldn't help but frown. If Wang Dachui was right, things were about to get complicated. The Eagle Nation's people were treacherous and cunning, impervious to both soft and hard approaches. They'd stop at nothing to achieve their goals. No one could afford to smile when dealing with them. If there really is oil here, more people might flood in. How can the assessment proceed smoothly then? Bai Li couldn't help but worry aloud. It won't be easy. With Eagle Nation's methods, dealing with them will be a major headache. You must protect your teleportation belts at all costs and leave if necessary. Dusher warned. At that moment, the mercenary pulled a signal flare from his backpack and fired it into the sky. Instead of fireworks, it scattered a cloud of powder across the sky. Upon contact with the intense heat, the powder rapidly turned red, vaporizing into a peculiar gas in the air. As it fell into the lava lake, it created a multitude of bubbles. The fire monkeys, previously cowering from Li Yu's explosion, instantly went frenzied. As if stimulated by some force, they scrambled frantically toward the shore, seemingly on the verge of losing their minds. The two 5-person teams from the rear, jubilantly crossing the lava, had barely reached level ground when they found themselves surrounded by the monkey heads before they could celebrate. They immediately engaged in combat, attempting to break through the encirclement with their firepower. But the sheer number of monsters across this vast expanse proved overwhelming. Even drenched in sweat, they found no escape. With the situation critical, the two newly arrived teams had no choice but to activate their teleportation belts before their stamina was completely depleted. A faint glow emanated from the belts around their waists. A small teleportation array opened beneath their feet. Their bodies shrank, and with a flash, they vanished from the scene. Having appeared only minutes earlier, both teams were already struggling to hold on, looking thoroughly disheveled. Some have already failed so quickly. Worry about yourself first. Who's got oil back home? Quick, distract them. What are you chatting for at a time like this? Lu Qingshan glared sternly at his team members. Glancing back, he saw at least several hundred monsters climbing the mountain, with over 24 more on the flat ground below. The outer rim of the great volcano was a sea of molten lava, connected only by a few stone bridges, all now completely blocked. They were truly trapped, unable to advance or retreat. There are so many of them. When will we ever finish dealing with these little pests? The frowns on everyone's faces deepened. Was this secret realm going to last until the end of time? Flames erupted from the backpacks strapped to the mercenaries' backs. They were equipped with flamethrower-equipped flying devices. Now soaring mid-air, they watched the frantic chaos below and burst into laughter. Their words reached Li Yu and the others through translators. Foolish Xia people, stay trapped here obediently. The resources of this land belong to us. We hope you'll still have your bodies intact when we come down the mountain. The taunts hung heavy in the air as the mercenary squad of 5 or 6 sped toward the volcano's summit. They even flipped the bird at Li Yu and his companions, hurling vulgar insults. Chapter 68, No Small Trouble. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the howling wind, the mercenary squad vanished into the distance. Damn it! Those British bastards. How utterly vicious. What do we do now? I suspect their target isn't the oil, but the lava core. Once the high-level monsters are killed, finding another lava core will be incredibly difficult. Wouldn't that make this trip a complete waste? But what can we do? We can't clear all the monsters here anytime soon. Du Shi and the others frowned deeper. The crisis is worsening. Many classmates have used teleportation belts to escape danger. Our pace in clearing monsters will only slow down further. At that moment, Xiao Kai stepped forward. That Li Guy's summoned creature can self-destruct, right? Just leave it here. Have it draw the monsters away. You're talking big from the sidelines. Why don't you go? Your idol doesn't have to stay behind. Wang Dachui snapped, growing increasingly irritated by Xiao Kai's words. He rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. Xiao Kai burst into laughter. What? Are you his lapdog? Calling him idol like that? Want to fight? Come on then. Who's afraid of who? Enough. This isn't the time for bickering. Our priority is figuring out how to climb the volcano. If you want to fight, take it outside. With Lu Qingshan's intervention, the others finally shut up. Du Shi asked, Li, do you have a plan? He had witnessed Li Yu's formidable prowess against demons and monsters. To his knowledge, only Li Yu possessed the capability for such large-scale destruction. Li Yu was the first person who came to mind. Li Yu nodded. I can summon the Wanyang spirits. They'll spread the plague while carrying me up the mountain. But you only have half an hour. Within that time, you can't receive any healing. You'll suffer terribly from the plague's toxins. He scanned the surroundings. Over 30 teams entered this area. Some have left, others scattered. Only about 100 remain. I don't know how many more teams followed. Now, teleport all the injured members of your team back. They're too slow and will only slow you down. As he finished speaking, 2 ghostly figures materialized on either side of Li Yu. Made up your mind? You only have half an hour. Half an hour? That's far too rushed. How is that even possible? Yeah, we'd have to go all out, but there are monsters everywhere along the way. How could we possibly make it? Listen, if you don't understand, stop giving orders. To be honest, there was some truth to what they said. But time couldn't be wasted. There were hundreds of monsters, now soon there might be thousands, even tens of thousands. By then, escape would be impossible. If it weren't for needing to look out for the team, Li Yu would have flown off long ago, not bothering to waste his breath. I have a plan. As the group argued heatedly, Bai Li's voice cut through the chaos. All eyes turned to her, filled with confusion. Bai Li said, I see there are 7 or 8 buff-type support members here. Please save the healing potions in your inventory for them so they can restore themselves to peak condition. Then cast all buff effects on me. I'll cast Speed Aura to get you all out of here within half an hour. That should be the best approach. Xiao Kai retorted sharply, why should we? What makes you think you can pull this off? If you fail, we're all screwed and we'll have wasted precious healing potions. Don't mess around, little brat. Exactly. Besides, we're all here to compete. Who knows what shady scheme you're cooking up? Why not give it a shot? It's worth a try. Whatever. If you want to help her, go ahead. Shut up, all of you. Is there a better solution now? Keep talking, and I'll send each of you home. A tall figure strode out from behind Shi Chao's camera. A chill ran through the crowd, and they all quieted down considerably. It was Su Mo. The bastard had shown up too. As the others gasped, Su Mo's twin blades flashed, severing several monkey heads in quick succession. His entire body radiated a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. Let's give it a shot. Lu Qingshan and Du Shi exchanged glances, nodding in agreement moments later. With the three heavyweights in agreement, the others, though reluctant, held their tongues. Those dissatisfied quietly slipped away, the light of teleportation arrays flickering around them. Wasting precious recovery potions on an uncertain outcome, some simply couldn't bear the waste. 2 minutes later, multicolored energy effects enveloped Bai Li, visibly restoring her complexion. At that very moment, a dense network of speed auras spread across the ground beneath their feet. Instantly, everyone felt light as a feather, their legs surging with unprecedented strength. Liang, unleash the plague. As Liu spoke, the crimson-black Liao landed on all fours. Its tiny body writhed incessantly, its mouth densely covering its form in an instant. Green plague gas rapidly spread outward from its center. Soon, an eerie green mist enveloped Liu's surroundings. Gross, Bai Li instinctively pushed herself behind Liu, averting her gaze from the bizarre creature. Why aren't you leaving? It takes too much energy. I can't leave. What's it to you? If it comes to it, I won't take the exam. Gold will always shine. I'm the woman the Supreme Academy will never have in this lifetime. Liu shook his head with a faint smile. This stubborn girl really had a sharp tongue. If she truly didn't care, then what was that lingering disappointment in her eyes? It's no big deal. I can get you out of here. Put. Bai Li shot Liu a dismissive glance. Wait, how exactly would you take me? Ah. A warm hand suddenly rested on Bai Li's waist. She shuddered violently, nearly jumping up like a startled bird. You, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't try to take advantage of me just because there's no one around. Liu grinned mischievously as he studied Bai Li. The girl had an innocent look about her, a face as small as a palm, almond-shaped eyes, and a tear mole beneath them that added a unique charm. You're pretty. I guess it's not so bad. You? Bai Li gaped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Liu's bluntness. Just kidding. Hold on tight. I'll take you flying. Liu pointed upward with his other hand. The spirit creature spread its wings, its powerful claws gripping Liu's shoulders as wisps of mist swirled around them. Let's go. Before Bai Li could react, the grip around her waist tightened. Her body grew light, and before she knew it, her feet left the ground as she soared upward. Wait, we're flying already? What, scared? No way. Not at all. I'm not afraid of heights. Really? Mei-chan, I've always been brave since I was little. If you're not afraid of heights, then why are your legs wrapped so tightly around me, and your arms holding me so tightly? Bai Li's face drained of color. She wanted to loosen her legs but dared not. At the same time, she realized her entire body was pressed against Liu's, her face pressed against his chest. Chapter 69, Confrontation. My hair. The mercenary atop the mountain peak suddenly voiced his confusion. The group looked down toward the base of the great volcano. A vast area was shrouded in green toxic gas, and beyond its outer edge, numerous forces were rushing uphill. The spectacle was truly formidable. Soon, an even more puzzling sight appeared above the toxic zone, a figure flying swiftly through the air, cradling a fresh-faced young woman in his arms. Strange. How could these students possess such abilities? The mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances. How could hundreds of magical beasts be dealt with by mere toxic gas? Even with their advanced weapons, it would take hours to clear the area. By then, everything would be settled, and the treasures within the secret realm would be theirs. They never imagined the students of the Dragon Blood Academy could be so resourceful. Meanwhile, Liu landed with Bai Li, her cheeks flushed, in his arms. Bai Li's heart raced, and she felt an intense heat wash over her body. After years of diligent study, she'd never been this close to a boy before. To her utter embarrassment, her long legs were wrapped around his waist. Just thinking about it now made her toes curl with embarrassment. But truth be told, Liu's solid chest felt surprisingly comfortable pressed against her. Before Bai Li could finish her sentence, her body grew intensely hot. She could feel scorching gazes burning into her. Soon, she met the murderous glares of Su Jiaojiu and Song Yueshi, who looked as if they wanted to skin her alive. So, terrifying, Bai Li trembled uncontrollably. Just as she was about to offer Liu some polite words, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! 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 The rhythmic firing sounds echoed through the air. The teams climbing the mountain halted abruptly, all lifting their heads to look up. Near the crater, the mercenaries had set up a compact rocket launcher. A product of technological advancement, it was only as large as 2 mineral water barrels. While lacking the range and destructive power of traditional missile launchers, it excelled in being lightweight and easy to deploy. The small projectiles now raining down possessed the explosive force of grenades. Hundreds launched simultaneously delivered devastating power that could not be underestimated. Shield users, support. Protect your teammates, someone shouted. Shield walls rose along the mountainside, shields of various colors appearing one after another. Su Jiaojiao from Li Yu's team immediately positioned herself in front of the group. The Valkyrie shield, imbued with immense power, transformed before her into a translucent, mobile defensive wall. The golden energy wall stood out strikingly in the chaos. Wang Dachui, what are you standing there for? Shoot them. Bai Li's eyebrows shot up in anger. Got it. I'll blast them to hell and see if they still dare to steal our oil. Focused arrow rain. Crackle. As white arrows exploded in fragmented mid-air, the crowd reacted in a chain reaction, immediately joining the fray. Over the years, Eagle Nation had caused no end of trouble internationally, and now they dared to bully their academy. The students were seething with anger. Thus, they fought with no holds barred. The already turbulent secret realm grew even more chaotic under their provocation. Shield masters and warriors, leveraging their class advantages, provided cover as the group charged uphill. Spectacular spells and a barrage of arrows rained down like a storm toward the mercenaries, lighting up the sky like fireworks bursting in an instant. Amidst the echoes of collisions and explosions, the group pressed forward rapidly. Support casters followed behind the vanguard. Protected by their allies, they unleashed their spells without restraint. With their buffs, the relentless barrage showed no sign of stopping. Aura after aura of beneficial effects descended, sending morale soaring. Li Yu glanced at the scene and couldn't help but sigh, chaos. Utter chaos. Most students had never experienced an encounter battle of this scale before. They were essentially fighting by instinct, resulting in utter chaos on the battlefield. Though the opposing team currently numbered only 10, they were all professionally trained. Combined with their advanced high-tech equipment, they managed to hold their ground for the moment. Among them was a summoner capable of calling forth hordes of ferocious beasts. If only the on-site team could stop scattering and fighting in disarray, Li Yu felt they could push back these mercenaries within minutes. See that crater? That's the palace of the secret realm lord. Inside, the stone-skinned gorilla lords drop loot more frequently, and lava hearts appear more often. Amidst the battle, Dusher's white figure flickered and quickly approached Li Yu. Is there a teleportation array at the crater that leads directly into the palace? Li Yu asked. Exactly. Stone-skinned gorillas are humanoid monsters, inherently more intelligent than other beasts, let alone lords. Rumor has it this teleportation array was created by one that captured a human mage. What is your objective? I want the young lady in your party to cast a haste aura on my group. Both parties will flank from the other side. With her current stamina and mana reserves, she should be able to sustain both groups. Moreover, I suspect this palace portal has a limit on the number of people it can transport. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited so long to enter. They're waiting for reinforcements. We need to move faster. Dusher looked at Bai Li. Bai Li hesitated not a moment, nodding immediately. Entering first meant one less competitor. The team that got inside first would have a better chance at securing a favorable position. To gain admission to the Supreme Academy, she absolutely had to seize the initiative. With Bai Li's agreement, Li Yu said no more. Amidst the fierce battlefield, two teams slipped away unnoticed. Before the academy members could react, both teams had already made their way to the other side of the volcano. Leading the way at the front was a shield-bearer friend of Su Jiaojiao and Lu Qingshan, with two warriors bringing up the rear. All the mages and others were positioned in the middle of the formation. Many present held their breath heavily. The first encounter with foreigners inevitably brought tension. To the surprise of several, the Eagle Nation's 10-person squad included a combat specialist with exceptionally keen perception. He quickly detected the approach of Li Yu and his companions. Damn it, are they dogs or something? Wang Dachui cursed under his breath. The mercenaries' faces darkened with fury. Xia people. Get out of here now, or you'll regret it. Get out of here, you brats, if you want to live. Get lost now, you old farts aren't exactly known for your patience. The academy team's gaze shifted to Li Yu, Lu Qingshan, and the others, waiting expectantly for their next move. Li Yu stepped forward, unhesitatingly flipping them both the bird. Little white, little black, you bastards. What the hell are you standing around for? Shout back at them. Chapter 70, Smooth Entry into the Volcano Palace. Have you guys been hanging out with those Koreans too much? Always trying to grab everything. If you've got that much free time, why not start by fixing the toilets in your subway system? Oh, and you should all know they preach freedom every day, yet they'll even take away your right to watch short videos. Buying a phone is restricted too. Ha ha ha, gunfights every day. Wang Dachui and his crew's taunts kept coming, clearly hitting a nerve. Their faces darkened instantly. Moments later, a hail of gunfire erupted toward Li Yu's position. Su Jiajiao's petite frame trembled as she stepped forward swiftly. A golden shield wall materialized before the group, shielding them completely. Liu pointed his hand at the ground, sending a row of armored ghost soldiers charging forward to draw the enemy's attention. It was at this very moment that the others realized something. Since entering the secret realm, Liu had summoned countless creatures. Du Shi froze. His expression remained refreshingly clear-headed, and such summoning ability was truly beyond his expectations. Such minimal expenditure could only mean one thing: his summoned creatures were weak, hence the low cost. Yet Liu's summoned creatures had just demonstrated undeniable strength. What the hell is this guy's background? Du Shi's gaze quietly studied Liu, his mind clouded with suspicion. He suddenly realized he couldn't fathom Liu at all. Given the strength of his summoned creature, opening the gates of hell in front of him back then was like brandishing a sword before Guan Yu. Was he really a ghostly attendant? What class is he even playing? Summoning so many creatures while maintaining such mental clarity? Did he pour all his enhancement points into spirit? Now that you mention it, it does seem odd. He's shown off plenty along the way, yet he doesn't seem like someone with an obscure class. The crazy part is he can even self-detonate Invincible in group fights. Liu ignored everyone's questions, forcing his ghostly minions to clear a path. Under the team's cover, they finally reached the massive volcanic crater. Intense flames erupted from the crater. The scorching heat instantly dried the tears stinging their eyes. "This is unbearably hot," San Yueshi remarked, wiping her parched, stinging cheeks. Liu observed the faint, flickering array light on the magma's surface. Without hesitation, he leapt down, vanishing entirely into the molten depths. Seeing Liu emerge unscathed, both teams plunged in after him. Damn it, they actually slipped through the gap and got in first. They're so bold, daring to teleport into the volcano palace with just 2 teams. Rumor has it the volcano palace is an entirely separate, vast space. If we get wiped out before even facing the stone skin ape lord, that'll be rough. Forget all that for now. Let's deal with those Eagle Nation mercenaries over there first. No one's getting off easy. You're right. Their ammo's running low. Don't worry. As the words fell, a brief lull gave way to renewed conflict. The mercenaries faced a dilemma: should they scout ahead and wait for their teammates to join, or move first to seize resources? As streaks of crimson light landed, Liu and his group finally entered the volcanic palace. To their astonishment, the stone-skinned gorilla's intelligence surpassed their expectations. They had carved out towering structures resembling ancient Western architecture within the subterranean caverns. This is the volcano palace. Everything here is red: the floors, walls, even the ceilings. The group examined the palace grounds with curiosity. "Nice one, Du Shi. You really managed to sneak us in," Xiao Kai laughed heartily. Du Shi, standing nearby, wore a grim expression. "We may have made it inside, but our numbers are too few to handle the creatures within the palace. I fear we'll be overwhelmed by sheer numbers." Within Du Shi's group, Lu Qingshan served as the team leader and elf archer. Xiao Kai was a warrior, accompanied by Ruoxue, a support healer. Combined, both teams totaled exactly 10 members. However, Lu Qingshan's group lacked warriors, leaving them severely under-tanked. They essentially relied on Du Shi's Wraith Knight to compensate. Attacking the enemy's lair with such a composition was no easy feat. It felt like wolves charging into a den of tigers. What's there to fear? We've got our ace, Liu, right? He's a total badass. His summons even explode. He'll wipe them all out, don't you agree? Xiao Kai shot Liu a dismissive glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If sarcasm alone could win battles, Xiao Kai would be unrivaled in the world. Liu's cool retort made Xiao Kai's face visibly turn ashen. Struck at his weak spot, he momentarily found himself speechless. "Cut it out. We're in someone else's house right now," Du Shi interjected. After the group quieted down, they tiptoed along the scorched earth path between buildings. Before long, a striking figure appeared before them: a colossal stone-skinned gorilla. Unlike ordinary stone-skinned apes, this one was a full size larger, its entire body a rocky red, every hair a golden red hue radiating a brilliant glow. The stone-skinned ape across the way clearly noticed the humans. Soon, it entered Liu's mental domain. Stone-skinned gorilla elite. Level 10. Skill: Scorched earth destroys the ground within a 10-meter radius, forming a lava surface that inflicts burns. Level 10? Monsters in this secret realm are divided into 4 tiers: common, elite, boss, and lord. I never expected an elite monster to already be level 10. Upon sensing its power, Liu felt a chill run down his spine. If an elite monster possessed such power, what kind of strength would the upcoming bosses and lords wield? The complexity of the mysterious sea far exceeded Liu's imagination. But in the face of absolute power, none of this mattered. With a flick of his thoughts, the level 15 second-tier ghostly beings, the sword-forging ghost couple, swiftly materialized. They faced the scorching heat erupting from the ground without flinching. A single level 15 sword-forging ghost easily overpowered a level 10 elite stone-skinned gorilla. Within 2 or 3 exchanges, it had beaten the stone-skinned gorilla into a bloody pulp. Slaying the elite monster, the party swiftly absorbed its essence. Unfortunately, the so-called lava heart still hadn't appeared. What's going on? Bai Li, standing behind him, looked up in confusion. Where had the stone-skinned gorilla just vanished to? Why did they feel the essence being absorbed? Could it be that the pool of blood and flesh on the ground was the elite stone-skinned gorilla? She had only just begun summoning her support aura, and the damage-boosting effect hadn't even fully materialized before Liu had already settled the battle. An elite monster wasn't some lowly fish or rotten shrimp that could be dealt with casually, yet Liu's summoned creatures had only taken a few breaths to finish it. Such speed stunned the entire party, leaving them frozen in place. Chapter 71. You call this a guard dog? That's it? It's done? Su Jiaojiao glared at Xiao Kai with utter contempt, hands on her hips. Of course it's taken care of. Unlike someone who's all talk and no action. With that, Su Jiaojiao turned and caught up with Liu, who was walking ahead. As the group advanced deeper, elite monsters began appearing sporadically along the path. Liu maintained his usual calm demeanor, while the sword-forging ghost couple led a row of ghost soldiers at the front of the group. Their actions were brutally straightforward. Whether facing elite monkey-headed beasts or elite stone-skinned gorillas, the ghostly warriors met them with stabs and punches, filling the air with the crackling sounds of shattered bones. Under the stunned gazes of the others, one by one, the monsters were beaten into a bloody pulp. Xiao Kai had become utterly docile by this point, his lips pressed tightly together in a thin line, terrified that another careless word might get him beaten into mincemeat. Lu Qingshan's group fell into a deathly silence, broken only by increasingly labored breathing. The underground palace is surprisingly vast. Clearing these monsters is proving troublesome, Liu rubbed his temples. He had no desire to linger in this suffocating place. The stifling heat was unbearable and deeply unsettling. His goal was to wrap things up quickly, but the palace's sheer size made speed impossible. After slaying another batch of elite monsters, Liu suddenly felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he smoothly leveled up. Level 14. Not far away, Bai Li stared blankly at Liu. Her mother had told her she'd found companions to farm the secret realm with, but hadn't mentioned they were a top-tier team. Ever since entering the volcano palace, she felt utterly useless, merely trailing behind the group to absorb monster essence for leveling. Her diverse support abilities had kept her constantly busy in previous groups, and this sudden shift to passive mode left her struggling to adjust. Happiness came too fast, like a tornado. She now felt like a support character in a tower-pushing game, hiding behind her teammates, occasionally throwing out a skill that might just miss, letting the team charge forward while she sat back, bored enough to crack sunflower seeds. She had to admit her voice had been a bit loud earlier. Silently trailing behind Liu, the group noticed the surrounding structures were all remarkably similar red buildings constructed from red rock, a necessity given the massive size of the stone-skinned apes. Consequently, these dwellings were a full size larger than human-built structures. They also noticed that a significant portion of these structures were empty, resembling mere burial decorations. Had the stone-skin apes taken a wrong turn in their learning, building tombs in the style of palaces? These houses all look the same, Song Yueshi murmured. It feels like we're just going in circles. We haven't been treading water. Haven't you noticed the temperature rising a bit more? Bai Li replied. Most didn't notice much difference. This place was hot to begin with. If Bai Li's perception was accurate, then they must have made progress. I'll sprint ahead a bit. As a ranger, I have tracking and stealth abilities. I'll take this side path. With that, Wang Dachui left a dart for his sister Wang Xiaohua to track his location. His body twitched rapidly, blurring visibly before their eyes. Soon he vanished from sight, leaving only a faint breeze in his wake. After about 10 minutes, Wang Dachui hurried back, pointing out a path for the group. Whether it was the correct path remained unknown to them. Over there is a gate. It's not one of these uniform red buildings. I sense it's the entrance to the center, Wang Dachui explained. Unique architecture often draws more attention. Another 30 minutes passed before Liu and the others, guided by Wang Dachui, located the so-called doorway. People peered out from the red houses lining the road, gazing in one direction. The gate Wang Dachui had described had no door at all, just two pillars carved with bizarre patterns. The creature beside the pillars quickly drew their attention. A dog guarding the entrance. But this was no ordinary dog. Its size rivaled that of a full-grown elephant, towering several times larger than a human. Merely sitting there, it radiated immense presence. The dog possessed 3 heads, its body devoid of fur, revealing raw crimson muscle tissue. Its only protection was the faintly flickering red flames that danced across its skin. A hellhound? Lu Qingshan frowned, glancing at Du Shi behind him. Du Shi shook his head quickly. No. I've never summoned a hellhound myself, but I've seen them. This 3-headed beast looks more like some kind of mutated creature, meant to guard the entrance. Hellhounds don't come in this size. As they spoke, the 3-headed dog stirred, its keen sense of smell instantly pinpointing the intruder's location. Its severely protruding eyes darted twice, and a warning growl rumbled from its maw. All 3 pairs of round, bulging eyes bristled with menace. To everyone's surprise, the creature did not move, remaining steadfastly at the gate. Only if Liu and his companions approached would it erupt in fury. This one looks like trouble, Liu muttered before initiating a scan. Lava Hound Mutant Beast, Lava 3-headed Dog Boss. Level, 16 Tier 2. HP, 20. Intelligence, 3. Magic, 30. Defense, 5. Agility, 9. Attack, 23. A dual element cultivator. Liu frowned, surprised to encounter a second such demonic creature and one of such a high level at that. Level 16, undoubtedly the highest among everyone present. Upon realizing the 3-headed dog's power, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Good heavens! It's a level 16 stone skin gorilla lord's guard dog. Su Jiaojiao gasped, covering her red lips in shock. Does that mean the lord here is even more terrifying? Must be level 17 or 18? Hearing Su Jiaojiao's words, Bai Li's face turned deathly pale. Facing such a formidable monster, her assessment was looking grim. Forget the stone skin ape lord, even this 3-headed dog was beyond Bai Li's capabilities. If Liu weren't here, she'd probably teleport away immediately. How should we handle this? Bai Li looked at Liu anxiously. It's certainly tricky, but not impossible, Liu replied calmly. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a row of ghost soldiers raised their spears and charged forward, the sword-forging ghost following close behind. The beast's eyes widened as its massive body abruptly rose. Flames began to surge across the 3-headed dog's form. It bared its teeth, the flames on its body bursting forth as if alive. Before the ghost soldiers could react, searing flames shot toward them. The blaze was blinding. Gaping holes pierced the bodies of the ghost soldiers. With just this single strike, the ranks were already decimated. Chapter 72, Slaying the 3-headed dog. Crack! 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 One by one, the ghost soldiers were blasted away by the beams. Their bodies crashed to the ground, their white bones instantly shattering into pieces. Those who narrowly evaded the rays were ultimately seized by the 3-headed dog, its jaws crushing their bones until they cracked and creaked. The ghost soldiers, once so proud, couldn't inflict any damage on the 3-headed dog. After devouring an entire row of them, it remained completely unscathed. This thing's burst damage is ridiculously high. Its agility isn't half bad either, Wang Dachui breathed heavily. Watching the sword-forging ghost struggling with the 3-headed dog nearby, Liu's mind flickered. His palm opened, and he chanted, Soul Chain. A dangerous aura spread out, cracking the earth beneath with a series of creaking sounds. All eyes were drawn to the commotion. The 3-headed dog, utterly focused on the sword-forging ghost, failed to notice the subterranean shift. By the time it sensed something amiss, over a dozen fissures had already erupted from the ground around it. Soul chains burst from the earth, coiling strands of black mist that bound the 3-headed dog's limbs. Feeling the pressure beneath its feet, the 3-headed dog suddenly lowered its head to look. Across the way, the sword-forging ghost couple's eyes lit up. The muscles in their arms bulged, compressing with an audible crunch. The massive iron hammer in his grasp was hurled forward with tremendous force. Spinning rapidly through the air, it slammed into one of the heads with a thunderous thud. Visibly, the struck head caved in, a torrent of crimson blood gushing from within, a horrifying sight. Amidst the 3-headed dog's agonized howls, that head quickly went limp, collapsing lifelessly to one side. Seizing the moment, Liu struck again with decisive speed. Strike while the iron is hot. His gaze locked on the howling creature as energy coalesced in his hands. The twin axes whipped forward. Moments later, the blades sliced through the creature's hide, leaving 2 gaping, blood-soaked gashes. Crimson spurted forth like blossoms bursting open. Witnessing this bloody spectacle, the crowd instinctively took a step back. The axes had struck the creature's legs, severely slowing its movement. Facing the wounded and sluggish beast, the sword-forging ghost couple immediately increased their attack frequency. The beautiful woman's strikes were particularly vicious, each lash of her whip targeting the hound's wounds with devastating force. The 3-headed dog could not endure such torment. It roared with fury, baring its teeth and glaring with savage intent. Gritting its teeth against the pain, the creature rapidly pulled away, emitting a series of eerie howls. Waves of sound at a peculiar frequency radiated outward, striking directly at the forehead and causing dizzying disorientation. That must be its skill, some kind of sonic attack, someone shouted, prompting everyone to cover their ears. Xiao Kai reacted a split second too late. His ears burned, and when he reached to touch them, blood was already trickling out. The sword-forging ghost showed little reaction to the 3-headed dog's sonic assault. As a spirit entity, it was inherently insensitive to pain. The ghost soldier whose arm had been torn off continued charging forward, head down. Unless Liu gave the order, the sword-forging ghosts would keep fighting the 3-headed dog until they were utterly destroyed. Facing an opponent that felt no pain was frustrating for anyone, let alone an injured 3-headed dog. Now, it was utterly outmatched in its battle against the ghostly creatures, lacking any strength left to fight back. After about 10 seconds, the formidable monster that had everyone on edge crashed to the ground, lying motionless. 3 pairs of eyes stared fixedly in Liu's direction. Is it over already? Bai Li emerged from beside the building, her expression dazed. The scene had truly shaken her to her core. Yeah. So, what do you think? Do you think I'm qualified to be your captain now? Liu replied. Bai Li swallowed hard, forced to admit that without Liu present, none of today's events would have been manageable. The external monster encirclement alone could have forced Bai Li's team back. Without Liu, an ordinary team like theirs wouldn't have made it this far. She found herself genuinely impressed by Liu. If she were in his shoes, she wouldn't have been able to pull off such feats. I'll grudgingly accept you, Bai Li declared haughtily, tilting her head as she glided gracefully to the front of the group. After recovering from their shock, the others followed one by one through the gate. As they ventured deeper, the architecture gradually transformed. Compared to the simple red buildings on the outskirts, the structures now before them were noticeably more intricate and visually striking. Even their designs exhibited a certain level of refinement. If the outer perimeter resembled a primitive tribe, the inner realm felt like an ancient kingdom. After 10 minutes, majestic red palaces emerged from the heat haze, radiating an intense fiery aura. That was the palace of the stone-skinned gorilla lord. As the two teams drew near, Liu noticed patrols stationed around the surrounding structures uniformly composed of stone-skinned gorilla elites. They had been outfitted with new gear, roughly hewn stone shields and spears distinct from the elites encountered earlier. Rather than advancing immediately, everyone hid in the shadows of the narrow alleys. This place was practically the monster's home turf. Acting rashly would surely draw concentrated fire from the palace's creatures, hardly a wise move. They unanimously chose to wait and see. So many elite monsters? Does that mean the palace is swarming with bosses? This is bad news. I have a feeling these elites might spawn a lava heart. After all, they're elite monsters, nothing like those ordinary apes. Hey, you two, focus on how we're getting in. There are 5 elite monsters per patrol group, and they're pretty dense. Liu, what's your plan? Eyes turned expectantly to Liu. His performance throughout the journey had been impressive, and now the group found themselves relying on him a little. Given the sheer number of monsters, the conventional strategy would be to take them down one by one or feint east while striking west, sneaking in when they least expect it. This approach offered high feasibility and avoided triggering large-scale combat, minimizing casualties. Song Yueshi and Su Jiaozhou also turned to him, asking in unison, what should we do? Facing this overwhelming horde, Liu remained unflappable. His innate skill, Inferno Blast, grew more devastating with each additional target. Simply put, the more monsters there were, the more excited he became. Leave it to me. This time, Liu summoned not ghost soldiers, but wandering spirits. Summoning ghost soldiers consumed far more energy, while wandering spirits required almost none. Since they were all going to self-detonate anyway, he might as well choose the less taxing option. A chill wind swept through the air as over 30 spectral creatures suddenly charged forward. Chapter 73, The Stone-Skin Apes Overlord. Just charging in? So straightforward and brutal? The group stared at each other in disbelief. At the same time, the sudden drop in temperature caused squad after squad of stone-skin apes to shiver instinctively. Their gaze swept the vicinity, quickly locking onto the charging ghostly figures. Liu's summoned specters scattered widely, running in multiple directions, drawing the patrols that had previously retreated back into the fray. The numerous groups converged like flowing rivers, gradually gathering together. The sheer density of the horde sent a chill down everyone's spine. Come on, Liu said, watching the rapidly approaching groups, a faint smile playing on his lips. The stone-skinned gorilla roared, violently tearing up chunks of hardened earth. The ground shattered mid-air, sending a barrage of dense pebbles flying. The stones pounded holes into the stone pavement. After creating distance, Liu immediately activated his self-destruct skill. The fragile wandering spirits quickly gathered together and exploded upon impact with the stone-skinned gorilla's charge. A series of explosions echoed, like a chain reaction, sending one after another tumbling to the ground. Watch out, Liu! Liu's arm was yanked, pulling him backward. A fresh fragrance filled his nostrils as he suddenly crashed into a soft, delicate body. Su Jiaozhou covered Liu's ears, her worried gaze fixed on the elite stone-skinned gorilla nearby. Liu's face darkened. I can't shake the feeling you're taking advantage of me. Before he could finish, another hand pulled him forcefully, sending him crashing into another slender form. This time, the scent was different. A hint of roses lingered in the air. Song Yueshi looked equally worried, her cheeks flushed. Brother Liu, are you okay? I am, okay, I'm a bit dizzy. Liu shook his head between the peaks before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Copycat, Su Jiao pouted playfully. At that moment, more and more explosions roared in their ears, blood splattering everywhere. It took several minutes before the scene finally quieted down. Gray smoke drifted in the air. When the dust finally settled, the scene was a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Black scorch marks dotted the ground. Level up. Current level, level 15. Available attribute points, 10. Even those who had lain low absorbed a significant amount of experience. Damn awesome, Captain. Wang Dachui, having leveled up, jumped up excitedly and shouted at the others, so many monsters, and we wiped them out in one go. Over on Lu Qingshan's side, the team was dead silent. Though relations between the two groups weren't exactly friendly, it had to be said that they'd consistently benefited from Liu's generosity. Even the usually chatty Shao Kai had shut his mouth tight. Elite monsters can still be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, Liu shrugged, smiling at the bouncing Wang Dachui. But the smile quickly froze on Liu's face. The series of explosions had been loud enough to draw the attention of the Lord within. The group collectively drew a deep breath. The real challenge had only just begun. Liu narrowed his eyes and lifted his head, gazing toward the tallest crimson tower within the palace grounds. The tower's entrance was now open. Standing tall within the sturdy gate was a figure, its back to the sky reaching flames. The stone-skinned gorilla lord stood silhouetted against the light, its facial expression impossible to discern. But anger it surely was, for the aura of menace radiating from it was overwhelming. Energy coalesced beneath its feet into a staircase winding downward. Emerging from the light, it carried the fury of a volcano. The lord looks way too human. Bai Li couldn't help but exclaim. Were it not for its bizarre skin, she might have mistaken it for a human. It possessed a normal human build, though its height reached a terrifying 2 meters plus. Its upper body was bare, while its lower half was clad in iron armor. A massive hand gripped an exquisitely crafted iron rod, radiating a golden glow. It seemed as if it had stepped straight out of a novel as the Monkey King. The Lord's gaze swiftly fell upon the scattered corpses below, and a furious white mist erupted from its massive nostrils. Roar! The stone-skinned ape lord reared its head, baring sharp fangs as it let out a deafening roar. Its roar was deafening, distorting the muscles on its face into a terrifying, grotesque expression. Everyone covered their ears, stunned that its roar carried the effect of a sonic skill. The shockwave made their scalps tingle another moment and blood might have spurted from their ears. Simultaneously, a scorching heatwave surged forth. Countless white crystals erupted from the ground, rapidly evaporating the blood spilled by the elite stone-skinned gorillas. The group instinctively ducked as the ground began to glow red. Metal-plated boots were already turning crimson. The heat was scorching. Liu's wind chase boots began warping. He leapt upward, landing steadily on the roof of a low-lying structure. Close call. My boots nearly melted through. Liu breathed a sigh of relief, lifting his gaze toward the domain lord above. Stone-skinned gorilla overlord, secret realm overlord. Level 22. Stamina 20. Intelligence 19. Magic 7. Defense 25. Agility 10. Attack 40. Skills: Earth-shattering strike, Pillar of Heaven, hair clone. The stone-skinned gorilla lord proved far more formidable than anyone anticipated, reaching the terrifying level 20. Its attack power was terrifying 40 points. Even Su Jiaojiao, a Valkyrie class, struggled to withstand its strikes. Moreover, its intelligence and defense were both impressive. Truly worthy of being the pinnacle existence within the secret realm. Liu himself was currently at level 15, a full 7 levels below the lord. Such a gap was undoubtedly a massive chasm. If he were a standard class facing this creature, victory would be impossible. 40 attack points. If our fragile archers or mages get hit by its skill attack, they could be one-shot instantly. This is getting really troublesome. Su Jiaojiao gritted her teeth, her expression grave. Even my rare class might not hold up. While I won't be instantly killed, the shot will be severe. At this, fragile classes like archers and mages instinctively reached for the teleportation belts at their waists. For the first time, they showed signs of considering retreat. Du Shi frowned. Its attack power is too extreme. We can't handle it. The front line can't hold, and the back line has no safe space to deal damage. Even if we keep pulling and wearing it down, it'll take hours. He paused, then continued, his tone growing noticeably more serious. But doing this will take a huge toll on us. There are still teams from the academy and forces from the Eagle Nation outside. Yiming could easily be left vulnerable, and then all our efforts would be for nothing. Liu silently nodded in agreement. He found Du Shi's reasoning entirely sound. Chapter 74, not much of a problem. You're right. We must act swiftly. The longer we delay, the more likely something will go wrong, Liu stated. So you mean we should unleash full firepower immediately, using heavy weapons to take them out instantly? But this is their territory. Du Shi's expression darkened as he looked at Liu in confusion. It's no big deal. Du Shi? Liu stood on the rooftop, arms spread wide. 2 rows of ghost soldiers charged in from both sides. The lord swung his massive club, each strike cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Just listening to it made one sense the immense power behind his blows. Sure enough, one blow struck a ghost soldier squarely in the neck. Its neck instantly bent at an unnatural angle before flying backward like a broken sack, its body crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The ghost soldier's body instantly shattered into pieces, producing a distinct explosion. With an attack power of 40, a single strike to a vulnerable spot could easily kill instantly. This opponent was definitely no ordinary foe. Even with their numerical advantage, the ghost soldiers were still at a disadvantage overall. Within a mere 2 minutes, the 2 rows of ghost soldiers were systematically wiped out by the stone-skinned gorilla lord, vanishing into thin air before Liu's eyes. Witnessing this scene, everyone sucked in a collective gasp of shock. Bai Li swiftly scrambled onto the roof and hurried to Liu's side. Wiping sweat from her forehead, she said, I'll give you all my auras. Don't worry. No need. You're already in poor condition. You should rest properly. We might need them later when we go out, Liu replied. His gaze remained fixed on the lord ahead. After effortlessly dispatching the minions, the overlord stomped heavily toward the group. Just as it had covered some distance, it suddenly sensed something and looked up in shock. A giant, deathly pale face skin plummeted from midair. Its grotesquely twisted features radiated an endless aura of terror. Just as everyone's skin crawled with goosebumps, the human skin had already covered the stone-skin gorilla lord, emitting a series of thudding sounds as if something was being whipped inside. Silently, a slender figure materialized directly before it. But upon shifting their gaze upward, they realized the face bore no features, only white skin remained. Look! He's about to activate a skill. Someone whispered, drawing everyone's gaze. The iron rod stiffened and rose, rapidly swelling as it stretched the enormous human face skin taut. This move was precisely its skill, sky-piercing pillar. Finally, the rigid iron rod pierced through the facial skin entirely. People saw its current length several times larger than before, stretching to a full 10 meters. The opposing skin-changing demon attacked first. The wooden box at its waist shook violently twice before the lid burst open. Layers upon layers of compartments revealed countless human skins, each bearing a different face. The moment the box opened, the human skins seemed to come alive, scattering outward as they shot forth, trailing dense black threads. New summoned creatures? He's truly unpredictable. How many more hidden cards does he have up his sleeve? Unaware that the faceless creature before them was the same skin-changing demon from before, the revelation sent shockwaves through the group. Du Shi, watching from the side, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. He couldn't fathom how Liu could summon so many formidable creatures. Compared to Liu, he felt Liu resembled a necromancer more. The brilliance of his summons was in no way inferior to that of his own rare profession. He had to admit that through today's events, Liu kept redefining his expectations of him. Liu paid no heed to the astonished expressions around him, his full attention fixed on the battle unfolding before him. Each piece of human skin adhered to the stone-skin gorilla lord's flesh, tightening over time like a sticky plaster before rapidly corroding its surface. As more and more pieces of skin were applied, the lord's expression visibly contorted in agony. Blood streamed like small rivers from every part of its body. Liu waved his hand, and over 100 ghost soldiers swarmed forward. The lord, slowed by its injuries, was now trapped like a fish in a barrel. Gradually, the ghost soldier spears began to pierce through the stone-skin gorilla lord's skin. As a fellow second-tier powerhouse, the skin-painting ghost inflicted considerable damage. Just as it prepared its next move, the stone-skin gorilla stirred. It resolved to shed its passive stance and break free from the siege. Creak! The sounds of compressing muscles and grinding bones filled the air as the stone-skin gorilla lord unleashed his skill earth-shattering strike. Surrounding wooden doors burst open simultaneously by a strange force, slamming heavily against the walls. Only then did the people realize the building contained numerous wells. But these wells held no ordinary water. White steam billowed continuously from their depths, revealing that they were filled with nothing but scalding magma. Summoned, the magma surged forth from the wells, eventually covering the lord's skin. Nourished by the molten rock, the gruesome flesh and blood wounds began to heal miraculously. Eventually, the magma solidified into rock. Within mere breaths, the lord's form swelled to terrifying proportions, towering before Liu like a mountain. Witnessing this, the crowd began to retreat in panic. Facing a creature more powerful than themselves, especially one with such a massive size difference, people instinctively felt uneasy. Liu, however, remained unconcerned. Nothing could intimidate the ghostly creatures except for evil spirit-aligned professions and creatures. They obeyed only one command, Liu's. Even with its enhanced defenses, the stone-skin gorilla lord was powerless against these ghostly creatures that knew no pain. Hordes of ghost soldiers clung to its massive frame like sticky plasters. The stone-skin gorilla lord was overcome with itching. Furious, it lashed out at its own body, only to be met with the ghost soldiers' self-detonations. It couldn't comprehend the source of the explosions and soon descended into panic, instinctively lashing out at the itchy spots on its body. Boom! 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 Another series of explosions erupted. After roughly a minute, the stone-skin gorilla lord finally collapsed heavily to the ground. Its mountainous form crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The moment the monster fell, Liu was immediately drawn to a glowing point on its corpse. A red light flickered incessantly from its chest, emanating a peculiar aura. Could it be? Liu quickly realized something. He hurried forward and ordered the skin-changing ghost to tear open the creature's flesh. Meanwhile, the others nearby had also reacted, rushing forward to finally witness the creature's true form. Chapter 75, Lava Heart. Liu's hands were drenched in blood. A heart resembling a crimson crystal lay motionless in his grasp. With his other hand, Liu picked up the iron rod from the ground. This is a warrior-type weapon, silver grade. Take it if you like it. After slaying this lord, Liu's level surged upward by 1 rank. The experience from a lord was immense. Having just reached level 15, he now felt the faint stirrings of a potential breakthrough to level 17 as he ascended to 16. For the other lower-level party members, gaining 2 or 3 levels was a massive haul. Staring at the fallen Stonehide gorilla lord, Bailey snapped out of her daze after a moment. She bounced around excitedly, shedding all pretense of aloofness. Lava Heart! Lava Heart! This is amazing! We can finally enter the Supreme Academy! Awesome, idol! You're the one! How much do you charge? Next time there's a secret realm, I'll find you. Money doesn't matter, it's just that I love this feeling of being carried to victory. Mom, I made it big. Wah! He actually took him down. Shao Kai's expression darkened. He'd expected the lord to thoroughly dampen Li Yu's spirit, ideally wounding him so Shao Kai could capitalize on his vulnerability. What no one expected was that Li Yu faced the secret realm's top powerhouse without a hint of pressure. At level 20, he fought across tiers with effortless ease. The thought left the others staring at him as if they'd seen a ghost. Everything felt far too easy. After carefully stowing the lava heart, Li Yu turned to Bailey and the others. Though we've slain the lord, we mustn't let our guard down. On the way back, stick close to the shadows of buildings and avoid loud noises. The situation is complex. There are remaining monsters, mercenaries who may have passed by, and Li Yu's gaze shifted warily toward Lu Qingshan's group. And be wary of those from the academy. Only one lava heart has appeared so far. Li Yu's words were clear. He was worried these competitors might resort to dirty tricks, such as forcibly seizing items. His relationship with Lu Qingshan was strained. The last time, he had even caused him to lose his skill stone. Though Lu Qingshan had maintained an air of nonchalance throughout, the venom in his eyes lingered stubbornly. He was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity for revenge. As for why he hadn't acted yet, it was either because he saw Li Yu's usefulness, or he was intimidated by the abilities Li Yu had demonstrated. At the same time, the battlefield outside the Great Volcano shifted. The mercenary faction had somehow mustered several 10-man squads from somewhere, now entrenched on one flank of the mountain. Both sides were still locked in combat. However, the initial wave of mercenaries had clearly vanished, likely following Li Yu's trail into the secret realm. Unfortunately for them, Li Yu had already slain the domain lord. It seemed these foreigners had lost their way. Damn it, what the hell are these bastards playing at? They won't go in themselves, so they're blocking us out here, a dust-covered male student muttered from a concealed crevice. No clue. Hope the guys inside didn't get their asses kicked by those foreigners. Even if they avoid getting their asses kicked by the foreigners, they're still screwed. 2 teams challenging the secret realm's lord? That's impossible. It's like trying to crack a nut with a sledgehammer. Damn it, they won't die in there, will they? Who the hell just cursed someone to death? Wang Dachui's booming voice echoed through the void. The students stared in stunned silence, turning their heads toward the crater. A dazzling beam shot skyward, curved mid-air, and landed within the students' vicinity. Upon impact, the beam rapidly expanded, forming a portal. The white portal gradually sharpened in focus, and several figures emerged from within, growing clearer by the second. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the faces of Li Yu and his companions slowly came into view. Upon recognizing Li Yu and his group, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They hurriedly glanced at their watches. Was it over already? Could it be that the difficulty was too high and they gave up? Speed run? That's insane. Wait, they must have escaped. Otherwise, how come they're not injured? Sigh, I thought they'd cleared it. But then again, those elite monsters and bosses inside are no joke. Hold up, let's merge our teams into one big group and clear it together. Although Li Yu and his group performed well in the arena, the secret realm's complex conditions proved too much for them. After all, beasts aren't like humans, they hunt purely on instinct, driven by bloodlust. Ha! Xia Nation folk, you're celebrating too soon. Getting in so fast just means you'll have to run out just as fast. Ha ha ha. You have an old saying, the wise recognize the times. You still have time to get out of here now. The mercenaries and academy students across the way had guessed as much. Seeing Li Yu and his group emerge so early, each wore a look of scorn. None of them could believe they'd actually cleared the intricate palace secret realm. Now it seemed the actions of the previous mercenary squad had been entirely unnecessary. It was nothing more than a bunch of greenhorns trying to show off. Even seasoned veterans like himself needed considerable time to navigate such challenges. How could they possibly succeed in such a short span? Brother Qingshan, are you all okay? Wei Peng rose from the side, eyeing the returning group. The students following them breathed a collective sigh of relief. So we didn't make it. No big deal. It's still early, and we've got another shot. Yeah, staying alive is what matters most. Later, we'll drive them away and go in together to challenge that so-called lord. Exactly. After all, they're the rulers of the secret realm. It's only natural they're tough to handle. Don't get discouraged. Like the mercenaries, the Dragonblood Academy students also doubted Li Yu and his group could clear the Imperial Palace. However, compared to the sarcastic taunts from the other side, their reactions were much more subdued. Just as the discussions were ongoing, someone suddenly stood up, pointing toward the volcano's crater with astonishment in their voice. What's happening? The secret realm has closed. The secret realm closed? Hearing this, everyone looked utterly bewildered and turned their heads in unison, including the Eagle Nation mercenaries nearby. Amidst the sea of disbelieving stares, the palace's teleportation array grew increasingly hazy. Another beam of light shot out, swiftly hurling a squad of mercenaries down in a tumultuous heap. They landed sprawled on their backs, utterly disheveled. Codename, Little Boy. What's going on here? I need an explanation, a white man shouted in Chinese toward the fallen squad. Little Boy's face drained of color inch by inch. When he spoke, his voice trembled violently. The secret realm, it's closed. Chapter 76, instance closed. What? The others finally registered the news, feeling as if struck by lightning. There were only two possible reasons for the secret realm closing: either it had been destroyed within, losing its teleportation function, or the domain's lord had perished. Clearly, the latter was far more likely. The domain's structural integrity was exceptionally stable, and loss of teleportation functionality was exceedingly rare. No way. Could it be they actually cleared the secret realm and killed the stone-skinned gorilla lord? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be that easy? Their clothes aren't even torn. Skeptical voices echoed relentlessly. No one wanted to believe it, yet the truth stood before them. The lord had been slain. Li Yu ignored the rising tide of skepticism. The loot was secured, and he had no desire to linger in this stifling heat. He turned to Bai Li. I think it's time to leave. Typically, no more than 5 lava hearts emerged from the mysterious sea. Acquiring any one of them was enough to secure a ranking. Therefore, a single lava heart was sufficient to secure Bai Li's admission into the Supreme Academy. On the other side, the Eagle Nation mercenaries finally snapped out of their stupor, leaping to their feet and shouting frantically. The portal vanished. They must have killed the Lord. Stop them. Get the lava heart back. You little brats, I advise you to be smart. Hand over the item now, and we might spare you a whole corpse. Leave the item behind. A taciturn Suma frowned at Li Yu. You really got the lava heart. Li Yu fell silent, offering no reply. Yet by now, everyone else understood the truth. Eyes widened in disbelief at Li Yu and his companion's astonishing feat. How had two teams managed to infiltrate the monster's lair and survive? Many eyes turned to Shao Kai standing nearby. Given his usual sharp tongue, he would normally jump in with sarcastic remarks or fiery rebuttals when Li Yu was gloating. But now, Shao Kai's face was dark, showing no desire to speak. Was this an admission? The crowd sucked in another collective breath. Li, let's go. Activate the teleportation belt and leave. Bai Li tugged at Li Yu's sleeve. Now that they had the item, teleporting away was undoubtedly the best option. Initially, Li Yu had thought the same. But seeing the mercenaries' arrogant and tyrannical demeanor, he had no intention of letting them off so easily. You take the item out. I think there are some matters that need settling. Li Yu swiftly transferred the lava heart from his storage ring into Bai Li's hand. He scanned the crowd around him. Their anger was palpable, their gazes as sharp as swords, fixed fiercely on the mercenaries charging toward them from a short distance away. He'd long wanted to teach these oil pirates a lesson. They constantly preached about maintaining peace and security, yet they were the ones stirring up trouble between nations, igniting wars to solidify their own positions while profiting handsomely from the chaos. Such scum who wouldn't despise them. Times have changed. Do you still think you can flex your muscles in front of us? It's not about who shouts the loudest. You keep calling me a little brat? I'm your damn father. Wrong. If you're not stealing, you're robbing. I won't acknowledge any of you as my sons. Facing the British mercenaries' taunts, the academy students fired back with ruthless, cutting retorts. Arrogant. At that moment, one mercenary stepped forward, now clad in his professional attire. His profession was mage, clad in a black robe with a curved wizard's hat perched atop his head. Muttering an unknown incantation, he rapidly formed hand seals. One by one, flying carpets unfolded midair. Each carpet was imbued with an unknown enchantment, radiating distinct hues likely signifying unique abilities. Judging by the aura he projected, this mage was clearly no pushover. The red flying carpet likely has an explosion or fire effect, a wizard explained. The blue one probably has an ice effect, causing slowdown or frost damage. He's probably around level 20. No wonder he's a veteran of the battlefield, he's no ordinary opponent. Wang Dachui, who hadn't left with Bai Li, took a deep breath before turning to Li Yu. He's a tough nut to crack. Even with our numbers, we won't gain much advantage. Soon, another thought crossed his mind. Li Yu had easily dealt with the Lord himself, facing a mercenary should pose little threat. Sure enough, Li Yu watched the flying carpet in the sky with a calm, expressionless face. Damn, looks like I overthought it. His summons are all bizarre and powerful, capable of flying through the skies and escaping into the earth. Why would he fear these? Wang Dachui shook his head helplessly. You'd better call her back or you won't get off easy. The mage's gaze was icy as he looked down at Li Yu's direction. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Yu raised a finger toward the mage. Shroud of flames. The words barely left his lips when the sky suddenly blazed with intense heat. A dense swarm of green ghostly flames plummeted from above, crashing heavily onto the flying carpet and swiftly igniting its velvet surface. Flames erupted. Ice shattered. Lightning bolts shot forth. A dazzling array of special effects bloomed mid-air, spectacular and brilliant. A tiny speck of green ember landed on the magician's robe. Upon touching the cotton fabric, the small spark rapidly expanded. The mage groaned in pain, hastily swatting at the ghostly flame. Yet it showed no sign of dying out. Finally, he tore open his robe and glared furiously at Liu, grinding his teeth. "How dare you!" He chanted incantations, energy spiraling and gathering on the ground as a goat-like monster slowly materialized. In the West, goats were far from harmless creatures, they symbolized evil. True to form, when the standing goat monster revealed its true form, an overwhelming aura of malevolence engulfed the surroundings. It was profoundly unsettling. It wore black armor, and around its neck was a collar made entirely of human skulls. How many people did it devour? Someone gritted out. The colossal monster certainly delivered a shot to the crowd, but that was all it managed. After a momentary freeze, a torrent of skills rained down upon the goat monster, plunging the scene back into chaos. The massive goat monster stepped forward, blocking the mercenaries like a wall of flesh. Despite the barrage of skills, none dealt any substantial damage to the goat monster. It was like tickling it. "Ha ha ha ha." The mage roared with laughter, head thrown back. "You think you can defeat my monster goat with such feeble attacks?" His laughter still echoed as several wandering spirits scrambled up the goat monster's flank, swiftly crawling toward its mouth. Chapter 77, Show that eagle some color. What's crawling into its mouth? The mage's eyes widened. Before he could get a clear look, the goat monster's massive jaws snapped open and shut. Boom! Its neck suddenly flashed brightly, erupting with a terrifying explosion. Streams of blackish-gray smoke billowed from its mouth and nostrils. It clutched its neck in agony, but multiple bloody holes had already appeared. Overwhelmed by pain, it collapsed instantly. After a few wild kicks on the ground, it fell utterly silent. The goat monster summoned by the mage was vanquished by Liu with just a few swift strikes, stunning the crowd. No matter how tough its exterior appeared, its core remained fragile. "Nothing special, just all show," Liu muttered, shaking his head at the shivering monster on the ground. He hadn't expected it to be this weak, sparing him the need for further measures. The others stood in stunned silence. They had expended so much mental energy to little effect. And now Liu had summoned two little karamis and resolved it? If they'd known, they would have just rested on the sidelines instead of wasting their energy. Watching the powerful spell they'd summoned at great mental cost get dispatched in mere moments by Liu, the mage's face flushed from anger, alternating between pale and crimson. He seethed with rage. But when his gaze met Liu's, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness. It was as if he'd looked through the mage's pupils and glimpsed the netherworld, filled with the wails of countless souls. What's going on? Why does this brat's gaze carry such terrifying power? I actually feel afraid. The mage's hands moved involuntarily to rub his shoulders. Many witnessed the mage's reaction, their gazes toward Liu growing even more puzzled. If it's not a trick of the light, that level 20 mage over there is scared? You'd be scared too if you were in his shoes. Just look at his power, he kills monsters this huge without a second thought. How could you not be afraid? Liu is awesome. I'm officially your fan, now you're my idol. Seeing Liu's outward demeanor, the mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily unable to process what had just unfolded. The leader, the man with the buzz cut, quickly flipped through the team's logbook. If he remembered correctly, only students from the Dragon Blood Academy were supposed to enter this secret realm. Yet Liu's recent performance didn't resemble a student at all, he looked more like a seasoned mentor. You call this a student? The man let out a long sigh. Students these days are fierce. This is strange. They're all students, so why is this happening? The records show this person is named Liu, occupation. The recorder holding the handbook hesitated. The crew cut captain frowned. What's his occupation? Spit it out, don't beat around the bush. The clerk seemed to doubt his own eyes. He rubbed them hard before continuing. The occupation is listed as ghost officer. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The moment the clerk finished speaking, the mage shot to his feet. Impossible. A ghost envoy? That's the absolute scum of the profession. How could such a lowly class defeat my summoned creature so effortlessly? Something's definitely wrong here. Jack, I'm telling the truth. Look for yourself if you don't believe me. The magician snatched the recorder's manual in disbelief, scrutinizing the page detailing Liu's information repeatedly to confirm he hadn't misread it. I get it. The Dragon Blood Academy must have concealed information, or there's an error in the records. Yes, that must be it, declared the wizard named Jack. He'd rather believe in all manner of bizarre twists of fate than accept that his own respectable profession could be defeated by a ghostly enforcer. He needed some psychological comfort. The recorder thought Jack had a point. That guy from earlier was either a top-tier student or possessed a powerful, rare profession. It certainly couldn't be a useless ghost constable profession. Captain Buzzcut declared sternly, we must take today's incident seriously. Report Li Yu's case. Such a formidable young talent emerging in Xia Nation cannot be underestimated. Understood? The other mercenaries nodded in agreement. They didn't think the captain was overreacting. In this world free from monster invasions, the next generation was the true battleground. Only by strengthening the next generation could nations survive. If monsters ever vanished, these prodigies would become thorns in the sides of every nation. After all, few nations would tolerate rivals surpassing their own strength. Captain, that summoner is leading his forces to charge, a teammate suddenly shouted from halfway up the mountain. Li Yu and Dusher both sprang into action as a horde of hellish and underworld creatures surged forward. Leading the charge were 7 or 8 specter riders, followed by dozens of skeleton foot soldiers wielding shields and short blades. Over a dozen mercenaries on the periphery stared wide-eyed at each other. Having only glimpsed Li Yu's appearance earlier, they had no clear understanding of the ghostly creatures mingling within their ranks. Could they blow themselves up? Human bodies couldn't compare to that massive goat monster. Truth be told, they chickened out, their minds already racing with thoughts of escape. Sensing the enemy's hesitation, Li Yu and Dusher seized the moment and charged forward. The overwhelming momentum crushed the mercenaries' resolve, sending them reeling backward in fear. Momentum was crucial in combat. Once it collapsed, morale inevitably plummeted. Just as Li Yu had anticipated, the mercenaries on the mountainside fought a retreat against the advancing Xia students, quickly drawing closer to the crater rim. Before Li Yu's eyes, their ranks shattered into disarray. They scrambled to flee, terrified of being entangled by the ghostly creatures and blown to pieces. Watching the Eagle Nation mercenaries flee in disarray, the students doubled over with laughter, some even laughing until tears streamed down their faces. Ha 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 ha. Who'd have thought these bastards would meet their end like this? Li Yu, you're something else. You really scared the hell out of them just now. Just recalling how arrogant they were before is hilarious. We absolutely have to record their pathetic faces. We'll show it to the instructors later. It'll definitely bring glory to our academy. Thanks for the reminder. I'll also post it on their website. Just look at them bragging all day long. Ha ha ha. You little bastards, don't get too cocky. Angry voices erupted from the crater's edge, each mercenary snarling with gritted teeth. No one knew what kind of devices they'd used. Several spherical objects clutched in their hands were slammed hard onto the ground, instantly releasing thick white smoke that concealed them. When the smoke cleared, the entire squad had vanished, truly astonishing. Dusher surveyed the devastated landscape around him before turning to his teammates. Let's clean up the battlefield, he said. See if any lava hearts dropped. Li Yu showed no interest in this, slowly turning his head under the deliberate or inadvertent gazes of those present. Chapter 78, The Lich's Arm. Damn, this guy is seriously badass. You bet. He's all action and no words, and when he gets down to business, he doesn't mess around. This guy is destined for greatness. Watching Li Yu teleport away, the crowd buzzed with discussion, their curiosity piqued. The teleportation array's light landed at Xia Nation's Dragon Blood Academy. Amidst the gazes of onlookers, Li Yu descended slowly. Behind him, a blue screen flashed a message repeatedly. Ranked first in the assessment, Captain Li Yu. Members, Bai Li, Su Jiaojiao, Song Yueshi, Wang Gachui, Wang Xiaohua. Clear time, 4 hours and 10 minutes. Lava core count, 1. Half an hour later, a large group of members gradually teleported back, filling the teleportation plaza with more and more people. People chatted and laughed. Though many had failed to enter the Supreme Academy today, their joy outweighed their sorrow. Defeating mercenaries from Eagle Nation was an honor that would last a lifetime, something students could boast about forever. As the excitement grew, the sadness quickly faded. Li Yu, are you okay? At that moment, Bai Li, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stood up and hurried over to check on Li Yu's condition. Beads of nervous sweat had formed on her forehead. I'm fine. Oh, right. This is the giant lich arm my mom asked me to give you. Bai Li handed over a small cloth bag containing a bizarre-looking arm, magically compressed within. All right. My mom will wire you the rest of the money. Li Yu nodded indifferently and accepted the giant lich arm. Bai Li and Li Yu hadn't known each other long. Her initial impression of him hadn't been favorable, but over time, she'd come to fully trust this quiet young man. Though he occasionally cracked lewd jokes, he was fundamentally a good person. All right, mission accomplished. I'm outta here. Li Yu's expression remained impassive as he returned to the boys' dormitory. He found it odd why Aunt Bai considered this giant lich's arm so special that she'd kept it for so long. Sitting on his bed, he pulled out the specially preserved lich arm. The limb was entirely blackened, its muscles bulging, with veins still faintly visible beneath the surface as if it had been freshly severed. Soon, a wound caught his attention. Peeling back the flesh revealed mysterious, unrecognizable runes carved into the white bone beneath. Is this the peculiar thing Aunt Bai mentioned? Like some kind of treasure map? Li Yu casually set it aside, happily taking a shower to wash away the day's fatigue before preparing for bed. He'd expended no small amount of energy that day, and his head barely touched the pillow before he fell into a deep sleep. Everything seemed normal, except for one oddity: the bed beneath him felt unusually hard, sending waves of aching pain through his entire body. Weird. Why did the bed become so hard? Li Yu opened his eyes groggily. Instead of the familiar ceiling, he saw a hazy gray sky. Li Yu instantly sobered up. He scanned his surroundings warily, finding the scenery completely transformed. The giant lich arm that had been placed at the headboard now lay eerily in his own hands. Did I sleepwalk here, or did this arm bring me here? Countless questions swirled in his mind as he surveyed the surroundings. The place was shrouded in gray, like the scene before a violent storm. Numerous small hills dotted the landscape, resembling mounds of graves. Black soil was studded with all manner of weapons, swords, spears, shields. Is this an ancient battlefield? Li Yu scratched his head in confusion, walking toward the nearest mound of weapons. Long swords, each emitting a faint glow, were stuck haphazardly into the ground. Strange, he murmured. The arrangement of these weapons is peculiar, as if following some kind of rule. The weapons at the base of the mound were older and looked quite ordinary, the kind you could buy at any shop along the road. Looking upward, the weapons grew increasingly peculiar and lustrous the higher one climbed, appearing to be of considerable value. The base of the mountain held weapons without any discernible grade. Higher up, bronze and silver equipment began to appear, and even golden gear made its presence known. Every style imaginable: rapiers, greatswords, dual blades, shields. What kind of place is this? What astonished him most was the sight of platinum-grade equipment on the mountain, radiating boundless might. Most astonishingly, there were quite a few platinum-grade pieces. A single platinum-grade piece could drive combat professionals in an entire city mad. Even a wealthy heiress like Su Jiaojiao couldn't afford to give her a platinum-grade item. Even at the Dragon Blood Academy, where students from numerous prominent families gathered, the average number of such items was only a handful, never exceeding double digits. Anyone arriving here would be utterly astonished. Could there be diamond-grade treasures here? Or even quasi-divine artifacts? He quickly dismissed the thought. Near artifacts were exceedingly rare. Even families wealthy enough to rival nations and deeply rooted powers struggled to obtain a single quasi-divine artifact. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, scarce even across the entire Xia kingdom. In short, quasi-divine artifacts were treasures that could only be encountered by chance, priceless beyond measure. Even if one came across one, it would be exchanged for other valuables. Before such precious gear, money held no measure. After a moment of calm, Li Yu began to ponder exactly where he had ended up. Such equipment was abundant here, and the variety was staggering. It resembled an ancient battlefield, yet not a single bone or scrap of cloth remained? Could this be a space created by some powerful being, one rich in resources? I've struck gold. I've struck gold. Just a few pieces of this gear would set me up for life. The thought made his lips curl into an uncontrollable smile. Li Yu set off toward Black Mountain. Climbing from its base to the mid-slope, he grew increasingly curious about what treasures lay atop the mountain. Could there be a quasi-divine artifact? Well, a platinum staff would be more than enough. Replacing his current black, thick magic staff would allow Li Yu's strength to leap forward significantly. The small mountain stood 3 stories tall, yet a white mist lingered at its peak, utterly unreasonable. It seemed like some kind of barrier, as if it didn't want Li Yu to see it. Could it be that there was some kind of super treasure? The thought made him swallow hard. Midway up the slope, he spotted an ice-cold magic staff deeply embedded in the ground. Intrigued by its peculiar design, Li Yu reached out to grasp it. Yet, even straining with all his might, he couldn't budge it. Strange, Li Yu muttered, shaking his head before trying again. Still, it wouldn't budge an inch. Just then, Li Yu suddenly noticed a man's face appearing on the smooth gemstone of the staff. Simultaneously, it spoke. Chapter 79, The Contract. Hey, hey, hey! Stop yanking my head, ow, ow, ow. Li Yu jumped in fright. Who are you? Damn it, I'm the spirit of this weapon. You've been tugging at me this whole time, apologize. Spirit? Li Yu's mouth twitched. Seems pretty friendly, at least. All the more powerful treasures here have formed contracts. After being touched by their master's blood and absorbing spiritual energy here, they develop spirit essences, explained the frost staff. What is this place? If I find a higher grade weapon I want to take, what should I do? Li Yu voiced his inner question. After finally arriving at a place brimming with treasures, it would be a shame to pick up some junk to take away. I don't know either. This space was created by a mysterious figure specifically to collect all kinds of weapons. Since there are so many swords here, I call it the 10,000 sword space, the frost staff replied. If its words held truth, then the creator of this space must be an absolute powerhouse. After all, it contained no shortage of platinum tier equipment. It was highly likely one of Xia Nation's fallen greats, perhaps even a founding marshal. The ice staff continued, if you wish to take any treasures with you, you must replace the consciousness of the original contract holder. This demands immense mental strength. You see the mist above? That's an energy barrier. You must force your way through it using your mental strength alone. Naturally, it grows increasingly difficult the further you advance. Good thing I'm a mage, I've invested heavily in intelligence. Just how far can I go? Li Yu murmured to himself. Human, go now. With your abilities, go as far as you can. I need to sleep. After speaking, the ice staff returned to normal. It was a pity the ice staff didn't match his attributes, otherwise he would have taken it. The artifact spirit was quite friendly and amusing. Following the usual pattern, the higher you climb, the stronger the gear. Gazing at the countless treasures scattered across the mountain, Liu let out a soft sigh. He activated the necklace's invigorating effect and began his ascent. Just as they stepped into the unknown territory halfway up the mountain, the ground suddenly began to tremble. A quick glance revealed the vibrations emanating from the various weapons. Many weapon spirits were deeply displeased with this intruder, unlike the ice staff. Instantly, several weapons shot forth, piercing through the air with a sharp whistling sound as they lunged toward Liu. Spear. Sword. Round shield. Liu's heart skipped a beat. The oppressive aura emanating from these weapons was undeniably formidable. What kind of beings could their masters possibly be? Facing the multiple whistling attacks, Liu rapidly gathered energy in his hands, summoning 2 solid underworld iron axes that spiraled out at high speed toward both sides. Clang! Clang! A series of crisp metallic clangs echoed as the attacks from those weapon spirits were ruthlessly shattered. Watching the weapons casually fall to the ground, Liu continued upward. Before long, an even more formidable psychic force surged forth. Yet Liu showed no sign of fear, once again repelling the spirit weapon's onslaught. Still, the force crushed everything in its path. Liu's stride remained steady as he traversed the mountainside, feeling no pressure whatsoever. After Liu severed a uniquely shaped treasure sword, the surrounding tremors abruptly ceased, clearly shaken to their core. Liu pressed onward with a composed expression. The equipment mountain wasn't large. Within 10 minutes, he had destroyed countless artifacts, climbing over the bodies of the spirit entities as he ascended. In his hand, he gripped a gleaming silver-white magic staff of exceptional quality. With this staff, Liu's mental power surged dramatically, making his attacks increasingly fierce. Silver light flashed continuously across the mountain of equipment, radiating a murderous aura. Crack! Crack! Clang! One by one, the equipment pieces were shattered and sent flying in all directions, their fragments scattering everywhere. More and more spirit essences before him yielded to him, making the journey smooth. This isn't as difficult as I imagined. No sooner had the words left his lips than a sudden buzzing filled his ears. Without warning, a staff at his side emitted a piercing, shrill cry. What the hell? Liu turned to stare at the crimson gold staff, dominated by red. It featured striking golden patterns. It was clearly of gold quality, but Liu still clutched his platinum quality staff in his hand, showing no interest in the red one. But before he could move, the crimson staff trembled. Strands of scarlet energy drifted slowly from its core. The spirit of the artifact had separated from the weapon, coalescing into a graceful, ethereal form. It was an exceptionally beautiful woman, her lower body ethereal, clad in a crimson robe, her jade-like hands opened, and the red staff on the ground immediately flew into her grasp. The next instant, she charged toward Liu. This artifact spirit can actually control its physical form? What's going on? Liu was utterly baffled, surmising it must be a more advanced artifact spirit. Gazing at the woman whose expression remained serene and unruffled, Liu swiftly countered by unleashing a torrent of fire upon her. Swish! Swish! Green ghostly flames rained down onto the ground. To his surprise, her movement was incredibly swift. Her phantom form darted through the fiery storm like a ghostly apparition, sustaining no significant damage. His skill had completely missed. After evading Liu's attack, she immediately unleashed several fierce bursts of chi energy toward him, her assault relentless. Liu had to take this seriously. The artifact spirit before him was no ordinary foe. Soul chains. Massive black chains burst from the ground, extending toward the flying woman. The grinding metallic clang of the chain quickly drew the artifact spirit's attention, and she swiftly sidestepped to evade it. A faint smile touched Liu's lips. The artifact spirit was swift, without a clever trick. Dealing with her would prove difficult. Feint one direction, strike another. As the artifact spirit evaded the soul chain, a massive hand, already lying in wait, seized the woman with pinpoint accuracy. Without a moment's hesitation, the grip tightened violently. With a sharp crack, the artifact spirit was instantly crushed, dissolving into nothingness. This is getting tricky. Glancing at the motionless staff on the ground, Liu pressed forward. Sure enough, the challenges grew increasingly difficult. Numerous humanoid artifact spirits appeared, inflicting significant wear on Liu and slowing her progress. Initially, Liu could easily parry the spirit entity's attacks, maintaining absolute confidence. But as she advanced deeper, exhaustion began to show in her pale face and parched lips. The time it took to slay each foe stretched from mere seconds at the start to over 10 seconds, then 30 seconds, and finally several minutes. He propped his treasure on the ground, sat down to catch his breath, and looked up to see that he was getting closer and closer to the clouds and mist. Should he stay or should he go? If he left now, he could escape with the platinum weapon in his hands. If he continued upward, He might encounter even more powerful artifact spirits, ones that could threaten his life and leave him trapped here forever. He was caught in a dilemma. Chapter 80, The Alien Race. Should we keep going? Liu lifted his forehead, glistening with fine beads of sweat. The mist was within arm's reach. What treasures lay hidden within? The artifact spirit above might possess power far surpassing Liu's own. Given his current state of exhaustion, advancing would carry significant risk. Having come this far, how could I simply leave now? Liu straightened his back, his expression hardening as he swiftly resolved himself. The higher he climbed, the greater the chance of encountering treasures. Liu never considered himself a man without desire or ambition. He would press on. Then let's proceed. Strange. Why doesn't this item have a grade? A crimson staff lay exposed at his feet, somewhat resembling the one he'd encountered earlier, though far more exquisitely crafted. To his surprise, Liu couldn't immediately discern its quality. Finding it peculiar, Liu bent down. He wiped one side of the staff, revealing a sharply engraved character, Mei, ox-headed and horse-faced. Do you know what this is? The scene before him instantly projected into the underworld, quickly drawing the attention of Oxhead and Horseface. The two demons stared blankly for a moment before responding indifferently. It should be from the Mishi clan. Mephisophis? What is that? Ma Mian explained. You know, this world has many alien races like the merfolk and succubi we encountered before. Among them, the serpent folk and succubi are particularly unique. Both are Western races. Master, you must have heard of Medusa. Liu nodded. Medusa was one of the famous figures in Western mythology, a beautiful maiden who, legends said, had been cursed into a gorgon after rejecting Poseidon's advances, acquiring serpentine features. She also possessed a signature ability, turning people to stone. A mythological figure like Medusa has ties to this place? The horse-faced demon continued. Medusa gave birth to the serpent folk race. Later, they merged with the succubus tribe to strengthen their power, becoming the current serpent succubus tribe. They possess both the abilities of the serpent folk and the characteristics of the succubi. The Minotaur immediately added. The serpent succubus clan is profoundly mysterious and immensely powerful, possessing innate strength far surpassing that of humans. They sacrifice adult human males, placing them in blood pools. The pools extract the men's essence to nurture their offspring, ensuring every serpent succubus child is born with second-tier power. This very practice plunged the world into an age of serpent terror, a testament to their overwhelming might. What a twisted race! Liu couldn't help but gasp. Countless combat-focused professions toil relentlessly, living lives on the edge of a blade, yet still struggle to break through level 20. Yet these alien beings are born as second-tier creatures. While many paths lead to Rome, some are born in Rome itself, an achievement beyond the reach of most in a lifetime. Liu couldn't help but sigh. This world was just too unfair. Don't be sad, Master. We have plenty of second-tier beings in the underworld. We'll back you up when the time comes, said the ox-headed and horse-faced demons with a smile. Exactly. Though humans start weak, their potential for growth is immense. Actually, I have an interesting idea. Ox-head, you have a mysterious idea? Liu inquired. Well, if rare human professions and hidden classes were to combine with alien races, something truly extraordinary might just happen. Now that's a novel idea. But other races are so rare, hardly ever encountered. Wait, I've got you guys all sidetracked. The Minotaur in the underworld patted his ample chest, his expression solemn and tragic. Master, it's right under our noses. To realize this grand vision, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Come on, trample me to your heart's content. Don't spare me just because I'm as beautiful as a flower, crush me without mercy. Count me in. Master, pick me, pick me. The image of Oxhead and Horseface flickered in his mind, sending a shiver through Liu. It was truly unsettling, though he knew it would be the same with the lights off and a hood over his head. But the feeling in his heart was undeniably unsettling. Quiet down. Stop lusting after my body all the time. Liu snapped, rolling her eyes at them before shifting her focus. He said nothing more, continuing to stride forward. He did not believe that a privileged birth could determine everything in the future. Who could say for certain what lay ahead? As his gaze shifted away from the serpent charm staff, the crimson gold rod suddenly blazed with energy, its aura shifting abruptly in an instant. Before Liu could react, the serpentkin staff unleashed several terrifying bursts of gale force energy, slashing toward his throat. This pressure surpasses any weapon I've faced before. Liu's nerves were stretched taut, and it took him a full 5 minutes to deflect that relentless barrage of gale force energy. The gale energy vanished, but the killing intent of its master remained, even intensifying, forcing beads of sweat the size of soybeans to form on Liu's forehead. What on earth is going on? Why such overwhelming killing intent? Did it slaughter an entire city? Simultaneously, strands of crimson energy slowly detached from the staff, absorbing surrounding power and gradually coalescing into form. The surrounding artifact spirits seemed terrified of this weapon, all cowering with their heads tucked in. These spirits took all manner of bizarre forms: elephants, cheetahs, crocodiles, yet now these fierce beasts all tucked their tails between their legs, not daring to utter a sound, utterly lacking their usual ferocious demeanor. The crimson artifact spirit accelerated its convergence, its aura of slaughter growing ever more intense. What caused Liyu's pupils to dilate wildly was that the spirit had actually coalesced into a physical form. There were two interpretations of spirit entities: the spirit born from an artifact, or the soul of the artifact itself. In his experience, spirit essences always existed as ethereal souls, translucent and formless, like every spirit essence he'd encountered before. Now, for the first time, he witnessed a tangible artifact spirit, truly an eye-opening experience. What the hell is this thing? Liyu frowned, cautiously taking 2 steps back. The spirit gradually coalesced into a human form, a transparent energy body slowly developing a torso and limbs. From blurry to clear, it was as if a craftsman were carving a human sculpture. The area around its chest first caught Liyu's attention, continuously developing and growing, transforming from small peaks into a proud, perky form. Then, garments began draping over the snow-white expanse. Damn impressive form. Liyu found himself staring in awe for a moment. It was undeniably perfect, almost unreal, truly befitting the spirit essence of the enchanting serpent race. The alluring aura it emitted was genuinely soul-stirring. Next came the arms, the snow-white, translucent legs, and so on. A dazzlingly luminous form gradually materialized before Liyu's eyes. After the body materialized, clothing and facial features gradually took shape, culminating in the appearance of a woman clad in bizarre attire. Chapter 81. You are the most beautiful spirit I have ever seen. Her beauty was beyond compare, as if the heavens had gathered the finest features from 5 different faces to create her. She wore a magnificent crimson robe adorned with gold accents. Unlike the previous crimson robe, her attire was more grand and sophisticated, befitting an empress. Compared to the previous crimson-robed artifact spirit, she stood apart like a palace made beside an imperial princess. Her eyes were extraordinary purple irises that radiated an enchanting aura, yet within them lay an endless chill. Jet black, perfectly straight hair cascaded down, covering her slender, fair waist. She wore a pair of red and gold high heels, already standing over 5 feet 7 inches. These heels ensured she stood tall and confident beside Liyu. Is she royalty? Her attire left Liyu no choice but to question her status. A golden phoenix crown atop her head, delicate anklets dangling from her suspended feet, and her body adorned with costly jewelry. She must be a ruthless and decisive ruler, for the killing intent radiating from her made Liyu tremble with fear, far surpassing even the Thunder General, one of the 10 great warriors. The artifact mirrors the heart. This spirit is no ordinary entity. Oxhead and Horseface. Have you discerned anything? Liyu urgently inquired. Reporting to the master, she appears to be another creation of the Snake Demon clan, similar to the staff we encountered earlier. However, judging by her attire, she holds a very high status, likely one of the lords or elders of the Snake Demon tribe. I suspected as much. But I have a question: are all serpent charms genetically this powerful? She's breathtakingly beautiful, more so than any human woman. In Liyu's memory, only Lu Yuqin could rival such a woman in beauty. She seemed like a clay figure molded by the heavens according to modern aesthetics, too perfect. Liyu had previously imagined the mesmerizing snake tribe as either having succubus horns or serpent tails, half human, half beast creatures akin to the mythical ox-headed and horse-faced demons. Yet here she was, indistinguishable from a human woman, her figure and beauty utterly flawless. Those breasts, those legs, that face, and that little mouth. Liyu couldn't help but marvel. His gaze swept over her, and he noticed her beastly traits. The teeth on either side of her mouth were mostly sharp, more pointed than a human's, and her ears were long and pointed like an elf's. The proportions of her legs were also slightly unusual, noticeably longer than normal, just as people described, legs stretching from the neck down. These distinctive traits lent her an exotic allure. Those legs, that figure, enough to keep me entertained until I die. Taurus, you're being too much. I think she's more like me. Enough banter. Has anyone determined the quality of this artifact spirit's weapon form? Liyu interrupted. Not sure. Maybe it's just my minotaur imagination. But she doesn't feel like a spirit. She's definitely more powerful than that silver staff you're holding. Liyu set aside the question of whether it was a spirit for now. His immediate priority was to secure the crimson gold staff before him. This was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Facing the murderous woman, Liyu had no choice but to summon his spirits. He couldn't handle the artifact spirit across from him. As the Chime Winely materialized, the air temperature plummeted instantly. They locked eyes with the woman, radiating an overwhelming aura. Battle seemed imminent, yet something unexpected happened. Upon seeing the ghostly creatures Liyu had summoned, the weapon spirit's murderous aura dissipated by more than half. her eyes now flickering with a glimmer of hope. Strange. With so much of her killing intent gone, has she backed down? It was only natural for the outnumbered side to back down, but Liu hadn't expected the artifact spirit's change of heart to be so swift. Moments later, all hostility vanished. The beautiful artifact spirit picked up the crimson gold staff planted in the ground. Moving her delicate feet like those of an infant, she stepped carefully through the mud, advancing slowly. Liu made no move. The spirit placed the weapon into his hand and silently bowed her head. So it's submission after all. Surprisingly easy. Hard power truly is the ultimate truth. A smug smile curved Liu's lips. Since you're willing to follow me, I'll accept you. From now on, you shall be called. Let's just call you Mei for now. The staff shall be called the Mei staff. Liu casually bestowed the name, then gripped the Mei staff tightly. The moment his hand touched it, a drop of blood was drawn from his skin, sealing the contract. The artifact spirit across from him was far too eager, so desperate to find a patron. After the contract was sealed, unseen by Liu, the woman's lips curved into a smug smile. She swallowed greedily, her eyes gleaming with hunger. Charm, can you speak? Hey, hey, hey. Liu waved his hand in front of her face, but there was no response. The murderous intent in the woman's eyes vanished, leaving only emptiness and numbness, like that of a robot. It seems she instinctively released hostility, then cowered before strength. This is primal hostility toward intruders. Mei likely lacks sufficient intelligence, acting purely on instinct like a beast. After stowing his staff, Liu considered advancing further when suddenly, a powerful suction force erupted from behind him, as if attempting to rip his very soul from his body. Within moments, his head grew heavy and hazy. The next second, he snapped his eyes open. The scene before him had bizarrely shifted back to the familiar guest room of the Supreme Academy. Outside the door, a series of knocks echoed, accompanied by Liu Yuqin's melodious voice. Liu, are you there? Oh, I'm coming. Shaking his dazed head, Liu decided to answer first, sensing urgency in her voice. Opening the door, Liu was met by Liu Yuqin, her face flushed with anger, arms crossed over her chest. Where have you been? You didn't answer my calls or messages. Ha? Liu quickly pulled out his phone. Sure enough, there were missed calls and messages. I was sleeping pretty soundly and didn't hear them. What's up, Sister Liu? Nothing serious. I just wanted to inform you that in 3 days, the official cultivation training begins. The school will issue exclusive ID cards, record your personal information, and so on. At that point, you'll be a full member of the Supreme Academy. Rest well these next few days. That's all. It's nothing major, but when you didn't reply for half a day, I sensed something was off. Thanks for your concern, Sister Liu. I was just sleeping too soundly. Liu scratched his head awkwardly. Not only had he slept deeply, but he'd also had a very strange dream, one where he obtained some kind of weapon. But just as he thought it was all a dream, a sudden sharp pain shot through his palm. He looked down to find a small wound bleeding, the very mark left behind during the contract. Could this all be real? Liu froze in shock, hastily scanning the contents of his storage ring. There, resting quietly, were 2 weapons, one crimson, one silver. Everything had truly happened. Chapter 82, Meeting by Li again. Sister Liu, could you take a look at something for me? Without waiting for Liu Yuqin to follow, Liu entered the room. What is this thing? Liu Yuqin's eyes immediately fell upon the massive lich arm on Liu's bedside table, the very object he wished to show her. I'm not sure either. There are some unknown symbols on it. With that, Liu tore away the flesh from the giant lich arm, quickly exposing the white bone beneath. Covered in a dense forest of symbols, Liu couldn't make out a single character. Liu Yuqin extended her snow-white fingers to gently trace the bones. After a long moment of thoughtful silence, she murmured, "It must be teleportation script." Teleportation script? Liu scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. Exactly. Portals are formed by countless teleportation scripts. You should have seen the characters along the edges of the teleportation array walls when you teleported. Those are teleportation scripts. Liu nodded. The difference between teleportation script and a teleportation gate is that teleportation script can only be used once, and it can only transport one person. However, the characters are already beginning to fade, so it must have been used by someone. Liu nodded thoughtfully. So she had been accidentally transported to that strange space by the teleportation scroll. Liu Yuqin showed no intention of lingering. Since you're unharmed, I'll take my leave. Oh, and one more thing, we're in the same boat. The Supreme Academy isn't some sheltered environment. There are plenty of stories about freshmen getting bullied by upperclassmen. If you want to avoid that fate, you'd better strengthen yourself. Develop as fast as you possibly can. Everyone who enters the Supreme Academy is a top talent from all over the country, and they've all undergone training. You need to be mentally prepared. It's best for you to cooperate with each other and stand together against the upperclassmen. Li Yu frowned and looked up. This is nothing like I imagined. Sister Lu, are you saying the seniors bully the new students? Like, actual bullying? Ha, of course not. At Supreme Academy, might reigns supreme. Open and private rivalries are permitted, provided no serious harm is inflicted. So forming alliances for mutual support is your best bet. Don't embarrass me when the time comes. Lu Yuqin gave Li Yu a faint smile before gracefully stepping back and exiting the room. Without a team, one could easily become a soft target at the Supreme Academy. Over the next 3 days, Li Yu had no specific plans. He allocated his newly gained 15 points for leveling up and then took ample time to rest. Name, Li Yu. Level, 16. 15 attribute points remaining. Stamina, 20. Intelligence, 23. Magic, 27. Including 11 points of magic power from the giant magic staff. Defense, 14. Including 8 points from Ghost Infant Skin and 1 point from knee guards. Agility, 10 points. Including 2 points from Windchase Boots. Attack, 2. New items, Silver Dragon Staff, Platinum quality. Unknown Staff, Charm. Silver Dragon Staff, provides 19 points of spell power. Skill, Dragon Riding Art. Wind and rain transform into dragon, riding the wind to rise. The caster gains the ability to ride dragons and fly, obtaining the power of thunder and lightning to shatter darkness with thunderous strikes. Unknown Staff, Charm Staff. Quality, Bronze. Effect, increases spell attack by 2. Li Yu was perplexed. This was the first time he'd seen a staff that had slipped past the 10 Kings of Hell's inspection. Was this staff truly powerful or weak? After allocating 15 enhancement points, Li Yu settled in for a proper rest, preparing to formally enter the inner courtyard in 3 days. Time flew by during his leisure hours. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, Li Yu, Su Jiajiu, Song Yueshi, and the others arrived at the mountainous area of the Supreme Academy. The gathering point was a clearing platform deep within the mountains. By the time the trio arrived, the platform was already packed with people, their hushed whispers constantly rising from the crowd. Familiar faces were not lacking, such as Shao Kai and others. As Li Yu and his companions entered the fray, the lively atmosphere gradually quieted. The gazes directed at Li Yu carried a hint of awe, and the earlier sarcastic remarks had largely vanished. Li Yu's performance in the arena trials and support assessments just days prior had been nothing short of astonishing. His ruthless tactics and overwhelming power had left a profound impression on everyone present. Li Yu's terrifying power was in no way inferior to that of Suemo, the Eagle Eye. Ignoring the various gazes directed at him, Li Yu walked alone, his eyes met by Li's, and she smiled and nodded at him. Her attitude was noticeably warmer than before. It seemed the recent assessment had drastically altered her view of Li Yu. As fellow students of the Supreme Academy, they would inevitably cross paths again. She had no desire to sour relations with such a formidable figure. Befriending him would be ideal, but if that proved impossible, she certainly wouldn't provoke him. After waiting a few minutes, a refreshing fragrance suddenly wafted through the open space. A purple whirlwind swirled from the ground, revealing Lu Yuqin's graceful, curvaceous figure before everyone. As her face, beautiful to the point of being almost bewitching, came into view, Li Yu could faintly hear the younger boys around him swallowing audibly. Lu Yuqin was stunningly beautiful and alluring, radiating the mature charm of a sophisticated woman. Such a captivating beauty left the young boys utterly defenseless. Many flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet her gaze. No wonder Katrin is so obsessed with her. Glancing over the silent crowd, Lu Yuqin cleared her throat softly. Her delicate hand grasped the attendance book, and her gaze finally settled on Li Yu. Li Yu, come over and take attendance. Li Yu nodded and stepped forward to stand beside Lu Yuqin. As he walked over, the boys present shot him looks thick with envy, even jealousy. No doubt they too yearned for some connection with such a beautiful elder. Once everyone was present, Lu Yuqin spoke up. Alright, everyone is here. The sun is quite strong today, so I won't waste time with small talk. I'll keep it brief. First, I welcome you all to the Supreme Academy. I believe you will gain much here and grow stronger. I hope you can set aside any grievances and work together for mutual benefit. As she spoke, her gaze lingered deliberately on Suemo and Shao Kai. It seemed the incident involving Li Yu and the others had caused quite a stir. Hearing Lu Yuqin's words, everyone visibly stirred with excitement. The Supreme Academy stood as the pinnacle among all academies, a place countless aspired to join. Their hearts pounded fiercely. Amidst their excitement, a colossal bird broke through the clouds and descended steadily before them. Li Yu paused in surprise. I never imagined this creature could be larger than a helicopter and so docile. Chapter 83, The Hidden Arena. As several enormous flying creatures appeared, whispers rippled through the crowd. Isn't that an eagle beast? Holy crap! These things must cost millions each. Dragon Seed Academy really is something else. Eagle beasts like these are practically everywhere here. Money really does make a difference. If I hadn't gotten into Dragon Blood Academy, I'd never get to ride one of these in my lifetime. At that moment, a question popped into Li Yu's mind. Wasn't he currently perched atop the Supreme Academy's mountain peak? Why would he need to ride an eagle beast? Could it be that this Supreme Mountain was merely a cover, and the real Supreme Academy was somewhere else? Soon, someone voiced the question on Li Yu's mind. Lu Yuqin merely smiled faintly. You'll find out soon enough. As Lu Yuqin spoke to the eagle beast, it obediently nodded, then lowered its body, bending its legs. Alright, climb aboard the bird's back. Seeing the eagle beast so obedient, the students nervously scrambled onto its back. The eagle beast turned its head, ensuring the students had a firm grip on the ropes strapped to its back. Then, with a slow flap of its massive wings, it lifted off, the roar of wind whistling past their ears. You must hold on tight. Lu Yuqin's voice rang out mid-air. She then turned her head. Li Yu, you two come up together. She gestured toward the seat on the eagle's back and nodded to the others. With fewer than 10 people per eagle beast, Li Yu only realized upon boarding that he was now surrounded by numerous beauties. Once the remaining passengers had boarded the eagle beast, Lu Yuqin brushed the dust from her purple brocade robe. Then, stepping into the void with her purple stiletto heels, her figure flickered as she vanished. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, envy evident in their gazes. Walking on air, it was clear enough to see that Lu Yuqin possessed extraordinary prowess. Li Yu, Su Jiaojiu must work hard, don't embarrass me. The excited voice below the platform belonged to their homeroom teacher, Carent. He winked at Li Yu, adding, don't forget what you promised me. What did you promise the homeroom teacher? Su Jiaojiu asked curiously. And nothing. Li Yu scratched his head awkwardly. In the sky, several eagle beasts swiftly spread their wings. After circling for a moment, they suddenly charged toward the clouds. Li Yu scanned his surroundings and noticed something peculiar. The clouds in the sky were completely still, as if frozen in place. The distant sky was cloudless, yet the clouds over Supreme Mountain alone were unusually dense. Damn it, where the heck is Supreme Academy? What? Why are we charging into the sky? Mom, I want to go home. I want to go home. Take me home. Take me home. Screams echoed through the air, lingering long after the voices faded. Lu Yuqin, gliding through the air, furrowed her dark brows slightly and shook her head helplessly. Alright, stop wailing like children. You guessed right, it is in the sky. In the sky, Li Yu murmured to himself, head bowed. Lu Yufan continued. The Supreme Mountain below is also part of the Supreme Academy. The other part is hidden in the heavens. The white sea of clouds parted, revealing flocks of birds soaring through the sky. At that very moment, several floating mountain ranges concealed within the cloud peaks abruptly materialized, their roaring winds assaulting everyone's eardrums. Raising his eyebrows, Li Yu observed creatures darting through the clouds, long, majestic forms emitting low, rumbling growls. As if sensing something, these creatures gradually emerged from the white clouds, revealing themselves to be azure dragons bearing their fangs. Those are mountain-seeking azure dragons. Without the protection of eagle beasts or the guidance of mentors, you would be deemed foreign invaders and torn to shreds. Lu Yuqin's voice was calm and low, yet it instantly sent a wave of goosebumps across the surrounding flying figures, a chill piercing to the bone. These azure dragons possessed formidable strength, even the lowest ranked among them stood at level 50. Any single azure dragon entering the battlefield could unleash a storm of bloodshed and carnage. Alright, close your gaping mouths. We're landing. Several eagle beasts descended slowly, accompanied by a roaring wind as they settled atop a mountain peak. This peak was one of 5 named after divine beasts, known as Qilin Mountain. Upon entering the peak, Lu Yuqin distributed a smart wristband to each person, projecting a display of personal information. Soon, the screen flickered, displaying mechanical digits. A striking number appeared on the screen. 1. In the upper left corner of the number were 2 small characters, credits. Credits? Everyone looked as puzzled as Li Yu. Credits? You know, didn't you have them in high school? Other voices suddenly joined in as a group of upperclassmen training nearby parted the bamboo grove. They were passing by when their eyes fell upon the new students' credits. The flames of greed in their eyes grew larger. Completely unhidden, credits, Lu Yuqin explained, can be exchanged for valuable items at the Supreme Academy like enhancement potions, equipment, or formation arrays. You don't always have to earn them through quests, you can also seize them. Steal? Exactly. If your strength isn't up to par, the upperclassmen will take them from you. Remember, your seniors aren't necessarily saints. Of course, you can also fight each other for them. I'd recommend you band together and head into the warmth. Lu Yuqin pointed toward the dense bamboo groves deep within the mountain. The bamboo forest was incredibly dense, visibility low, and it was impossible to tell what lurked within. Alright, I won't intervene on the path ahead. You'll have to navigate it yourselves. What do you mean, Sister Lu? Lu Yuqin curved her lips. This is a long-standing tradition of the Supreme Academy. Run your hearts out. Of course, you can choose to give up the struggle and hand over your credits willingly. In that case, your credits will be reset to 0. If your credits remain at 0 for 3 consecutive months, you will be transferred back to the regular academy. Her words fell, and soon the surrounding air filled with a chorus of gasps. Ha! Someone murmured in confusion. Lu Yuqin offered no reply. With a slight tremor, her delicate form instantly dissolved into nothingness and vanished. The crowd stared dumbstruck at the scene before them. The tranquil bamboo grove suddenly stirred. Birds within the forest awoke to the sound of approaching movement. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, spilling onto the ground. Though the rays were scorching, the light that fell upon the people made their spines tingle. What do you think that sound is? Son Yueshi pressed herself fearfully closer to Liu. No sooner had her words fallen than the crisp clang of metal striking metal echoed through the air, accompanied by the explosive force of colliding energies. Sparks occasionally flashed through the trees. They've already started fighting. Chapter 84, Internal Strife. The rustling of bamboo leaves grew more frequent, then abruptly snapped upward. Perched atop the curved green bamboo, several figures stood, their presence unknown until that moment. Below, 3 youths clad in inner courtyard robes glared intently at those above. Their chests heaved violently with tension and rage, energy rippling constantly from their bodies, clearly prepared for battle. Compared to the 3 below, the others appeared far more composed, their gazes serene. To them, those 3 had already become prey. Well, familiar faces. The blond youth on the ground frowned deeply, his tone sharp. You know exactly what I mean. Su Shan, are you going to attack us? What else? The dark, lean youth named Su Shan snorted coldly. We're the bottom feeders of the academy. If we don't earn credits within 3 months, we're kicked out. Since we haven't encountered any freshmen yet, we'll just have to start with you lot. Before the 3 on the ground could respond, the 2 on the bamboo shoots shot out like lightning, one to the left and one to the right. One of the men below saw his pupils suddenly contract. Before he could react, his arms were struck with brutal force, swift and decisive. Thud! The victim's face contorted in agony, turning deathly pale as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Fighting outnumbered was never a wise choice. Seeing their comrade injured, the first thought of the 2 wasn't retaliation, but escape. You guys, you're not my brothers. The injured man stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with fury as he pounded his chest in frustration. Your buddies have all ditched you. Su Shan laughed loudly, looking down at the injured man with a cold expression. Just hand over your credits quietly. A figure flickered and shot forward, swiftly knocking the man flying. He crashed to the ground, instantly unconscious. Go after them. Watching the pursuing group, the freshmen deep within the bamboo grove took a deep breath and quickly dispersed. Just as Liu, Su Jiajiu, and Song Yueshi prepared to leave, several figures appeared not far from Liu. Liu's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the front. These individuals were no ordinary foes. The leader was Lu Qingshan, accompanied by Su Mo and Xiao Kai. So you've finally come. Liu breathed heavily. You Lu really do hold grudges. Ha! You think I've forgotten how you made me lose that skill stone last time? Lu Qingshan blared at Liu, his teeth itching with rage. His fists clenched so tightly they creaked softly. Su Mo and Lu Qingshan possessed formidable strength. Lu Qingshan, a year senior to Liu, boasted far richer combat experience. Xiao Kai's prowess was also no joke. He was a standout among the freshmen, and facing him would be no easy task for anyone. It was undeniably going to be a tough fight. The opponents clearly intended to seize the credits from Liu and his 2 companions, seeking to elevate their status within the Academy of Self-Respect. Truth be told, I've put up with you scum for far too long. Liu stepped forward, his storage ring glowing as he tightened his grip, swiftly seizing the silver dragon staff. Attention! The roar of flames erupted as energy surged from the opponents. Different colored energies covered their bodies, radiating a fierce aura. Behind Liu, Su Jiajiu and Song Yueshi showed no sign of fear. Their slender bodies began to stir with energy. Newcomers who hadn't strayed far witnessed the scene and wisely backed away. Such a clash between masters could easily result in collateral damage, so they all backed away fearfully. Damn, they've finally started. Let's get out of here. If they go berserk, they might take us out too. Sumo's always been a fighter. He never got to face Liu in the arena, but now he's finally got his chance. And that Lu Qingshan has always had his eye on Su Jiajiu. He'll definitely try to crush Liu's spirit right in front of her. Oh boy, this is going to be a show to watch. The crowd, reveling in schadenfreude, showed no intention of leaving. They hid in the distance, watching the spectacle unfold. But soon, they abandoned their spectator roles, following Lu Qingshan's lead. More freshmen erupted into internal conflict, with some upperclassmen joining the fray. Li Yu strode forward, standing with the silver dragon sword held horizontally before Su Jiajiu and Song Yueshi. Simultaneously, surging energy swirled around him. A whirlwind swept across the bamboo leaf-strewn ground, swiftly coalescing into a storm of black energy. Two formidable auras erupted from the heart of the storm. When they dispersed, both freshmen and seniors nearby were so stunned they dared not approach. At that moment, Suemo also slowed his pace, his gaze fixed intently on the dark storm. The storm quickly dissipated, revealing a towering figure within the darkness, the sword-forging ghost couple. This is quite the mess. Li Yu surveyed the surroundings. There are too many teams here. Total chaos. What's your plan? Su Jiajiao's voice turned serious as she observed the various bursts of energy and chi erupting within the bamboo grove. You heard what those seniors said earlier. We're facing the weakest opponents. Compared to them, dealing with Lu Qingshan and the others is tougher. Besides, even if we want to leave, they won't let us go easily. Guess we'll just have to fight. Seeing Li Yu nod, Su Jiajiao's slender frame glowed golden as she donned a silver-angled Valkyrie suit. A gleaming silver sword in one hand, a sturdy round shield in the other. Hold on. Li Yu stepped forward, clearing his throat before bellowing. Are you all so desperate to fight each other that you don't fear the proverbial mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind? Why must all the newcomers turn on each other? Li Yu's resonant voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. The clamor of combat subsided considerably. Ignoring the bloodthirsty new and old students, Li Yu continued. If you want to preserve your credits and join a faction, come find me to form a team. I don't discriminate based on strength. Hearing this, the lone newcomer's dull eyes suddenly flashed with gold. After a moment of stunned silence, the isolated newcomers swiftly converged toward Li Yu. Many had witnessed Li Yu's performance in the arena. The scene of him ruthlessly crushing Du Shi, a top 10 freshman, was still vivid in their minds. Many had also witnessed his encounters with Eagle Nation mercenaries in the mysterious sea. Moreover, the two women by Li Yu's side were no slouches either. Following such a formidable expert undoubtedly offered excellent protection. After only a moment's hesitation, they immediately began closing in on Li Yu and his companions. Within mere moments, a crowd had gathered behind him. A quick glance revealed over a dozen figures. Before Lu Qingshan could make a move, his face fell. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated Li Yu making such a decisive move in just a few minutes. Suemo, however, wore a fearless expression. Group battles? Ha! I've never been afraid of group battles.